The results were truly surprising when Ju Sojian, a genius born into the Jushin family, one of Korea's top 5 families with extraordinary abilities, lost to a nobody in the selection for one of Korea's top 3 hunter training facilities, Manhua. This place is known for its incredibly high competition rate of 500 applicants for one spot. Every year, countless hunters wish to bear the title of Manhua, but no more than 150 can graduate with this title. Competition existed from the very beginning. Ju Sojian had a mana level equivalent to a high school student at 10 years old, and she could infuse mana into her sword to enhance weapons at 13. And at 16, she challenged all members of the Jushin family and defeated them all. But those were just things written in her file. Some say Ju Sojian could even communicate with the family's guardian constellation, and that's why the Jushin family had such high expectations. The reason Korea has 5 families is because a guardian constellation is linked to each house. Normally, hunters receive blessings or make contracts with a constellation. However, the guardian constellations of the 5 families are different. The Jushin family is the Sword God, the Jangsen family is the Spear Saint, the Chojin family is the Blade Emperor, the Osun family is the Fist King, and the Dojin family is the Arrow God. Members of the 5 families who receive blessings from their respective constellations possess talents and abilities far beyond others. There's a big difference between receiving a blessing and direct contact. Contacting a guardian deity means making a direct contract with them. If that's true, then Ju Sojian is indeed a genius. But even a genius is nothing more than a mosquito in front of Kim Joo-hyuk. Everyone thought the match would be incredibly tense, and Ju Sojian would defeat her opponent in one move. But no, the one defeated in a single move was none other than Ju Sojian, to the utter astonishment of the reporters, Manhua head coach Lee Sang-cheon, and the Jushin family heir Ayu. Kim Joo-hyuk looked dispiritedly at his fallen opponent right in front of him. So why did he say that? Simply because 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction, the god of the Tower of Destruction, God of Destruction Bakjair, and the martial god Kim Han-eo had an absolutely wonderful battle. And the martial god defeated the tower's boss, successfully preventing the world's destruction. However, Kim Han-eo clutched his stomach in pain, wondering if the tower collapsed because he had killed the boss. And it seemed that was indeed the case. In his final moments, bidding farewell to the mortal world, he suddenly remembered his students. Luckily, he hadn't brought them along, or they would all have died with him. Though unwilling, he could only give a foolish smile before becoming a pulpy mess. However, death wasn't the end. Kim Han-eo was reborn in a 17-year-old body, 300 years after the Tower of Destruction collapsed. Anyway, he was completely satisfied to be alive again. A weaker and younger body than when he was called the martial god was not a problem. If he trained again, he believed he would live in luxury, at least before that transparent window appeared. And of course, that window always sticks to hunters like glue. The notification. He silently cursed that damn Bakjair, thinking he should have just thrown that bastard into the lava then. Now there's nothing else he can do. He'll destroy the tower once and for all, and then live in luxury for the rest of his life. However, to live in luxury, life is still very long. The system reminded Kim Joo-hyuk that he could retrieve his weapon and memories on the 3rd floor, 5th room on the right at Manhua. And this was also the reason why he participated in this entrance exam. Day 4 of the top 10 ranked matches began. This time, Kim Joo-hyuk's opponent was the eldest son of the Osun family, Yosei. This guy wasn't good at academics, nor cunning, nor martial arts. However, he still possessed an extraordinary talent, muscular strength. Yosei could do things others couldn't without mana, and with just a little effort in training, he could become many times stronger. Yosei's exceptional muscular strength was completely innate. That alone was enough for him to be called a genius. Seeing an opponent who didn't look strong, Yosei confidently believed he would defeat Kim Joo-hyuk in a flash and use it to boost his own reputation. However, this could only happen in a dream. He was truly brainless. He lost his composure and charged without thinking after Kim Joo-hyuk provoked him with just a few words. Kim Joo-hyuk knew he wouldn't win a battle of pure muscular strength in this body, because Yosei's muscular strength was no joke. However, being big doesn't guarantee victory. Martial arts support the development of muscular strength and the ability to observe opponents. If you don't combine these two, you'll end up like this. He narrowly dodged the OCI's attack, causing him to lose balance, and immediately spun around, delivering a finishing blow to his opponent's chest, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. Having won this meaningless match, Kim Joo-hyuk coldly turned his back and walked away. The reporters and guild members present continuously whispered and debated, assessing his abilities. Among them was the patriarch of the Chusin Fist King family, who realized that Kim Joo-hyuk's strike was not a simple attack. Even though his son didn't care about martial arts training and only focused on building muscle, he could easily withstand a punch from anyone his age. However, Sik couldn't dodge that punch. Initially, Se-hyuk was so angry he lost his composure and just charged at his opponent, while using magic he almost never used to quickly end the match. But Kim Joo-hyuk slightly tilted his head to dodge because Sik, overconfident that his opponent would surely be hit, had shifted his entire center of gravity. Chusin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, that kid moves even faster than Sik's maximum speed. The moment Sik charged, Kim Joo-hyuk had already planned. That alone was an extraordinary talent. He seemed very excited, glancing around at the other guild members. Then, turning back to today's main character, he affirmed to himself, "I will definitely recruit you into our family at all costs." The break time had ended, and the next match began. Kim Joo-hyuk's opponent was the second daughter of the Chojin family, Choi Erin. As soon as she appeared, the men in the stands immediately went wild, cheering non-stop like cattle in heat. Kim Joo-hyuk was annoyed. He cursed them, saying they looked like a bunch of lunatics. Why the hell were those guys who'd already served in the military calling a 17-year-old girl sis? He thought this time would be like any other, where his opponent would attack first, but no. Both stood frozen like statues, waiting for the other to make a move. All right then, Kim Joo-hyuk decided he would make the first move. With a rather villainous look, he smirked and stepped lightly forward. And just then, Erin realized her chance had come. She drew her sword and decisively swung it in an arc. But, just like always, just like when fighting others, in an instant Kim Joo-hyuk vanished without a trace, then suddenly reappeared right beside her. A huge question mark appeared over Erin's head. If you keep staring intently at the point you're aiming for to attack, isn't that just showing your hand? With that, he delivered a counterattack towards his opponent. Erin was immediately pushed back a long distance. Fortunately, she used her sword to block and managed to stay upright. However, before the girl could react, Kim Joo-hyuk, like a wandering ghost, was already right in front of her, delivering another blow. Now try to block this one. Caught off guard, Erin couldn't defend herself, took the full force of the attack, and immediately collapsed. Looking at his opponent lying flat, Kim Joo-hyuk felt that the attack just now seemed a bit off, but he shrugged it off. He won anyway. Thus, the top 10 rankings competition officially concluded, and the name at the top of the leaderboard was none other than Kim Joo-hyuk. Tiredly walking out of the arena, rubbing his slender shoulders, he immediately ran into the recruiters from various guilds. How annoying! Kim Joo-hyuk grumpily looked at them with daggers in his eyes and uttered 4 words. Shut the hell up. The next day, news of the young man who ranked first in the entrance exam, driving away and cursing the guilds that offered invitations, quickly spread in the newspapers. Comments like, "Is Kim Joo-hyuk a lunatic? Is he a bad guy?" and so on, constantly appeared from online communities. But regardless of what happened, the young man was still the center of attention and proudly entered Valhalla with his own abilities. The first thing upon enrollment was the segment where they flexed about the school and a few speeches from those who contributed to the revolution. Oh, no, from the academy's leaders. Seeing Kim Joo-hyuk yawning widely, a few people nearby felt annoyed. He wondered if he was too conspicuous today, but then thought, after listening until his ears hurt, the enrollment ceremony finally ended. The students were randomly assigned to classes. In the virtual combat simulation room, Chojin Guild leader, Instructor 24, looked over the students and wondered if his time was up. Why did the school divide classes like this? Wasn't it supposed to be random? In front is Ju Sojian from the Jushin family. Next to him is Choi Jin from the Aaron family. And the big guy in the middle is Yosei from the Osen family. How did three geniuses from five families end up in the same class? And what's more, why is that bastard Kim Ju-hyuk here too? Although he was in a state of panic, he quickly regained his composure, introducing himself as the class head and instructor, Kim Li-guan. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a button on the keyboard, and everything around them suddenly shook. They were transported to another space, and outside appeared a horde of goblins and orcs, about 100 of them. The monsters, seeing their prey, eagerly charged, but Sukana. Unfortunately for them, they were protected by a magic shield, so no physical impact from the outside could penetrate. Kim Li-guan called Kim Ju-hyuk closer and asked if he could handle these monsters alone. This guy wasn't what he seemed. He wanted to embarrass Kim Ju-hyuk and deflate his ego, because for students, they mainly saw monsters in books and had never seen them in real life. It's not strange for him to be scared. Don't pretend to consider it, just refuse. I'll start when he falters. That's what he wants. Kim Ju-hyuk thought for a long while, then smiled ambiguously. Seeing that, the instructor got quite angry. He spitefully told Kim Ju-hyuk to do it right away. But he wasn't stupid. Why should I do these things when this is only the first session? He looked him straight in the eyes and asked what the reward for this test was. Kim Li-guan was stunned for a moment, but then agreed to an exchange. So, as a condition, if you take care of all the monsters, I'll do anything you want within my ability. Oh, now we understand each other a bit better. Though it's a bit lacking, it's acceptable. Kim Ju-hyuk agreed to accept this condition, without letting the instructor explain further. The young man held out his hand, demanding the sword behind him, because how could he fight this group without a weapon? And so, witnessed by everyone, Kim Ju-hyuk continuously swung his sword, his decisive attacks hitting weak points and slitting the monsters' throats in a single strike. As he fought, he thought about the past. 300 years had passed since I last wielded a sword. I guess I'm not doing too badly. Back then, monsters turned the world upside down, and humans used anything they could find as weapons, but swords were still the most familiar. Just as I thought, these monsters are very simple. They're just NPC monsters, cleverly created fake monsters. While he was enthusiastically slaughtering outside, inside, Kim Li-guan was terrified, sweating profusely. I can't believe it. The thing I gave Kim Ju-hyuk was just a normal sword. It has no magical power or any power at all, but he can cut through everything so easily. He's slicing the monsters like mud. Of course, it wasn't just Kim Li-guan who was surprised. Even the three young men from the prestigious families felt it was crazy. The last monster was defeated. Kim Ju-hyuk slowly sheathed his sword. He turned to the instructor and stated his request. I want to go to the Constellation Room. You'll keep your word, right? A few hours later, the first class finally ended. Kim Ju-hyuk listened to the lecture so gloomily it was as if his soul was leaving his body, feeling tortured. The original goal was just to get what I needed and leave here as soon as possible. So why am I sitting here listening to this nonsense? Come to think of it, he had never considered going to school, nor had he ever been to school before. However, it wasn't entirely useless. Although the class was boring, he gained some information, especially regarding constellations. Constellations didn't exist in Kim Ju-hyuk's previous life. Speaking of them, constellations are a term for the transformation of people with great futures who become gods. Most constellations are related to hunters as their relics, and they grant them special powers. Valhalla in Korea is the world's third largest academy, with many renowned constellations, and it seems everything about swordsmanship and how to defeat monsters is useless to them. So Kim Ju-hyuk decided to go to the dorm and seriously practice martial arts. This body is really weak. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of the second daughter of the Cho-jin family, Choi Aaron. "Teach me swordsmanship," was what she said as soon as she saw Kim Ju-hyuk return. However, as he said, he didn't like it, so the answer was no. The girl stood there, repeating the sentence once more. Kim Ju-hyuk had completely run out of patience. He glared at her aggressively and yelled, "Are you deaf or something? Stop clinging to me. I have no intention of teaching you, so scram." After speaking, the young man immediately turned and walked away, leaving the girl standing there in confusion. At the same time, in the staff room, the head trainer was trying to comfort Kim Li-guan after he had experienced such utter humiliation. He still couldn't believe Kim Ju-hyuk was truly a high school student, considering he perfectly eliminated 120 monsters in the virtual combat room, despite never having seen monsters in real life. Although he was nothing special, an orphan from a small orphanage in a complicated area, he possessed extraordinary power. Kim Li-guan thought he was an imposter, but the head trainer disagreed, reasoning. What imposter would be crazy enough to try to get into Valhalla and cause trouble at the enrollment ceremony? That made sense. Kim Li-guan continued to complain about what would happen next year. If Kim Ju-hyuk wasn't dealt with appropriately, it would be difficult to control the three young men from those prestigious families. Head trainer Lee Sang-cheon offered some sympathy, but then quickly said he was still lucky because a student from the Great Ventric family was in another class. Kim Li-guan felt a little relieved then, as his problem was better than the neighboring classes, because he heard that Zodiel Ventric, a direct descendant of the Ventric family, had been expelled for causing trouble at a British academy. The next day, he thought he would live a normal student life in peace, but it seemed fate had tied him to drama, so he attracted attention wherever he went. While he was sitting and thinking about his rich future, he was abruptly confronted by the infamous Zodiel Ventric of the Great Ventric family, and his retainer, Iuria Zephelix. Because of his transmigration, of course, Kim Ju-hyuk didn't know who this person was, and when he approached closely, he had to ask for his identity. Zodiel stared at him, thinking this guy was truly uneducated and rude. He hadn't even heard of the Ventric family. Without much talk, Zodiel went straight to the point, looking at him with ambitious eyes and propositioning. "Do you want to become stronger?" In most families, branch families typically have more difficulty acquiring power and wealth than direct lineages. However, the Ventric family has a special condition. They are originally a guardian constellation, and this makes them different from other families. Usually, a high-ranking or S-tier guardian constellation would protect a family, and they would directly choose a member of the constellation and bestow upon them power and protection. But with Ventric, they decided to form a contract with a family member who wasn't a constellation. This is how the chosen person could form a contract without facing opposition from other constellations, and it's precisely thanks to this unique choice that the Ventric family wields great power across Europe. If you are a member of the Ventric family, you will be able to choose a pseudo-contract for your lineage. So, branch families can also have power over the main family. Zodiel, supported by his family's powers, became too arrogant. Not long before that, due to the chaos that occurred at the British Academy, he was expelled. And to make up for that, he intended to recruit Kim Do-hook, who was the center of the opening ceremony, to his side. "If you come under my wing, I'll take you to the family's constellation," and before he could finish, he was immediately cut off. "So what, you idiot? Do I look stupid? You're not interested in me at all. All you've done is brag so far. And now you're saying such stupid things. You're definitely an idiot. Am I wrong?" Zodiel, insulted like this for the first time, was furious and wanted to rush forward and fight this disrespectful jerk. However, before he could do anything, a sharp voice rang out from behind. "Zodiel, what are you doing? Go back to your seat, rock sign Ventric." Insulted twice, he angrily turned back and snapped at the teacher. "Did you just call me by my full name, sir?" But the teacher wasn't to be trifled with either, retorting, "This isn't the British Academy. It's Valhalla. I don't care how powerful your Ventric family is. If you study here, you have to obey me, your advisor." Being scolded directly, Rocksign couldn't do anything else. He could only turn around and walk away, seething with anger. After class, Kim Do-hook felt quite bored. He hadn't found any new information about constellations today. Instead, he got involved with an idiot. As he walked along, cursing the annoying jerk, Choi Aaron suddenly appeared behind him like a lingering ghost. It was still the same line, "Teach me your swordsmanship," which made Kim Do-hook put a huge question mark in his mind. He turned to the girl and threatened, "Don't you think I've humiliated myself enough?" at Valhalla Academy's dormitory in a deluxe room after being humiliated in front of everyone by a nobody orphan with no one to rely on. Zodiel furiously smashed everything in the room, then grabbed Yuri's hair and slammed her head against the floor with a thud. Yuri, answer me now. Do you still think you're the eldest daughter of the royal family? Should I throw you out of the house? Contact Zira. There are a few people who need special attention. Also, the son of the rising family in class 2. Tell Lorik I want to meet him. At the same time, in Kim Do-hook's room, even though it was quite late, he was still diligently studying, or rather, exercising. But halfway through, he ran out of energy, panting like a dog. This body is truly trash, and I can't use magic anymore. Suddenly, Kim Do-hook remembered the previous transaction between himself and Choi Aaron. Just to get rid of her, he accidentally demanded 10 million won for one lesson. He thought Choi Aaron would find it difficult and give up. But no, she had nothing but money. Choi Aaron immediately asked for Kim Do-hook's Zalo number and transferred the money in a flash. 100 million was instantly in his account, but Kim Do-hook still slyly refused to accept it. He smiled brightly, never. I won't teach you. Actually, he was genuinely surprised earlier that a student like her could immediately transfer 100 million won. Kim Do-hook stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I teach her, I don't have to reveal all my secrets. That's a huge amount of money. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's just money anyway. I can earn it myself, so it's fine, even though my mana is pitifully scarce. Saying that, he immediately prepared his shovel and luggage for the multi-billion-dollar venture. Let's go. Let's find the secret dungeon. Before entering the school, he had checked around it, but most of the records hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his research, there were still at least 4 records here, and he was sure they were on Valhalla's mountain. As is known, the location of records can be determined by the reaction of the magic stone he carried. So, Kim Do-hook tried his best to find them with the little magic he had. Tada! With that effort, he found them. A beam of light appeared on the ground. Kim Do-hook quickly dug and shoveled, his hands working while his mouth cursed. This damn weak body. If I knew I'd have to exert myself like this, I would have buried it somewhere shallower. And if it weren't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, he wouldn't be suffering like this now. The world was on the brink of destruction then, and there was no place to store his vast wealth. So Kim Do-hook created these records and buried all of them. After digging and digging until morning, Kim Do-hook finally reached the outer layer of the dungeon. But these locks were quite special. Ordinary keys couldn't fit these keyholes. He tried to muster a bit of mana to create a magic chain and transform it into a key. Perfect, it matched immediately. At this rate, I should quit being a hunter and become a dog thief instead. Kim Do-hook immediately jumped down. Looking at the dazzling pile of gold, silver, and jewels in front of him, he was overjoyed, even though they were all his. Are you still doing well, my children? That was all Kim Do-hook could utter at this moment. Now there's no need to worry about money anymore. Selling this pile might even make me richer than those family heads. To maintain the mark, he had poured some magic into it earlier, but the day to use them had arrived. Kim Do-hook picked up the gemstones and absorbed all the magic from them. As expected, energy was flooding his body, an indescribably tingling, ecstatic, floating sensation. Now for dealing with this place. Kim Do-hook wondered if he should leave the heavy gold bars and take only the light, valuable gemstones. Carrying all of this would be like a prayer. But it really was like a prayer. Kim Do-hook went to class with no mind left to pay attention to his lessons. His limbs felt so tired they seemed about to fall off his body. He lay sprawled on his desk, exhausted, completely oblivious to Choi Aaron, sitting right next to him. It was still her usual demand. Teach me swordsmanship. It made Kim Do-hook unable to understand why she was so persistent. According to the information he gained upon rebirth, among the top 5 families, the Cho-jin family practiced and used swordsmanship. So, the question here is, why is she looking for him? To this question, Choi Aaron said she wanted to learn from him because she had never seen anyone wield a sword better. Kim Do-hook continued to wonder, what about your father? He's the head of Cho-jin, right? He's better at swordsmanship than me, isn't he? At that moment, before Choi Aaron could even answer, the teacher from outside unexpectedly opened the door and called Kim Do-hook to the faculty office. As soon as he heard it concerned the room of the constellations, the young man immediately hitched up his pants and followed. More specifically, he seemed to sense Aaron's sincerity, so he threw a few words at her before leaving. 6 a.m. tomorrow. Come to the training ground. In the faculty office, Kim Lee quickly got straight to the point. Specifically, the request to enter the constellation room had been approved, but the condition was that he could only go to the basement. He was not allowed to enter any floor lower than the first. It sounded acceptable. Although he paused for a moment, Kim Do-hook immediately agreed cheerfully. He didn't forget to ask the teacher when he could go in. After some thought, Kim Lee said that if possible, it would be tonight to keep things hot. Kim Lee thought his student would make a fuss about not being allowed to go to the second floor, but he was surprised that the boy accepted so cheerfully. That evening, as planned, the teacher put on his handsome persona and led the young man to Valhalla's treasure, the room of the constellations. This place was guarded very carefully because it was important enough to make Valhalla one of the 3 greatest academies. Kim Do-hook observed at once, sighing in his head. Not just the security, but the outer walls too. They're covered with all kinds of magic, except for the entrance. Kim Do-hook suddenly turned to the teacher and asked him if it would be okay if he went down to the second floor. Kim Lee felt a little nervous upon hearing this and immediately replied before it was too late. No, you won't become a criminal, but you'll be expelled, and your memories will be stripped before you leave the school. On the second floor, the constellation's magic is extremely violent. If you touch it, your mind will shatter, and you'll become insane. Now all his questions were resolved. Kim Do-hook had 30 minutes to be inside. The green notification message, "Find your weapon on the 3rd floor, right room, Valhalla," reappeared. Kim Do-hook didn't care about being expelled or anything else. He came to Valhalla for this from the beginning, and the first thing was to go to the 3rd basement floor. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly bumped into something. Suddenly, a system window appeared with a request, and it pulled Kim Do-hook into a strange room. Long time no see, Kim Hi. That's what he heard after being sucked in. And right in front of him was that bastard, Back Hell, the Tower Lord of the Tower of Destruction. It's been 300 years. This is a reunion. Oh no, it's not. Back Hell was about to continue speaking when he was immediately punched square in the mouth with a resounding smack. Kim Do-hook was fuming, yelling at his opponent, I'm so happy to see you again, you bastard." Back Hell tried to stand up, waving his hands, telling Kim Do-hook to calm down and let him explain first. But there was no calm here. For every word his opponent spoke, Kim Do-hook landed a punch. Back Hell continuously cried for help, while Kim Do-hook incessantly cursed him. At this point, only desperate shouts could be heard. "Stop! Don't hit me! Save me! Wait! Don't hit! I'll hit you even more." I'm not the kind of person who uses fists to talk, but in the case of someone who destroyed my comfortable future like you, it's different, you bastard. My wealth, my fame, all the time I spent training those young disciples. Back Hell took a beating and could do nothing but cover his face and endure. While Kim Do-hook rested to regain his strength, Back Hell managed to crawl up and squeeze out a few words. Wait! Aren't you wondering where this is, teacher?" Kim Do-hook suddenly panicked at this moment, asking himself, "Where am I? Who am I?" As there was absolutely nothing around, Back Hell finally had a chance to crawl up, saying this was a fantasy world, or more precisely, a relic space. And the form of Back Hell that Kim Do-hook was seeing was just an embodiment of the fantasy world. His real body disappeared 300 years ago. A huge question mark appeared. Kim Do-hook responded with some doubt. "Wait, do you mean you've always been in this relic all this time?" Back Hell knew it was time to reveal himself. He flew high up, looking down proudly. "That's right, Kim Do-hook, I've become a constellation." But he thought being a constellation was cool. Kim Do-hook turned and punched him repeatedly, disgusted by his attitude. 30 minutes were up. He didn't know if he'd collected anything yet, but Kim Do-hook still had to leave as per regulations. As soon as he saw him, The teacher approached with a stern face, interrogating him. Did you do anything strange? To avoid further trouble, Kim Do-hook gave a vague answer and quickly scurried away. There were many strange things he needed to figure out. At that moment, after beating Bakhel black and blue, he regained his composure and spoke civilly, using his fists to make him confess everything that happened. Bakhel cried without tears. His face hardened from the punches. After being killed by Master, I've been in this thing for 300 years without any power. I regained my memories after receiving a notification to contact the reborn Kim Do-hook. Thanks to that, a suspicious guy appeared. I wonder if this is the doing of the one who made me the master of the Tower of Destruction? Kim Do-hook continued to press about who turned him into the Tower Master, but Bakhel didn't seem to know. All his memories of that part had vanished. After saying that, Bakhel turned and asked Kim Do-hook what his notification was about. The young man recalled the blue screen. It requested him to find weapons and memories, and the text below was unreadable, covered by squares. But Kim Do-hook didn't remember losing any memories. He still had memories from the tower. Bakhel pointed forward, finding the crucial point to explain. Perhaps those memories haven't returned to your mind yet. You've already found the weapon, so the memories will appear automatically. The more he listened to his disciple, the more absurd it sounded. What weapon? I haven't found a weapon. Seeing his teacher was still slow to understand, Bakhel continued. That's right. This space is inside the world of the 4 weapons that have become relics, the devouring sword. I only became a constellation because I used the relic. As soon as Kim Do-hook heard that, he felt like he was being provoked. He lunged and gave the boy another beating to vent his frustration. By this point, Kim Do-hook had a rough, general understanding. Bakhel was once a student, but was turned into the Tower Master by some force, and to save the world, he killed him. Now he's been resurrected, living for 300 years in spirit form within the devouring sword. And most importantly, that weapon of his, the devouring sword, has become a relic and even contains a constellation. What a bizarre situation. Kim Do-hook wanted to destroy it and forget about it, but it seemed even though it was weakened, it could still withstand Bakhel, who was known as the King Slayer, so he decided to keep it for now. He guessed only the owner of the devouring sword would know about the notification window appearing. His head aching from a jumble of chaotic information, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by some thugs in front of him. The blond guy, acting like a boss, cracked his knuckles and approached menacingly. Hey, you're the top ranker at the opening ceremony. Kim Do-hook, right? Your senior is standing right in front of you. Aren't you going to greet him? This guy was the eldest son of the Sunrise family, a second-year student at Manhua Academy. They thought he'd be scared to see his senior, but that was for someone else, not Kim Do-hook. He immediately retorted, Senior? Bullies like you have juniors too. Insulted by a junior, one of them, eager for a fight, stepped forward with a spear, demanding to deal with the kid. Hey, rookie, the difference between first year and second year. Before he could finish, he received a kick to the stomach. Kim Do-hook looked at them eagerly, with half-closed eyes. I don't like a lot of talk. I like reality. Stop babbling and attack, you scoundrels. And so, without giving them a chance to attack, Kim Do-hook charged forward to show them what's what. One by one, they were punched, then kicked, lying flat on the ground. Some were still standing motionless. Kim Do-hook couldn't let these guys leave empty-handed. He twirled the devouring sword in his hand. This feels great. Come on, it'll be fun. If you just stand there like that, I'll crush your head. 3 hours ago, the eldest son of the Sunrise family, a second-year student at Manhua Academy, was called upon and asked for a favor. Specifically, it was to deal with a first-year student, and in return, there would be a reward that could help the Sunrise family. He agreed to let him use a weapon, and he would be the one to clean up the mess. With such a simple offer, bringing such great benefits, Lorik agreed immediately. He thought that even being ranked first among first years didn't matter. A first-year student was just a first-year student, no match for a second year. Because students at Manhua must go to the Constellation Chamber in the second semester of their first year and sign a contract with one of the constellations. Students who have signed a contract will be called contractors. When they become contractors, students can use the energy of the constellation they contracted with, according to what they've learned. Lorik was confident that Kim Do-hook was born into an ordinary family with no guardian constellation. So the game is easy. I can take him down easily. That's what Lorik thought before coming here. However, now he understood what he was facing. Lorik was scared, but he didn't say anything, watching Kim Do-hook approach while standing his ground. What was that strange sword technique? It seemed he didn't use much force, but his opponent took an incredibly powerful blow. Countless questions popped into his head, but because his pride came before his fear, he still had to force himself to act strong. His underlings stood motionless, like statues behind him, weighing whether to charge in or not. I can't lose so miserably. Lorik ignored the outcome and yelled, urging his underlings to attack. What are you scared of, you bastards? He's just a first year. He said that out loud, but deep down, he was so scared he almost pissed his pants. Kim Do-hook stood there, sword in hand, waiting for the show. He watched them bluster, taunting them evenly. Oh, that leader is brave. Whoever stands still will get hit first. And no sooner had he spoken, the young man appeared abruptly in front of his opponent, pressed the sword into his stomach, and delivered a blow, resulting in Lorik immediately falling unconscious. How utterly pathetic. Talk big all you want. You'll still get beaten up. After waiting forever and this bastard still couldn't open his eyes, Kim Do-hook had to resort to physical persuasion on that handsome face to wake him up. Wake up, you brat. Who are you? Why did you bring your gang to fight me? Even though he had been thoroughly beaten, Lorik gritted his teeth and endured, not spilling a single word, not wanting to waste any more time. Kim Do-hook decided to ignore them and instructed them to clean up thoroughly before leaving. Seething with anger, Lorik tried to call out to him to save some face. Do you think you can go to school normally after doing this? Even if you're ranked first among first years, if everyone knew about this, you'd still be expelled. Does this guy have no brain? Or is he playing the victim while being the thief? Kim Do-hook initially didn't care, but still had to pause to explain it to him. Whatever. You know what everyone will say if you blab about what happened today. A bunch of second-year students came to deal with a first-year student, but ended up getting thrashed. If you tell this story, won't you be ashamed to come to school? Think carefully. If you still want to come to school and join a guild, then keep your mouth shut. At the same time, Roxine in the dorm was still eagerly awaiting news of his enemy being beaten to a pulp. Lorik happened to call, expecting good news, but what he heard was completely the opposite. I won't get involved in this anymore. Roxine tried to insist. He enticed the senior to report the beating to the academy's management so that Kim Do-hook would get a reprimand. He promised to pay him enough money if he did so, even paying for his family. But for these gang leaders, money isn't everything. They still need honor, so the answer was no. Roxanne was provoked, infuriated. He immediately smashed his new generation smartphone to pieces on the ground. He turned to Juji, who was standing behind him, with bloodshot eyes. You contacted Jisra, right? So where is he? Seemingly accustomed to such situations, the girl calmly replied to him. Yes, I've informed him that you wish to meet, but since he's far away, it might take some time for him to get here. In Mexico, at Aripia Academy, Jisra Venk, a thug who specializes in bullying others, received news from Roxanne about coming to Korea to deal with someone named Kim Do-hook, with the reward already prepared. Upon receiving the news, he was overjoyed, immediately breaking into a sinister smile. The next day, 6 a.m. at Van Hollis training room, Kim Do-hook brought his gear for the first time to train his physique. Just as he was excitedly preparing to do some basic moves, a sudden voice called out, startling him. Why is Sensei here? Kim Do-hook suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, asking back, who's that? Wait, where are you talking to me from? Oh, it turned out to be a subordinate hiding in the sealed sword. Kim Do-hook angrily scolded him. I'm surprised you managed to escape from there. I might just beat you up and stuff you back in there again. Bok Cho, scared of this teacher, promised that he wouldn't cause any trouble and revealed that he had left a copy of the sword there. Kim Do-hook was quite curious about the duplicate. Bok Cho said that since he woke up, He had lost all his power, but in return, he gained this special ability, even though he didn't know why he had it. While he was still wondering, Erin appeared. She came as promised to teach swordsmanship to Kim Ju-huk. However, the young man said that they wouldn't study yet, and the first important thing was to improve their physical fitness. Starting with warm-up exercise number 1. If physical fitness can be improved, the amount of mana the body can absorb will be greater, and controlling mana at will be easier. Kim Ju-huk felt that the current training methods of young people were strange. They focused everything on mana control before physical fitness, and other things were improved. Even Erin over there, despite her immense mana, her actual strength was only on par with the student wielding a sword. And so, like a true coach, Kim Ju-huk began his days where action was primary and learning secondary. Also that morning, Kim Ju-huk's class had a small written test supervised by Van Hala's senior instructor, Lilia, on the topic of interdimensional monsters. Before that, she had asked the whole class to self-study and research about monsters. So now it was time to test their knowledge on how to deal with each type of monster. Everyone quickly wrote their answers on the paper and completed the test. Although today's test wouldn't affect the final grade, it would evaluate their ability to study in the next class, so everyone was quite tense. Only Kim Ju-huk seemed to be doing something wrong, to the point where Bok Cho exclaimed in surprise, "Sensei, are you sure you can write such answers?" In the first-year teacher's lounge, the teacher looked through the test papers and was quite satisfied. Lilia even confidently told Mr. Kim Ligoon that, as expected, the class, with students from 5 famous families, all did very well. But that was just a second before disaster. The teacher hadn't even finished his sip of coffee before spitting it out. Kim Ju-huk, he dared to call this pile of scrap paper an answer? The teacher angrily crumpled the paper and turned to Kim Ligoon, scolding him. He's not only lazy in doing his work, but he's also mocking this class. This cannot be overlooked. In the next class, I will show him this test and educate him thoroughly. That monster is not easy to deal with, and indeed, women hold grudges. It was true. A week later, in the simulated combat room, Lilia summoned Kim Ju-huk for an immediate interrogation. She thrust the glaring zero-score paper in front of the young man and asked if he had really taken the test seriously. Kim Ju-huk didn't understand a thing, silently cursing that woman, thinking she was crazy, and confidently replied that he had indeed taken the test seriously. The teacher was furious, but maintained her composure. First question, what's the best way to deal with a golem? How did you answer that question? Kim Ju-huk still kept a blank face and replied, stab it in the stomach. The second problem is, when you see 8 goblins charging at you in the forest, write down what you would do. Kim Ju-huk didn't hesitate to pick up the test paper and read aloud. Starting with the first one charging, you stab each one and send them to hell. The teacher was infuriated, but there was nothing she could do. After arguing back and forth with the student for a while, too angry to say anything more, she decided to give Kim Ju-huk an opportunity to prove what he said for himself. If you defeat this monster as you wrote in your test, I will regrade it. She thought that doing so would scare the student into begging for mercy. But no. Kim Ju-huk walked directly to the weapon rack, grabbed a random sword, and approached the golem in front of him. The monster swung its arm to attack, but then only a growl of pain was heard. The sword had been plunged directly into its stomach, and within seconds, the golem completely disappeared. Kim Ju-huk turned to look at the bewildered crowd with an obvious expression. It's simple, just stab it in the stomach. The students below froze for a few seconds, wondering if he defeated a golem with a regular sword, without magic. Witnessing this scene, the teacher no longer dared to be arrogant, and softly asked the boy how he did it. Kim Ju-huk looked at the teacher with a questioning gaze. Didn't you see me do it? Just stabbed it once in the stomach, that's all. Hearing that answer, as if being told she was blind, Lilia no longer felt ashamed, but found it utterly illogical. She bit her nails, pondering a ton of information. If you want to defeat a golem with a knife or sword, you'd at least need a great equipment, so it would usually be reasonable to defeat a golem with one sword strike using such a weapon. But he handled it with a regular sword? She thought this was the end, but no. The teacher still wanted to verify the second question, so Kim Joo-huk was immediately transported to a different scene. Before he could even grasp the situation, a few green goblins, or simply battle-crazed goblins, suddenly appeared before him. This bunch is quite difficult to deal with easily, if not handled correctly. The goblins in front will use a battle war skill, and all the other goblins will swarm in at once. Normally, mages with powerful skills would kill them all in one go, or need to run far away rather than confront them. But that's for others, not for Kim Joo-huk. He didn't care how many of them there were or what their fighting style was. He just grabbed his sword and charged at the first one. One painful strike pierced straight down through its head, and when the second beast roared, it immediately took a sword to the throat. And one by one, each of them received their due. Kim Joo-huk turned to the teacher and replied with a confident voice, "I got the second question right too, didn't I?" By this point, the teacher was completely intimidated and didn't dare utter another word. The next day, as usual, Kim Joo-huk dragged Erin to the training room to work on her physical fitness. Despite her best efforts, the girl couldn't keep up, lying on the ground, panting heavily. Kim Joo-huk curiously asked her, "Don't you usually train? Why are you gasping like a dog in heat? How are you going to fight monsters like this?" Erin, exhausted, tried to explain that she could use magic by borrowing power from her guardian constellations. As Kim Joo-huk had predicted, instead of physical training, they focused on magical power since they relied on constellations. There would be no need to use physical strength. It would still be fine if they borrowed enough power from the constellations. However, the risks were too great. What would happen if they were stuck in a labyrinth or dungeon where magic was forbidden? Or if they ran out of mana during a prolonged battle? And what if the guardian constellations didn't lend their power? Too many problems arose. Kim Joo-huk then let Erin rest while he went for another round of training. After the beauty left, Butler waited until then to interrupt, asking his master why he was helping her train. It turned out that Kim Joo-huk only agreed because she nagged him so much that it gave him a headache. While chattering, he glanced over and saw the muscle training fanatic, Seeker, also there, and it seemed he had trained quite a bit. Watching Seeker's retreating back, Kim Joo-huk secretly mused that he seemed smarter than those who only knew how to practice magic. Then, he wondered what those constellations were doing, being so mysterious. Butler could only reply that he didn't know, because he genuinely didn't know. Not wanting to get punched, the subordinate offered a bonus to his master. If he completed the new system quest, he could learn more about the constellations. That reminded him. Kim Joo-huk quickly opened that damn window to check, and it had a bit more information. It said he needed to go to the Great Forest I Valhalla, home of Meja Arona, to complete the quest. It sounded familiar, but he'd only seen it for the first time. The Great Forest I was the final destination in the first semester that he had to reach. If it weren't for this damned quest, Kim Joo-huk would have gone there after recovering his stamina. But it seemed he had to endure until then. No matter how foolish he was, he realized that until he completed the quest, he couldn't be expelled from the academy, and his secret needed to be kept safe. At the same time, in London, UK, at the Venk family mansion, Adelia, the vice head of the Venk family, sat grandly in her chair, listening to her subordinate report about Daira being summoned to South Korea by Roxanne. Hearing these names gave her a headache. Zero Venk, the troublesome child in the family and the worst thug. He had used the Venk family name to cause numerous scandals. At 19, he killed 5 people from the British Academy over an argument. So at 20, his name was completely removed from the Venk family. He had lived in seclusion for many years, and now he was going to meet Rox. Knowing that trouble was brewing, Adelia immediately ordered someone to monitor him before it was too late. Moreover, she didn't forget to send a message to Rox. If she found out he was doing anything shady, he would be expelled from the family. For Adelia, she disliked idlers. All of them gained the family's power without effort. That power was not for trash. It would all belong to her alone. The next day, even though it was class time, Kim Joo-huk's mind was completely elsewhere. While engrossed in random thoughts, the girl from the desk in front suddenly motioned to him, then handed him a piece of paper. As soon as he read it, his face changed, and his attitude shifted in a flash. because students were allowed to go out this week. As soon as class ended, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly wrote a permission slip. Ju Sojin had been trailing behind him, stuttering and unable to utter a single word, which completely annoyed him. Even though he had politely replied to that note, and she hadn't responded, he was already quite irritated. That girl just stood there, rambling nonsense. Ju Sojin only wanted to ask Kim Joo-hyuk how he was able to pierce that rock demon so easily. But as soon as the words were about to leave her mouth, she felt embarrassed, as if it were insulting her own pride. But before the girl could even finish her question, the teacher suddenly rushed out like a ghost, interrupting her, saying, "Tell me, how did you kill that rock demon?" For that teacher to suddenly appear and steal the girl's spotlight, it's truly a shame. Not only that, the teacher also invited Kim Joo-hyuk to become her assistant, promising many privileges, especially the chance to research various ways to defeat monsters. Watching the two of them leave, Ju Sojin cried silently. "Well, I guess I won't ask then." The next day, as he had researched beforehand, Kim Joo-hyuk carried his pile of treasures to a night market to sell them. The reason he sold at the night market was to avoid revealing his identity, and other similar items would also be sold there. This type of illegal market still exists because its creator is a guardian constellation called the Hidden Ruler. Because it was created and actively maintained by a constellation, high-level players frequently used it openly. Even though it was illegal, the government showed no signs of cracking down on it. This was also the reason he easily found a way to infiltrate it. Just as the online instructions said, Kim Joo-hyuk soon arrived. Looking at the surroundings, he felt it was somewhat strange yet familiar. The purple sky and the cloudy moon perfectly resembled the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. Putting aside the sky, moon, and clouds for a moment, Kim Joo-hyuk, looking bewildered, met the employee he had read about in the article. Holding out a stack of 2 million won to pay the market entrance fee, he was immediately welcomed like a VIP guest. From this guy, Kim Joo-hyuk received a mask and information on the most reputable trader. Following the directions, Kim Joo-hyuk arrived in front of Morris, who was considered the best buyer. Without wasting much time, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately pulled out a bag full of precious rings. Thinking they were cheap items, Morris initially seemed dismissive. However, as soon as he picked them up to inspect them, he was startled, saying, "I've seen all sorts of things, but this is an artifact from the era of destruction. Are the others the same?" "They're all from the same period." "Where did he get so many artifacts from?" Morris curiously asked where he got these things. But the rules of this place were not to ask about personal matters, so of course Kim Joo-hyuk didn't answer. He urged him to check quickly and say how much he could pay. Morris stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said he didn't know. He couldn't appraise them because these artifacts were from the era of destruction, and he didn't have enough capital to buy them. Kim Joo-hyuk was quite surprised, pressing him for a place to sell these items. Morris pointed towards the tall tower where the auction hall was located. However, it usually takes 2 to 3 weeks for one's turn because many people have booked in advance, and he would need to return to verify the payment again. It was all too complicated and troublesome. Even though it meant more money, Kim Joo-hyuk seemed dissatisfied, asking the old man if he could give him an estimate. Morris wrote down a number on the computer, so many zeros that the young man couldn't count them all. Although he knew they were valuable in his previous life, which is why he kept them, Kim Joo-hyuk never expected them to be worth so much money. Morris said that by his estimate, even if he sold his entire fortune, it would only amount to 3/4 of the total value of these items. Because he didn't want any hassle, Kim Joo-hyuk agreed to sell them for that amount, which made Morris incredibly surprised. Artifacts from the era of destruction are traded at high prices due to their age. There's also a big reason behind it, and that's thanks to the constellations. Constellations began appearing after the era ended, reacting strangely to artifacts from that era. It's said that an ordinary person was able to form a contract with constellations thanks to these artifacts. Morris meticulously admired the rings, the mana flowing through the details, the magic emanating from the items still clinging to them. He felt very lucky to be able to buy these bargains for such a small amount of money. Just then, someone suddenly appeared, astonishing Morris. because he had registered anonymously to auction off items. The owner of the Bracket Market personally came to greet him. Looking at the items in Morris's hand, Bracket also exclaimed in surprise, "It seems my guardian constellation really wants this ring." After the transaction was complete, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly left, his heart filled with joy at the sight of the money in his account. From now on, there's no need to worry about financial issues. If he runs short, he can just take from his ancient artifact stash. He still has tons of them. Just then, someone suddenly called his phone. When he answered, they spoke nonstop, not giving him a chance to get a word in. It turned out Professor Lilia was inviting him to lunch. He was already hungry, and it was a free meal, so why wouldn't he go? But people often say, a free meal comes with strings attached. The professor kept going on and on about inviting him to be a teaching assistant and offered quite a few benefits, such as scholarships and many allowances, getting to write a thesis with her, then being honored at the Monster Research Association, with fame and fortune to follow, blah blah. Especially, he'd get to go outside twice a week instead of once a month. Hearing so much made his head ache. Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't interested in any of the benefits. What he needed now was to go to Great Forest I, and he could only go there during the first-year final assessment exam. Even she, as a lecturer, couldn't help with that. Kim Joo-hyuk flatly refused the professor, saying he wouldn't become a teaching assistant or write a thesis with her, so she shouldn't fantasize. If one plan fails, try another. Lilia suggested she would share information if he revealed a little about how to attack various monsters. Kim Joo-hyuk, curious, asked what kind of information it was, but he'd expected something interesting, only to find it was about Choi Aaron, which left him completely uninterested. After eating his fill, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately stood up and headed home. Before leaving, he asked the professor, a little curiously, why she had to be so hard on her students. They were still young, and she was so strict in teaching them. As if struck where it hurt, Lilia began a long-winded explanation, but in short, she believed that as a lecturer on mystical monsters, it would be terrible not to work her hardest. Normally, monster attacks directly affect student survival rates, and students can't even remember basic attacks, which is why she has to be so strict with them. After listening, Kim Joo-hyuk retorted sharply that it was just her own desire, then bid her goodbye and farewell. In Siyang, at the private residence of the Choi family, Choi Janseok, the guild master of history and head of the Choi family, summoned his eldest son Choi Jinseon and second daughter Choi Aaron to ask them about their intentions before participating in the classification test. If they passed the test, they might have the opportunity to sign a contract through the holy relic, Treong Wando, a ritual to become a family successor. However, if they failed, they would be removed from the family register. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword, looking at them with a stern expression. So, will you participate? Both were a bit intimidated, so since their father had spoken, they both agreed. The classification test would be held in 3 weeks, so they would have plenty of time to prepare. On the way back, Choi Jinseon seemed to dislike Aaron, so he spoke some derogatory, contemptuous, and challenging words. When you said you'd participate in the classification test, didn't you see father's face? It seems you really want to become the head of the clan. Huh. You child of a wild beast, look at your face. I'm so scared. Don't delude yourself into thinking you will win the test. You can't even receive blessings from a constellation. So how could you fight against me, who has already signed a contract? What? Have you given up on your intention? Then just keep leeching off the family's money, and I'll make you pay it all back, my dear sister. A few days later, as time passed and the midterm exam approached, while the homeroom teacher passionately lectured on the rules and penalties for failing the exam, Kim Joo-hyuk below didn't hear a single word, vaguely pondering distant thoughts. All exams at Valhalla had significant meaning. For both midterm and final exams, a low score would result in immediate expulsion from school. So Kim Joo-hyuk was a little worried. The practical test was too simple, but the written test was a bit problematic. He needed to stay at this academy until the end of the semester to reach Great Forest, but he still didn't know how to achieve that. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk thought of a way. He subconsciously called out to the attendant, "Hey, you've attended most of the classes, haven't you? Then you take the exam for me." The attendant immediately refused, feeling it was so unfair. But even if he refused, it wouldn't matter. After a few threats from Kim Joo-hyuk, he still had to agree wholeheartedly. After class ended, Erin had already prepared her belongings a long time ago. She shyly approached Kim Joo-hyuk about training. Coincidentally, he also needed to practice with his weapon a bit, so he would teach her a little about swordsmanship. To call it sword training might be a bit complicated, but it was just teaching how to hold a sword, the basic movement a swordsman needs to know. According to Erin, it had been a long time since she had held her sword, ever since she trained physically with Kim Joo-hyuk. Normally, she would always practice. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her to draw her sword, but it seemed incorrect. He began to teach her little by little, putting force into her ring finger and pinky finger, gripping the hilt tightly. Erin now felt something different. There was no need to infuse mana into the sword, yet it felt more secure and stable than holding the sword with both hands. Come here. Show me everything you've got with that sword. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to wait for her display of strength. Erin's movement speed had increased significantly, thanks to those grueling days of training. Kim Joo-hyuk continuously showed her attack movements, how to focus power, and so on. And as expected, Erin was now much stronger. She secretly thanked Kim Joo-hyuk for helping her during that time. An hour later, both seemed exhausted. Kim Joo-hyuk told her to stop here. This was enough for today. Erin tiredly plopped onto the ground, looking at Kim Joo-hyuk standing there. A crazy idea flashed through her mind. She asked him if he could train with her next time. Kim Joo-hyuk thought for a moment. Fencing with Choi Erin would definitely teach him a lot, and teaching someone as talented as her was also quite fun. Since the opening ceremony, he had felt that she had a unique sword technique. Although she used a breathing technique, the feeling was very different. Thanks to this special sword talent, he could rediscover his own feelings. If it were 300 years ago, this girl would have been a worthy talent to be his disciple, but sadly not now. He wasn't free like that anymore. Feeling that teasing her was quite fun, Kim Joo-hyuk said that he didn't want to fight anymore. He thought Erin would whine and beg, but she just said she understood, which surprised him a little. Erin replied that since he was always right, she would listen to him no matter what. 2 weeks later, at Manhua Stadium, all the first-year students gathered here. Everyone knew the reason, except for one person. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered why he had to be here. Annoyed and sad, he complained that the homeroom teacher had mentioned this 2 weeks ago. If he could, he'd probably punch that teacher a few times. Without further ado, the head coach and teachers stepped out to explain the rules of Manhua's midterm exam. This time, the practical midterm assessment will be a dungeon raid. You will form teams and enter an artificial dungeon. You can join any team you like. I think 8 is a suitable number for each team, but you can decide to add or reduce the number of people. The school will only evaluate everyone based on their level of contribution in attacking the dungeon, and the elimination criterion is 5 hours. If you cannot pass the test within the given time, you will be eliminated. The dungeon difficulty is F+. Now begin the test. As soon as the announcement ended, the students rushed in a panic to form teams. The children of the 5 major families probably understood the key to the test. The remaining students either formed groups of 20 or went in groups of 8. If it wasn't well balanced, there would definitely be fights. When students stepped into the dungeon, points were already being tallied. However, there were exceptions. Everyone chose to join a team, but Kim Joo-hyuk decided to go alone. For him, the game was easy at this level. However, he wasn't the only one. Kim Joo-hyuk was quite surprised that Erin hadn't entered yet and was still standing there. Oh, it turns out she said that from now on she would follow his lead. Since he went in alone, she would do the same. Others who saw her invited her to join them, but Erin coldly refused. "Excuse me, I'll go in alone. I can do it. It's not that hard." That's what she told them before entering. In Manhua's control room, the supervisors were strictly monitoring and grading. The scores seemed low, as combat instructor Lee Sang-chun was the main grader. Before, when he was young, he was called the Dungeon Master, a legend with a 99% dungeon clear rate. Therefore, he understood the core of dungeon raiding better than anyone else. which is why Lee Sang-chun gave such scores. After observing for a while, the old man seemed quite pleased. There were quite a few talents this year, especially Jun Seo-jun. Excellent combat ability, textbook application of tactics, clever handling of situations, placing team members in specific positions, and commanding everyone to move to earn points. And best of all, this kid formed teams with group members mid-battle to ensure they would complete this dungeon. Anyway, Jun Seo-jun was quite good. It's just that this year, she happened to run into Kim Joo-hyuk, so her record was tarnished. Speaking of which, the old instructor immediately searched for Kim Joo-hyuk. But what the hell, strangely, no name appeared. Lee Sang-chun wondered if the machine was broken. Shouldn't it be able to find all information about students who entered the dungeon? Just thinking about it felt wrong. The instructor opened the list of those who had completed it to check. Oh, so it's here. Sure enough, Kim Joo-hyuk's name was right there, clear as day. The instructor was astonished, unable to believe he completed it solo. And the completion time was only 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Anyway, this had never happened at Valhalla. The instructor didn't believe it, but he still had to rewatch the recording to confirm. One monster, two monsters, then a whole nest were cut down by Kim Joo-hyuk without missing a single blow. After the goblins came the orcs, slashing, slicing, dicing. In just a few minutes, he was standing right in front of the boss. It was a golem specially created for the midterm exam. But Kim Joo-hyuk dealt with it in just one swift strike. His stats were like 8 people combined. Watching this scene, Lee Sang-chun gave a helpless smile. It seemed the top spot in this exam belonged to Kim Joo-hyuk. The exam quickly ended. Some were happy, but others had to use canes. Looking at the results, the homeroom teacher was speechless. Seeing this, the head instructor immediately explained, "I expected him to be first, but I didn't think he could clear the dungeon alone without a scratch." If he continues to develop and pursue this profession, Korea might be able to reclaim the title of the only one. That was the title for the strongest contractor. Kim Lee-gun stammered, asking again. The head instructor, realizing he might have been too hasty, simply brushed it off, replying, "Perhaps because no great talents have appeared for a long time, I got a little excited and said that." But this wasn't entirely unexpected. The name at the top of the second rank, Choi Erin, was the most surprising thing for them. Lee Sang-chun never thought she'd go solo, but the truth was, she completed it. Though it took some time, and she sustained quite a few injuries. He wondered aloud to the homeroom teacher. If this test was about teamwork, Jun Seo-jun would definitely have a higher score. But Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Erin received higher scores due to their contribution levels. The results are in, so I won't discuss it further. Although the instructor said that, Kim Lee-gun still had some doubts. He had met the girl back when she was in the Chanjin Guild. Erin was like a model student, only focused on sword practice. But now she had the idea of clearing a dungeon alone. It was insane. For a moment, he thought Kim Joo-hyuk might have incited her, but then he quickly dismissed that crazy thought. The next day, as expected, the leaderboard results astonished everyone. Roxel Venchik looked at Kim Joo-hyuk's name prominently displayed and felt utterly annoyed. Turning to his assistant, he asked, "Is this her in Korea? Call him immediately." Julia knew something was up, but as an errand girl, she obediently complied. That same day, at the Zamshu Cyan restaurant, Roxel rushed out to meet Zisura. As soon as he saw him, the scarred man waved a greeting. Then, as if he hadn't eaten in decades, he sliced a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. While eating, Zisura mumbled, "So, the guy you want me to take care of, Kim Joo-hyuk, what did he do?" Having waited a long time for a chance to speak, Roxel immediately replied, "Nothing. He just annoys me with his low-class origins. Please send him back to where he belongs." "Oh, so he's a classist. All beings are equal, but he's superior." Zisura tried to finish his bite of beef, then looked up and asked him, "Can I kill him?" Roxel indifferently nodded, saying, "It's up to you." Then Zisra pointed at Julia and revealed that he had just killed an old lady and her family for being too chatty, making her tremble like a leaf. Afterward, He let out a gruesome laugh and told Roxil to prepare his payment. A week later, as the top student in the exam, Kim Joo-hyuk was allowed to go out for a bit. The senior instructor, seeing this, kept grumbling. "Didn't you just go out, sir?" Not wanting to argue with this talkative person, Kim Joo-hyuk stated he needed to retrieve his notes in Suwon. Carrying his luggage and with Google Maps activated, he wandered to a hill. Just as he was about to sit down, enjoy the view, eat a snack, and drink some tea, someone bothered him. Kim Joo-hyuk stopped abruptly and asked the person in front of him their name, origin, and what the hell they were doing there. Zisura, of course, didn't answer. He ignored the question and started rambling. "You must be wondering why it's me, not someone else, who found you on this mountain." Kim Joo-hyuk knew, of course. He used to be a sword king. He wasn't stupid. "So, you mean after you're done, you'll leave here as if nothing happened?" Exactly. They met an understanding comrade, October 10th. Both immediately took a defensive stance and charged into battle. Kim Joo-hyuk threw his backpack down with a thud. Zisura aggressively threw a punch. As the hand was about to touch his cheek, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately dodged, and the punch missed its target, slamming straight into the tree in front of him, breaking it in half. Zisura seemed incredibly excited, turning to his opponent and threatening, "Oh, you're quite lucky. You dodged that blow. If you hadn't, you'd know your own fate, wouldn't you?" Kim Joo-hyuk wearily sneered and replied, "Luck? No, I dodged because your move was too slow." Glancing at the artwork he had caused over there, he wasn't stupid enough not to realize that the guy was definitely very strong. This bastard might even be equal to, or even stronger than Oh-se-hyo. Kim Joo-hyuk judged that it was too dangerous for him. This frail body couldn't possibly withstand a single blow. Therefore, among the 36 stratagems, running away is the best option. Couldn't let the prey escape. Zisura excitedly chased after him, thinking it would be an easy kill, but unexpectedly, halfway through, Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly turned back and punched him in the face, sending him sprawling on the ground. When fighting, you must disable the opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned sinisterly, raised his leg, and delivered a powerful kick to his face. In the nick of time, by some miracle, Zisura gritted his teeth, twisted his body, and spun around to dodge the blow. Otherwise, he'd have needed surgery immediately. He stood up resentfully, wiping the blood from his nose and mouth, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Bastard, what you just did surprised me." Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't to be outdone, replying in an instant, "You must have known I'm the top-ranked at Manhua." Zisura fell silent upon hearing that. He knew, but he didn't understand what kind of potion Kim Joo-hyuk had taken to become so strong. Members of the Venchik family used their family's talent to enhance their combat status, even if only slightly. That family's talent was an innate ability in pharmacology. Zisura could easily use any pharmaceutical given to him. His parents had given him hundreds of thousands of bottles of enhancement drugs. That's why at the age of 16, he was stronger than an adult. His parents wanted to gain recognition for their family through him, but once he'd grown wings, Zisura didn't want to live his entire life under their control, and he sent his parents off, then was expelled from the family by the self-proclaimed head. But Zisura didn't care. In this dark world, most problems could be solved with money when receiving a commission, and he became even more reckless after his ties with the family ended. When he received the commission from Roxil, Roxil also offered cash, but on second thought, Zisura found Kim Joo-hyuk more interesting, so he only asked for his life. He wondered how fun it would be to play with the top-ranked person in the entrance exam, who was also considered insane for insulting and eliminating all the association spies. However, when facing Kim Joo-hyuk, he had another question. "Who is this guy?" Zisura was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke up. "Hey, what kind of drug do you use to be so strong? I don't think it's any cheap pharmaceutical that an orphan like you could afford." Kim Joo-hyuk burst out laughing upon hearing that. He found it so funny, he had to hold his stomach for a long time before replying. "Drugs, huh? Ha ha. Ah, you lunatic. What nonsense are you spouting? So you're a guy who uses performance-enhancing drugs, huh?" Zisura felt insulted, but still stubbornly asked again. Did you really not use drugs to get stronger? The more Kim Joo-hyuk listened to this idiot's nonsense, the more excited he became, wanting to jump in and fight him. He stretched his shoulders and neck while replying, "Of course not, you moron. I got stronger through diligent practice and training. In a way, I could compare you to Osei Hyo, but that would be too rude to compare someone with natural muscles to a guy like you." Suddenly being insulted, Zisra's face turned redder than a monkey eating chili. He pulled out his weapon and muttered, "You son of a bitch, you're finished now." But has he been chewing too much grass, causing him to have delusions or something? He had just pulled out his knife, enveloped in a surge of magical power, and was about to say something clever. But before he could open his mouth, he took a painful blow to the head. "You think I'll let you off that easy, huh? You're a complete idiot, aren't you? What kind of moron waits for their opponent to power up?" Kim Joo-hyuk said, verbally assaulting him while beating him senseless. "His mouth is just incredible. 10 out of 10, no buts approved." Zisra raised his hand, begging for mercy, but this was nothing. Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed his hair, pulled his face close, and smiled savagely. "You can't pass out yet, you dumb drug addict. I was going to spare you, but the only thing you did was try to provoke me into a fight. But you said you'd take care of me, so I can't let you go. Anyway, I'm going to ask you a few questions, so bite down hard." Seeing the fist in front of him, Zisra was scared witless, his face pale as he cried out in despair. "Indeed, if you walk in the dark often, you'll eventually meet a ghost. A gutter trying to rival the ocean? Dream on, sweetie." At the same time, at the Van Holla dormitory, Roxil was eagerly awaiting good news from his senior. He was absolutely certain that Kim Joo-hyuk was already gone by now, but he never imagined that the one who would need a coffin was Zisra. Roxil happily called Julia, with the car ready to go out and clean up the body. Just then, a call came in, and he excitedly grabbed the phone to answer. "Yes, bro. Have you dealt with him yet, bro?" The other end of the line went silent. Then agonizing groans came through, followed by a familiar voice. "I bet you have no idea what the hell is going on, huh? Wonder what kind of expression you'll make. Here, let me interpret for your buddy. If I die, light 2 incense sticks for me. Wait for me." He turned pale after hearing that. He hung up immediately, not even having time to say another word. Now he was scared, scared that what he did would be exposed, scared that he would face retribution. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the news reached the family's ears. He held his head, saying nothing, but deep down he was plotting to destroy him again. He thought that he was just a lowly commoner, so nothing would happen. It would be fine if they kept it quiet for a while. Meanwhile, after dealing with that blockhead, the master and disciple continued carrying their backpacks, searching for relics. Bak Cho thought more and more, not understanding, so he spoke up and asked, "Did that guy you just hit forget to bring his brain when he came? Why didn't you just finish him off?" Exasperated with his troublesome student, he had to answer his questions. If it were his past self, he would have easily taken the guy's head off, but now he was just a high school student. That made sense. Bak Cho continued stroking his chin in contemplation. "Oh, by the way, there's something that worries me. I'm talking about the magic that guy emitted earlier. It felt strangely familiar. If he could have released more, I would have been able to confirm it, but I've encountered this before. Don't you feel anything? Oh, so it's magic. I didn't feel anything special because I was never a demon, so I just ignored him." Back to what the guy confessed after having a few fingers broken. He looked at him and gently whispered, "Oh, right, I dislocated your jaw, didn't I?" Then he put his hand into the guy's mouth and snapped his teeth and jaw back in place. Now he could open his mouth. He remained stubborn, but after seeing his fingers being broken one by one, he had to speak up. "Sent me. I am from the First Clan. I accepted the commission as a mercenary." According to what he said, the Constellations were the first race to worship the blade-faced blade, and he was also a person with a covenant with a constellation. He confidently boasted that if he had had 30 more seconds to channel his power, the outcome of the battle would have been different. Hearing this guy talk nonsense gave him a headache. He was about to spare him if he repented, but he thought again. The First Clan was a name he seemed to have heard before, so he immediately searched for it online. A series of trending news articles appeared, mostly not very positive. He was quite annoyed, so he didn't bother looking for notes anymore and went to settle the score with that bastard. To teach this scoundrel a lesson, he came up with a bold idea. In this era, one must use high technology, not just brute force. Fortunately, he had recorded all of the confession, so now he just needed to find a place to post it. Easy game. You guys thought you were smart messing with me. Huh. He immediately called his aunt to ask for a favor. She thought he was calling to ask to be an assistant, so she happily answered right away. That's not why I called. Do you know any reporters? He answered immediately, cutting off her thoughts. The very next day, news about the family plotting to murder a student quickly became a trending search. The content had been embellished, but ultimately, it still focused deeply on the family, and netizens had a drama to follow, discussing it nonstop. Looking at the result he created, he smiled with satisfaction. This was the true face of modern warfare. Bak Cho also had to praise him, saying that for someone who lived 300 years ago, his adaptation to modern culture was lightning fast. When he was first reincarnated, he also faced many difficulties, but he focused on getting used to everything by browsing all forums and watching the news, which is why he's so savvy now. Reading through all the newly published articles, he was bored and complained, but it was truly regrettable. I only wanted to target him, but all the reporters went and published this, attacking the family instead. What he didn't expect was that because of this, the head of the family had to hold a press conference to apologize. In front of the cameras, she showed a sincere attitude, but denied any wrongdoing and didn't take responsibility, only feeling regretful and promising to visit and personally apologize to the victim without any further explanation. He was green with shock from reading the news. Just then, his father called to inform him that he had to return to England immediately by order of the family. The next day, for personal gain, with his prison sentence reduced to only 5 years, he sold himself out, claiming to be the mastermind behind the incident instead of that scumbag. He was transported like cargo on a prisoner's ship across the Pacific Ocean to the prison tower. This place was a prison of deprivation personally created by an S-rank constellation, a prison that could turn fake contractors into ordinary humans. He was happily thinking to himself that all he needed to do was keep his mouth shut to stay in the family. If he succeeded, they would reduce his sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. What's 5 years anyway? His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a terrifying voice from beside him. What an ugly face! He barely managed to look up before the man's head was severed, leaving no time for a final word. At the family mansion, his father and his son were bowing respectfully before the person opposite them. "What do you plan to do now?" she asked. The father and son quickly kowtowed an apology, but that wasn't enough to soothe the family head's wrath. If people could just apologize after killing someone, this world would be chaos, wouldn't it? After hearing his evasive explanation, the person opposite became even angrier. A terrifying surge of mana emanated, scaring them out of their wits. She leaned in close to his face and said, "What should we do now, Name?" The guy finally felt fear, cowering like a dog about to be put on the operating table. He immediately knelt down. "I will do anything to restore our family's honor." Hearing him speak, she found it increasingly ridiculous. The only way to restore the family's honor was to disown him, wasn't it? Upon hearing disown, the old man beside him intervened. "Family head, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh?" She spun around and asked him, "Do you want to end up like your son too?" The old man fell silent for a moment, not daring to utter another word. At this moment, she wanted to immediately disown and kill this father and son, but doing so would be tantamount to admitting he was behind everything. After a moment's thought, the family head reluctantly spoke, subtly dismissing them. "For now, I won't expel you. Go back and keep your mouth shut. After I meet with him, I will reconsider. You may leave now." Even though he was spared, he wasn't so foolish as not to realize that he would eventually be disowned. It was just that the media was currently involved, so she couldn't do anything yet. So, before that happens, he would have to do something, because currently, nothing could stop him. He looked at his father and said, "Father, you must help me too, Father." The old man had always pampered his precious son, so he knew exactly what was implied without needing to ask. He could only caution him to be discreet, no matter what happened. Truly a fine father and son, rotten from the top, both of them. A few days later, at the academy, when he heard that the head of the family would personally come to apologize, he felt truly bothered and didn't want to meet her at all. But ultimately, under the persuasion of his homeroom teacher, and because they were the family that poured the most money into this academy, he reluctantly agreed. She entered with an extremely aristocratic air, but he didn't even acknowledge her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, name. I am the head of the family name, family." He replied with only a few perfunctory words. "Ah, yeah, nice to meet you too." They stared at each other awkwardly for a while. She was the first to speak. "We issued an official announcement right after the attack, but unfortunately, both the media and the public don't believe this information. So I wanted to tell you this, and I also want to open an opportunity for us to resolve this misunderstanding. Can you help us, name?" "Oh my goodness, this is too much." She talks as if her words are true. What a scumbag. "No," he replied with just one word without even thinking. Why bother thinking too much and get a headache? To persuade him, she listed many benefits, from full backing and support until graduation, to securing a job after graduation, and painting a picture of a path to becoming a top hunter in South Korea. Just hearing it made his mouth water, but he was rich and didn't care. He pointed directly at her and shot back. "I don't need a reward or anything. I just want to see how you live with the shame that has been brought upon the family's name." She was truly enraged. The initial air of superiority was gone, replaced by a terrifying expression, emanating words like, "You uncivilized trash. Who do you think you're talking to? I came to this smelly academy to make you feel comfortable and for your convenience. And yet you dare to act arrogant? Should I just kill you right here, right now? I wanted to be generous and give you an opportunity. But you just threw it away like that?" Her sharp tongue is something else. She sounds super cool and badass, but he's no pushover either. "I perfect this, no bu. When it comes to arguing, you're second to none. Didn't you say your family had nothing at all to do with the assassination attempt on me? To make that lie more convincing, you were willing to pour a lot of money and time into me. But now you're trying to kill me? Oh, and anyway, even if you actually attacked me, you still wouldn't be able to kill me." He was so furious he wanted to flip the table, but he couldn't do anything but grab his clothes and leave, not forgetting to remind them to remember his face first. After everything quieted down, he complained, "Does the teacher really need to make such a big deal out of it? Even though I'm a constellation, I don't want to get involved in this petty stuff." He was already pissed off, and then he found someone to vent his stress on, who told him to be so chatty right when the teacher was angry. He pulled out that guy and cursed him, making him unable to lift his head. So tired of these rich people, he decided to drag his weak body to the training room a little early. However, as the drama king, he ran into bad luck everywhere he went. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the training ground, he bumped into two siblings arguing there. Listening in, he heard them belittling and forcing someone not to attend the entrance exam, which infuriated him. So he had to speak up like a hero. He jumped in, verbally attacking, pointing straight at the opponent's face to look tough. "You bastard, yes you. Why do you want to stop someone who has poured so much sweat and effort into training from giving up?" Suddenly, some idiot rushed out talking nonsense. He calmly asked who he was. "Do you even know who my dad is to dare curse like that?" He didn't care whose dad it was. If he hated it, he'd curse everyone. If you want more, he'll give it right back. Why are there so many wretched people today who like to flaunt their fake power? I don't care if you're a king, president, or whatever. Don't you dare intrude on academy grounds and demand anything from a student. If you're done barking, then get lost." After cursing, he immediately turned to Choi Aaron for approval. The girl, who had been invisible until now, agreed wholeheartedly when her name was called. Suddenly being cursed at, Choi Jong-gun didn't want to argue anymore. He angrily stormed off at once. And of course, he left behind a few final words for his beloved younger sister. "You'll understand the problem during the test, Choi Aaron." like a drowning person clutching a life raft. She immediately turned back to thank Kim Joo-hyuk for his support, like a torn leaf helping a diamond leaf. But Aaron was crazier than he thought. She emphasized that if it were her, after cursing, she wouldn't say get lost, but mother asterisk 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 her. Before she could finish, he jumped in, cutting her off, dragging them into the grueling training room. Too much time had already been wasted on that scoundrel. A few days later, Kim Joo-hyuk once again carried his gear to a hill near Saihung to begin his treasure hunt. The waiting elder curiously asked in a low voice, "Didn't you already find a lot of artifacts and stored stones from your old records, master?" He still doesn't understand that human greed is boundless. Of course, Kim Joo-hyuk had, but he still wanted to know how many things were left in the remaining records, and he thought there might be some miracle hidden within. If he found them, he might be able to overcome the significant physical weaknesses of this frail body. At the same time, countless journalists and reporters were gathered at the Choi Jin family mansion. They were there because today was the day of the family selection test. Inside, family head Choi Jong-suk asked his two children one last time to be sure. "The selection test is about to begin, as your father previously announced. Those who pass the selection test will be recognized as the family's heir. Failure means expulsion. Are you both ready?" There, yes, we are, pleased him, and he continued to explain the rules of the test. The task of this test is to find the pair of twin blades hidden on the mountain. Whoever finds the twin blades and brings them before me will be declared the winner of this test. It doesn't matter how you do it, but killing is strictly forbidden. Now let the test begin. The signal was given, and Choi Erin immediately ran frantically into the forest to search. In contrast, her older brother was quite leisurely. He had already set up a plan. He just needed to wait until she found the twin blades, then rush out and snatch them, and everything would end smoothly, and the patriarch's position would be his. He's truly a gluttonous slacker. If you want to eat without working, you'll only eat sh*t. No sooner said than done. He quickly put his dirty plan into action. Meanwhile, his sister sniffed and searched everywhere, nearly out of breath, until she finally found the direction where the twin blades were hidden. Then the older brother boldly emerged and asked some superfluous questions. "Are you busy looking for it using magical traces? Who taught you that move?" Choi Erin was a good girl. She would answer anyone who asked, and this time was no different. She replied with two words, "Joo-hyuk," then drew her sword and took a defensive stance, preparing for a solo battle. Before that, her friend had taught her to relax her entire body and use her fingertips and toes to weakly release magic, then gradually spread that magic throughout the body until she could feel the magic present even in every strand of her hair. Sensing magic slowly and gradually, she could also feel the magic emanating from those around her. Thanks to that, it was easy to perceive the residual magic on the ground or in the air. That's truly incredible, isn't it, just like a dog? But thanks to what Kim Joo-hyuk had taught her, she was gradually approaching her goal. It was just that her wretched older brother had rushed out to block her way. Hearing the name of the person who had insulted him before, Choi Jong-gun laughed disdainfully. He approached his younger sister and sneered, "Kim Joo-hyuk, I know now. Isn't that the shameless guy who was with you earlier? That guy looks so stupid, but he has talent." Insulting her was fine, but insulting Kim Joo-hyuk meant this guy was asking for death. Choi Erin bit her lip, then retorted, "He's stronger than someone like you. Why are you here?" Choi Jong-gun looked like he'd been scratched in just the right spot. He gleefully drew his sword and struck forward. "Why do you think?" "This is the reason I'm here." He thought his sister was still as weak as a snail, so he put on a very arrogant, self-important face. But after being aggressive for a few seconds, reality slapped him square in the face. Choi Jong-gun blocked the attack and wondered, "Wait, not only is she resisting, but she's pushing me back. What the hell? Since when did she get this strong?" Choi Erin attacked continuously, swinging her sword without feeling tired. Choi Jong-gun panted like an ox and complained, "Did you learn how to be a wild boar at school? I see you're hitting harder now." Choi Erin didn't care. These empty words didn't bother her pure heart. She replied to him instantly, "Give up searching for the twin blades." Now he was truly enraged, being beaten by a girl without being able to dodge, and then told to give up. No man could take that. Choi Jong-gun exploded in fury, kicking off her momentum, then lunged straight at the girl. Choi Aaron assessed the situation, immediately swung her sword upwards, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. While her opponent dropped his weapon, she spun the hilt of her sword and thrust it into his stomach. Choi Jong-gun took the full combo, directly ending up pissing himself on the ground. Only then did the girl dare to breathe a sigh of relief. She was initially confident she'd land at least one blow, but she never expected it to be such a fatal one. Not having much time to care, Choi Aaron picked up her weapon and prepared to rush off to get the twin blades. "You don't actually think you've won, do you?" The question from behind made the girl freeze for a few seconds. When she turned to look, her opponent was already in an uncontrollable state, covered by a layer of dark mana. "You're an evil person. Have you become demonic?" "Why?" Choi Aaron looked at him and asked. Choi Jong-gun remained silent. He simply charged with his sword, aiming for a vital spot to stab. Aaron couldn't dodge in time and took a blow across her stomach. It turned out he had joined a group called the Cult of the Tao, the third most dangerous villain group in the world, which was why he had such power now. She clutched her wound, looked up at her brother with a curious gaze. "Is joining them better? What about your life?" A question so ignorant it made the listener laugh. Choi Jong-gun carried the knife on his shoulder and replied frankly, "Listen, I want ultimate power and authority. I want to break free from the mundane desires of having it all." And then he went on a rant, complaining about his life as the eldest son of the Choi Jin family, having to be a perfect role model. The only reason he was still in the Jinsa Guild was because of his old man's supervision and his desire for the clan head position. And most importantly, the condition to enter the Tomb Worship Association was the family's ancient twin blades. If his older sister, Choi Aaron, hadn't participated in the first selection test 10 years ago, he would have had that ancient artifact. It's just that he was 12 years old then and couldn't control his desires. So before searching for the twin blades, he killed her on the mountain. But it was bad luck. He still couldn't find the artifact, got seriously injured, and failed the test. But now that he's older, he can't let the same mistake happen again. Choi Jong-gun picked up his sword with an excited expression. "Send my regards to your sister, too." Aaron could only sit there helplessly, waiting for death. Anyway, she no longer had the strength to resist. However, it's not over till it's over. It's only truly finished when you're 6 feet under. Just as her life hung by a thread, and he was about to lightly pierce her head, Kim Joo-hyuk appeared like a divine figure, blocking the blade in the nick of time. He looked at the guy and exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? What crazy brother points a sword at his sister's neck?" No sooner had he spoken than the guy was sent flying several feet away. It turned out Kim Joo-hyuk had come to find the treasure, which was right there, so he managed to rush out and intervene in time. Otherwise, Aaron would only get to come home twice a month. Suddenly interrupted, Choi Jong-gun furiously charged forward, yelling, "This is my family's private matter, so get lost." Big words, but he still missed, and then took a combo attack from Kim Joo-hyuk, immediately collapsing. He thought that was the end, but no, the guy was still going strong. Choi Jong-gun slowly stood up, a massive surge of demonic energy erupting from his sword. Now completely out of control, his mind filled with only death, he attacked his opponent. "This bastard, just a first year at Valhalla, and you think you can defeat the leader of a crime syndicate?" He charged forward with all his might, ranting and shouting. Kim Joo-hyuk was no pushover. Although the guy attacked with a magic-infused sword, he still managed to dodge it. He even turned around and schooled the self-proclaimed crime boss. Realizing he had no other option, he pulled a stone from his person and proceeded to suck on it. Oh, it turned out to be an artificial holy relic containing power from the contracted constellation. Choi Jong-gun, freshly buffed, unleashed a surge of magic, as if to flaunt his power, enveloping the entire sky. The reporters, and even the head of the Choi Jin family, were shocked. Traditionally, they don't intervene in selection tests, But this situation was too dangerous, so he had to go and see for himself. The father was worried, while the son was the cause of all the trouble. Choi Jong-gun excitedly said, "That's a special effect, part of the power I gained from contracting with the constellation. This will be your grave." Following his words, a series of notifications about the constellation's appearance popped up. The destruction dragon recognized the holy relic and descended. The destruction dragon bared its fangs as if it hadn't been this joyful in a long time. The destruction dragon blah blah. After much bluster, the dragon activated its skill, Eye of Greed. But facing Kim Joo-hyuk, it got a little scared, retracted its eye immediately, and then reactivated the eye as if it were insane. Finally, the more it looked at Kim Joo-hyuk, the more panicked it became, to the point of outright refusing the Holy Relic's call, canceling the contract, and scrambling away. If it hadn't, even a constellation would have been pushing up daisies. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the bewildered guy and used the hilt of his sword to give him a bonus hit. At the residence of the Tomb Worship Association's president, Dragon King Hannibal. He was reprimanded severely by that dragon for daring to cause such big trouble for it. Suddenly cursed without knowing why. He could only bow his head and grit his teeth, enduring, then swore to himself that he would find out everything. What could have frightened a constellation so much? After finding his item, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly returned to his dorm room, holding the divine martial arts book in his hand. His heart was overflowing with joy. He hugged it and inhaled deeply. This is a book containing a breathing technique for cultivating inner energy that can raise a person's magic power to a very high level. The old man curiously asked, "Is it different from the technique you used in your previous life?" Kim Joo-hyuk excitedly said that the breathing technique he used before was just trash. When he was weak, he just randomly bought one from the market, mastered it, and used it until the end. It wasn't anything formidable. Backer heard that and was scared stiff. He just bought it randomly, but still climbed to the top of the server. And yet he simplifies it so much. If he got a good item, he'd probably wipe out everyone. Furthermore, previously, before finding the divine martial arts, Kim Joo-hyuk couldn't change his breathing technique anymore because the old technique had already become deeply ingrained in him. Therefore, when he fought Backer, he was defeated. But not anymore. He will start over in this life with a new cultivation method. Kim Joo-hyuk showed a wicked smile, then mysteriously stroked the book, having already devised a new plan in his mind. "I'll stop physical training for a while because I need to learn the divine martial arts first," he thought. While he was happy, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Backer. He curiously asked if the previous outcome on the mountain had a good ending. Kim Joo-hyuk was brimming with confidence. He heard someone approaching, so he left. And he had also strictly warned Aaron not to expose him, so nothing would happen. Only the Choi Jin family was in trouble. Because the press came to photograph their family successor selection test, the event was immediately reported in the news. The Choi Jin family did something shameful. It's no surprise they conspired with the world's worst villainous gang, the heretical cultists, is what the journalists wrote. However, that wasn't all. Besides Choi Rang-un being handed over to the police, the association also sent them a letter as a warning. As luck would have it, Erin's injuries weren't too severe, and she was taken for treatment. A few articles mentioned her as a hero for defeating a cult member. The situation was quite complicated, but it seemed the press was supporting this. A subordinate, seeing the clan head still a bit worried, spoke up. "So, isn't it a relief, sir? This selection test ended in chaos, but the next clan head has been determined. These articles will help her firmly establish her position as the successor." The clan head felt it was true, but still had some doubts about Erin defeating Rang-un herself. A few days later, Erin seemed to have recovered from the recent accident, but she couldn't continue training with Kim Joo-hyuk because her current health didn't allow it, and he was busy with his breathing techniques lately, so he didn't have time to push himself either. While recalling the key points, Backer remembered a few clues about the magic energy used by that rocked guy and also Rang-un. However, he still felt something was being obscured. He needed to find a way to satisfy the second condition for this mental barrier to be removed. The second condition, the vision of the great primeval forest, was something Kim Joo-hyuk could hardly access, because he could only go there during the final exam. While scratching his head in frustration, pondering whether to go search for the vision of the great primeval forest, or whatever, the teacher called him to the office for a talk. Well, specifically, there was an inter-school competition next month, so the school considered selecting participants and decided to choose those with the highest scores in this midterm exam. Of course, Kim Joo-hyuk couldn't escape the fate of being sent to do it. Before the teacher could even open his mouth, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly replied, "I refuse." Kim Lee-gun was taken aback, but Kim Lee-gun didn't say it. He looked at him and replied, "I haven't even gotten to the important part yet." With so much to do at home, and having to sit here listening to him ramble, Kim Joo-hyuk urged him to speak faster. The three largest hunter training academies in the world, Manhua from Korea, White Lotus from China, and Howket from America, will each select a number of first-year students as representatives to compete against each other. The competition includes duels, maze escape, and many other challenges. It sounded like a headache. Kim Joo-hyuk yawned, waiting for the interesting part, but it never came. Just as he was about to refuse again, the teacher adopted a mysterious air and said, "But don't you urgently need to reach the vision of the great primeval forest soon?" That question immediately changed Kim Joo-hyuk's attitude. He waited curiously for him to continue. "Yes, that's where the final exam will take place, and the inter-school competition will also be held there. Basically, it will be no different from the final exam. And of course, whoever passes that test will be exempt from the final exam." That sounds appealing. Why didn't you say so earlier and save us some time? With this condition, Kim Joo-hyuk naturally agreed to participate immediately. At the same time in the United Kingdom, the head of the Venchik family, Adelia, was interrogating her servant about their ongoing plan and the whereabouts of the Rockland father and son. Family matters were not worth discussing, but the servant was gossiping about external affairs and reported shocking news to her. "I heard they're building a house with paper bills at the market," verbatim from that fellow's words. To put it mildly, that strange jewel meant cash. And according to him, for this robbery, Black Cat is directly responsible. But Black Cat, who is supposedly responsible, doesn't even know what the hell his constellation is planning. He only heard the constellation say this was a gift, just a gift for someone, and his constellation also asked Black Cat to quickly find the whereabouts of the person who sold that ring as fast as possible. The next day, while Kim Lee-gun was diligently working, head coach Lee Sang-cheon came up to ask him if the members for the upcoming inter-school competition had been chosen yet. Kim Lee-gun nodded okay, then handed him the list of those who would participate. Lee Sang-cheon was startled to see Kim Joo-hyuk's name there too. He couldn't believe that clumsy kid also agreed. Seeing him look curious, Kim Lee-gun explained that initially he didn't want to participate, but when he learned it would take place in the eye of the great forest, he abruptly changed his mind, turning as fast as a rice paper cracker. Lee Sang-cheon didn't say anything, but in his heart, he knew that he seemed to be here for some mysterious purpose. As the head coach, he asked the teacher to arrange an empty schedule for him to meet those youths and give them some instructions. The 5 participating students were all present: Oh Se-hyu, Ju So-jeon, Choi Aaron, Jo Young-jin, and Kim Do-hyu. With all the participants gathered, the teacher entered and immediately got to the main point. Specifically, there were a total of 3 competition parts to complete. The first was a duel between students, similar to the entrance exam. The second part was team combat, where 5 academy members would form a team and face off against other students. But uniquely, all 3 teams would fight at the same time. And the final part involved the eye of the great forest. Hearing what he needed, Kim Do-hyu immediately fell silent and pricked up his ears, so as not to miss a single word. Lee Sang-cheon briefly mentioned the terrain of that forest. The eye of the great forest was a maze, and true to its name, it was a forest full of trees. Unlike a normal forest, the gate was strictly guarded and designed so that not even a fly could get through. The only way to enter was through the main gate, and each person's specific task would be assigned on the day itself. Since there wasn't much time left, the teacher continued to explain the specific details and format of the internal team battle. Once that was done, they would immediately proceed to training, At this point, Kim Do-hyu suddenly raised his hand with an idea. "Can I practice alone, sir?" The teacher surprisingly agreed immediately, and even asked if anyone else wanted to. Erin once said that whatever Kim Do-hyu did, she would do the same, so she also wanted to train in peace. And even her participation in the competition was because he was participating, which made her agree to join the team. With their work finished, everyone quickly left. Suddenly, Erin turned to Kim Do-hyu and asked, "Should I participate in training?" Kim Do-hyu was quite surprised, but he also understood her current condition, so he gave her some advice. Erin currently had a rather strange idea. She wanted to become stronger with him and to help him achieve what he wanted, just as he had helped her. A month later, the first day of the inter-school competition, the students of Manhua all came to cheer and were very excited. Among them, Rodin Venchik also came to watch the show. Before that, he had used his father's money to hire a group of assassins with the mission to eliminate Kim Do-hyu. They were the Samson group of Insenza, a veteran assassination squad consisting of 3 people who had never failed together. But that was before. Now that they were up against Kim Do-hyu, it was very much up in the air. They had plotted to eliminate him on the 3rd day of the competition in the eye of the Great Forest by sneaking in behind another contestant, because they had received news that during that part of the competition, there would only be surveillance cameras and no judges would enter the forest. To begin the competition, Valhalla Council Chairman Sin-dun gave a speech and introduced each school's representative. Looking at the youngsters below, head coach Lee Sang-cheon felt a bit troubled in his heart. He was deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by the veteran guide Brave Jack Rover. As soon as he saw his colleague, the teacher sarcastically remarked that they were 3rd place, while his own school was no different last year. Jack Rover confidently said that this year would definitely be different, because this time, the son of the head of the contractors, the only one present, was Logan's son. Logan. And he had made a contract with the destroyer of all things. Even if he wasn't as good as his father, he could defeat an adult contractor in a snap. Lee Sang-cheon just grunted after hearing that, then coldly told his friend, "You'll understand that reaction soon, after you watch this match." The first match was Kim Do-hyu of Valhalla and Logan of Heroes. The rules of the game were announced. Basically, whoever defeated their opponent first would win. Even if hitting weak points with weapons, the arena's system will automatically reduce damage. Instead, it'll send electric currents causing pain to the target. So feel free to attack. There won't be any interference. Kim Do-hyu always slept in class, so he was quite curious why a protection system was needed here. Backer, exasperated, explained to the clueless teacher that they needed to have combat abilities throughout Day 1 and Day 2, so they could also participate on Day 3. The start signal rang out. Kim Do-hyu rushed forward to attack first, but his punch was blocked. His opponent looked at him disdainfully and asked a perfunctory question. "Do you think you're very strong?" Kim Do-hyu replied politely for a moment, then immediately changed his expression and uttered challenging words. "But how long can you withstand my blows?" Saying that, he spun his fist and gave his opponent a blow to the stomach. He lost his balance, clutching his stomach, and stumbled back, then used his destroyer technique to charge forward with the momentum. Kim Do-hyu narrowly dodged to the side, then mercilessly kicked the guy directly. "What are you doing?" he said. Logan clutched his stomach, trying to stand up. Even though he'd only taken 2 blows, he felt like he was about to pass out. He still had an ace up his sleeve. Logan squatted down, used his strength to shatter the arena floor, then lightly stomped, sending everything flying. So, he planned to use them as a shield to attack from the shadows. However, Kim Do-hyu had owl eyes. There was nothing he couldn't see. Before long, he spotted him within the dust and rocks and delivered a critical blow right to Logan's face. The round ended just like that, to Jack Rover's astonishment. He had to exclaim that Kid was truly a monster. The matches then continued. Kim Do-hyu consistently dominated, winning again and again without even losing a single hair. Finally, in the finals, surprisingly, his opponent was none other than Choi Erin. The winner would receive a scholarship, and since she was loaded with money, she intended to withdraw. "I don't care who wins, but don't withdraw. Everyone has gathered here. We have to show our combat abilities. Kim Do-hyu spoke up, making Choi Aaron reconsider. And of course, when the teacher spoke, the student had to listen. Kim Do-hyu stretched out his arms to warm up, promising to go easy and be careful not to injure her. But this going easy was strange. The match ended with Choi Aaron kissing the ground every single time. So much so that Backer even complained that he was too cruel. Kim Do-hyu still insisted he went easy. He didn't hit her stomach. It was just a coincidence. Her sword point suddenly jabbed his stomach, so he just slapped it away. And this was the result. Looking at her lying there, he felt he had grown much stronger, and this girl was not far behind. Still one more day until he could reach the Great Forest Perception. Kim Do-hyu was a bit impatient, so he went out of his way to find his instructor to ask. He approached and began. Teacher, regarding tomorrow's match, if I finish early, can I move on to the next round? The teacher didn't know either, so he immediately took out the rules to check. It stated some exceptions, but basically, if a task is completed before the afternoon or earlier, students can receive the next task based on the teacher's decision. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up like car headlights as he continued. It says it's up to you. Teacher, what do you think? Can I move on to the next task? The head coach was at his wit's end with his subordinate, so he had to confirm again. As long as you finish early and come to the teacher's office, you can start a new task in the afternoon. For now, good night, and don't loiter here anymore. The next day, inside the sacred land of Isen in Valhalla, the chairman briefly announced the second task of the inter-school competition. This will be a team battle. 5 representatives from each school will face each other in this mountain region. Since it's held in rough terrain, spectators will watch it live on screen through holographic images. There were only a few minutes left until the competition began, but Kim Do-hook still hadn't shown up, making the whole team quite worried. Do-suin kept grumbling, secretly cursing him, wondering where he might have died. As soon as she saw the opponent's figure flickering in the distance, she puffed up her face and yelled, "Do you know what time it is? You should have been here 30 minutes ago. Didn't you listen to the teacher's advice?" Many times he wanted to rush forward and punch that little mouth, but due to the situation, Kim Do-hook had to spell out the word endure. Then he scratched his head and ears, apologized, and said he'd take care of everything. Do-suin immediately objected upon hearing that, saying this was a team game, not an individual competition. Then she pointed and lectured him extensively. However, seemingly knowing that this girl had a fiery temper, Kim Do-hook didn't bother arguing anymore and turned to ask the others if they had any opinions. Choi Aaron suddenly raised her hand and demanded to follow, making Do-suin almost prematurely rejoice, thinking she was objecting. As a result, a frustrated Do-suin could only stand there screaming in anger, letting Kim Do-hook go solo. Before the competition started, he even turned back and told her to calm down, saying she was too annoying, and he still had to prepare for his trip to Lim Nand in the afternoon. The start announcement immediately rang out. It didn't take long for Kim Do-hook to find the White Lotus team and give them a few loving sword strikes. In just a few minutes, he had eliminated the entire team, allowing them to rest early. The information that White Lotus was eliminated was quickly sent to all players. Logan broke out in a cold sweat after reading it. It had only been 10 minutes. While he was still lost in thought, a team member reported sensing magic nearby, bringing him back to reality. More specifically, it wasn't a group, but just one person. Logan reacted quickly, immediately ordering everyone into defensive positions. The 2 leaders erected magic shields. The mage prepared enhancement spells. Another reinforced the shield, and he waited to attack. Everything was meticulously prepared, as if they were about to face a super powerful army. A team member, not understanding, spoke up and asked, "But it's just one person. Do we really need to do all this?" Those who had previously fought Kim Do-hook immediately replied to explain that his power was not that of a normal high school student. While they were still waiting, the team member reported that the magic was gradually disappearing. Thinking they had left, Logan let out a sigh of relief. They just didn't know that Kim Do-hook had been observing from a tree the whole time. When they lowered their guard, he suddenly swooped down and landed with a stab right in the face of the opposing team's captain. The others hadn't even had time to understand before he took them all down, leaving them collapsed on the ground without even striking a single blow. Indeed, gender equality. One hit per person, and it's game over. Seeing the notification that the brave warriors were eliminated, Kim Do-hook drew his sword with excitement and exclaimed, "Now I can move on to the task in Lim Nan, right?" At Valhalla's monitoring room, the teacher still couldn't accept the fact that the match ended in just 23 minutes, and Kim Do-hook alone handled everything. One of them couldn't hold back and said, "Actually, he spent 20 minutes walking around. The battle itself only lasted 3 minutes." A national-level competition, yet letting Kim Do-hook wreak such havoc, it's truly embarrassing. The academy president stroked his chin, looking worried. Today's schedule is completely ruined. This is trouble. The head coach heard that and took out the rulebook, mentioning the part about starting the next game on the same day if there was enough time. Having no other choice, the president and the other teachers had to agree to this plan. In the waiting room, the Valhalla Academy team was unhappily waiting without a word to each other. Do-suin had been glaring at Kim Do-hook with furious eyes. She was about to step forward because the coach had assigned her the role of team captain, but before she could do anything, he had already taken over her role. Moreover, she had lost to Choi Aaron in yesterday's match, which made her even more furious. Do-suin had heard that Kim Do-hook taught Choi Aaron, so she was considering humbling herself a bit to beg him to teach her. Just then, an announcement that the next mission would take place a day earlier than expected was sent to all students. Before everyone prepared to leave, Kim Do-hook told them a few things. "I'll go to Lam Nan by myself. Everyone must survive on their own. Well, if you run into trouble, you can call me." Even after he finished speaking, Do-suin was still staring, so Kim Do-hook had to sarcastically ask, "Do you want to say something, little bird?" Suddenly being given a nickname, she got angry and cursed him out. At 1 p.m., all participating teams were present in front of the labyrinth's entrance. Similar to previous missions, the audience could watch via screen. Before entering, the president explained in more detail the game content and evaluation factors. Lam Nan is a labyrinth like a forest with massive trees. This labyrinth has a unique environment. Inside, the rain never stops, and the monsters are quite low level, posing little threat. The rain and dense bushes are the most threatening factors. The game's objective is to challenge each person's survival skills. After 5 hours, the better the health condition, the more points will be awarded. The president specifically emphasized that any form of combat between teams was forbidden. "Now let's begin," the professor shouted. At the same time, in an abandoned Valhalla warehouse, the 3 members of the assassination group had also gathered and were preparing to enter Lam Nan. The match had only been going for a few minutes when suddenly all surveillance cameras in the labyrinth malfunctioned, and communication with the main gate was cut off. The head coach realized this was a serious problem, threatening the lives of all students in the labyrinth, so he suggested that others should enter Lam Nan for rescue. However, upon arrival, they were met with a horrifying sight. The guards were already dead. The entrance gate was broken, with dirt and rocks scattered everywhere, and it would take about an hour to open a way inside. Before Logan could react, and stabbed him through the stomach. He was bewildered, wondering, "When did he get behind me?" And sneered, "You still don't get it, do you? Look in front. WTF, why are there 2 identical guys?" Logan was shocked, his face paling. The inn in front smiled sinisterly, and then stabbed him again in the chest. This is called a clone. Logan had no chance to fight back. Liza asked him if Logan was completely dead, but instead he had intentionally stabbed him to let him die slowly for fun. Just then, the red-haired girl appeared out of nowhere. Seeing more witnesses, Samson's group clicked their tongues, deciding to just deal with everyone, and told Liza to just use her concealment skill, and it would be fine. Liza told him to hurry up and finish it, and gave a perverted smile, said he knew, then charged straight at the redhead. At the same time, Kim Do-hook flew like a bird through the forest, searching for Dai Lam Nan Valhalla at Meghna's house, with the condition that he had to have a Thon Keem, swallowing sword. Was the so-called Meghna's house the one right at the entrance? But there were only trees there, no dilapidated house. Just as he zipped past, he saw a blonde girl standing there in a daze. Then she screamed in horror. No, of course, and wasn't going to stop just because of scream. 3 students from the brave team had fallen. Samson's assassin team was indeed formidable. Liza was too tired of dealing with one person only for another witness to pop up, and even found it no longer fun, turning to annoyance. Just then, he saw someone. Their target for this time, Kim Do-hook. The target came by himself. It seems he heard them scream when I stabbed them and came running here. It's because of this excitement that I didn't kill him. Do-hook noticed the 2 words target in their conversation. Looking at the fallen people on the ground, Do-hook told the blonde girl, "I'll take care of those guys, so you stop the bleeding for the injured first. They're still alive." One look was enough to see that guy didn't stab them in vital spots for an immediate death. Or perhaps this was intentional, letting them die from blood loss. What a perverted preference. Hey, I'm in a bad mood, so answer my question. So you guys snuck in here? Then I'll finish this quietly. And couldn't believe what he had just heard from the mouth of a mere student like this. He was sure that the guy didn't know what situation he was in to be so boastful. Right now, Du-Huck has been isolated in this labyrinth. The only entrance and exit to this labyrinth has been completely destroyed by us. Even the surveillance drones are gone. So will the instructors even notice? Well, they can't get in here immediately anyway, because the entrance has completely collapsed. So if they want to clear away those blocking rocks, it'll probably take about an hour. And seemed very confident with the plan they had devised. But for Du-Huck, that 1 hour is the maximum time to brave the rain in this massive forest and find that thing. And didn't understand what the hell Du-Huck was blabbering about, but he was ready to send him to hell. It's that clone technique again, but this time, strangely, his blade was stuck into the ground instead of stabbing someone like last time, and didn't know where Du-Huck had instantly moved to. You guys are really screwed. As soon as he finished speaking, Du-Huck's sword jabbed straight into the middle of An's nose. He was hit, gushing nosebleed, and his whole body was sent flying, wiping the ground. Liza just stared blankly. While the 2 girls were still frozen, he dashed behind them and decisively landed a blow to each of their heads. And just like that, all 3 members of Samson's group were knocked out cold by Kim Do-Huck and lay unconscious on the ground. Blondie, now quickly use your magic to stop the bleeding for those who are unconscious. If you can't handle it alone, run west. Student Manhua is in that direction. Blondie was doing his best. Just then, and woke up, seeing his 2 teammates lying flat next to him, and was startled. Kim Do-Huck immediately came closer, mocking his teammates for being so weak, and immediately raised his knife. "Before I beat you up, answer me. You said I was the target. So who was the client?" Although An was wicked, he was a very principled assassin. There was no way he would reveal his client's identity. Kim Do-Huck also encountered such a tight-lipped person for the first time, so he was a bit awkward, and also met such an annoying type for the first time, so he was just surprised. But this time he would fight with his real strength. However, this clone technique couldn't ambush Du-Huck, and was bewildered because the clone's attack had no shadow, so he didn't understand how this kid avoided it. Why do you keep ambushing from behind? In such a despicable way. Why should I fight fair and square? And why do you always have to hit people right in the nose, old man? Are you trying to make him unable to get a nose job or something? Kim Do-Huck stubbornly kept asking him who the client was, and was equally adamant not to say, for the honor of an assassin. Is that so? Then I'll hit you however I like. Damn it, this guy is the bad one. When head coach Lee Sang-cheol arrived with people, the students had already gathered to treat each other's injuries. The scene surprised the instructors. Mr. Jack was the first to react, rushing worriedly to student Kong Logan to check on him. The young man had been treated, so aside from his body being a bit difficult to move, there were no major issues. Jack Rover cried tears of joy, literally. Mr. Lee frowned, looked around, then turned to ask the students what had happened. Logan immediately recounted how they were attacked by villains, a group of 3 consisting of 1 male and 2 females. Lee Sang-cheol guessed it was the Samson gang and hastily asked where they were now. Logan pointed to a tree stump nearby. Lisa and were unconscious there. Kim Do-Hyuk had taken care of everyone. Lee Sang-cheol was stunned. That kid had reached this level already. The ground around the Samsa group was all dented, proving they took quite a heavy beating. While I was unconscious, I vaguely saw Kim Joo-hyuk fighting. It was truly astonishing. Logan didn't hide his heartfelt admiration. He completely overwhelmed those villains that I couldn't even lay a hand on. That kid, when he fought us, he hadn't even unleashed half of his true power. Logan said with a rather bitter expression. I still thought I was strong for a high school student, but it seems I've been too arrogant lately. Seeing him like that, Teacher Jack encouraged him to cheer up, saying Kim Joo-hyuk was just an exception. But Logan said it was a group of 3. So where did the other guy go? The blonde girl immediately said Kim Joo-hyuk had dragged her away. Just as she finished speaking, the girl with glasses was thrown like a sack of rice, returning to Mother Earth. She already confessed who was behind it and what their objective was. Joo-hyuk, hands in pockets, updated everyone on the situation. Lee Sang-cheol asked if he was okay. Oh, you're asking the obvious, sir. What could possibly happen to someone like Joo-hyuk? Lee Sang-cheol smiled reassuringly, saying they could discuss the details back at the academy. The instructors took the injured students to the hospital, while the Van Hala students were to find the White Lotus Society and inform them that the inter-school competition had ended. Finally returning to shower after being drenched in the rain, Kim Joo-hyuk couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was a truly exhausting day, so he didn't hesitate to just lie down on the bed. When you caught those villains, you used magic to attack. Was that the reason? Backer started asking questions again. Joo-hyuk increased his magic power before using it to attack. Moreover, rolling around all day yielded a not-so-bad result. That is the Great Forest Eye of Van Hala, the home of Mega Irona. It's the jewel in the home of Mega Irona. The loot he stashed in his pocket was like some monkey's treasure. No matter what, getting this thing took quite a bit of time. No joke. Luckily, it's done. Back when they were still in the forest, the nearsighted girl finally woke up. Before her eyes could even open, Kim Joo-hyuk told her to stand up. What's your ability? He asked a question that left the girl dumbfounded, as if she'd heard an alien speak instead of human language. Yet Joo-hyuk kept talking. Although I don't know where you belong, in terms of objectives or anything, you're probably an assassin group. So, normally there would be one combatant, and one support person at the very back. Isn't that how it's arranged? The girl with glasses froze stiff. In a group of 3, you, the one in the back, also seem to be the support. It's not an ability directly related to assassination. What is your ability? The girl with glasses scowled, telling him to get lost. She said she wouldn't talk. As she was about to leave, Joo-hyuk charged straight in. The girl with glasses was extremely astonished that he had stopped her spatial disruption like that. I see. So your ability is to create a subspace and move within the larger space, right? Kim Joo-hyuk immediately grabbed the girl. Just perfect. Use this ability to help me a little. I want to find something. If it goes smoothly, there'll be no problem at all. When he said this, he wore a rather malevolent smile. And everyone knows what the result was. We also have to thank that spatial teleportation ability. Backer exposed Kim Joo-hyuk for not leaving the girl with glasses unharmed, as he had claimed. Joo-hyuk did that because she adamantly refused to disclose which organization her team belonged to or who the client was. Even so, Kim Joo-hyuk knew perfectly well that the 3 assassins were the Samsa group from Yeshin villains, and the client was none other than Rockland. He had originally intended to leak information about the attack to the media like last time, but thinking about all the trouble from blindly charging into the Ventrix house like before, he didn't know how many stitches his head would need. Anyway, he had gotten what he needed, so the next thing to do was to confront his lost memories through a deep sleep. Not only Joo-hyuk, but Backer also looked forward to him regaining his memories. His notification window also appeared. If that's the case, let's just turn off the lights and go to sleep. What's there to wait for? Before sleeping, Joo-hyuk was still convinced that he hadn't lost any memories. Anyway, let's see what I can find in my dreams. In his dream, he returned to when he was still in the Tower of Destruction. After Kim Hyun-oh said his final goodbyes to the world, the rock that was about to crush him suddenly stopped. More precisely, The entire space was frozen. A clearly defined shadowy figure with no visible pupils said it would remember his name and the names of the world he protected, then said goodbye and vanished. At this point, Ju Hyuk awoke from his trance, but still couldn't believe that what he saw in his dream had actually happened. Backer, didn't any memories appear for you? Let's ask my subordinate how it went for him. Nothing at all. I think I used to be a tiger. What the hell is that? Of course, Backer wasn't a tiger like Ju Hyuk imagined. He was once the boss of the Tower of Destruction, so there's no way he'd act so innocent. And he also didn't find anything special in his memories. So Backer didn't see anything strange like Ju Hyuk did. Huh, but whatever. He's the one who cut him up and left him in this state anyway. So, you don't remember anything about the name at all? Do you know anything else about something carrying the name? Backer wasn't too sure about this. In short, this trip was like a joke. He only gained a few trivial memories that brought no benefits. And the description about my subordinate carrying a name was also vague. Just then, the notification window appeared again. This time, it pointed to the office in the Imperial Palace of Ahala, Johnny's secret room. Find the truth about Johnny's secret room in the Imperial Palace of Ahala. Ju Hyuk immediately thought of asking Lily about this palace. The physical training room at Vala always had 3 regular members before class: Kim Ju Hyuk, Choi Aaron, and Os Hyuk. Today, Ju Sojian also came here. Seeing Os Hyuk, she was startled and asked why he was there. Can't you see I'm lifting weights? Why are you even asking, Mom? Os Hyuk also wondered why she was here. Sojian was embarrassed. Well, it's because I guess you're like me, even though it's a huge blow to my pride. But I want Kim Ju Hyuk to train me. I'm different from you. I always come here to train physically. Kim Ju Hyuk has nothing to do with it at all. Nanny. Os Hyuk even knew the reason Sojian wanted Ju Hyuk's guidance was probably because she lost to Aaron. Sojian bowed her head, admitting that it was indeed because of that. Recalling the duel at the previous inter-school competition, Ju Sojian attacked continuously, but still couldn't knock Choi Aaron down. In fact, the other girl coldly sliced Ju Sojian's sword energy in half with a single strike. Her pride wounded, Ju Sojian unleashed 3 streams of sword energy at once, but Choi Aaron easily dodged them, rushed forward, and slashed straight at Ju Sojian's face. In that battle, Choi Aaron was the victor. He's gotten much stronger since the opening ceremony. Ju Sojian frankly admitted it, but also believed it was thanks to Ju Hyuk. Although I've diligently trained my magic power and swordsmanship, but aside from my family, I've never been instructed by anyone else in swordsmanship or those weight training exercises. To increase physical strength like that, isn't that why Choi Aaron is stronger than me? Os Hyuk pondered for a while, then concluded that Ju Sojian should ask Kim Ju Hyuk, because asking him would be pointless. Ju Sojian also didn't want another useless conversation like last time, so she resolved to overcome her humiliation and approach him. Ju Sojian approached and called out. Kim Ju Hyuk wiped his sweat and replied with an unfriendly attitude. What do you want, rude girl? Ju Sojian didn't expect this guy to call her rude, but she held back, closed her eyes, and continued to ask if he was Choi Aaron's trainer, then resolutely shouted, I also want you to teach me, just like Choi Aaron. At the same time, instructor Lee Sang-cheol also came to ask, Kim Ju Hyuk, are you free? Kim Ju Hyuk directly ignored Ju Sojian to answer the coach, saying he still had a few more physical exercises, and asked him what was up. Lee Sang-cheol told him to finish quickly and come see him after showering, as there was someone who really wanted to meet him. That person desperately said that if they couldn't meet now, there wouldn't be any other chance. Kim Ju Hyuk also found it strange, so he agreed with instructor Lee. Ju Sojian was bewildered next to him, always getting interrupted and left behind like this. She felt so unlucky, she wanted to cry. Hey, rude girl. Huh, what? If you also want me to guide you, just ask Choi Aaron for the exercises I gave her and follow them. That's all. If you do well, perhaps I'll sympathize with you and might consider teaching you something. No one has ignored her yet, so why are you about to cry? Hearing Kim Ju Hyuk say that, Choi Aaron was willing to relay the information, but she also learned his way of calling Ju Sojian rude, which made the girl furious. Meanwhile, Kim Ju Hyuk, followed the instructor to meet that person. Being too curious, he immediately asked Instructor Lee who that person was to be so eager. The instructor told him that if he thought carefully, there was only one person, and they were waiting at the dojo, and that person was none other than Rockland. He looked much more gaunt and haggard than a few days ago. Rockland stammered for help, kneeling at Ju Hyuk's feet and wailing, "Save me, I beg you. I'm sorry, please save me." Rockland continued to plead desperately. Kim Ju Hyuk pointed at him, then turned to ask Instructor Lee what was wrong with him. Lee Sang-cheol thought he already knew and was just pretending, but still explained that he had discovered Rockland had made a deal with that assassin group, including the latest suspicions about the top-tier killer gang. He was the mastermind behind both murders. Moreover, this matter has been exposed by the media. Now they have full information about Rockland and the ringleader of the attack in Manhua. And Kim Ju Hyuk really was playing dumb. It wasn't a joke, because he was the one who revealed these things to the media. But this guy has the protection of the Ventric family, right? The family head would definitely come and take him away. So why would he still ask me for help? Kim Ju Hyuk wondered. Lee Sang-cheol said that the Ventric family had previously made an official announcement about severing ties with Rockland. And not just him. Related people like his father also couldn't escape the fate of being ostracized. This time, his family showed absolutely no new action. So, because he no longer has family protection, he's now about to be thrown into prison. That's why you want my help. Rockland shouted for him to give him a chance. This matter blew up because of your testimony, didn't it? Hey, friend, are you begging or ordering people? Your tone is so funny. Rockland didn't realize how grating his plea sounded. He just kept pleading loudly. Of course, Kim Ju Hyuk didn't want to hear it, so he flat out refused. Rockland clung on tighter than a leech. He cried and apologized, vowing never to appear before Ju Hyuk again. But he didn't need that. Rockland again offered money in exchange. At this point, Instructor Lee was getting annoyed but had to bite his tongue and keep quiet. But Ju Hyuk wasn't short on money either to need it. Rockland frantically looked at Iria, then violently pulled her over. "How about this woman? I'll give her to you. She's a descendant of the British royal family. Having this woman, your status will surely be elevated." Rockland eagerly marketed her for a reasonable price to reclaim his reputation, which he never truly had. "You're giving her to me? Is she merchandise?" Kim Do-Hwi-Wook was about to lose his temper, but Rockland wasn't the type to read the room and act accordingly. He had completely gone mad, trying to rectify his mistake. He asserted that Iria was his possession, even showing the glowing spell as proof to Do-Hwi-Wook that he was telling the truth. "I can perform a transfer spell if you want her." Teacher Lai frowned. That was a binding spell, with a mark created by magic. It's a taming spell that makes the target unable to disobey their master. That was a spell that a normal contractor wouldn't be able to dispel. And yet this madman applied it to a human. There were people exactly like you before. Those who lived too affluent lives then cast binding spells on innocent people. Do-Hwi-Wook reached out to Iria, radiating an energy that grabbed the spell and pulled it out without hesitation. Thus, the binding spell was broken. "Coach, can I punch this guy?" "Just one punch," Do-Hwi-Wook asked with a darkened expression. "Do you think a Valhalla coach like me would let my students fight each other?" Teacher Lai grumbled, but he had been annoyed with this guy for a long time, so he continued. "But if that person is a criminal, that's a different story. Furthermore, Valhalla doesn't care much about the Vench family members, so go ahead, I'll take care of it." Rockin was stunned. He never thought he'd see this day, but he couldn't stop Do-Hwi-Wook's hand from reaching his shoulder. "Shut your mouth, or you'll lose your teeth," Do-Hwi-Wook kindly warned, but still landed an unforgiving punch straight into this bastard's face. Rockin was knocked unconscious on the spot. Outside, Backer said he thought his teacher would have killed the old man by now, as it wasn't the first time Do-Hwi-Wook had been so angry since his transmigration. If it were 300 years ago, Do-Hwi-Wook wouldn't have hesitated to strike him down. He once had a disciple who was sold into slavery because of that binding spell. Remembering this made him furious. Moreover, Do-Hwi-Wook himself had gone through something similar before. Backer was astonished, realizing, was my teacher once a slave? Wait a minute, Iria, the girl. ran after Du Hui Wook until her legs nearly gave out. I was caught by surprise then, so I couldn't thank you properly. Thank you very much. Du Hui Wook told her she didn't need to thank him. From now on, she shouldn't worry about anything and just live freely. Iria was so moved that she started crying. The next day, after school, at the Van Holla Cafe, China, Lily blurted out two nonsensical words, leaving Du Hui Wook confused. The A Holla Imperial Palace is located in China. Why didn't you just say that from the beginning? Why be so vague? More specifically, it's a labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Society of China, which is also one of the societies that came to Van Holla to participate in the inter-school competition. The problem is that recently, unlike before, they have strictly prohibited entry into other people's labyrinths. But Du Huiwook couldn't understand why a labyrinth would have an owner. Before, even dogs and cows could enter the labyrinth without any problems. And for Du Huiwook, he could easily destroy it if he wanted to. But it was a bit inconvenient since it belonged to the academy. Is there a way to get in there? This is a tough one. Although the White Lotus Society will open its doors to its own students, it's uncertain for outsiders. Moreover, if you want to get in, you need to hurry, as time is quite pressing. At this point, the teacher suddenly covered her mouth as if she had misspoken, which she truly had, because she normally haggled and exchanged information with this kid constantly. It was extremely important to guard herself against slipping up. By the way, are you just going to sit there and listen? Give me some information, Lily complained, criticizing the freeloader sitting opposite her. Du Hyusi didn't understand what she said, so Lily raised three fingers and demanded 3 pieces of information from him. Then she would let him off. Thanks for the coffee, I'm leaving now. Kim Du Hyusi immediately stood up. Lily hurriedly tried to stop him. I'll only tell you this one thing. Listen and then decide. Kim Du Hyusi sat back down at the table. Lily, with a reluctant expression, whispered to him with her hand covering her mouth. This is a secret. A Hala Royal Palace was chosen as one of the venues for the World Tournament in the second semester. Kim Du Hyusi didn't think what she just said was a secret, because it sounded like all the coaches already knew about it. So what's the secret? Lily insisted that even the coaches didn't have this information. She has her own sources. This World Tournament is similar to the Inter-Academy competition. If the competition in Korea is only for Korean, Chinese, and U.S. students, then the World Tournament is like an Olympics, where academies from all over the world gather and compete. In other words, it's an expanded and more unpredictable version of the Inter-Academy competition. The event takes place in the second semester, so there's still plenty of time. Is there a way to get in earlier? Kim Du Hyusi wanted to speed up the mission progress. This confused Lily quite a bit because she had no connection to the White Lotus Society. After some thought, she said it was hard to guarantee, but probably feasible. But I need you to help me with something. Kim Du Hyusi's face twisted as he asked, What? Oh, come on. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Why are you making that expression like you want a free ride? Come with me to the Global Monster Research Organization. It's just for one day, so you don't need to worry about anything. Soon enough, they arrived in North London, Tottenham, where the Global Monster Research Organization was located. What do you mean, just one day? We flew all the way to London. Realizing he'd been tricked, Kim Du Hyusi got furious. Well, we're going to this place in just one day, aren't we? Having finally tricked Du Hyusi, Lily smiled brighter than a flower. Even so, I'm allowed to stay until the end of the week, and they even gave me Monday off. So just have fun and relax. This lady certainly knows how to abuse her authority. So what do you want to do? Whatever you do, don't look at each other like that. It's annoying. At this moment, Du Hyusi stood holding a sword in front of a wild boar, while outside, 3 middle-aged people frowned and stared intently at him. Kim Du Hyusi looked at the boar, remembering Lily's words that her favor wasn't much, just needing him to create a headline. Something like, Du Hyusi, the notorious monster hunter, faces challenges at the Global Monster Research Organization. Kim Du Hyusi coldly stabbed the boar right between its eyes. Before it could even squeal, the system logged it out. Outside, a confirmation sound rang out. Nimble wild boar, verification complete. Prepare the crystal. Kim Do Hyusi clicked his tongue. There's still more. An hour later, he finally stretched out on the sofa, sighing about how troublesome Lily's many requests were, and how good she was at twisting her words. I thought the original plan was to just defeat 3 monsters. So why do I have to verify 10 of them? Lily looked away, stammering that she didn't know why either. Ignoring that for now, Du Hyusi didn't understand why the atmosphere there was so strange. As soon as we walked in, everyone stared. Then they started chuckling and behaving rudely towards us. Do you have a conflict with this place? Lily took a sip of water, silent for a while before speaking. It's because they're disgusted, because suddenly an article appeared, and it directly refuted a monster handling strategy that has existed for decades. But isn't the verification method already outdated? If you just wield a sword and strike the target, it's already game over, isn't it? But Lily said it's the safest method, the tradition of the organization. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better if someone else in the organization did it? I don't want them to do it. Lily suddenly became serious. They're just a bunch of conservative old geezers. Articles about monster handling tactics are reasonable means to elevate their status and power. Nowadays, the knowledge-based society is where people seize status for themselves by cooperating and playing games with each other. Du Hyusi couldn't help but exclaim. They're all despicable people. But even so, does Lily really need to write articles constantly? Journalism is just a mere piece of paper not yet recognized by society. No matter how bad society is, what's more important to me is a correct strategy to deal with monsters. It's for that purpose that I can endure those cold stares. From this perspective, Lily is a girl who has always been loyal and steadfast in her convictions. Now that her matter is settled, it's Lily's turn to return the favor to Kim Do Hyusi. She said it's good that they came here, because she also came. The leader of the White Lotus Society. It's said that she often visits the organization. I think she came earlier to observe the verification process. Nanny, if so, that's great. Kim Do Hyusi quickly stood up to find her, fearing he'd miss her. Just then, a woman came to him to talk. It turned out to be the president of the White Lotus Society herself. Nice to meet you. My name is Cian, the leader of the White Lotus Society. Kim Do Hyusi politely replied, asking if she had something to say. Cian came to ask him for a favor. Could you help me with this person? Actually, Cian wanted to ask Du Hyusi to deal with that person. Lily, sensing the seriousness of the situation, grabbed her water and slipped away. After she left, Kim Do Hyusi asked Cian for the details of the story. She said that although she currently holds the position of leader of the White Lotus Society, she is essentially a member of the Cian family. Their Cian family was the first to settle in China after the period of destruction, thanks to which they were able to raise their status, establish the White Lotus Academy, and train generations of excellent contractors. Coincidentally, there was one person in their family, a young talent who could even be called a reborn prodigy. At the age of 13, that child could defeat average-level contractors, and even defeated older siblings and members of the family's guild. Furthermore, even our Cian family leader fell at her feet. Finally, perhaps because she thought there was nothing left to learn from the outside, the child locked herself in the Cian family's training room, the White Lotus Palace, and never came out again. So, I have to punch that arrogant person in the mouth to make them see the light. Kim Do Hyusi quickly grasped the situation. This was Cian's intention. This matter is nothing to you, but there's still something I'm curious about. If it's just about teaching that girl a lesson, aren't there many others stronger than me? If we're talking about magic power, you, the leader of the White Lotus Society, aren't weak at all. Cian couldn't help but exclaim that Du Hyusi has good judgment. She had hidden her strength, yet he could still recognize it. There are 2 reasons. Cian decided to speak frankly. First, it's because they require everyone to fight entirely with physical strength. Second, that person is also 17 years old, the same age as trainee Kim Do Hyusi here. Cian had also been observing Du Hyusi's performance in recent battles and clearly saw that he possesses immensely strong physical capabilities. If a trainee like Kim Do Hyusi defeats the arrogant girl who always believes she is stronger than any other 17-year-old. Her pride will be completely shattered. So, I came here to ask you for this. If student Kim Do-hyu doesn't come here, then I'll find him myself later. Oh my, a good thing falling from the sky like this. How can one be so stupid as to not agree? However, since it's a favor, there's obviously no free pass for any situation. This wasn't a problem for Tuet Van either. She gave him a price, but Do-hyu had too much money and didn't care for it. There's a place I want to go. Can you open the way for me? Instead, it was a different proposal. In a flash, the two of them flew from England back to China, to the headquarters of the White Lotus Society. Kim Do-hyu didn't expect to be able to come here today. And on top of that, he got to take a private jet. It was because he said he only had time until Monday that Tuet Van pushed the work progress as fast as possible. As for Do-hyu's remuneration, it was, of course, a ticket to the royal palace of Ahara. For Tuet Van, this wasn't difficult at all, so she immediately agreed. So Do-hyu followed Tuet Van into the White Lotus Society, heading straight to the training room, and Do-hyu had another question. It was about the recent inter-school competition. He felt that the White Lotus Society members didn't show any determination at all. Was the person he was about to meet the culprit behind that? This can also be explained that way. After facing that child, many people realized their own limits and left the White Lotus Society, both students and professors. Tuet Van confessed and truly hoped that Kim Do-hyu would be able to knock some sense into that kid, ending the tense situation at the Tuet family and the White Lotus Society. Kim Do-hyu also hoped the kid would put up a proper fight, or it would be a waste of effort. Stepping through that magic circle will lead to the Tuet family's secret training room. That child is there. Before going, Do-hyu suddenly remembered to ask the kid's name. Her name is Yen Lang. This is the girl with the tiger-striped head and wolf-like fangs. Who are you? Did the Tuet family send you here to kick me out? I'm not going anywhere. Get out. Hey, Grandma. I haven't even found my footing on the doorstep yet. Where am I supposed to get out to? Kim Do-hyu was displeased with her attitude. As soon as he arrived, he swiftly launched an attack, intending to correct her disrespectful behavior, but she easily caught his punch with one hand. Ah, that's actually interesting, no kidding. Yen Lang even turned around and counterattacked Do-hyu. Stupid. This girl is incredibly sharp-tongued. Don't you even realize your opponent's abilities right in front of you? I can't believe you suddenly threw a punch. Kim Do-hyu smirked arrogantly. Are you talking to yourself? To Yen Lang's astonishment, he grabbed her wrist with one hand and threw another punch with the other. Yen Lang tilted her head to dodge, and Kim Do-hyu punched her wrist directly. She gritted her teeth, wondering why this guy had no regard for women or delicacy. Yen Lang was punched away. After landing, she clutched her arm and urgently asked who he was and what that move was. Kim Do-hyu smiled triumphantly. It seems you can't fathom the true abilities of a 17-year-old student. Yen Lang couldn't land a single blow, so she gritted her teeth in frustration and began calculating her opponent's moves. Yen Lang guessed that Do-hyu would attack now, so she backed away. Seeing this, Kim Do-hyu pursued, looking for an opening, asking where she intended to run, and immediately delivered a blow to her stomach. Big brother, she's a girl after all. Go easy on her. She might even get a boyfriend. But Yen Lang also deserves credit. She knew she couldn't dodge that blow, so she moved back to lessen the impact of the punch. But that was enough, and Do-hyu had realized it right after he intentionally took the first punch. Even among Do-hyu's disciples from 300 years ago, almost no one at this age could move like that. Meanwhile, Yen Lang was also secretly assessing the person her age in front of her. But she was still confident that she was much better than those who were older than him. Yen Lang vowed to hit harder in the next few attacks. Seeing her smile like that, Kim Do-hyu guessed that the previous blow wasn't enough to teach her a lesson. Tuet Van was outside, monitoring the fight through the surveillance camera. Her assistant stammered as she called out to her. Assistant Ha said what he was about to say was a bit sensitive, but he still wanted to ask if the current situation was all right. Although inviting a student from another school to Baklin Palace was unavoidable, Do-hyu currently having the advantage doesn't guarantee he can defeat Yen Lang. Furthermore, he thought Tuet Van hadn't lost when confronting Yen Lang. But the truth is, Tuet Van had lost to Yen Lang once, and even if magic energy had been used in that match, Tuet Van wasn't sure she could have beaten that girl. This surprised Assistant Ha quite a bit, but the truth was that back then, the difference in mana levels between the two was almost negligible. And that was many years ago. And now, Yen Lang might be stronger both physically and magically. If so, Assistant Ha had even less faith in Du Hu defeating Yen Lang, because he didn't believe the boy could be stronger than Tuet Van is now. Tuet Van herself wasn't sure about this, but Du Hu had defeated many notorious criminals and even won important victories in tournaments. So, Yen Lang would have to struggle to win, and it wouldn't matter if she lost anyway. Returning to the fight, Yen Lang spread her claws and unleashed her ultimate move, the 9-een white bone claws. Her two hands clawed in unison, intending to restyle Du Hu's hair, but he dodged, so she planned to knee him to reshape his nose. A fierce collision occurred, and Yen Lang, who was still smiling, thinking she'd hit his head, instantly turned pale, clutching her knee and retreating. "Hey, is your head made of stone or something?" she angrily protested, and Kim Do-hyu casually said he didn't know. She was clearly the one who kneed him, and Do-hyu blocked it with his forehead, yet her knee wasn't as hard as his forehead. Yen Lang was furious, but couldn't do anything. She had unleashed all her attacks, but this guy remained as unmoving as a rock. But Yen Lang's pride was severely wounded, though she had to admit that Do-hyu's physical abilities were on another level. "You haven't used any magic power until now, have you?" Yen Lang asked, and Do-hyu confirmed it was true, saying he did it to indulge her. "But now I prefer a different kind of game. The girl is about to go back on her word. Against you. I have to give it my all if I want to have any hope of winning." Yen Lang flaunted her mana power, and Kim Do-hyu knew this was a sign that he had completely broken this girl's arrogance. "Are you going to focus your magic power?" "As you wish. Then I should show off a bit too, shouldn't I?" The amount of mana Du-hyu radiated was even more terrifying, making Yen Lang gasp in admiration. But now she no longer needed to demonstrate her physical skills, and instead put all her focus into a punch combining magic power to end the match immediately. Yen Lang decisively threw a punch aimed directly at Du-hyu's face. Seeing her so eager to end it, Du-hyu played along, standing still and letting her hit him right up to his nose. Yen Lang was delighted, thinking her blow had hit its mark. But oh no! Kim Do-hyu twisted his body more flexibly than candy, dodging the attack in a flash. "Enough playing, I'll end this now." And then he delivered a critical punch to the girl's stomach. Yen Lang's eyes rolled back as she cursed, "Damn monster," then collapsed unconscious on the floor. "Game over, baby, game over. As requested, I've defeated her and dragged her out." Kim Do-hyu carried Yen Lang by the scruff of her neck, like a chicken to Tuet Van. "Look at that! Who carries a girl like that?" Tuet Van was still stunned. She hadn't expected Do-hyu could defeat Yen Lang. She worriedly asked if he was hurt anywhere. Do-hyu calmly said he was fine, but he didn't know about Yen Lang. Tuet Van even asked, "Was that a difficult fight?" "She's strong, but I'm a little disappointed with how it ended." Do-hyu roughly threw Yen Lang to the ground. Waking up in pain, Yen Lang immediately showed a hostile attitude as soon as she saw Tuet Van. Tuet Van temporarily put aside this matter and discussed Do-hyu's remuneration first. "You said you wanted to enter the royal palace of Ahan La." "Of course, I've been waiting for this." Tuet Van said Do-hyu could enter right now. It just depended on what he wanted. Do-hyu, of course, wanted to do it right away. Things like eating are always best when they're hot, sizzling, and crispy. Yen Lang watched as he and Tuet Van left, until Assistant Ha had to remind her to treat her injuries before Yen Lang reacted. "The person who defeated me, what's his name?" Assistant Ha immediately replied, saying that person's name was Kim Do-hyu. "Kim Do-hyu, I'm telling you, he's one of the strongest people in the world," Yen Lang said with a voice full of admiration, and deep down, she truly wanted to fight this person again. In a space of unknown light and darkness, a creature of unknown shape, but with a pair of giant horns, emphasized the phrase, "the strongest," with a question mark. "What is this place? Is this really a maze?" Kim Do-hyu looked at the royal palace of Ahan La before him, unable to hide his disdainful expression. He recalled Tuet Van's words. This place was a special maze, like a castle. As long as he watched out for monsters called living armor, he could freely explore this place. Tuet Van specifically reminded him of the details he needed to pay attention to. Kim Do-hyu asked how long he could stay. Tuet Van said it was about 5 hours. If he wanted to stay longer, he'd have to return tomorrow. But 5 hours was quite enough time for Do-hyu to explore. But first, he had to take care of these living armor creatures. After warming up his joints, it's time to dive into the fight. With a few textbook-perfect internal cuts, Kim Do-hyu successfully smashed the armored squad to smithereens. I've searched like 20 rooms so far, but I still can't find Ali Free Johnny's secret room anywhere. Look to your right, Master. Baktro had to speak up to remind his short-tempered teacher. That door looks a bit high-class, but it resembles a normal room. Kim Do-hyu was a bit skeptical about the validity of this argument, but still opened the door and entered the room. He immediately saw a painting of a man looking grumpy, as if someone borrowed money and didn't pay it back. And overall, this room really did resemble a normal study. But is this really Mr. Ali Free's room? No, I think it's right. Look under the painting. It says Ali Free Johnny there, Baktro said confidently. Kim Do-hyu wondered how he could read it. Baktro didn't know either, but essentially, he could read it thanks to some information from his regained memories. Then this must be the room, but the secret room inside still needs to be found. Searching for each thing individually is too time-consuming. So, smashing everything and then searching is much faster. If you like to destroy things, just say so. Don't pretend it's about speed. Anyway, this room was going to be smashed to pieces by Do-hyu regardless. Luckily for him, after smashing, he found a door beneath the floor. Going down, he found it completely dark, unable to see anything. While Kim Do-hyu was still annoyed, a notification window appeared, stating that the conditions were met. Right before Do-hyu's eyes was a red-haired witch. The nonchalant young man greeted the girl in a very provocative manner. The red-haired witch smiled very gently. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll answer your questions, so why don't you sit down?" Kim Do-hyu silently sat down. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a guide." Kim Do-hyu seemed quite surprised, and she immediately explained. "I apologize. That's not my real name. It's just what people call me. My name was taken away." Regarding this, Kim Do-hyu is also a victim of that shadow that takes other people's names. And he didn't expect this girl in front of him had also had her name taken away. I thought that was nonsense, but when you said your name was taken, I realized it was real. But what does that mean? Also, how can the name be retrieved? Kim Do-hyu was eager to get everything resolved. The red-haired witch said immediately, "The name holds power. All creatures born are granted a name. All the actions they take, the efforts they make, and the achievements they attain, whether good or bad, those things are represented by the most meaningful thing in life, the name. A name marked by glorious achievements will bring immense power. That entity stole the names. He absorbs the power contained within them. And what happens when a person's name is stolen? I'm sure you already know about it. They become a constellation." Despite that, the red-haired witch mentioned an exception, which was Kim Do-huk, as he had been reincarnated. At this moment, Kim Do-huk realized that this girl knew about his reincarnation, just like Baktro. "Are you still doubting me, O human who has been reborn and received the notification window?" The guide girl hit Kim Do-huk's sore spot, as if she could read his mind. "I'm not even sure myself. In fact, I don't even know when the notification window will appear." The witch laughed to help Do-huk relax. Who would have thought he'd put on such an annoying attitude? "All right, now stop rambling and explain it to me. Who is this entity who sent the Tower of Destruction here?" "His name is the Lord of the Labyrinth. As I said, he sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal other people's names to consolidate his power." Ah, so it was that bastard. But Kim Do-huk still found it very strange. He couldn't understand how an ordinary Lord of the Labyrinth could send something like a Tower of Destruction to Earth. Things of such a large scale can only be of the caliber of... No way. Kim Do-huk suddenly realized something and stopped short. The red-haired witch smiled. "You finally realized, didn't you? The place where you live, the place called Earth, is a labyrinth. Do you think I'll believe you? It's your choice, but I have no reason to come all the way here just to deceive you. Okay, let's assume that's the case. Let's assume that guy sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal other people's names. The red-haired which immediately added, if there's a large-scale crisis on Earth, stealing other people's names becomes easier. Everyone goes to destroy monsters and save people, or they take advantage to do evil during large-scale crises. So not everyone can steal other people's names and turn them into their own power. Only the ultimate victors can. If what she said was true, Du-Huck's disciples must have all turned into constellations by now. Of course, he hoped that in the end, they could all retrieve their names. Du-Huck thought furiously, then said sarcastically, "After all, no matter what we do, we're still in the palm of the Lord of the Labyrinth's hand." The red-haired which said that wasn't the case. Your reincarnation and arrival here are already a variable for him. Du-Huck then wondered if the Lord of the Labyrinth knew about his reincarnation. Perhaps he was the one who met them through the notification window? He was mistaken about this. According to the witch, the person who gave Du-Huck the chance to reincarnate and brought them the notification window was not the Lord of the Labyrinth. Du-Huck wanted to know who that person was, but the witch didn't know either. But she knew that the person who gave Du-Huck the chance to reincarnate must have some connection between them. But for now, the witch couldn't pass up this opportunity. She conjured a ring and gave it to Du-Huck. I don't have time right now, so I can't explain everything in detail to you. It will be the key to our counterattack against that Labyrinth Lord. Du-Huck wondered why she didn't just sit there and explain everything. The witch said she was being pursued by the Labyrinth Lord. But it's okay. The conditions have been fully met, and you'll easily meet me again in the future. While Du-Huck was still dazed, the witch arranged to meet again in 2 days, emphasizing that he shouldn't drop the ring, then snapped her fingers and sent him back to his starting point. As Kim Du-Huck recalled the new truths discovered today, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger. Being good doesn't get you anywhere good. Even wanting to live well is hard here. Speaking of the ring in his hand, Du-Huck felt that it was locating his position. If so, Kim Du-Huck would thoroughly collect all the remaining flow stones after absorbing magic before the Great War, leaving none behind to increase his power as quickly as possible. That way, even if he might still be inferior in terms of power, in terms of potential, he could still reach the peak faster than that bastard. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Pacific, a man was reading news that the Samson Divine Assassin Group was completely defeated by a student from Valhalla named Kim Du-Huck. He was so angry that he crushed his iPad screen, then threw it and cursed. "These idiots. Geez, if you're not using it anymore, why smash it, old man? You should give it to those less fortunate." This man is the guild master, Gone Hannibal. He had been keeping an eye on Kim Du-Huck after hearing the words of the constellation. That brat also defeated Choi Jin-gun, even though he had a contract with the constellation. And because of that, that brat from Van asked him to deal with Kim Du-Huck. And to be safe, he summoned Samson. How the hell did nothing come of it? And now his bachelor status is exposed. "I assume you're having some trouble, Mr. Hannibal?" The speaker was First Commander George. "I remember telling you to call me before coming here." Hannibal might have lost face, but he didn't lose authority. George, on the other hand, intentionally provoked him. "I only came because you seem to be in distress." And Kim Du-Huck was a thorn in Hannibal's side right now. "I understand. We've lost someone to him," George said, appearing quite pained. "You mean that bastard who's all over the news?" "That's him. The one who overdosed on doping and went to poke death." It was George who had assigned him a private mission and forgot to inform the organization. And of course, that guy didn't do well, even revealing his identity to Kim Du-Huck. But that was a chess piece for George to obtain information about the Venn family. He also feared that person would leak information, so he personally dealt with this worthless chess piece before he could be taken to the prison tower. "So, can you deal with the rest of those who are still roaming free out there?" Hannibal was referring to the 3 members of the Samson group. Of course, George didn't mind, as long as Hannibal wanted him to. But Hannibal was still conflicted about Kim Du-Huck. "With all due respect, I advise you not to touch him right now." George finally said something sensible. "Right now, Yu-Gi-Oh is watching him. It turns out there was already favorable intelligence. This information also surprised Hannibal. Don't tell me those Yu-Gi-Oh guys are all escapees from the asylum. Exactly. George affirmed. No one knows their motivation or purpose. Logan's army, now the ones, have all been dealt with by them. Hannibal had also heard about these matters, and he's feeling lucky that George told him about Yu-Gi-Oh searching for Kim Do-hook. Because once someone touches the target of those madmen, they'll very likely become their sworn enemy. So they'll just happily sit back and watch the two sides fight, reaping the benefits. Meanwhile, a very intense technological clash is about to happen on this side. Kim Do-hook is surrounded by a black-clad squad, but it's not because he's looking for the one and only answer. Kim Do-hook, with a cold expression, asked who they were, if they knew this was Valhalla's territory, and what kind of brave or foolish bunch would come at this damned hour. The leader received orders from the Venn family head, Adelia. She still held a grudge about being hit by Kim Do-hook, so she found people to stir up trouble. Before that, they needed quite a lot of time to prepare, because they needed a fake contractor capable of creating a hidden space in the vanguard, and they also needed to ensure that the target was within the Valhalla area. Adelia also wondered why they needed someone who could bend space. It was simply because those on this mission worked directly under the Venn family and couldn't be exposed. Adelia highly appreciated their discretion, and she also wanted to know if they had thoroughly prepared everything she had instructed. Yes, to properly prepare for the sanctuary's transition, I've already arranged a life stone with abundant energy. Adelia was very satisfied with this plan, and she was also ready to move. During that time, the head butler will join the intelligence team, and once the hidden space is complete, he'll also take on the role of leading the assassin squad. The head butler understood the mission, but still wondered if the sanctuary was a preparation step for summoning a constellation. That's exactly right, and it's also the purpose of Adelia's actions this time. The head butler's anxious attitude didn't please her much. Are you scared, stiff, just facing a high school kid? I mean, what's with the energy surge, damn it? The head butler quickly reaffirmed his composure, and only then did Adelia retract her energy and smile. It's just a precaution, no need to worry. Sounds trustworthy, for sure. Moreover, a recent incident occurred. The constellation, which had been silent, suddenly reacted. Adelia saw the notification window. The bird-beaked mask asked her to explain in detail. So she got annoyed and fiercely decided to summon a constellation to get to the bottom of it. Back to the encirclement. The head butler ordered the intelligence team to prepare for spatial disruption. A group of people immediately formed a formation around Kim Do-hook, who still stood there, looking bewildered. What's this? A hidden space. Honestly, whoever came up with the idea of ganging up on a student is pretty bad. Incredibly smart, huh? The head butler, with a poker face, was like, this guy's got a foul mouth. Whose idea was it, I wonder? Was it the Venn family head? The butler was so shocked he was speechless, almost cursing as he asked how he knew. Not knowing would be an insult to Kim Do-hook's intelligence. Well then, let me explain to this group who think they're smart, that among his enemies, two groups use dark magic, and the others don't. So it could only be the Venn family. Who else would it be? At this point, the butler sensed trouble and quickly issued different orders. We're trapped in here too, so continuing to conceal ourselves is pointless. Call in the assassin squad. So a powerful army was dispatched in just 2 seconds. Aren't you embarrassed? What if the academy students come swarming in? Kim Do-hook sneered. The butler immediately said it didn't matter. They were just following their family head's orders. Kim Do-hook rotated his shoulder and sighed. Is that so? Your family head must have no shame at all. Kill him, the butler ordered sternly. Kill who? Look at the goods again. Kim Do-hook took on the whole group by himself, still grinning. The assassins were all knocked down, doing push-ups. The butler also aggressively slashed at Do-hook, but was mocked by him. Is all you know how to do swing a sword, old man? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 thugs came flying in. Might as well show you guys how to properly swing a sword. The blade slashed into the ground, making the assassin freeze. While they were frozen, Kim Do-hook immediately delivered a kick to send one to eternal rest. You guys don't even give me time to breathe. The butler saw him busy dealing with others and tried to stab him from behind. Unfortunately, his opponent had eyes in the back of his head and dodged it. While he was stunned, wondering if this was the ability of a high school student, Kim Do-hook was complaining and gave him an armor-piercing stab. Of course, no one could take such a blow and remain normal, and neither could the butler. He once thought, what could a mere high school kid do? Now that he'd witnessed and experienced it firsthand, he finally understood why Adelia had to set up such a grand scheme. And just as he fell, the head of the Venk family appeared. Adelia looked at the people here. Most of them were stronger than other contractors. How the hell did they still get hit by this guy and pass out here? It's unbelievable. And she didn't want the situation to continue like this. Feel proud, for you are about to witness the sacred relic of the Venk family. Ordinary people never get such an opportunity. Adelia unleashed extremely fiery yellow mana and said. Kim Do-hook replied mockingly, I should feel proud to see this blunt, rusty knife. What did the thick-faced family head just say? Calling a whole group of people just to bully a high school student. Being boy crazy means you'll reincarnate well, but being foul-mouthed, not necessarily. Adelia was so enraged she swore, grabbing a small knife and lunging at Kim Do-hook. Just then, the few lucite stones suddenly glowed. The knife in her hand also grew longer. A dazzling light appeared, and then a yellow notification window popped up with 3 dots, ending with a bewildered question, Master? The lucite stones emitted a sparkling golden light, but also simultaneously affected everyone, freezing time. Even Adelia couldn't escape. Everyone stood still like statues. Only Kim Do-hook remained unaffected. Although Adelia couldn't move, her mind was still conscious, and she realized the situation. Everyone was frozen solid. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hook was admiring his gold-plated knife. Just then, a shaky yellow notification window appeared. Master? Even Kim Do-hook was confused. At this moment, the golden lights sculpted a human figure with a rather comical crow mask and glasses. But when the mask was removed, it was revealed to be a strikingly stylish beauty. Their eyes met in a stare. The girl was completely different from when they first met. Back then, she was still chained by the neck in prison, looking at the world with hateful eyes. At that time, Kim Do-hook was still Kim Hee-oh. Look at the eyes of the spoiled brat. It seems you hate all humans, huh? The blonde girl gritted her teeth and told him not to act like he understood her. What the hell did he know about life? Although I don't know everything, I know enough, because I was once a slave too. This time, it was the girl's turn to be stunned. When I was young, I didn't have power and was kidnapped by a slave trader. After that, just like you, I lived a life of slavery because of the chains that bound me. Do you want to be free? Why is this guy asking such an obvious question? Didn't he just say he used to be a slave too? So why ask such an obvious question? Because of this damn thing. I can't even dream of freedom anymore. The girl almost screamed, agitatedly grabbing the enchanted chain around her neck. So don't provoke me anymore. Get lost. I don't know how you snuck in, but the slave trader will be here soon. The girl had truly despaired of escaping slavery. The tyranny of that chain lay in the fact that it could only be removed by its owner's hand or when that person died. If unlucky, even when its owner died, the chain couldn't be removed. In her case, it seems to be the latter. At this moment, the slave girl realized that her scumbag owner had already kicked the bucket. The girl immediately fell into complete despair, but Kim Hee-oh asked, What if I have a way? Without waiting for her reaction, Hee-oh grabbed the neck chain and began to analyze it. By deciphering the magic contained in that chain, I can reverse the spell and gradually remove it. Although this isn't my specialty, for me, removing this chain isn't a big problem, because only then can I end my life as a slave. Finishing his sentence, Kim Hee-oh crushed the chain with the limiting spell on the blonde's neck. In that moment, she was so moved that tears welled up because she had finally broken free from the chain that had tormented her for so long. Hee-oh had finished what needed to be done, so he excused himself and stood up to leave. As for this girl, she needs to learn to decide her own life. Hee-oh asked her what she wanted to do next. Go find her family or go home. I don't have a home or a family because the slave trader killed my family and burned my house when he kidnapped me. The girl had a sad story. Kim Hyu-oh hesitated for a moment, then said he would travel and explore, and would crush the skulls of those slave-trading bastards, those who buy and sell people, just like he did today. Do you want to come along? Of course I'm going. Why would I refuse? Hyu-oh was very pleased with her answer, and told her to treat him well, like a master. If you consider me your master, you should use polite language. Don't speak like a savage. Kim Hyu-oh, having just been promoted, reminded her very strictly, and she agreed obediently. The blonde girl asked his name. Kim Do-hook could say his name, but when she introduced her name, the stream of memories was cut off. Now, the savage in his words had become a beautiful, intelligent, and distinctive girl like this. The unfortunate thing is that she doesn't have a name because she has become a constellation. Kim Do-hook was confident he understood this girl better than anyone else, but couldn't remember her name. Now he understood what the fortune teller meant when he said that the Demon King's name would take away the constellation's name. But there's no other way now. Luckily, I still remember your nickname. Savage. It's been a while, hasn't it? Adelia was stunned. Did this guy just call a constellation a savage? Meanwhile, the constellation she revered called him master, and swung the golden knife, called a sacred relic, restoring everyone's consciousness. Then asked Kim Do-hook, how should I handle these bastards? Should I kill them? No, I have a better idea. Kim Do-hook stroked his chin with an unkind smile. The next day, the homeroom teacher almost had a heart attack when he saw a donation of 9 zeros, with a note specifically for student Kim Do-hook in the school's donation list. The more Kim Li-gun looked, the more something felt wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Damn it, 5 billion, an amount that makes one's head spin. I guess you've seen it too. What's there to guess, old man? I'm looking at it right now, sir. But it wasn't just the homeroom teacher who found it strange. Teacher Lai also found it unfamiliar. Kim Li-gun even thought it was because the Venk family had suddenly felt compassion, and the teacher was remorseful for almost destroying their academy. So that's why. But even with that explanation, Lai Sang-cheo still found it illogical. When Kim Do-hook was attacked by Disra Venk last time, they must have sent a donation to silence him. At that time, the donation was a way to protect Rockton's and the family's image. However, the Venk family had already set limits by expelling Rockton and kicking him out, right? Otherwise, they would have made a fuss to get Rockton out of the detention center by now. So why would they still sponsor Kim Do-hook like this? There must be a conspiracy behind it. And furthermore, now they don't know if Kim Do-hook will accept this money, because based on the rebellious nature they were used to, the kid would surely be yelling and confronting the Venk family right now. Well, I guess asking him directly will give us the answer, Lai Sang-cheo said, sipping coffee. Let's do that. It's easier than sitting here guessing. This time, Kim Do-hook had a surprising answer. Yes, I'll accept it. Li-gun's eyes widened and mouth fell open, thinking he misheard, but no. I mean, who in their right mind would refuse 5 billion? He agreed with that, but Kim Li-gun still felt something was off. Kim Do-hook was eager to leave, so the teacher quickly informed him of the new benefits. Not only did you receive a sponsorship, but our Valhalla Academy also received a donation. According to Valhalla's regulations, you can move to a premium dormitory. What do you think? I don't find my current dormitory uncomfortable at all right now, so you can help me move next time. Even after he left, Teacher Kim was still sitting there dumbfounded, not understanding what the heck just happened right before his eyes. When did this guy's personality change? But whatever, it's not like the teacher's losing anything. Why bother stressing himself out over it? The root of this whole matter began when Kim Do-hook came up with a good idea to deal with Adelia and her assassins. He had the little barbarian girl wake her up to talk. Adelia knelt on the ground trembling, so Kim Do-hook crouched down to talk, saving himself the trouble of degenerating his cervical vertebrae. Hey, I think the constellation you summoned will overlook anything I do to you guys. So what do you think I should do now? Kim Do-hook sneered. Adelia's constellation even said that she herself made the Venk family serve her, so Master could do anything. Adelia still hadn't processed the situation, so she asked again. Could that be the idiom, all for one person, which has been passed down through generations of my family? And now you're using that idiom to command me? The barbarian girl got furious after hearing that. Of course, that idiom now means you serve my master. Are you just realizing that now? So, this student, is this person really your master, esteemed guardian constellation? Yes, although his appearance has changed. His magic power is definitely my master's. Kim Do-hook felt she had asked enough. Now she should worry about herself instead. To be honest, being bothered by those assassins made Kim Do-hook just want to kill them all and get it over with. However, their ranks and powers were all genuine. Therefore, to live comfortably, he needed to fully exploit these guys to work for him. However, directly managing these people would be very troublesome. So why don't I utilize someone who already has seniority in the field here? According to Adelia, although she was only a vice family head, it had been 4 years since she took over as the head of the family. In those 4 years, she had managed to reclaim her family's declining power and become the strongest family in England. Then just manage that family. Kim Do-hook didn't hesitate to give her orders. Support my activities at the family level. Don't ask me why. The moment you mess things up again, you know what will happen, right? Seeing her master's signal, the fortune-teller Raven Mask confirmed that she would personally supervise to ensure such a thing never happened again. Suddenly, her figure transformed into golden light and faded. She said it was time, because to manifest directly here, constellations needed a large amount of magic power, which meant needing tons of magic-filled runestones. That's also why these people brought a pile of runestones here, because that magic power is disappearing, and because I've also used my skill, I'll need to rest a bit. Kim Do-hook didn't expect constellations to also face such limitations. Nevertheless, she still felt that being able to witness her master's rebirth like this was good enough. Kim Do-hook worried about her, telling her to rest a bit. Before leaving, she put her mask back on and said one thing. Besides me, it seems there are other disciples who have also become constellations. You'll meet him soon, so please excuse me. I'll be going now. As soon as she finished speaking, she completely vanished as if she had never been there. And that sentence also kept Kim Do-hook thinking. He had a hunch about this, but who was coming next? Moreover, it's very possible that all of his disciples have become constellations. But when is soon? Kim Do-hook had already personally met two of them, Backer and Moron. The encounter with Backer was unavoidable thanks to the notification window. As for Moron, it was by chance. Now that there's a large number of constellations, what's the point of meeting each and every one of them? But why hasn't Backer made a peep since you met the guide? Did you call me, Master? I'll appear right away. Kim Do-hook immediately asked why he wasn't as chatty as usual. Backer said he was organizing his thoughts. His memories were cut short the moment Do-hook entered the secret room. In his memory, he felt as if you had walked out the moment you entered that room. And a bit more of his memories returned. Do you remember how weak and fragile you used to be? Seeing the tension in the air, Do-hook teased the kid. Batcher stammered, asking how he could remember such trivial memories. But he had learned the concept of names, something Do-hook should have known, and one more rather important thing. The Lord of the Labyrinth. He's the one who gave me the name Batcher. Lost in thought while walking, he arrived at the classroom. Kim Do-hook sat in class, but his mind wasn't on the lesson. So, the one who stole his true identity and returned the name Batcher was the Lord of the Labyrinth. Batcher confirmed once again that it was exactly so. That guy both gave him power and killed him. But with the power of the Master of the Tower of Destruction, that's only natural. But did that power affect his personality? When I was the Master of the Tower, I was also a bit rigid. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the identity and power I received. But my current personality is quite similar to my original one. Kim Do-hook didn't understand how that pervert could grant or take away others' identities like that. Batcher didn't know exactly how he did it either. Kim Do-hook clicked his tongue. This world is a labyrinth large enough for him to exploit identities, which is why he can grant and arbitrarily take away others' identities. Batcher didn't understand what Do-hook just said. What does "this world is a labyrinth" mean? This idiot. How could you not know such important information? And so, the two teacher and student talked through the entire class. Batcher finally understood everything. Kim Do-hook was also very angry, but currently they were still fish being raised in his pond, so they couldn't act yet. However, thanks to the guide, there was a chance to fight back. All they needed to do was wait for the right moment. The next day, as promised, the guide which arrived. At this time, Kim Do-hook was still standing there dumbfounded, holding a food tray. The guide also paused slightly and asked, "What's that shiny silver thing?" Kim Do-hook immediately flared up. "It's a food tray. A tray of food. You did say we'd meet again in 2 days, but why did you call me in the middle of lunch? Damn, how annoying. Even God avoids interrupting a meal. So why did this old hag drag me away right before mealtime?" The guide promised to pay attention to that next time. Let's put this aside for now. The guide asked if he had brought the ring. "Yes, I brought it, old lady." "Just get on with it. Why are you being so slow? It doesn't seem like an item that boosts my stats. How do you plan to counter that guy with this?" Kim Do-hook was still the one to take the initiative. "It's simple. Wear that ring and clear the labyrinth." This girl says things so vaguely. The labyrinth? Which labyrinth? Or can it be just any? Initially, only a few labyrinths were natural, and all the others were monitored, right? The guide said he could clear any labyrinth. Soon, the Maze Lord will create labyrinths himself. What was it in your world? Monster outbreaks, catastrophes. This means that when a labyrinth begins to form, monsters will swarm out, and the surrounding areas will be ravaged. Before Kim Do-hook was reborn, those things were everywhere. That's why there was no safe place back then. After being reborn, everything stabilized, and he could finally enjoy life a little. Damn it, it seems everything falls to me. So where and when will it appear, and to what extent? Around 3 months later. The scale is being determined. They say it'll happen in a country called Korea. Unbelievable. Even though I live in Korea, if you don't tell me the exact location, how can I stop it? The guy didn't dare say this, because she was afraid the Maze Lord would find her, so she could only provide such limited information. Seriously, there's always something to worry about. The strange thing is, this world was already a labyrinth from the start, so why would another labyrinth appear within it? The Maze Lord intentionally created it. Is he preparing to create more identities? Exactly. He's already decided. It could be said he's making everyone adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So I have to wear this ring and destroy the labyrinth that appears when the catastrophe occurs? That's the plan. However, the guide still wanted to ask Kim Do-hook how he usually destroyed labyrinths. The monsters that appear in the labyrinth are quite difficult to deal with, so I usually ignore them and destroy the labyrinth stone. If you do that, the labyrinth will automatically disappear. Kim Do-hook always liked to do things quickly and cleanly. Usually, that's the fastest way. But this time, you can't do that. Oh, then what should I do, old woman? Put on that ring and defeat the boss. Why do I have to do that? Of course, there's a reason. Even though your world is just a labyrinth, the Maze Lord cannot randomly create a catastrophe or a tower of destruction. He has to use the power of the identities he's acquired. Simply put, labyrinths are created from identities. Among the components of a labyrinth created this way, the power of an identity is most concentrated in its boss. If you wear that ring and defeat the boss, you can absorb the identity from the Maze Lord. That will be the starting point of our counterattack plan. Kim Do-hook wondered again. That guy has absorbed countless identities, right? If they only absorb one identity, how can they fight him? That's a good question. Of course, the Maze Lord wouldn't care if only one identity disappeared. His goal is to help everyone adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears, so usually, instead of stealing an identity, the key to this plan is to quickly destroy the labyrinth. At that point, the Maze Lord will realize that the labyrinths have disappeared before everyone can adapt and will change his tactics. He will create an event by sending many identities to the world, and this is their chance to absorb many identities, because the identities they absorb will also add power to the user. Absorb identities and turn them into power. Let me ask, then how are we different from the Maze Lord? Kim Do-hook seemed quite serious about this idea, which surprised the guide. She thought he was the type of person who wouldn't care about such things. Who do you think I am? I only feel at ease when I do what's righteous. First and foremost, we will never harm innocent people to obtain identities. And if your identity is taken by the Maze Lord, that identity will be chained, preventing you from reincarnating or becoming a constellation. Thus, you will be imprisoned. Furthermore, if you use the power of the identity you absorb, once their identity is no longer chained, they will also be free. The guide said this, but if Kim Du-huk still had misgivings, he could do as he pleased. Moreover, you will also know what kind of people the owners of those identities are before you absorb them. Kim Du-huk had no further objections. Now, he just had to wait until the disaster occurred. The guide said she would inform him of the exact location and time later. Until then, Kim Du-huk should form a team to prevent the disaster. Didn't you just say we only needed to defeat the boss and destroy the maze? The guide explained that although the monsters in the maze would be destroyed when the maze was eradicated, the monsters that had already escaped would still remain, and they should stop them. See you later. The guide snapped her fingers, and Kim Du-huk was immediately shipped straight to the front counter. Damn it, that guide told me to speak before teleporting. However, she said he needed to form a team to prevent the disaster. Before his reincarnation, he also dealt with disasters with his disciples. Doing it alone would take a lot of time, and he also had to prevent damage. So should he take in disciples this life? Just then, Kim Du-huk met an acquaintance, Yen Lang again. What is she doing here? Yen Lang said that after losing to him, she reflected a bit and wondered why he spared her. And she made a shocking discovery. I lost because you were stronger than me. Why did it take her so long to realize something so obvious? You know what? I thought I was quite similar to you. Nah, no way. Let's just go our separate ways. Someone who can overpower everyone with talent alone and has never tasted defeat. That's quite rare for an adult. Yen Lang was very confident in her realization. But Kim Du-huk felt that her thinking was completely wrong. He's someone who has worked hard and struggled a lot, actually. But what that girl just said was only her past thought. It's not anymore. The moves that hit me weren't just simple attacks. They were body movements born from countless experiences. I was very angry when I lost, but after calming down, the reason for my defeat became clear. I lacked real combat experience, and then I realized that through the experience of fighting you, I also became stronger. So I want to continue fighting you to defeat you. And then what? Fight me. I'm not free, okay? Kim Du-huk told her not to bother him with her strange theories. Bye. Yen Lang still tried to hold Kim Du-huk back for a fight just because she had traveled all the way from China to spar with him. But to Kim Du-huk, that wasn't his problem. So instead of doing this, why didn't she spend time perfecting her family's martial arts? Yen Lang said she didn't know because she was only formally trained until she was 5 or 6, and after that, it was all self-taught. And then she was defeated by Kim Du-huk. The contractors in her family also disapproved of her, but Yen Lang wasn't afraid of them either. They kept preventing me from participating in the family's daily training sessions, so I told them to send people for me to practice, so my abilities wouldn't deteriorate. But then they suddenly threw adult contractors at me. That's why I often win. Luckily, there aren't too many of them. Kim Du-huk kept feeling that what Shui-yun said was similar to her, but the underlying meaning was completely different. Clearly, Yen Lang was talented, and it seemed true that she liked to fight. But the leader of the White Lotus Association implied she was someone who would mercilessly beat anyone she met. So he became a bit curious about that family's affairs. So, was her confinement in the White Lotus Palace by force? Yen Lang said it was partly voluntary. She stayed there because she was tired of being seen as the family's troublemaker. Besides, it didn't really matter because she was stronger than the adults there anyway, and especially now. She had found someone much stronger than her, Kim Du-huk. What's there to be happy about? As long as I fight you, I can get stronger without my family's guidance. Right? Who's fighting whom? Kim Du-huk replied calmly. Yen Lang seemed to hit a hyperactive nerve, desperately pleading and acting cute with Kim Du-huk. But the young man remained unresponsive. He just felt that this whole thing was a bit strange. Clearly, Yen Lang was ostracized by her own family, which led to her being confined in the White Lotus Palace. So why would Shui-yun want to bring her back? Kim Du-huk didn't know the exact situation, but from the family's perspective, wouldn't it be better to keep Yen Lang in the White Lotus Palace? This girl is bothering me too much. Kim Do-hook couldn't stand it anymore and had to speak. All right, let me go. Oh, are you going to fight me? She was overjoyed, her heart filled with happiness again. We're at school, so I don't want to do anything too conspicuous. I'm also heading to the gym, so just follow me. Yen Lang happily accepted. At the gym, Choi Aaron and Ju Seon looked over in confusion. Even Manager Hook looked over curiously. I'll change and be right back. Wait a moment. Kim Do-hook turned and said to Yen Lang. The girl acted like it was no problem, and the young man immediately grabbed his bag and left. As soon as he turned around, Choi Aaron followed him. Kim Do-hook thought Yen Lang was still following, so he impatiently told her to wait. Choi Aaron, expressionless, asked him who he had brought along. Do-hook said that person was the madwoman he met in White Lotus. She said she came all the way here to fight him, which is why he had to bring her here. Upon hearing this, Choi Aaron transformed from a white rabbit into a white rabbit seething with anger, full of hostility towards Yen Lang. Yen Lang was no fool. She immediately noticed the unusual look in Choi Aaron's eyes and nudged her. What kind of look is that? Do you want to fight too? Choi Aaron, of course, didn't want to. Ju Seon stood nearby observing, judging by Yen Lang's hair color, that she might be a member of the Xue family. But Ju Seon was also quite surprised that the girl had traveled all the way from China just to spar with Kim Do-hook. It sounded pretty interesting. Very quickly, the whole group gathered at Valhalla Stadium. I'm sure only Yen Lang and I agreed to spar with each other. Why are you all here? Kim Do-hook was indeed a very short-tempered person. I'm keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't do anything strange. Choi Aaron replied immediately, and her reason was very logical. I'm following Choi Aaron. Ju Seon also had a pretty reasonable reason. Don't mind me. Yeozio Huck completely dismissed the reason. That's so difficult. I don't know how he even came up with it. Yen Lang had already started stretching, showing immense anticipation for this battle, boasting that she had become much stronger than before. Is that so? Then I'll fight with my full power. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hook thought of the guide's reminder to form a team to prevent disaster. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Kim Do-hook asked Yen Lang. She excitedly confirmed it. Then if I win today, you can become my disciple. Yen Lang was completely dumbfounded upon hearing that. Her goal was clearly to get stronger to defeat him. How did it suddenly turn into a master-disciple relationship? Kim Do-hook replied as if it were the most natural thing. That's just how it is. After becoming my disciple, you can achieve your desire. Let's start. Yen Lang said she hated having a master, so she was determined to win. She got into position right at the start. With the very first blow, Yen Lang led with her elbow. Kim Do-hook couldn't help but exclaim that she really had gotten a lot stronger. Yen Lang immediately and arrogantly unleashed a surge of mana. She asserted that he had blocked her attack just now, but this time he wouldn't. Yen Lang's mana forced Choi Aaron and Ju Seon to brace themselves. Ju Seon exclaimed, "Are there monsters like this in Baklin?" That was a huge amount of mana, its concentration even higher than Kim Do-hook's during the competition. Yeozio Huck was also impressed. Yen Lang charged with all her talent and magic. She was certain that even if she landed just one hit, it would be a critical blow, and even if Kim Do-hook blocked it, there would still be a strong impact thanks to the magic power. But what was this? Kim Do-hook assumed a stance exactly like Yen Lang's from earlier, completely surprising her. I like direct confrontation too, Kim Do-hook said smugly. His fist and Yen Lang's collided with immense force. After a brief struggle, Yen Lang felt herself being pushed back, even though she had increased her mana concentration to this level. Meanwhile, she felt that Kim Do-hook didn't have that much magic power. This proved that he was stronger than before, but back then and now, it was the same person. I'll only confront you directly once. What the heck? The second time, I'll block and counterattack. As soon as Kim Do-hook finished speaking, his knee plunged straight into Yen Lang's stomach. Despite her best efforts to defend, Yen Lang was kicked and sent sprawling to the ground. This time, she couldn't land any meaningful blows. From now on, I have one more disciple. Kim Do-hook beamed. When Yen Lang regained consciousness, her first words were to lament her loss again. Kim Do-huk commented that she was quite tough. He thought she'd be unconscious until the next morning, but she had already woken up. Yen Lang truly wondered if that was praise or sarcasm. Anyway, she had to become his disciple regardless. Yen Lang was about to suggest a magicless hand-to-hand duel like last time, but this master was too sharp, so she decided to acknowledge him as her master. "Now I've officially become your first disciple, right?" Yen Lang said proudly. But that's not the case. Yen Lang couldn't believe it. Did he recruit a disciple from the second tier? No, not that. But Choi Aaron is the first person he taught in this life. And she also claims to be Kim Do-huk's first disciple. For him, she wasn't the first either. But if something was troublesome, he should avoid it, specifically explaining things to the kind of people who always have a million why questions. However, being called Mio by Aaron made Yen Lang furious, thinking she was teasing her. Choi Aaron wasn't afraid at all and immediately confirmed it. "Yes, so why are you still angry, Mio? I'm Yen Lang. Don't just arbitrarily give me weird nicknames." "What's wrong, Mio?" It sounds so cute. And that was the beginning of an endless verbal battle between one rude person and another who stubbornly insisted on cuteness. Kim Do-huk, seeing this scene, suddenly felt a strange sensation, similar to what he felt when observing his disciples back then. However, this is starting to go a bit too far. "Mio, stop it." Even Kim Do-huk joining in made Yen Lang even angrier. "The truth is Choi Aaron became his disciple before you. Isn't she your senior? Don't be rude to your senior sister. You also have a junior sister now, so speak to her with some respect." Choi Aaron blushed upon hearing that. Do-huk had acknowledged her as his first disciple. Choi Aaron then smiled gently like a deer, saying that this senior sister would be patient then. Yen Lang trembled with rage at that. Today's training is over. Kim Do-huk urged everyone to go home. But Yen Lang had nowhere to go. She just wanted to come here for a fight. Who knew she'd be coerced into becoming a disciple? When she asked Tuet Van, she heard about Valhalla and flew straight there. "The school gave me a room in the dorms. You can stay there for now." Yen Lang happily agreed. At this moment, Choi Aaron, for some unknown reason, called Yen Lang Kitty. So the verbal battle began again, and Kim Do-huk couldn't stop them in time. It was late at night before he finally got home. Just because two little girls were fighting like cats and dogs, he, as their master, had been busy all day without getting anything proper done. But at least there was some consolation that he had gained 2 permanent members for the Disaster Prevention Association. Ju Sien is currently focusing on physical training. She still has a long way to go before she can learn sword skills. Eo Zil-huk doesn't care about anything other than increasing muscle strength, so he doesn't count. Just then, Adelia called to say that she had resolved the matter of the support fund and all the issues he had asked her to handle, and wanted to report back before they met. Kim Do-huk casually told her that he was announcing the recruitment of contractors. He told her that a disaster would occur in 3 months. Adelia wanted to know where he got the information, but Kim Do-huk couldn't reveal it. Furthermore, he didn't know the scale of the disaster yet, but something was definitely about to happen. Adelia asked again, "Are you announcing it in Korea?" Kim Do-huk confirmed it, and she immediately said she would contact capable contractors from Venchik and guilds in Korea. Kim Do-huk asked her to remember to keep it a secret for him. "Ah, Mr. Kim Do-huk, when the Guardian constellation awakens, could you speak on my behalf? Is she still asleep, pretending not to see you?" Adelia was completely helpless in contacting Moron. Moron had mentioned resting after exhausting all her energy to meet him, but she didn't expect that even a day wasn't enough. So Kim Do-huk agreed to Adelia's request. The next day, in Valhalla's training room, Kim Do-huk and Choi Aaron continued their intense running. Yen Lang hadn't adapted to the situation yet, so her expression was quite terrifying. After the run, she collapsed onto the floor, panting, complaining that she felt like she was about to go to heaven, and loudly accused Kim Do-huk of almost killing her. To her surprise, he said very nonchalantly, "You're still perfectly alive, aren't you? Anyway, you're still catching on faster than I thought. I thought you'd be done for by midday. Of course, I didn't come here to play. Damn, her baseline stamina is pretty good. Should I slow down a bit? Hey you, is Yen Lang here?" A woman, appearing from nowhere, asked. Her appearance strikingly resembled Tuet Van. It was just unclear what her purpose was here. You came all the way here without saying anything to your mother? Yen Lang, frowning and gritting her teeth. Tuet Nin Hoa. This attitude doesn't seem like meeting a mother. It's more like meeting a ghost. You're Yen Lang's mother? I thought you were a shaman. Tuet Lin is her mother, isn't she? Kim Du-huk also wondered. Tuet Nin Hoa froze for a few seconds before answering him. So you, Kim Du-huk, are the one who brought our Yen Lang here? Hold on. Who answers a question with a question like that? Allow me to properly introduce myself. Are you tired of beating around the bush? Just get to the point. My name is Tuet Nin Hoa. I am the head of the Tuet family and currently Yen Lang's new mother. Tuet Van, the leader of the White Lotus sect, is my younger sister. So that's how it is. However, Tuet Nin Hoa also wondered why Tuet Van, who had promised to contact her when Yen Lang left the White Lotus Palace, didn't do so and instead sent Yen Lang here. However, the aunt quickly set that question aside and moved on to the main point, which was to coax her daughter back home. Yen Lang was like, I'm not coming back. Before, when I was abandoned or shunned, you didn't even care. And now you're telling me I have to go back there? She said, trembling with anger. Go away and don't treat me like your daughter. It's so annoying. Regarding Yen Lang's annoyance, Tuet Nin Hoa showed no ripple of emotion, acting as if it were natural. She said that rejecting her at that time was an order from the constellations, and moreover, Yen Lang already knew about this. So what if I knew? I heard about this from a servant, not from your own mouth. And it was very recently, too. Yen Lang reacted extremely violently. Tuet Nin Hoa then said it didn't matter. That's just how the truth is. This time, she came because the constellations guided her to summon Yen Lang. Yen Lang, what the hell? This is a chance to be recognized by the constellations. Don't embarrass your mother anymore. Yen Lang, you want me to go back right now. So that's why you've been trying to drag me out all this time. Tuet Nin Hoa admitted it without hesitation. It must be hard to be a mother like her. So, Yen Lang chased her out, her face grim, saying that students were training here and she should leave, so as not to disturb them. Yen Lang also warned her that this place was Valhalla, not the Tuet family or the White Lotus sect, so she shouldn't think about causing trouble. Do you know why I came here alone without bodyguards? Tuet Nin Hoa's face darkened. It's to take you away unnoticed. After saying that, she swung her hand, striking Yen Lang. The girl tensed up to resist, but was still forced back, her arm turning red. What are you doing? Didn't I make it clear to you? I won't go easy on you. Oh, I see. If that's the case, Yen Lang also declared that she wouldn't go easy either. Having said that, she immediately launched herself forward at lightning speed. You remember, don't you? Even the last time you challenged me, I still defeated you. Yen Lang jumped up, unleashing a punch with all her might, aiming directly at Tuet Nin Hoa. She remained still, maintaining her emotionless face as she neatly parried Yen Lang's heavy blow with ease. Tuet Nin Hoa also had to admit that Yen Lang had grown stronger. The girl certainly hadn't just been playing around at Baklin Palace. Yen Lang yelled that she had trained hard because she didn't want to be left behind by the Tuet family in an empty place. Tuet Nin Hoa said that if that's the case, Yen Lang should return to the Tuet family and study properly. Finishing her sentence, she twisted her wrist once, pulling Yen Lang's entire body off balance with it. Yen Lang's eyes widened in surprise. When did her mother's skills get so good? She landed heavily, quickly pulling her hand away from Tuet Nin Hoa, then conveniently followed up with a kick. Tuet Nin Hoa was kicked back, nodding in acknowledgement that it was indeed a powerful attack. This compliment irritated Yen Lang, so she snapped at her to shut up and let her focus on winning. On the other side of the battlefield, Choi Aaron asked Kim Ju-hyuk if they should call the coach to stop them. But what would happen if they told the coach that the head of the Tuet family was causing trouble at Hala Hall without any bodyguards, demanding to take her daughter away? It would definitely cause chaos. But even so, Kim Ju-hyuk really didn't like that woman. Neither did Choi Aaron. She abandoned her daughter, and now she suddenly comes to take her back because of an urgent need? Yen Lang must be very disappointed. The way she's throwing punches as if to crush her opponent makes it clear. Meanwhile, Tuet Nien Hoa still maintained a dignified air, advising the girl to stop this meaningless fuss and follow her home before getting hurt. That applies to you, actually. Yen Lang said so and viciously delivered a kick directly at Tuet Nien Hoa. Tuet Nien Hoa recoiled, clutching her stomach, while Yen Lang looked smug. She had used a lot of strength to kick her. Even if she blocked the blow, she'd still get hurt. But just 2 seconds later, Yen Lang was horrified to discover that one of her legs was completely frozen. Well, this must be the first time you've seen it, right? Tuet Nien Hoa condensed a block of ice in her palm and solemnly introduced, "This is the power of our family's constellation, the king of the snow domain. Though not immediately, once you return to the Tuet family, you'll have the opportunity to train this ability through a contract with the constellation." Yen Lang also realized her dear mother had become stronger than before. Was she recklessly borrowing power from the constellation? But to the Tuet family head, this was not reckless at all. It was natural and common knowledge in the current world. If you are a member of a family protected by a constellation, this is what you would naturally do. Surely you're not deluding yourself that I was fighting you with only my physical abilities to meet your previous demand, are you? You've probably changed your mind, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming back? Of course not. I'm not coming back. Tuet Nien Hoa sighed at her child's immaturity, then teleported in front of her and bluntly said that she shouldn't expect to return safely. Yen Lang could only curse silently, unable to react because her right leg was frozen. And Tuet Nien Hoa was now aiming for Yen Lang's right arm. She wanted to freeze and shatter that right arm, then contemplate the missing arm, so Yen Lang would never dare challenge the family and the constellation again. Of course, that intention couldn't succeed. Kim Ju-hyuk, his expression unchanged, rushed out to block Tuet Nien Hoa, surprising the meddling mother. Kim Ju-hyuk's long leg brazenly blocked the space between mother and daughter. He irritably asked her if she was really going to cut off her daughter's arm. Tuet Nien Hoa scoffed, saying she was just disciplining her child as a mother and didn't think this was something Ju-hyuk needed to get involved in. Kim Ju-hyuk grew even more annoyed. Is this kind of education trending nowadays? He'd heard something similar before. Tuet Nien Hoa had never heard that, and now she was wondering how he managed to avoid her blow without being frozen. Moreover, Kim Ju-hyuk's strike had injured Tuet Nien Hoa. This could only mean one thing. The magic of Kim Ju-hyuk's counterattack was even stronger than hers. "Choi Aaron, take Yen Lang outside," Kim Ju-hyuk ordered. Choi Aaron immediately complied. Yen Lang loudly protested that she could also fight, and besides, it was her private matter. "Okay, your private matter, but look at your leg. Can you even feel it to demand fighting and punching? Before I can teach you anything, if my disciple gets hurt, as a master, should I just stand by and watch? Step back." Yen Lang was so touched by her master that she blushed and obediently listened to him. Shui Ranhua was also surprised. High school students can take on disciples now. How interesting. But things should stop there. Shui Ranhua emphasized that she only came to take Yen Lang away from here. But this matter affects you, and you're acting like you're the kid's teacher. What the hell is going on? Kim Ju-hyuk assured her that he wasn't affected at all. They just shared the same thoughts. But Shui Ranhua didn't understand what kind of master-disciple relationship could be so possessive. She charged forward once more. Let's see how capable this master truly is. Kim Ju-hyuk secretly assessed that although this woman had a cold exterior, her temperament was as aggressive as Yen Lang's. Just now, although he kicked her, dealing with her directly like this still consumed a fair bit of magic power. First, it's best to focus on dodging. At the same time, aim for her joints. Although Shui Ranhua was older, her movements were still very agile. As soon as a blow grazed her shoulder, she swung horizontally, intending to pursue and kill. Fortunately, Kim Ju-hyuk wasn't slow either, so he dodged it easily. But this old woman is destroying public property too much. Just fight. Why release a bunch of ice to destroy the training room? Kim Ju-hyuk cursed silently. This attack caused significant damage without even touching the ground. And Granny Shui can even unleash ice avalanches. That's incredibly strong. However, I need to remind you about something. The gym equipment belongs to the school. You destroyed it. So before you go back to China, remember to compensate. Shui Ranhua said if he won, she might consider it. What? You destroy public property and then just walk away? Is that even possible? Let's save the bickering for later. Right now, her hand is aimed straight at Kim Joo-hyuk's neck. Dodging is useless now. It'll only make this old hag unleash more ice. But blocking, even these minor damage-dealing blows, would consume a lot of magic power. In that case, I'll just destroy it directly. Kim Joo-hyuk split his legs and kicked straight into Shui Ranhua's wrist, sending the attack towards the ceiling. While she winced from her magic being redirected, Kim Joo-hyuk lunged in front of her, gave an evil grin, and delivered a direct, penetrating punch. Thus, an overwhelming victory was achieved without much fanfare. Yen Lang never expected Joo-hyuk could so overwhelmingly defeat someone wielding the power of a constellation. Shui Ranhua also had to praise his good fighting. Of course, can borrowed power compare to a martial god? Moreover, that's precisely why Yen Lang came all this way to become his disciple. However, even if I acknowledge you, I'm still taking the girl with me. Are you kidding me, Auntie? This is the will of our guardian constellation. Even if I fail, thousands of people under the constellation's command will come to take the girl back. What kind of crunchy peanut is that? Yen Lang was very indignant that her opinion was dismissed, weighing no more than a grain of sand. Shui Ranhua reaffirmed that the constellation's will is supreme. It is also the purpose of existence for the entire Shui family. Yen Lang turned pale with fear. Does she have to fight her family again? Even if it's something she doesn't want? Stop it. That's enough. Seeing his newly accepted student in such a predicament, Kim Joo-hyuk frowned and asked, "How do I meet your constellation?" Shui Ranhua was so surprised she couldn't react to his question. Kim Joo-hyuk irritably repeated himself. "Didn't you say it's because of the constellation's command?" "Ha! They'll keep coming here to take Yen Lang? Then I'll just defeat them, right?" Shui Ranhua was truly startled this time. Does this kid even know what he's saying? The way for humans to meet constellations face to face is when they appear at the sanctuary. But because this consumes a large amount of magic power, it doesn't happen often. Besides, because one person could harm the family, we don't dare deceive our constellation, who would cause petrification. Shui Ranhua explained, but Joo-hyuk believed there was still another way. Touching the sacred artifact and entering the spiritual world, Shui Ranhua was utterly shocked to hear this. She didn't expect him to know about this. If Kim Joo-hyuk touched the Shui family sacred artifact, he would meet the deep-eyed king. But unlike this world, where original power is suppressed, the spiritual world is the constellation's domain. When a normal person enters, they will be crushed by the constellation's pressure. Shui Ranhua asked him, even if that's the case, does he still want to resist? Of course I'll resist. What's there to be afraid of? This matter is settled, but it cannot proceed right now. Allowing an outsider to touch the sacred artifact is not something Shui Ranhua can decide alone. The matter of bringing Yen Lang back will be postponed for 1 week. Until then, no one will attack Yen Lang or Kim Joo-hyuk. Good, that's even better. But family head Shui still had a condition. If you are defeated in the spiritual world and return here, what do you intend to do? After all, providing you with an unconditional opportunity to meet the constellation means we are at a disadvantage. Yen Lang scoffed upon hearing this. Look at this ridiculous old woman talking. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't hesitate to take responsibility himself, regardless of whether he won or lost. If I win, you won't be allowed to touch Yen Lang for the rest of your life. I will take care of her as my disciple. Kim Joo-hyuk also stated his own conditions. Shui Ranhua agreed and returned to the family to prepare, but inwardly she still cursed him as arrogant. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk was granted an audience with the deep-eyed king, the Shui family's guardian constellation. A few days earlier, in the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Joo-hyuk had arranged for Yen Lang to stay in his unused VIP room. This VIP dorm was as spacious as a 100-square-meter apartment worth 10 billion. Yen Lang was also shocked by the dorm room that looked like a well-off family's home. Even more shocking was that she would be living there alone. Kim Joo-hyuk said this was originally his high-class dorm room, but because he requested a different room, this one was still empty. Yen Lang blushed for a moment before timidly asking, "Hey, Kim Joo-hyuk, why are you so good to me? Whether it's Shue Ranhua or others, it's my family's business. You could just turn a blind eye, and it would be fine. Are you doing this because I'm truly your disciple?" Well, partly, but honestly, Joo-hyuk doesn't like those kinds of situations. He hates aggressive, oppressive statements like, "My status is higher, you must obey me," which is why he acted so meddlesomely. Does that bother Yen Lang? Of course not. It's just that it's the first time someone has cared for me like this. I just want to thank you. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckled. If you train with me and find it painful and arduous, will this gratitude disappear then? The matter of favors ends here for now. Kim Joo-hyuk had something else he wanted to ask. Is your family's constellation the Deep Mountain King? It's the Shwe Deep King. Kim Joo-hyuk wanted to know the personality of this guardian constellation. Yen Lang hadn't been close to her family for a long time, so she wasn't sure. But even if her family members used his power, it was said that he didn't interfere much with the Shwe family. So it seemed some family members didn't even know which constellation he was. What? So why did that Shwe Deep King order them to drag Yen Lang back? Yen Lang also didn't understand why, as clearly she and he had no connection whatsoever. Yen Lang wasn't even protected by the constellation like other family members. So in short, she had no idea what the detailed story was. Kim Joo-hyuk already had his own solution. He told her to just rest, because when they arrived at the Shwe family's house, she would still have to be his guide. Kim Do-hook said that and left. Yen Lang, however, kept blushing. Back in his room, Do-hook called Adelia for a favor. First, he told her that he had just had an extremely intense combat with the head of the Shwe family. Adelia was shocked, asking worriedly why. Do-hook said that they came to take their daughter back, but he refused, so they had a fight. As a result, some of the school's physical education equipment was damaged, so he had to ask Adelia to handle it. She could solve this problem, as it was only a matter of replacing new equipment. In addition, Do-hook wanted to ask for more information about the Shwe family's constellation, to see if Adelia knew anything. The head of the Ventric family only knew that the constellation was Tuet Tam Wong, who didn't interfere in family matters, and the Shwe family acted discreetly. So she didn't know anything else. Do-hook remembered Moron, asking if the girl had woken up yet. Not yet. There's still no reaction from her. Adelia said with a disappointed look. Kim Do-hook said he understood, then thought in silence. At this moment, Adelia hesitantly continued. Could you please ask about the situation of your disciple's constellation and speak highly of me quickly? Kim Do-hook sneered. You've been speaking quite freely lately, haven't you? In that case, I'm hanging up. Adelia hastily shouted an apology, but Kim Do-hook had already hung up. I don't understand what kind of devil Tuet Tam Vong is that no one knows about him. Bat True also found it strange, but it wasn't Tuet Tam Vong who was strange. It was Kim Do-hook. Kim Do-hook didn't know what was strange about himself. Normally, no matter who the opponent is, you'd fight first, wouldn't you? Bat True said. Kim Do-hook admitted this. But even if he became stronger, Do-hook knew his power couldn't compare to before his resurrection. To confront them like that, without knowing the enemy's strength, sounds foolish. Besides, the mindscape is the domain of the constellations. They can unleash their power there. But why did Bat True weaken when in the mindscape? Moreover, with Bat True's normal power, his authority should be as strong as other constellations. But if Do-hook wanted to fight in the mindscape, Bat True could reveal a few secrets. The power in the mindscape it has nothing to do with physical strength at all. What are you even saying? I don't understand a thing. You can use your power based on your physical body. So that's physical strength, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Kim Do-hook started to get annoyed. Ordinary people, whether outside or inside the mindscape, would see it that way. But you're not an ordinary person. Remember that. Ah, I see. Do-hook generally understood Bat True's meaning. Now there's only one thing left to do, which is to go to the temple and defeat the constellation. 1 week later, Do-hook brought Yen Lang to the Shwe family. The Shwe family members lined up, greeting them like they were welcoming a prime minister. Xuenin Hoa stood at the head of the welcoming party. She sneered when she saw the two of them. "I thought you would run away. I'm not that irresponsible. Can I touch the sacred artifact now?" Kim Do-hook wasn't the type of person to be affected by such words, because usually his own sharp tongue was what drove others crazy. Xuenin Hoa grimaced and told him to follow her. Do-hook patted Yen Lang's shoulder, telling her he would be back. Xuenin Hoa led Kim Do-hook to a room completely covered in white snow and ice. Yen Lang's precious stepmother reached her hand beneath the layer of snow and pulled out a chest. As she opened the chest, she said that after returning to the Xue family, she had wondered what if the constellation lost to him. Then she thought again, if Do-hook lost, what if he came to be a servant of the Xue family? What she thought was her business. Kim Do-hook just wanted to quickly finish this match and go to sleep. "Hand over that glove." As soon as he touched that glove, Kim Do-hook was brought before Xue Tam Vong. He sat on a throne made of ice, with one foot propped on the chair, looking very arrogant. He asked who Do-hook was, and Kim Do-hook raised his fist and said, "You state your name first, then I'll tell you mine." Kim Do-hook knew he wasn't his disciple, but he looked very familiar. He couldn't remember where he had met him. Xue Tam Vong didn't expect that one fine day some random guy would come out of nowhere yelling to slash and kill him like this. Regarding addressing each other, they would discuss it further if Kim Do-hook was still alive. But for now, Xue Tam Vong had already prepared a punch with countless sharp ice arrows. Kim Do-hook scoffed. "Is that a long-range attack?" Do-hook leaned to the side, like Michael Jackson, to dodge the ice blocks. The ice blocks crashed to the ground with a loud bang, while Do-hook was completely unharmed, and even took the opportunity to jump onto the pile of ice to stand taller. "You dodged it. I didn't expect that." Xue Tam Vong exclaimed in surprise. He knew that the previous attack couldn't be dodged by simply jumping. Kim Do-hook must have used magic to jump further, and he knew that the person standing before him now was not some minor nobody. "I was about to tell you my esteemed name, but being stuck here for too long made me forget my name, so I'll tell you my title," he said, stepping down and approaching. "Outside, they call me Xue Tam Vong." Kim Do-hook couldn't help but wince as a sudden snowstorm erupted. "But those who worship me call me Han Thien, while those who fear me call me Kui Tuet. Combining these two nicknames, I'm called Han Tuet then." "Ugh, what kind of person has so many names? It's a mouthful to say." "Is that so? And I am Kim Do-hook." Han Tuet then said he would remember that name, then raised his hand. Around Do-hook, large ice pillars immediately appeared, encircling him, attempting to block his retreat. At that moment, Han Tuet then launched a punch, leading a bunch of ice pillars to press down on him. Wow, this damn fight with bare hands would really hurt, wouldn't it? So Do-hook immediately pulled out his beloved enchanted sword. Xue Tam Vong had a slight suspicion about that weapon. Kim Do-hook powerfully used his sword to shatter the approaching ice block. Two streams of powerful energy clashed intensely. A moment later, Xue Tam Vong himself was pushed back by his own ice pillars. He found it ridiculous that Kim Do-hook used this method when all the ice and snow here were under his control. "Oh, is that so?" Kim Do-hook, who had appeared out of nowhere, flashed an unkind smile, sweeping his sword upwards from the ground. Xue Tam Vong lightly blocked it with his bare hand. "So you used the ice pillars to distract, and then approach me, huh? The idea is good, but it's still very weak." "Really? Are you sure it's weak when your hand is shaking like that, buddy? Then try this move and see if I'm still weak, all right?" Kim Do-hook twisted his wrist, and a blazing red flame appeared. The punch shot straight into the middle of Han Tuet, then's chest. Kim Do-hook smiled like a devil, watching a big constellation being sent flying by him as easily as pie. Han Tuet then was punched and stuck to his throne. "It's probably been a long time since you took a punch like that, hasn't it?" "Oh no, that hurts, you little punk. That attack was full of magic, and that sword too." "I see. You're a martial god, aren't you?" "Well, it's just a title my disciples gave me. But that's right. In Han Tuetin's memory, the full name of a martial god remained intact. Kim Hyun-oh. Although he didn't know much about that person, Han Tuetin had personally witnessed Kim Hyun-oh's power 300 years ago. At that time, also in an icy mountain region, Han Tuetin was attacked by a horde of monsters. Although he did everything he could, it was an entire army of monsters that he couldn't handle entirely. Just as Han Tuetin was about to perish with them, the martial god suddenly appeared. At that time, he was about to ask why Kim Hyun-oh had appeared and was standing in front of the monsters. And as soon as that ink-black sword was swung, Kim Hyun-oh had dealt with an entire army of monsters in an instant. All of Han Tuetin's questions vanished with the monsters. Only astonishment remained. The magic that hit him just now was exactly the same. Although his appearance seemed very different, it was that martial god. "Aren't you going any further?" Kim Du-huk asked. "Then I'll strike and decide for myself afterward." "Then why ask, old man?" "All right, martial god. I've long wanted to have a proper fight with you. I'll fight you with all my might." At the same time in the reception room, Yen Lang was warmly welcomed by the atmosphere at the Teet family. She could see the light bulbs crowded outside the door, and those unfriendly gazes. This was why she didn't want to return to the Teet family. Recalling when Du-huk told her to rest at the Teet family, Yen Lang blushed. If it weren't for his request to be a tour guide, Yen Lang would have torn the house apart. Just then, the eldest daughter of the Teet family, Teet Lam, and the second daughter of the Teet family, Teet Boy Ni, entered the room. Yen Lang emotionlessly uttered nothing, then asked if they had come to fight. Teet Boy Ni stammered, saying no. They came to see her, and even if there was a fight, it didn't mean they would gang up on her. "But you always cause trouble when you meet, and you say it's not a fight? What's up with you two?" "Well, if you're just here to see me, you can stand outside like those shady people behind the door." "Hey, even I feel a little hurt." T.T. Lam scratched her head. She felt there was a misunderstanding and only came to apologize. And she thought apologizing directly was still better. Yen Lang listened, so surprised her eyes almost popped out. "Apologize? That sounds completely unrealistic." Teet Boy Ni nodded in affirmation. "You know, because you had to go to Baklin Dain after our fight. We haven't really had time to talk. So now I want to talk to you, even though it's late." "I know it's late, but about us isolating you from everyone." "I'm sorry." Yen Lang was even more surprised. Were these two possessed or something? After all this time, they came all this way just to apologize? "You'll spew anything out because you're scared that I'm here, aren't you?" Teet Boy Ni was scolded by Yen Lang to the point of crying, so T.T. Lam immediately stepped in to intervene. "I know we seem to be offering a perfunctory apology, but we had no other choice. We tried to meet you, but my mother always stopped us. There's this too. That's not all. Even removing you from training was her order." "Wait, weren't you guys isolating her because you were jealous?" Yen Lang had always thought so. Teet Boy Ni also confessed that what she thought was true, but honestly, they felt more proud than jealous because it was good for the Teet family to have someone even stronger. But while they were thinking that, Teet Neen Hoa called them both and said that from now on, Yen Lang should not participate in training. She said that you, Yen Lang, would be a threat to us in the battle for the successor to the family head. That even if she, the current family head, was backing us, all the other elders would choose you. And then, whether we wanted to or not, we had no choice but to agree with Mother and work with everyone in the family to isolate you. However, their precious mother miscalculated one thing. Both of her daughters had no interest in the position of family head. More than that, it would be more accurate to say they shouldn't have any interest." While Yen Lang was still wondering why that was, Tuet Van opened the door and walked in. "I'll tell you about that." While the sisters were chatting, Han Tuetin was unleashing attacks with all his might. A rain of sharp ice pillars poured down on Kim Du-huk. He swiftly dodged and then leaped towards Han Tuet Dan. Tuet Tam Vong launched a solid ice fist into the air. From that ice sphere, sharp ice spikes emerged, surrounding Du-huk. Annoyed, he swept his hand to shatter it, then fiercely charged forward again. "Are you trying to distract me with these weak, puny attacks? So you want a big attack? Okay, I get it. Here comes a big one." A gigantic ice formation immediately appeared in front of Kim Du-huk. Then it exploded like a bomb. Kim Du-huk didn't expect Han Tuetin to have such skills. It was quite surprising. Han Tuet then even intended to completely freeze Du Huck, but unexpectedly, Kim Du Huck escaped with only a trace of snow on him. Truly worthy of a martial god. Don't spout such unreliable praises. You're embarrassing me, but I have to admit, this guy is a bit different. If he was this strong in his previous life, Du Huck couldn't possibly not remember him. This guy must have trained here. He has made significant breakthroughs and advancements in ice magic. This must be why he is stronger than he was in his previous life. How interesting. Wouldn't it have been better if I had met you sooner? Kim Du Huck sighed. Han Tuet then didn't understand his meaning. Du Huck said it was a compliment to his strength, because he made him draw his sword. Hun Tuet tun davili sai. Instead of just feeling satisfied with your praise, he paused, used magic to create a gigantic ice punch, and then continued, I will surpass you. Han Tuet then reeled back to throw his punch. Kim Du Huck flashed a devilish smile and slashed with his sword. The two swept past each other like a gust of wind. Hun Tuet tun geawi sai. Forget about surpassing you. I'm not even close to your level yet. He knelt on the ground while Kim Du Huck stood proudly, smiling. Outside, the white glove continuously emitted a mysterious blue light. Tuet Nien Hoa had been standing guard beside it the whole time. This battle took more time than she expected. Tuet Nien Hoa even thought Kim Du Huck was using strange magic, so the Snow family's Toa Tin was just playing with him. Just then, she saw the blue light flickering. This phenomenon indicates that the consciousness has suffered damage within the mental realm, yet Kim Du Huck looked completely unharmed. Tuet Nien Hoa stammered a call. Kim Du Huck immediately responded, I have defeated your constellation. Of course, Tuet Nien Hoa didn't believe his words, but very quickly, she saw the information panel display the message. Tuet Tam Vong expresses respect for Kim Du Huck. This shocked Tuet Nien Hoa. She couldn't believe a high school student could defeat a constellation. She couldn't accept this fact. If you don't believe me, just ask that constellation yourself. Tuet Nien Hoa was so shocked that she sat down on the ground. Kim Du Huck came over and patted her shoulder. Ah, you said earlier that if I won, you wouldn't bother Yen Lang anymore, right? He gave a dark smile. I think we need to change that condition a bit. Very soon, Du Huck arrived at the living room to pick up Yen Lang. As soon as he entered, he told her to leave, without any reservations. Only after speaking did he notice there were so many people here. What are you guys doing gathered here? Tuet Van visibly rejoiced at still being able to meet Kim Du Huck like this. She never thought he would come here. Kim Du Huck remembered that Tuet Van was the leader of the Ice and Snow Lotus Society, so he thought she wouldn't be here. Yen Lang asked if he was done. Du Huck said he'd tell her about it on the way, because there were too many prying eyes here. It wasn't just Yen Lang. Even Kim Du Huck found the outsider's scrutinizing gaze, waiting for others to fall, an eyesore. In the late afternoon, Kim Du Huck and Yen Lang left the Tuet family. This girl, wouldn't doing something like that be considered leaving home with a guy? You came back so quickly. You must have lost, right? Du Huck was almost floored by that question. Yen Lang continued to overthink. You must have had a really hard time. Not only were you not protected by holy power, but you also faced the constellation alone. Well, that's true. Yen Lang really wanted to know what conditions her beloved stepmother had set if he lost. Du Huck immediately said that she wanted him to become a slave for the Tuet family. Yen Lang was stunned. Does that mean he has to serve the Tuet family from now on? Kim Du Huck even felt like teasing the young girl. He found it very amusing and wondered whether he should tell her the truth. I should have stopped you. I've heard everything from my sister and aunt. Yen Lang looked extremely apologetic. Tuet Nien Hoa is a madwoman. She was willing to bet her life to win the position of family head. Ever since she was young, she's wanted that position. That's why my aunt, Tuet Van, advised her to give up her greed. But after becoming the family head, her greed became boundless. She wanted to keep that position for life. She guarded against the elders and viewed her own children as obstacles, threatening her status. That's why she monitored us so closely, to prevent anything from happening. She was wary of my talent, so she used the clan members and my sisters to isolate me from everyone. Not only that, for some reason, even the protective constellation of the family shared that thought. How ironic, right? I originally had no intention of becoming the family head of this family. TSK, that woman is truly crazy. Kim Do-huk also said truthfully that he had intended to let Yen Lang's imagination run a bit wilder, but it seemed there was no end to it. So he had to tell the truth, that he had already defeated your constellation. Yen Lang thought he was joking, but he wasn't. This isn't something to joke about. And this mess started when that constellation summoned you back after you left the White Lotus Temple, right? But that's not quite right. From what you said, it seems that constellation isn't interested in governing this family. So I asked him myself, at that time, within his consciousness. After winning, Du-huk didn't rush to leave, but roused Han Tuet then from his dream, telling him to get up quickly so he could ask questions. Han Tuet then asked what he wanted. I hear you summoned Yen Lang back to the family. Why did you do that? The current head of the Tuet family asked me to do it. She said her youngest daughter needed my holy power for protection, and she thought the girl would listen to me, a powerful constellation in the family. So I ordered her to call the girl back. So that's how it was. But I thought he was the one who abandoned Yen Lang before. Hontuit Tungurimat. This was the first time he'd heard of it, and furthermore, he only just now learned that the youngest daughter of this family's head was named Yen Lang. So that's how it was. So you were also used by the family head, which means Tuet Nien Hoa has deceived everyone around her, saying meaningless words to confuse people. The family head has manipulated the constellation to her will to achieve her own agenda. Yen Lang was shaking with fury. She also didn't expect her stepmother had deceived everyone in the Tuet family, and even the constellation, just for her own benefit. And on top of that, ruined her entire life to remain the family head forever. How disgusting. So I told that constellation to cancel the pact between him and the family head. At the same time, Tuet Nien Hoa received a notification that Tam Tuet Vong had reclaimed all the power granted to her, and the pact with Tam Tuet Vong was broken. Tuet Nien Hoa's face was more distorted than a twisted word. Not only the family head position, she would lose everything. So you don't even have to get your hands dirty. Yen Lang blushed as she thanked him. Kim Do-huk said the family matters were settled. Now it was time for national matters. What else could it be but to return to physical training? The two didn't know that a skull-masked man had been following them for a long time. He asked his master if he needed to continue tracking them. The two-horned guy instructed him not to, but to find out who that person's enemies were. In the secret lair, all members were summoned back to sit and stare at each other. This lair was full of peculiar-looking individuals. The purple-haired person wearing a tooth-patterned mask asked why everyone had gathered. The white-haired, blindfolded man said it was because of the summons from Lord Toa Tinchuate. Everyone knows that, but didn't the constellation order to kill Kim Do-huk first? Why suddenly ask them to find this person's enemies? It's simply because that constellation has reconsidered. The purple-haired person asked again who was the first to receive and execute the order. The skull-masked person spoke up immediately. She asked what kind of person Kim Do-huk was and who his target was. The skull-masked person said he was a strange individual. He had tracked Kim Do-huk and investigated him, but surprisingly, he couldn't find any useful information. The only clear information was that Kim Do-huk grew up in an orphanage, and no one knew who his parents were. And it stopped there. After that, he tracked Kim Do-huk again and waited for the constellation's order to eliminate him, but instead witnessed the young man defeat both members and the head of the Tuet family. Then it was the constellation's turn to order a halt, switching to finding Kim Do-huk's enemies after learning he had dealt with the Tuet family's guardian constellation. The skull-masked person was about to continue when he received a message from the constellation, asking if the sacred stone was ready. Everything is ready. The constellation then asked if Kim Do-huk's enemies had been found. The skull-masked person immediately named three: the Ventric family, Yazinza, and the Aiza faction. The blind man knew Yazinza and Iriazong were evil organizations, while Ventric was a prominent, distinguished family from England. But Ventric had suddenly become friendly with Do-huk. Currently, they weren't sure if the two families were friends or foes. Additionally, the purple-haired person overheard information that a group of assassins called Bokjong was targeting Kim Do-huk, although no official action had been taken yet. The blind man thought this group was trying to make a name for themselves by doing that. The new order, kill all his enemies. Question mark. The next morning, upon arriving at the training room, Kim Do-huk received 3 messages from Choi Erin, all just repeating his name. She said today's training was canceled. She had to go back to her hometown to get something. That sounds important. What could it be? It would be great if she brought back a relic, because it's very possible that Choi Jinga's constellation is also his disciple. After fighting the Tuet family's constellation, he also checked the artifacts they collected, but there was nothing special. Considering the impending disaster and the Tower of Destruction, every disciple is important, but now everything has been delayed quite a bit. They said the White Lotus Society has quite a few relics, and he seriously thought about whether he should visit there. While he was thinking, someone approached him, a man wearing a Black Panther mask. Kim Do-huk vaguely realized this guy was from the black market. He suggested going outside to talk to avoid attracting attention. Kim Do-huk told Yen Lang and Ju Sojian to wait for him to return. Yen Lang didn't object because she found this super easy, while Ju Sojian wondered why they had to do that. Kim Do-huk didn't say anything more and just left, leaving the 2 girls actively fighting. But it was a war of words. The Black Panther mask introduced himself as being from the market. Kim Do-huk had roughly guessed this from his mask and attire. But that market protects the identity of those who trade there, doesn't it? Blatantly coming to school and calling someone out like this would damage their credibility. The Black Panther mask told him to calm down, because he was only here to deliver a message. It was a letter sent by the true owner of the market, the constellation known as the ruler behind the scenes. Read the letter and come to the market, if you can answer them. What does can answer mean? The Black Panther mask said it's because the letter was also sent to several other people besides him. The constellation is looking for someone who can read it. The Black Panther mask said he didn't know the content or meaning inside the letter, so if he could understand it and wanted to respond, he should come to the market. The owner constellation is waiting for you there. Once the matter was concluded, the young man greeted and left immediately. The butler immediately appeared, eager for gossip. He asked what the letter said because he couldn't see it. I should go to the market. Huh. Why did you decide so quickly? The characters used to write this letter are something I created. Kim Do-huk smiled with amusement. At this moment, Kim Do-huk was walking down the street like a dog thief. The butler then became chatty with him, seemingly noting that the teacher often goes out these days without needing to announce it every time. What you said is not wrong. Do-huk explained that it was because he had already negotiated with that white-haired teacher. Oh, her name is Lily. A beautiful name that you don't use. Ms. Lily said that since the previous results were quite good, you only need to report information about monsters and how to defeat them. The butler was still puzzled. But did the teacher say he created the characters written in the newly sent letter? That's right. Why does the teacher want to go there so badly? Those characters are from 300 years ago. Quite a few characters still exist today. Do-huk wondered if he should tell the butler that it was part of his training, and by going there, he might discover some things he didn't know yet. Something like that, but never mind, let's not say it. Anyway, that's enough about this. Let's talk about something else. Before I enter the mindscape and give you a beating. The butler sighed, agreeing to this unreasonable request to change the subject. It was pitch black. Do-huk pushed open the gate and stepped in. An iron gate? Do-huk pushed the door. He thought he wouldn't return to this black market, but here he was again. Do-huk guessed the reason the sky here was purple was because of the constellation he was about to meet. 300 years ago, the sky here also had a similar purple color. As soon as Kim Do-huk arrived, he was greeted at the door. You came because of the letter, a young man wearing a black cat mask asked. Yes, where should I go now? Please follow me, I will lead the way. Do I have to wear a mask like you? Not necessary. I will take you on a detour instead of the main market route. Market Sector 7. Inside a skyscraper, Do-huk gazed at the view outside and wondered if the black cat was here. That a reminder, master, please look outside. Huh, the yellow part of the building, it's all paper money. Last time you were here, was there a building like that? Was there? I don't remember clearly either. Just as he was wondering, the market's leader arrived. You're here. Kim Do-hyu. Did you bring the answer to the letter? As soon as they met, he got straight to the point, very direct and no time wasted. I do. But that letter isn't the type that can be answered normally. What? So, what do you mean? Let me see what it says. Lend me paper and a pen. Here you go. Thanks. The black cat felt this young man was making fun of him. Among the three who said they would answer the letter, they were all scammers. What they brought here only increased the Divine One's wrath. As for this young man, after writing and drawing for a while, he said, "Here." The black cat saw that it looked similar to the description the constellation mentioned. But what does it mean? It also means no. Immediately, the black cat's constellation reacted fiercely upon receiving the answer. "Mr. Du Hugh, you have been confirmed. Perhaps you should go meet him as soon as possible." All right, Du Hugh agreed without hesitation. The black cat immediately took out the holy artifact and instructed, "If you touch this, you'll be transported to the inner realm." Okay, in a blink of an eye, before Du Hugh was a girl with long purple hair. Ah, this magical power. Although your appearance has changed, I can still sense your magic. It's been a long time, Luminous. The red-eyed girl, overjoyed, cried out, Master. Your disciple is very happy to see you again, Master." Luminous knelt down to greet Du Hugh. "Why are you kneeling? Get up." Du Hugh leaned in and winked at her. "Yes, but Master, do you still remember these letters? You haven't forgotten them either, have you? I created them." However, the two recalled the past, when Luminous was rescued by Du Hugh and Moron. "After I accepted you as a disciple, I realized you didn't know any language or letters. You could only express your emotions and thoughts by nodding. You refused to learn all kinds of letters. I taught you by creating a new language with you. I thought if you liked it, you'd be more interested in learning. So I did that. Then I could teach you many things, such as martial arts." Hee hee. "Thank you. Because of that, your disciple can now speak and write. It's all thanks to you, Master." "So, you also understood the hidden meaning, right?" "Yes. I miss you very much, Master. If we meet again, will you marry me?" That's why I answered no. "Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I don't have time for such things. We'll discuss it later. But right now, this world is very dangerous, just like it was 300 years ago." "Yes, I understand." But Master, did you see the building outside?" "Ah, the building covered in money, you mean?" "I saw it." "Why, that building is all for you, Master. From now on, you can live in it." "What? I don't want to." Du Hugh flatly refused. Luminous immediately went crazy, asking a million whys. Kim Du Hugh was also going crazy with this girl. Seeing her like that, Du Hugh immediately recalled the reason he had given the girl the name Luminous, meaning bright and shining. That was because he couldn't do anything about it. While Luminous was still frantically asking why, Du Hugh reached out and flicked her on the forehead. "Calm down," he reminded her. "Don't let yourself get so excited." Luminous clutched her forehead, full of resentment. "Master, don't you like my gift? It's what you needed, Master." "Did I say I wanted you to build a building out of money?" "Yes," Luminous affirmed confidently. She still clearly remembered someone opening their mouth and saying, "I really want to live in a building covered in money." At that time, she had asked again, "A building made of money?" "That's right. It has to be as big as a mountain." Is that Master's dream? Should I call that a dream? Well, isn't it? Later, when there's peace, I want to live in a building covered in money. Is that wish still far away? Then study hard and become talented. End the disaster as if it never happened. Then I'll be able to do what I like. If you understand, then you two get back to practicing." Yes. From then on, Luminous vowed to herself to become stronger at all costs. "I will fulfill Master's dream, even though he couldn't achieve it in his lifetime." Currently, 300 years later, when peace has been restored, I have built a building covered entirely in money. Is that so? Wait, so you knew I would be reborn and had that building constructed? Yes. Although I didn't know which person Master would become, I received a notification that Master would be reborn. If it weren't for that notification window, Du Hugh was dumbfounded. Hey, I would have gone crazy. Luminous giggled cutely. Damn it, I couldn't stop her. But you're already crazy enough, Luminous. Now isn't the time. Huh. Currently, peace is still very far away. After a heart-to-heart, Luminous bit her nails, agreeing with Du Hu's point of view. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, and disaster will strike. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, disaster will also strike. This time, Master should have been able to rest after being reborn. After that was a scene of 1,000 curses. Damn it. By the way, I'm currently living in Valhalla Academy's dormitory. I refuse to stay here. Ah, all right, Master. Luminous seemed very lost. She couldn't do anything either. Master, could you lend me your hand for a moment? Huh. Du Yu didn't understand what was happening, but still held out his hand. Luminous then pulled out a ring, saying, "This is the ownership ring I got from the market. With it, you can move freely within the market without fear of being disturbed. You can trade and withdraw money from financial institutions in the market, and it also helps you move around easily here. It will always be effective. Please accept it, Master." All right, thank you. Du Yu noticed he's been receiving a lot of rings lately. If he wears them all, people might think he's crazy. Then I'll leave today. Yes, Master. Amidst the brilliant purple light outside the door, the black cat, standing daydreaming, received a question from the constellation. The ruler of the underworld asked, "Has that person left yet?" The black cat felt the way that person was referred to was a bit strange, but didn't dare to comment, only obediently replied, "Yes, he has returned to Valhalla Academy." The other side was silent for a moment, then said, "Ruler of the underworld, we should buy Valhalla Academy." The black cat almost fell over backward. Valhalla Academy. He wondered why it had to be Valhalla. Is it related to that guy Kim Do-hyu? The constellation easily handed over the market ownership ring to him. What is that guy Kim Do-hyu planning? What connection does a 17-year-old like him have with the constellation? About that Kim Do-hyu, what is his connection to you? The black cat couldn't help but ask. The word sky appeared on the other side. Don't misunderstand, Luminous said. That person is my sky. On some mountain peak. White hair took a blow, and blonde hair also took a strike. Both were hit straight in the face. No one was lucky here. The person finished off the two and then advanced, amidst the vigilance of the 5-person gang. Who is it? Yuzin. You scoundrel. How dare you touch my son? This guy is the soul destroyer Rogan. He was extremely enraged, raising his fist overflowing with magic power. There you are. D. The fist struck straight into the faces of 5 guys. With a boom, they were all utterly pulverized. Rogan was still posing when members of the Bones and Sorrows gang watched and wondered why that person was here. It seems he wants revenge for his son. Let him deal with these guys. We'll go find the leader. TSK. Rogan turned coldly. Is there anyone else there? But he didn't see anyone. At this moment, Leader Yuzin, Dragon King Henebo, was standing in a pitch-black space, wondering where he was. He heard there was an intruder, then suddenly heard an explosion, and then he was here. This definitely isn't the office. Was I teleported somewhere else? How annoying. A pair of red eyes flashed. Your heartbeat. And then Yuzin had a hole carved right in his chest. Though his chest had been pierced for a while, Yuzin only then screamed in horror, and that shapeless monster was holding his heart in its hand. Don't worry in this space. As long as I don't permit it, you can't die. But it still hurts like hell. Yuzin was in a lot of pain, but still had the presence of mind to assess this strange space, and this ridiculously overwhelming power. He realized this was the constellation's mental landscape. Besides that, this terrifying and uncomfortable magic, and that goat mask. Are you the constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh family, Tuji? You recognized it sooner than I expected. Yes, I am Tuji, the guardian constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh family, Tuji, aka the guy in metal armor, wearing a goat mask as a scare combo. I heard a loud fight outside. Was it your family's people attacking us? But why us? It's probably the solipsist making a ruckus outside. Because he's found out you attacked his child. Yuzin remembered Logan's threatening face and felt horrified. Now, with enemies on all sides, he didn't know what to do next to escape this calamity. Even if you weren't the one who started it, he'll still deal with all of you. Yuzin was stunned by Tuji's words. Why? You and they are also targeting Kim Do-hyu, aren't you? Don't we have the same goal? At first, yes. He was our target from the beginning. But do you know our criteria for choosing a target? I don't know. As the strongest, I only eliminate those who boast about being the strongest, regardless of whether they truly are. What? Then why did you deal with that arrogant person before? Because he bragged about being the strongest. Trash like him doesn't deserve that title. In that case, I don't know anything. I've never claimed to be the strongest. That's true, but you made a mistake. You tried to harm the one who deserves the title of the strongest. As he finished speaking, red flames blazed behind Tu Due, as if ready to instantly incinerate anyone who dared to be disrespectful. Uxian also didn't expect things to come to this, and he also didn't understand what tried to harm the one who deserves the title of the strongest even meant. He just thought if he didn't act now, he'd surely die by the hands of this crazy constellation. If that's the case, then no matter how strong the constellation's domain is, he should be able to fight back using his constellation's relics and magic. Thinking that, Uxian bit his lip, preparing to make a move. He thought after dealing with his constellation, he could find a way out of this hellish place. So he attacked without any hesitation. Tu Due leisurely sat and mused. A sacred relic. You must always carry it with you, because the concepts have been passed down to the mindscape. Uxian ignored the nonsense, pouring all his strength into his dark tentacle punch. Suddenly, purple smoke billowed out. When the smoke cleared, the attack was seen to have gone straight into the wall. He couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Tu Due successfully dodge the attack. He thought his back was exposed, so he immediately turned his head, looking vigilant. Surprisingly, his back was also empty. He started to panic. What's going on? Where did that constellation disappear to? Not to mention his magic. I can't even sense his presence anymore. Is this possible within that constellation's mindscape? To hide such surging magic power? Damn it, where is he? Behind you, idiot. My strongest, my master. You dare to lay hands on that person. Tu Due curled his hand, piercing through Uxian. So I won't eliminate you so gently. The next morning, Valhalla Dormitory. Du-Yu gasped in shock after reading the news. Batcho immediately poked his head out to see what was happening. Uxian and Yu's factions were both wiped out. So abruptly? Come to think of it, Master fought both families, didn't he? That's right. I was planning to eliminate them someday after I left Valhalla, but it seems I don't have to worry about that anymore. I see. Wait, Master, you're planning to leave Valhalla? You're not going to graduate? Yes. It's because the notification window told me to enter the school at first. That's why I joined. Now that I've satisfied all the conditions of the notification window, there's no longer any reason for me to stay in this school. Well, it's not like I'm leaving right away. I'll only leave after the great calamity ends. All right, Batcho couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Valhalla Director's office. Valhalla Academy Director Sim looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Who are you? Nice to meet you. I am Hack Mew, owner of the black market. Hack Mew maintained his working style, getting straight to business after the introduction. All right, no beating around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Sell this school to me. Director, is your heart okay? What? Director Sim was utterly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Wait, did you just say you're the head of the black market? That's right. So you know about it too, sir? I know, but I've never set foot in there. Everyone says that the first time, just like you. Anyway, I can't sell Valhalla Academy to such a questionable place. Is that so? As soon as Hackme finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A briefcase full of money appeared right before Sim's eyes. How about this? I don't need money. If you think I'll easily sell this school, you're mistaken. Do you know what I was thinking when I founded this academy? When I was a hunter, Korea was too weak against mazes and monsters. When humans commit crimes, they can all be easily caught by the police. But what about monsters? When there were monster invasions, the government would send letters to guilds, requesting their hunters to deal with them. The government also created an army of fake contractors to retaliate against monsters, but they chose people indiscriminately. So in the end, it fell apart, and its effectiveness was even worse than those guild members. So I decided I would build an academy myself to train hunters and fake contractors to become strong, on par with other powerful nations. Now I'm sitting here managing it. Excellent fake contractors who graduated from Valhalla are currently working as hunters for various guilds and in other fields too. Thanks to them, the monsters in Korea have been pushed back at an astonishing rate, holding the world's fastest record for this. So, do you understand why I won't sell it? Yes, that's a wonderful story, sir. I'm not saying I'll change your educational methods, principal. The school's educational policies will remain, but the true owner of this place will be me. How can I trust your words? Ah, well then. Hackmew snapped his fingers again. The briefcase of money had doubled in thickness. Just add more money, right? No, I already said money isn't the issue. Hackmew seemed to understand even less as he kept snapping his fingers, adding more money. There was so much money that Sim was speechless. Briefcases full of money covered his desk. And of course, with that much money, anyone would give in. Please take good care of this school. This old man will now retire. Hackmew quickly changed the nameplate. This school had a new owner. Sir, I have acquired Valhalla Academy, as per your command. Immediately, Luminous issued new directives. The ruler of the underworld said to create a portal between the building and Valhalla Academy. The building, do you mean the central building of the market? The ruler of the underworld said, and install cameras everywhere. Cameras? I thought they were already installed at the academy. The ruler of the underworld said to just install more. All right, sir. So, I'm allowed to monitor those guys following Master. Luminous smiled dangerously. After school, Bat suddenly commented. The school seems a bit chaotic today, teacher. Really? I didn't really notice. It seems the teachers are busy with something. Actually, today's self-study time is longer than usual. You even notice things like that? I'm a little scared of you now. Do you? At this very moment, someone called you. It's Choi Aaron. What? You're back from visiting home? I've been in class all day, didn't you see me? I don't know, I just kept sleeping. Are you going to the gym now? Yeah, that's right. Then I'll come along too. I have something I want to show you. What's with all the mystery, dude? The four top students gathered at the gym to see what Choi Aaron wanted to show. They just saw her slowly assemble the sword. What's this? That's not the sword I've seen before, is it? Yes, in fact, I went back to my family to get this sword. Du Yu was quite surprised. That sword was emanating a powerful magical aura. Exactly, this is my family's heirloom. Du heard that and shouted. What? Is that the Blue Moon Sword, the relic of Choi Jinga? That's right. How do you have it? After successfully passing the family selection test, I became the rightful heir to this sword. Even so, isn't it a bit much for a high school student to carry something so precious? The family head has permitted it, so it's fine. Do you think it's okay for me to practice with this Blue Moon Sword? If you want to, then sure. There's nothing Du Yu can't do. Once it's in his hands, everything turns to dust. Before that, can I hold that sword for a bit? Du jumped up. That's someone else's family heirloom. It carries the power of an entire constellation, and you want to hold it. Du Yu's face turned black with anger, cursing. This girl is so annoying. Sure, here. Aaron immediately handed it to Du Yu, who then loudly scolded her for being so careless. Du Yu held the sword and felt something strange. The mana emanating from this thing gave him an oddly familiar feeling. At this moment, the surroundings changed. Before Du Yu's eyes was an ancient arena where a tall, shirtless man stood. Long time no see. Hyun-oh Hyun. That person was Choi Jinga, the constellation protector Dao Kwang. To meet an acquaintance at a time like this? Kim Du-hyu was initially unsure, then suddenly remembered. Ah, it's that kid, huh? How long are you going to keep calling me kid? You see for yourself. I'm grown up now. Wait, let me think. Did I ever tell you my name before? You always just grabbed your sword and charged at me. So what's with names? Well, I really want to now. But as soon as I became a constellation, I forgot my name. Jinga seemed very regretful. Even if you told me your name, I'd still call you kid. Seriously, man. Du Yu didn't expect Jinga to have also become a constellation. Meanwhile, you were grimacing, forcing yourself to accept that in his eyes, you'd always be a kid. Du Yu looked at him thoughtfully, wondering how interesting it was that even a kid could become a constellation. Back to the encounter from 300 years ago. At that time, Jinga was truly just a kid, half the height of Hyeno. Ever since then, the Sword King had been asking to fight him. Fight me? What are you talking about, kid? Aren't you the strongest among all the adults here? Then fight me. Moron's face darkened. His master had just grown up, and this kid was already calling him uncle. Should I deal with him, master? Calm down. Hyeno stopped Moron, then turned to Jinga. But why are you so eager to fight? Do you love fighting that much? I want to create the strongest sword art. That strongest sword art can make anyone, whether old or young, big or small, male or female, become stronger. When monsters attacked my family, everyone died because no one knew how to use a sword. That's why I want to create the strongest sword art, so that no one else has to go through what I did. So, please fight me, because the sword art that defeats you will soon become the strongest sword art. Hyeno cracked his neck and laughed. What a brave kid. But you can't even hold a sword properly, let alone talk about sword art. If you call me brother, then I'll be your opponent. Moron's face twisted as he had a hunch his master was luring a child. Jinga didn't know he was being tricked, only wanting to fight, so he shouted loudly, All right, let's fight, brother. Game on. Du Yu laughed without any embarrassment. He immediately raised his fist and lunged at the kid. That kid was a bit annoying back then, asking to fight me once every week. If I had lost even once back then, that wouldn't have happened, right? Du Yu bared his teeth in annoyance. You want to become the strongest swordsman, and you say something like that? Well, I also thank you for guiding me after every loss. Thanks to that, I was able to create my own sword art. Are you talking about the invincible sword? That's right. If you had become my disciple back then, I could have mentored you more closely. Don't you think? I had thought about that at the time too. But if I became your disciple, even if I perfected the sword art, it would still be your sword art, not mine, right? That's what I thought. So there was nothing I could do. You're quite gutsy, kid. Du Yu laughed and complimented him. I kept wondering why Choi Aaron's sword art looked so familiar. Now I understand. Zinga proudly boasted. You know, after becoming a constellation, I tried my best to teach my contractor my sword art. But it's very different from the sword art you once knew. About that, you know. These days people prioritize training magic power over physical training. If they learn my sword art in its true nature, their bodies would be under too much stress. So I improved a few things, so they could learn it more easily. But it's still a long way from becoming the strongest sword art. Is that so? But I didn't expect you to reincarnate into the body of a high school student like this. Du Yu suddenly remembered something and asked Zinga, Before you met me, did you receive a notification window or something like that? No, I didn't. Why do you ask? That's super weird. Luminous said she knew about her reincarnation through a notification window. I can't ask Moron, but 8 Chief also knew I would reincarnate. So, notifications are only sent to those directly connected to me? That makes sense then. Hyeno, this could also be considered destiny. Can we fight each other? All right, let's see how much stronger you've become. All right, it's been a long time since I felt this excited. Hyeno charged with his sword, wearing his familiar assassin's face, and Zinga was just as fierce. When he returned to reality, Hyuno already had a smile on his face. I was very happy. Du Yu, you see, returned the sword to Aaron, and added, Your constellation is a good person. So, practice and talk with him often, okay? All right. Aaron really listens to Du Yu, you see. Meanwhile, her constellation had been beaten to a pulp by him, lying in a pit and complaining. Seriously, this isn't fair at all. At this moment, at the Shui family in China, the old cadres of the Shui family had all gathered at a round table conference. Shui Yun was the first to speak. Elders, is there something you called me for? The 3 great elders of the Shui family sat there, and the old woman said, As you know, the position of clan matriarch is still vacant. We called you here because it seems we need to choose a clan matriarch as soon as possible. The old man wearing a scarf also said, "We are considering requesting you, the president of the White Lotus Society, to become the clan matriarch. But according to our tradition, the president of the White Lotus Society cannot become the clan matriarch. Have you thought of any other candidates, President?" The old man with long beard and hair also opined. "No matter who it is, we must choose a better candidate than Xueling, the previous clan matriarch. She was a cunning woman who used the family's guardian constellation as a tool to protect her position as matriarch." Shuiyan thought for a moment and then said, "I understand. The candidate I want to recommend is—" "Who it is, we don't know yet. But on this side, Yanlang is preparing for an intense battle with Aaron." Both girls were ready to fight. Kim Do-Hu stood with his arms crossed and reminded them, "I said it before. When fighting, limit the use of magic to a minimum and only use physical strength. Also, that sword is a holy relic, so fight with the sword still in its sheath, okay?" "I know." Aaron agreed right away. She could even draw her sword. "I don't mind." Yanlang was very confident. Do-Hu immediately scolded, "You're fighting barehanded. What if you get hit by the sword? It would be troublesome if an accident happened during a sparring match. By the way, why are you here?" Do-Hu turned to pressure Sojian. "Last time I watched you and Yanlang spar, you didn't say anything. So why are you asking now?" His secretary was also curious about Yanlang, who had overwhelmingly defeated her in the previous sparring match and was now about to fight Aaron. Although Choi Aaron had grown stronger thanks to Kim Do-Hu's guidance and the Holy Relic, Sojian was still unsure if she could defeat Yanlang. "Listen to Do-Hu, little cat. If I draw my sword, you're sure to get hurt." Aaron also didn't want to accidentally hurt her fellow student. Yanlang trembled with anger upon hearing that. "Don't call me little cat anymore." After saying that, she rushed forward. Aaron wasn't startled by this. She held her stance very firmly, turning the sword hilt outwards. Yanlang's fist collided with the sword hilt. The two directly met force with force. The power unleashed was almost too much for Sojian, but Do-Hu's face remained impassive. Yanlang gritted her teeth. It seemed like using her hand to strike a sword wasn't a reasonable choice, but Aaron was still pushed back. Yanlang bravely attacked again immediately. This time, her knee was coming straight for Aaron's face. With such a pretty face, Aaron wasn't foolish enough to confront Yanlang's knee, so she quickly dodged and took the opportunity to swing her sword at Yanlang's exposed midsection. Seeing this, Yanlang quickly turned to block, resulting in her taking a painful blow. Seeing Yanlang retreat slightly, Aaron also shifted to an offensive stance. She slashed horizontally, and Yanlang ducked to avoid it. Even without using magic, the sword aura was enough to crack the wall behind them. Yanlang secretly thought, "This spiky-haired girl is strong," but Yanlang was no pushover either. She sprang up on her toes, wondering when Aaron had become so strong. As soon as she thought that, Yanlang's arm directly collided with Aaron's sword sheath again. Yanlang didn't know what skills Aaron had, but now, take a direct punch from me. Aaron definitely felt that hit, but the holy sword absorbed some of the impact. Yanlang had seen Aaron spar with Do-Hu a few times, but she was nowhere near this strong back then, and the way she moves is completely different from before. While Yanlang was lost in thought, Aaron rushed forward with her sword, slashing across Yanlang's stomach. Luckily, she quickly dodged, or she would have been gutted, though she still got a large welt. "You're good at dodging, little cat." Having taken a painful hit and being called the name she hated most, Yanlang retorted, "With a strike like that, what chance do you have of hitting me?" Yanlang said that, but she also knew all her direct attacks had been seen through by Aaron, and her strength was limited. "If I keep attacking her, I'll run out of stamina first, and this fight will become a one-sided battle. I have to brace myself to take one of her hits, and then counter." Yanlang and Aaron returned to their stances. This time, Aaron attacked first, slashing downwards. Yanlang gritted her teeth and parried, then seized the opportunity to close in on Aaron and deliver an uppercut to her jaw. Aaron fell with a thud, clutching her jaw, while Yen Lang panted heavily. Despite the pain, Erin quickly grabbed her sword and sat up. Just then, Du Hu spoke up. That's enough. The sparring session is over. You two are both injured, so go get treated. I'll give my feedback and evaluate each of you later. Okay. Erin obediently listened to Du Hu. He also thought this girl wasn't bad at all. After signing the contract with the constellation and the sword, it seems she talks to that kid quite often. In such a short time, her skills have improved significantly. Du Hu then looked at Yen Lang, who was still panting over there. Are you all right? Yeah. Yen Lang looked at her hand that had parried the sword and mused. It's true that risking it pays off. Luckily, I intentionally moved deep into her sword's trajectory. If it had been the tip of the sword, forget parrying. I might have fallen before I even had a chance to block. Because when someone swings a sword, the farthest point near the tip creates the most destructive force, right? I was only able to block because I got closer, and the area around the sword sheath that I blocked with created less destructive force. Could the reason she suddenly became stronger be related to that holy artifact? Yen Lang suddenly thought of her family's gloves. Doesn't the family also have a holy artifact? Anyway, that's enough for today. All right. A few days later, Du Hu and the witch had another chance to meet. I found the exact location of the Great Calamity. Seeing the witch's triumphant expression, Du Hu simply asked, Where is it? It's in Se Dong Citadel. That's the name of the place. Do you know the exact date? 3 weeks from now. Last time it occurred was about 3 months ago. So that sounds accurate. What you mean this time is to defeat the labyrinth as quickly as possible, right? That's right. What should I do about the monsters that escape while I'm in the labyrinth? Last time I told you to form a team. Have you found anyone useful? Du Hu remembered his 2 newly reunited disciples, along with his subordinates, and Yen Lang's group. He reluctantly replied, I think there are people who can help. Really? Why not hire some fake contractors for that area? That sounds good. However, you are the only one who needs to defeat the boss in the labyrinth. Remember that. All right. With the strategy discussed, Du Hu summarized the mission. I'll place the ring in there and quickly resolve the labyrinth. Instead of smashing it, we go straight through it and take out the boss, right? That's right, do it that way. What should I do after that? The witch smiled and conjured a purple stone, saying, Use this. What is this? This is a one-time teleportation crystal. If you channel magic into it, it will teleport you here. Here. Du Hu was surprised. Wasn't it usually her who snapped her fingers and brought him here? Can't you just summon me yourself? Of course I can, but there are limits to how much outsiders can know about the situation inside. I plan to carefully observe the boss's actions when the disaster occurs, so you'd better leave as soon as the labyrinth has been cleared. All right, then prepare yourself. We'll meet again in 3 weeks. As soon as the red-haired witch finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. Du Hu walked along the road, pondering his battle plan. First, I'll contact Adelia and tell her to buy some ready-made fake Venchik family contracts. The kids I'm training aren't a hindrance right now, so I can easily bring them along. Since 3 weeks later also falls on a weekend, I should invite them out. First, I'll ask Lily. She called because she wanted to invite me out. Du Hu, you're in trouble. The shrill crying sound from the other end of the line made Du Hu pull the phone away. What's wrong? You've been fired by Van Holla. Lily's tears flowed like a river. Du Hu was indifferent, as if her being fired was no surprise. Oh, really? What do you mean, oh, really? Isn't that too heartless? You were fired because you deserve to be fired. Indeed, it's due, foul-mouthed Hu. No way. She seems a bit foolish when she's in front of Du Hu, but as a trainer, she still does a good job, even without being at the top in evaluations and writing an article about monsters outside of class. Du Hu listened in silence. Actually, it's a bit strange. Who normally fires a regular trainer in the middle of a semester, not during a break? Lily sobbed and complained. Even if the chairman changed, this is too sudden. What? The chairman changed? Oh, this is a secret from the students. I don't know why, but I was told to keep my mouth shut, so there won't be any news articles. Du UUC found this extremely suspicious. What kind of situation would require a secret change of chairman? So if Lily is fired, I can't use my authority to go out freely anymore. Is it time to drop out? I think I'll go to the chairman's office for a bit. While I'm there, I'll try to ask what happened. Du UUC. You don't have to. He didn't listen anymore and hung up immediately. Just then, Du UUC also received a message from Yen Lang. Hey, I heard I was fired from Valhalla. What for? Du UUC was also shocked. What now? Why was she also suddenly fired? Why is all this happening so suddenly? Furthermore, it's too strange. So many events are happening around me. But no matter what, I should meet the chairman quickly. Upon arriving, he saw that the current chairman was Black Cat. I had a feeling, and it turned out to be true. Black Cat, have you become the Academy chairman? Not exactly. I'm just the external chairman. The real chairman is the holy constellation I serve. So Yen Lang and Lily, did you fire them because of Luminous? That's right. Why? I've identified and I'm going to free the master from those foxes who dared to challenge him. Don't hesitate and kick them out immediately. He said so. I also want to expel the student named Choi Aaron. Is that okay? He said, no, restrain yourself and withdraw the order to expel them. I don't care about anyone. I'm just teaching and using them, but I'm not happy to know they were expelled because of me. A notification board appeared before Black Cat, and the master of the underworld responded with an extremely disappointed voice. All right. He said okay. But why did you buy Valhalla? That was an order from the Holy Constellation. Black Cat said again, I heard you refused to live in the market building, because I'm still living in the dormitory. Therefore, if I bought Valhalla, the master could live in that building. He said that when I bought it. Just for that, huh? And I connected a room in Valhalla to the market building. Only authorized people can enter that room, so you can use it freely. All right. Do you need anything else? So you can do whatever you want with the academy, right? I don't intend to interfere with the training, but I can. Well then, can you help me with something? 3 weeks later, Sejong City. This white-haired young man stared in astonishment at the horrific scene before him. What is this? Monsters of all kinds invaded from the sky to the ground. Smoke and fire filled the sky. The frenzied monsters smashed things and massacred people. The white-haired young man was still in shock. He came here only because it concerned his family. But what are these monsters? Just then, a piercing scream rang out. A girl was being chased by a monster. The monster held her bag with one hand and swung a spear to strike her with the other. The white-haired young man hurriedly covered himself with mana and blocked it for the girl. His other hand was already poised for a lightning punch, swinging it directly into the monster's face, taking it down. He told the girl, more goblins are coming, so run quickly. Thank you. After his heroic rescue, the young man swallowed and exclaimed that these monsters were truly different from the virtual monsters he fought in simulations. The heavy feeling in his hand with each strike gave him goosebumps. Anyway, he was able to handle one goblin. But could he deal with this whole horde? The white-haired young man silently cursed. Damn it! At least I have to deal with half of these. While he was still thinking, Yen Lang and Choi Aaron swept past like a gust of wind, leaving the young man dumbfounded. Yen Lang lunged and punched the goblin directly in the face. Choi Aaron slashed, sending a few goblins on their way. With just one strike, the whole group was taken down. Sojian arrived then and complained. What? They've already finished. The white-haired young man recognized her. The two girls turned around, and the white-haired young man recognized them too. Why are you two here? I think you should ask the person over there. What? He looked behind him, and Kim Ju-hyuk walked over calmly with his hands in his pockets, returning to 2 weeks ago. Ju-hyuk and Black Cat called Yen Lang, Aaron, and Sojian to Valhalla's conference room. Yen Lang frowned and wondered, why did you call me here? Haven't we already completed our physical training? I called you because I have something private to discuss. Before that, you can see that cat over there, right? Black Cat, it hurts here in my heart. That's Valhalla's current president. What? Sojian was extremely surprised and wondered. What about the previous GM president? Black Cat immediately replied. The principal has retired and handed over the role of new council president to me. However, personally, we haven't heard any news about the academy's president changing. Please understand that this was done secretly for a reason. Anyway, this will be announced to the students after some time. You're just finding out a little earlier. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Black Cat. I look forward to working with you. Sojian was stunned. Black Cat. Ju Hyuk continued. Anyway, the reason the new president is here is because I proposed establishing a new department, and he approved it. This is a special class where students have the autonomy to participate in extracurricular activities without having to go through traditional classes. Would you like to join? Yen Lang pointed to herself and wondered. So, I guess nothing much changes for me, huh? That's right, but I called you here to participate. You'll still train, but now you'll also have the opportunity to go out and hunt monsters, which will help you become stronger. What do you think? Yen Lang was overjoyed, nodding immediately. Is that so? Then I'll join. Of course, I'll join if Ju Hyuk wants me to. Choi Aaron also agreed instantly. Only Sojian remained flustered. Wait, I'm a little lost. First, regarding the new president, is he the owner of the Black Hat Black Market? Yes. You know about the black market? At first, I thought the black market was just internet nonsense. I didn't know it was real. How can the owner of an underground market be publicly known like this, and even become the Academy's president? Well, that's how it is. It's not strange. I'm a multi-talented person. Then, how could Kim Ju Hyuk's proposal to open a special class be approved? Or do you already know the new president? Sojian claimed she was lost, but in reality, she was the most rational one here. And Ju Hyuk didn't deny knowing Black Cat beforehand, which made Sojian ponder. I know he's ridiculously strong, but he's also close to the owner of the black market. This is no longer the level of a normal student. Ju Hyuk saw her looking at him like that and didn't mind, only asking, will you join too? Of course. Who would refuse to join a class where they don't have to do anything? Black Cat then turned to remind them. Oh, of course. There will be conditions attached to being exempt from basic classes and written exams. Huh. You will have to participate in public events such as debates or practical exams that require public exposure. Did they say that? I initially thought so too, but after further consideration, I realized I also need to think about it. In a way, students receive the highest privileges, right? So, there needs to be something to convince other students and instructors. First, the initial students of this special class must be strong enough to be recognized by other students and instructors. So, in that regard, there will be no issues. But from the school's perspective, for Valhalla's strongest students to be in a special class without demonstrating anything would be a shortcoming. So I hope you can actively participate in extracurricular activities to elevate Valhalla's standing. You can't just go hunt monsters outside, right? That would be good. But if you can demonstrate your strength to the other students, that would also be acceptable. This isn't a request from Black Cat, but rather a request from Valhalla's chairman. Ju Hyuk couldn't help but secretly wonder which hidden nerve this guy had touched to suddenly feel such responsibility for the chairman's position. He thought he'd bought the academy just for fun. Fun my ass, man. It cost a fortune. If I manage it haphazardly and it goes under, I'll lose money, won't I? Ju Hyuk couldn't argue with Black Cat, so he could only grudgingly say, well, those are the conditions. Has anyone changed their mind? Yen Lang said immediately, well, for me, nothing has changed, so I'm still the same, but it seems they share the same thought as me. Yes, that's right. Both Aaron and Sojian were determined to seize this opportunity. Ju Hyuk was overjoyed. Good. Then, the first extracurricular activity for this class will be. What else? Herding people to the labyrinth, of course. I just didn't expect to meet someone I knew here. Is that Se Hyuk? Why are you here? I'm the one who should be asking that question. I came down here for the weekend because my parents' house is here. And this mess happened, so why are you guys here? Why? Ju Hyuk lowered his sword and ordered. Choi Aaron, Yen Lang, get ready. Yes, got it. The monster trio charged forward. In front of them was a swarm of goblins, rock-skinned, winged, all kinds. Ju Hyuk sneered, drew his sword, and said, "We're here to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, taking out a whole bunch of goblins at once. Ju Hyuk confidently delivered a direct blow to the goblins. With a single swing, the entire horde of goblins, from large to small, fell. Ju Hyuk rolled his shoulder and mused, "Not bad." The people behind him, especially Oh Se-hyuk, witnessing Ju Hyuk's terrifying strength for the first time, gaped with their jaws almost dropping. Se-hyuk wondered, is this guy always such a monster? Among them were even high-level demons that they had never even fought in mock tests, and he actually took them all down with one strike. Just then, a man like a shadow appeared beside Ju Hyuk. "I've discovered a labyrinth that seems to be the source of the disaster. It's 5 kilometers away, and the area is densely packed with monsters. What about the Ventric family's agents? They're each evacuating citizens while preventing damage caused by the monsters. Moron, have your constellations not awakened yet?" He still hasn't answered. Ju Hyuk paused. It's been 3 months since that girl went on vacation, and she still hasn't made a move. Hunting monsters isn't that difficult anyway. Well, she's only capable of fighting small enemies. Ah, I understand. Tell those Ventric guys to stop playing dress-up with their cloaks and help evacuate by healing the citizens instead. What? The newly arrived man seemed stunned by such harsh criticism. That would help restore your family's tarnished image, wouldn't it? All right. Even though he's a bit mouthy, his reasoning is convincing, so I guess it can't be helped. So, can we go to the center of the disaster now? Ah, before that, Aaron, Yen Lang, both of you go and eliminate the monsters attacking the citizens and evacuate them along with the others. The two girls accepted the order without hesitation. Sojian, please clear a path to your family's home along with Oh Se-hyuk. Sojian was displeased when she heard that. Why are you pairing me with this brainless brute? All right, all right. Oh Se-hyuk glared daggers at her. This squad is already getting along so well. But that wasn't what Ju Hyuk cared about. So, can we go now? To the center of that disaster? A strong squad of monsters guarded a tiny gate. The Ventric brother looked into the distance and pointed it out to Ju Hyuk. That slightly raised spot over there looks like the entrance to a labyrinth. The two stood on a rooftop, looking down at the troop formation below. There were fewer high-level monsters, but overall, there were still many of them. I think the strategy of gathering all our family's agents to focus and break through one point, with Ju Hyuk following behind, might be effective. This Ventric brother was very proactive in offering advice, but his plan didn't convince Ju Hyuk. That strategy is incredibly ordinary, and it takes too much time. However, that seems to be the best option. But do you have any other suggestions? Ju Hyuk smiled in an extremely sinister way. I do. Brother Ju Hyuk. The brother's voice trembled as he saw Ju Hyuk climb onto the railing. And of course, Ju Hyuk jumped down in a flash, too quickly for the brother to stop him. The goblins below looked a bit dumb, but they were very quick at sniffing out enemies. Ju Hyuk hadn't even landed, and they had already spotted him. They were just quick at sniffing, but their reactions were still slow, so they took a direct sword strike from Ju Hyuk. The brother, standing on the rooftop, watched with wide eyes and an open mouth. What the heck? She cut down all those monsters in just one strike? Now it makes sense that people say there's a powerful contractor who's a high school student. That's a power comparable to a constellation. Kim Du-wook wasn't aware of his thoughts, only looking at the pile of monster corpses at his feet and remarking, "Nice." Before that, Du-wook had signed a contract with Luminous to use her abilities, which proved quite useful. Then let's quickly enter that labyrinth. Oh, right. She told me to wear this ring to defeat the labyrinth's boss, didn't she? Remembering the witch's instructions, Du-wook took out the ring and put it on. With preparations complete, he was eager to clear this labyrinth. Meanwhile, in Venchic Street, England, the Venchic family castle was still lit. Adelia hadn't gone to sleep yet. Information about that disaster had just emerged, and it seemed the South Korean government had only just grasped the situation. According to the latest update she received, about 50% of the residents living there had moved to safety. And I heard that Kim Du-wook also smoothly guided the group to the center of the disaster. Is he planning to go to the center alone? Is Du-wook really intending to single-handedly destroy the labyrinth, the source of that disaster? While Adelia was still thinking, a yellow window appeared beside her. The constellation asked, "How much time has passed?" Adelia was overjoyed. "Good heavens, Constellation, you're awake! It's been almost 3 months." The constellation was deep in thought. The constellation asked, "Where's the master?" "Du-wook is fiercely slashing monsters. What else?" The bat cho popped up again, spraying. "It looks like master is swinging his sword normally, but he's actually mercilessly cutting them down. Is that a martial arts sect?" "What's this? You were silent for a while, and then suddenly spouted nonsense like that. Where did you hear that?" "It seems your disciples, those who once climbed the Tower of Destruction while you were its master, used to call it that. My disciples. It's just a name they casually gave to their sword technique for hunting monsters. The name martial arts sect sounds boring." "Is that so?" Du-wook again thought. "This labyrinth is bigger than I imagined. If I fight each monster one by one, I'll be late. Then I'll have to use my ultimate move." Mana radiated from his body across the ground. The bat cho was puzzled. "What did you do, master?" "Quiet. I'm looking for the core of this labyrinth by detecting mana. Normally, a labyrinth's boss appears at a location like its core. So, wherever there's a large amount of mana, that's where the boss is. Found it. At the bottom of the labyrinth. As far as I know, the inside of a labyrinth isn't easily destroyed." "Yes. So I'll also borrow the abilities of my disciple." A sword strike emitting dark purple energy slashed down, immediately showing signs of cracking. Very quickly, the ground shattered and collapsed, and Du-wook plunged down with it. "It's you, isn't it?" The boss. Before Du-wook was a young man who looked like an ant knight. The ant knight, holding a spear and wearing medieval armor, quickly took a defensive stance. Du-wook looked at him with interest. "A boss that uses a spear as a weapon, huh?" If we're talking about weapon range, there's a slight disadvantage, but if I use my sword skills or abilities, everything will be fine. However, the most important thing is still to destroy the labyrinth's core. It's probably the core stone behind this guy. The best way to deal with him is still to counter, rather than foolishly sweeping my sword across." The boss took a deep stance, thrusting the spear with great force towards Du-wook, but he wasn't going to just stand there and get impaled. Du-wook dodged the attack as fast as the wind and conveniently exposed his scheme, approaching me to maximize the power of a strike. Huh. Seeing this, the general immediately swung his spear back in a sharp arc. "Oh my!" Du-wook leaned back, dodging and exclaiming. "The attack range of this spear is truly no joke. It's like attaching a magic sword to a staff to extend its reach." The boss retreated slightly to gain momentum, then lunged forward again. This time, he used a flurry of thrusts, intending to turn Du-wook into a pincushion. Du-wook, with an emotionless face, parried every single thrust, cursing inwardly. "How annoying. Even when attacking, this guy maintains enough distance so I can't counterattack." The general concentrated his strength and thrust, churning up the ground beneath Du-wook's feet. He quickly jumped to dodge, and the boss used force to propel the lifted rocks towards him. While Du-wook was dealing with the stones, he tiptoed and jumped up again. With a triumphant smile on his face, the boss confidently swung his spear in a powerful arc. Du-wook's face remained impassive as he spun his sword to parry the attack. The clash of their forces was incredibly powerful, affecting the boss to some extent, but ultimately he still knocked Du-wook back. Bachelor started his 10,000 whys again. "Master, are you being pushed back by it?" Du-wook thought to himself. "This idiot, doesn't he see that I'm doing all this with a purpose?" What he's really aiming for is that blue stone right behind this tadpole. The real goal is to lure this guy away from the labyrinth core stone. All right, in cases like these, instead of using powers from the constellation, should I just deal with you in my own way? Provoked by Du-wook, the boss charged again to prove to him who was the overlord here. This time, the distance was just right. So Du-wook performed a few sword moves to open his opponent's eyes, then darted behind him to strike a pose. The boss gnashed his teeth in anger, but it only lasted for 5 seconds before he was torn to shreds. The ring on Du-Wuk's hand, usually still and unmoving, now reacted. The ring emitted a blue light, then sucked in a stream of thick black smoke. Bachelor said, "It feels like something got absorbed by the ring. Master, what do you think it is?" Du-Wuk thought it seemed to be absorbing something similar to what the guide had mentioned. Even if he said it, Bachelor wouldn't hear this. But now... Wait, what did you just say? That I was being pushed back? It's been a while since you got hit. So you want to get beaten again, huh? Du-Wuk's terrifying smile made Bachelor quickly rephrase his words. I'm sorry. Forget it. Let's just leave before this place collapses." Just then, his attention fell on the spear that the boss had dropped on the ground. This item dropped. Why was it absorbed by the ring earlier? Should I pick it up and take it with me? The spear in his hand silently emitted a stream of crimson mana. Meanwhile, inside an ancient, giant tree, a place like a grand hall, a shadowy figure sat obscurely behind, as if ruling from behind a curtain. A black-clad figure, head fully covered, stood bowing respectfully. "Master of the labyrinth, the calamity has ended." Is that so? How many days did that calamity last this time? Only 2 hours. 2 hours. How long did the previous calamity last? 5 days, sir. The labyrinth master was momentarily speechless, then sighed. Has the time shortened so quickly? I thought the overall difficulty level of the calamity had already increased by creating those who bear the names of constellations and copying their abilities. Yes. Did anyone play a special role in the defeat of this labyrinth calamity? Actually, the labyrinth disappeared too quickly, even before I could react. All right then, we'll find that out later. For now, we still need to accelerate the plan a bit more. We will scatter these names to spread across this place. That will make the next calamities even greater by gathering the names of the strongest constellations. I will scatter them using a completely different method than before, so the Awakened Association can't cope in time. So be prepared. Yes, Master. The Labyrinth Master was eagerly awaiting the day he could savor the taste of the strongest. U-Hook's swift defeat of the calamity made headlines. Of course, this attracted the attention of quite a few people, including this young man with platinum hair and strange markings in his eyes. He stared intently at the news on the screen and muttered, "So, right after this guy dealt with the assassination squad, he also ended this dungeon calamity. Excellent." The white-haired young man smiled rather maliciously. "He's truly a perfect target, very suitable for raising our guild's reputation." This guy is Ruby, the leader of the Alchemist's own guild. He turned to look beside him excitedly. "I think we'll make a huge profit if we take him down. What do you think?" The person sitting with Ruby was a cloaked figure in black, wearing a broken mask with only one hole showing. The man replied, "You're right. However, it would be quite risky if we aren't thoroughly prepared. Of course, this guy must have been vigilant ever since we first paid attention to him. If Kim Yu-Hook reached rank A during the festival and competition at school, he could almost be rank S now. No doubt. I guess I'll have to take action myself for this mission." Ruby's words stunned the masked man, but Ruby excitedly continued to command, "Gather the guild members. We'll begin the plan to eliminate Kim Yu-Hook." At the same time, at Valhalla Dormitory, Kim Yu-Hook finally dragged himself home, sighing in relief. He immediately rolled onto the bed, groaning, "I'm so tired." After complaining, Yu-Hook thought, "I've completely absorbed the power within that stone, and now my strength has increased quite a bit since I first entered school. But it's still too far from my peak. Low magic storage, and limited output whenever I use a skill. This is why I quickly became exhausted even after dealing with only one dungeon calamity. I still have a long way to go. Dealing with this Calamity Labyrinth boss was easier than expected. I wonder if he was named by the Labyrinth Lord. He seemed quite weak. But anyway, thanks to the abilities of my disciples helping out, no major problems occurred. I think I've understood why people of this era are willing to pay a high price to make a contract with a constellation. When a name is given to someone, that person can possess the power of a constellation." Teacher seems troubled. Just then, Batcher appeared, asking, It's because of what's called constellations and names. I guess you went straight to the guide after taking down the boss. What did she say? Kim Yu-hook silently recalled that moment. After resolving the calamity, he immediately warped to the guide. Upon seeing him, the girl cheerfully said, "There you are. Did you resolve that calamity?" "Yes, I defeated the boss quite easily and completed it properly." Yu-hook looked at the gradually dissolving stone and exclaimed, "Oh." The witch smiled and explained, "It's all right. That stone was just a single-use item anyway. But what about that spear?" "This spear? It dropped from the dungeon boss. For some reason, the ring didn't absorb it, so I brought it with me." "Really? That's strange, isn't it?" The witch also found this hard to believe, but she quickly changed the subject. "Can I see that ring?" Yu-hook took off the ring and gave it to her. She examined the ring radiating purple magic for a while and then said, "Good. It seems to have absorbed the correct name. Here, take it back." She added, "This is just the beginning. As mentioned before, the names might be passed on to different people. It's highly likely that high-level names will be used by the Labyrinth Master right now, and then many strong opponents will appear. I will try to find out exactly who they are, but most likely, they're from the Tower of Destruction, the place you've passed through. Those bastards. Just thinking about it, Yu-hook already felt annoyed and sick, and now he has to confront them quite a lot." He held his head, thinking, "That bunch makes me crazy." "Come on, you can do it. All right, we'll meet again soon. Before the names spread too far, I hope you can eliminate some of their forces." Now he's lying here grumbling. "Well, she said those more powerful, high-level names might be passed on again." Backer replied, "I understand. People from the Tower of Destruction, huh? I've been in that tower before, but I don't understand why I don't remember anyone there." "Well, on the first floor, there are only basic monsters." "That's right. Those people might not have any names to lose. It's highly likely that those people will come from the second floor or higher." "Yes, and from now on, the number of annoying bastards will increase as they are granted names." "Wait a minute. If those guys from the Tower of Destruction descend, won't you turn back into a labyrinth insect like them?" Backer was so shocked his interface wrinkled. "What? No, no way. Didn't I tell you I was forced to become a member of that tower? Damn it, that stuttering just makes me more suspicious. Try saying Labyrinth Master, you bastard." Backer almost used his entire life force to curse that phrase twice. Yu-hook grinned mischievously. "You don't need to repeat it a second time, but all right, you passed." Backer didn't hide his relief, letting out a sigh. However, Yu-hook still felt something was not quite right. Even if he was forced, why didn't Backer have that power? Look at all his disciples and other constellations. Even if they can't directly affect this world, they can still provide some power to those who sign a contract with them, right? But this disciple is the only constellation without any power. Come to think of it, I heard my name wasn't stolen by the Labyrinth Master, which is why I reincarnated instead of starting as a constellation. And those who knew me before still call me by my old name. Whatever, this problem can't be solved just by thinking aimlessly about it. For now, training is still the top priority. Until my power returns to that of my past life, I will find the answer to this mess." The next day, after class, Valhalla Gym, Seo Hiu carried his gear to train. He was thinking about Kim Yu-hook mowing down monsters like grass that time. The more he thought, the stronger he seemed. But even so, I still didn't want to acknowledge that strength. However, after witnessing what he did in the disaster dungeon, even though I couldn't help him, I admitted he was too good. And not only Kim Yu-hook, even the 3 people Kim Yu-hook taught could easily defeat monsters. If I could also be taught by Kim Yu-hook. Thinking that, he boldly opened the gym door and shouted, "Kim Yu-hook!" But in the room, there was only Yen Lang, wiping sweat and blushing. The 2 young men stared at each other, frozen stiff. Half an hour ago, Yen Lang was running, panting. Yu-hook spoke, "You can stop here." Yen Lang immediately sighed in relief and stopped. Yu-hook thoughtfully handed her a towel. "Here's yours." "Ah, thank you. Now you won't complain about not being able to keep up, right?" "Of course. I'm ready for the next, higher level of training." You complained quite a bit when you first started training. That's because I didn't know the results would be this amazing. Aaron interjected. I don't like this, but it seems the whiny kitten has finally caught up, hasn't she? But the new member who joined the group, CO Jean, didn't seem to be doing so well. She was lying on the floor, panting. This is truly crazy training, but it makes me wonderfully excited. When you watched our training, didn't you know how it would be? I didn't think it would be this tiring. If you can't handle it, it's better to just give up and go back to your old place. Upon hearing that, CO Jin's face darkened. Then she snickered. Even if it's tough, this place is much better. I'll try my best to keep up with everyone. Seeing her like that, Erin discreetly clicked her tongue. Who would have thought CO Jean had sharp ears and heard it? She even asked, Did you just click your tongue? Under Yu Hook's mocking gaze, CO Jean shrieked, Just you wait. I'll soon leave you in the dust. Yu Hook quickly interjected into their conversation. Initially, I intended to help you reevaluate your fighting style after the practice match, but the accumulated fatigue after you came out of the state is still there, so it's best to maintain your current training level combined with rest. Aaron also thought this plan was correct, and CO Jean didn't object to him either. Yu Hook turned to Aaron and said, I'll go back to the dorm and practice magic. Then I will too. Yen Lang watched the two of them talk intently. You don't always have to follow me. Do what you want. I'm going to start training my upper body now. So I think everyone should take the initiative to train on their own first. So will that be all right? After all, we're the only ones using the gym. Therefore, you all can just train when you're free. I'll observe and point out what needs improvement for everyone. I think I should leave now too. CO Jean also raised both hands to retreat. Seeing teacher Yen Lang had been silent, CO Jean asked, Yen Lang, are you staying to train more? Yes, I'm not very tired yet. I'll probably continue training. That's great, but don't overdo it. See you tomorrow. Everyone quickly left, and alone, Yen Lang fell back into thought. I can feel one thing for sure. I've got much stronger since I started training with Kim Yu Hook. Especially in a focused state. The monsters I used to struggle to defeat are now even too weak for me. But Kim Yu Hook, he's still on a completely different level for me. I've never seen anyone defeat monsters so cleanly and quickly. He's gotten so much stronger since my match with him. His progress is truly astonishing. Thinking of this, Yen Lang suddenly froze again. Wait a minute. Why have I become Kim Yu Hook's disciple instead of trying to become stronger than him? I admit he's very strong. Honestly, I even felt the pressure immediately when fighting him. It's truly too difficult to train on my own to become stronger than him. So the reason I became his disciple is that I want to be taught by him. And thinking back to when he took a blow for me when my mother hit me, Yen Lang blushed again. She continued to think. After all, he's the one who helped me solve the family heir problem. He even helped her find a place to hide before, keeping her safe from her family's control, and thanks to this special training, she achieved results in just a few days. That's why she continues to be Kim Do-hyu's disciple. Thinking this, Yen Lang's hands trembled, causing her to drop the towel. She thought to herself that she wasn't okay. Her heart kept pounding erratically when she thought about him, and with it beating like this, she wanted to see Kim Do-hyu. It's not that she doesn't train seriously when she's alone, but she only wants to train with Kim Do-hyu. Calm down. We'll continue to train together, right? I'm not a pervert, so stop thinking nonsense. While thinking that, a handsome image of him wiping his head appeared in her mind, proving she needed a new reincarnation to be cured. Yen Lang trembled, warning herself. You idiot. I told you to stop. Why are you still thinking nonsense? She repeatedly punched her head, but couldn't stop blushing. Seeing the towel Do-hyu left behind, her face grew even redder. Yen Lang thought, I just want to wash his towel. Thinking it, she grabbed the towel and continued to think. I'm afraid no one else would even think of washing his towel for him. I'm just doing Kim Do-hyu a favor. As she kept thinking, looking at the towel made her even more embarrassed, so she breathed heavily and ran off. But even while walking, she couldn't stop thinking about Krat. There's no one here, right? So I'll just wipe my face a bit. Thinking this, she immediately brought the towel to her nose to smell Krat. And just then, Seo Hugh jumped in and caught her in the act. Of course, he didn't know Yan Lang's thoughts, so he was only surprised to see her alone there. But Yan Lang thought he had seen her sniffing, so she became murderous. You've seen the shameful stain of my actions. A stain in action? Seo Hugh asked, bewildered. You saw it. Yan Lang, her face as red as blood and tears welling up, swung her fist straight into Seo Hyu's stomach. The young man, despite looking tough, almost passed out from that blow, vomiting everything he'd eaten before collapsing to the floor. Yan Lang was still sobbing. "Oh my God!" she screamed, then ran away. That evening, at Valhalla Dormitory, Kim Do-hyu diligently practiced his martial arts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, wondering who would call him at such an ungodly hour. "Why are you calling at this hour, Adelia? My apologies. It must be late evening in Korea now, right? But I have something urgent. Your disciple Constellation has awoken." "That's good news. Are you free today?" "Free. I can make time if you need me. Do-hyu. Then take the relic and wait for me." "Excuse me. It's been a long time since I've met my disciples." Elsewhere, things were not as exciting. The continuous warning messages even startled Black Cat. "Lord Constellation, did the previous CCTV footage anger you that much?" The answer was still a flood of spam-like notifications. Black Cat couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking it shouldn't have been displayed on the screen at that time. Rewind 10 minutes. Valhalla President's office. After finishing work, Black Cat only then realized it was already night. Being the president of an academy is truly exhausting. Well then, let's check the school facilities one more time, and then go home. That's what the master said right after acquiring the school. Luminous had requested regular CCTV checks, so Black Cat understood that she meant he had to check the movements of the woman who was tailing Kim Do-hyu. She's probably just overreacting. Just then, he saw someone in the gym, so he clicked to view the recording, thinking Do-hyu was still there. But no, what he saw was Oh Se-hyu still unconscious there. Black Cat immediately panicked. A corpse? No. It seems she's just fainted. Zooming in, he panicked even more. Wasn't that Oh Se-hyu? Just then, Luminous reappeared. The ruler of the underworld said to play back the CCTV footage. Black Cat knew how to please his constellation. He immediately played back the recording. When the footage showed Oh Se-hyu standing there, he still breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's see what happened," Luminous said again. The ruler of the underworld said, "I understand." The film showed Yan Lang standing opposite Se-hyu with a fierce expression. Immediately after that was the scene where Se-hyu was beaten unconscious for the whole day, and then Yan Lang ran away. Black Cat was confused. Why did Yan Lang suddenly attack Oh Se-hyu? There's no sound, so I don't know what happened either. But Luminous did. The ruler of the underworld said to play back the part with Yan Lang. All right. The more Luminous watched, the angrier she became. So that girl dared to steal the master's sweat-drenched towel and secretly smell it when no one was looking? Yes, after that. It seems she was caught by Oh Se-hyu and felt offended. "And so we have the spam board above," the ruler of the underworld furiously said. "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Black Cat rubbed his forehead. Not again. Her anger is becoming more frequent. In the past, she got angry many times for no reason at all. Recently, she gets even angrier when something happens involving Kim Do-hyu. Wait, didn't she say she knew Kim Do-hyu very well? And she even called a master. Is Kim Do-hyu really her master? But didn't she exist even before student Kim Do-hyu was born? No, what's important now is that I must somehow stop her anger. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Is Mr. Brackett still here? His will to survive surged, and he immediately replied, Yes. The person who arrived was none other than Kim Do-hyuk. He asked, Sorry to bother you at this hour, but can we go out for a walk? Huh. Do-hyuk was slightly surprised to see the situation inside, and continued to ask, What is it? Are you talking to someone? Yeah, but never mind. All right, then use your skill and take me through here for a bit. Where are you going? England. Elsewhere, Ruby's group had gathered quite a few people to discuss the plan to get rid of Kim Do-hyuk. How's the plan going? This guy also has the Korean name Baekong. He's the leader of the fake Kim Jong group. There are about 200 protective magic circles preventing intruders from entering Valhalla. About 100 of them are placed in Kim Do-hook's dormitory. Really? Baek Kong was a bit surprised, but he didn't give up his original intention. It's fine. Anyway, they'll become useless against the constellation's power. Yes, the leader's constellation, Immutable Kim, is very essential for magic and defensive abilities. Once the leader disables all magic circles, you and the four of us will head straight to where Kim Do-hook is. Then we'll cast a spell to conceal our attack, and the remaining members will deal with Kim Do-hook's friends. Do you mean the students involved in stopping that dungeon catastrophe? Yes, not only will we deal with Kim Do-hook, but we'll also eliminate those guys. We'll become famous worldwide. Well, we'll be labeled cowards for only targeting high school students. But for villains like us, that's a compliment. So, shall we begin? This guy is truly cold-blooded. He spares neither the young nor the old. Operation to assassinate Kim Do-hook and his accomplices. Just then, someone interrupted. I knew it. Baek Kong and his henchmen were stunned. I intended to watch further and wait for the right moment. But now you're saying we're going to assassinate him? The newcomers were a group of 4 very familiar faces. We should have dealt with you a long time ago. Forget about surveillance and all that. Well, we were going to deal with you anyway, as the constellation ordered. Let's move the plan to today then. These words shocked Baek Kong into silence, stammering incoherently. Why, you people? Can't you tell by looking? The purple-haired person brushed their hair aside, revealing a mark like a numeral, 1 tattooed on their neck. Baek Kong looked on in horror. Unicorn God. It can't be that group. The purple-haired person sneered. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really stupid? Then there's no other way. As soon as Eyes Not Clear finished speaking, the skull mask lunged down from Baek Kong's head. D. A red light descended. A golden light flashed. The skull mask strike was blocked by Baek Kong's golden shield. He stood there grimly, like a submerged rock. The skull mask couldn't help but think. My attack should have easily pierced through this ordinary defense. I don't know why you want to kill me. Baek Kong unleashed his magic power, deflecting the skull mask. The skull mask had to use its knife to anchor itself, or it would have slid across the floor and ripped its pants. I'll show you how different an S-rank constellation's power is. Baek Kong erupted in fury after being ambushed. Baek Kong seethed with anger, radiating surging magic power. The purple-haired person was also surprised. An S-rank constellation? That's right. The blind man, covering his face, confirmed that the constellation he had made a pact with was the immutable alchemist. Baek Kong was surprised to see how well they knew. Are you surprised we already know about the constellations? But whether we know or not, you're still quite a famous person, you see. What? The relic you're currently equipped with, isn't it a relic from the Age of Decline? So the S-rank constellation I sought, and all the things I did were all in vain. The purple-haired person was indignant. The hooded figure also commented. That's right. After all, relics from the Age of Decline are known to house powerful constellations within them. Moreover, that alchemist named John accidentally became famous because he coincidentally received a relic and became an S-rank constellation. As a result, the demand for relics from the Age of Decline surged dramatically in the market. But even after receiving such a powerful constellation, he only did basic things like creating an evil guild. It's infuriating to hear that. Baek Kong raised his magic-filled hand. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from bastards like you. He punched, releasing 5 magic circles above the heads of the 4 grim reapers of the human world. Spear-tip chains plunged down. What is it, magic circle traps? He placed things like that in this base. Baek Kong raised his hand, and a circle flew right behind the purple-hair girl's head, but it couldn't shatter her head. Damn it. Just dodge it. This skill is dangerous too. This bastard. How many magic circles has he set up in his own lair? How troublesome. The purple-haired person kept cursing. Baek Kong also knew that monsters like this group could sense incoming attacks. He didn't know what kind of skills they possessed, or what power their constellations held, but he was still confident he had the upper hand. Baek Kong had approximately 1,200 magic circles he had personally set up in this mansion, and he believed they couldn't dodge all of them. And also the immutable alchemist's absolute defense skill. With this, Beckcom was sure he wouldn't be defeated by their magic, and wouldn't die by their hands. If he weren't in such a critical situation, he wouldn't have used this. But now it doesn't matter anymore. Beckcom swung his hand, punching again, shouting loudly, D. But this time, the whole group stood still like statues. You intend to kill us with those magic circles? But why don't I feel any pressure at all? This purple-haired girl's mouth is incredibly foul. No wonder she has to cover it. Otherwise it would have swollen 7,749 times by now. Beckcom, on this side, was already doubting his existence. I clearly activated the magic circles. I detected a magic circle you placed the moment I stepped in here. The blind man helped him explain. There are about 1,200 small magic circles containing a simple blood chain spell. And all 1,200 of those magic circles, I've blocked and neutralized them. What are you talking about? If all the magic circles have been neutralized, then I should have known about it, shouldn't I? It's not neutralized, but blocked from exploding. Ah, well, shall we start a bit of a warm-up now? As soon as she finished speaking, the purple-haired person acted immediately, not allowing any time to think. She slammed an axe onto the floor, forcing Beckcom to retreat because of the sharp lights about to pierce him. A shockwave at this level could be blocked with absolute defense. But oh wow, Beckcom still got injured even after being pierced by that wave. The purple-haired person lamented. Damn it, it wasn't quite strong enough. I guess so. I need a bit more power. Beckcom wondered what just happened again. Didn't absolute defense work? But while he was lost in thought, a sword-tipped lunged towards his nose. He quickly dodged, but still got a cut on his cheek. The one who just attacked was the cloaked figure. Beckcom took a swing, punching back. The cloaked figure blocked it with their sword. He said, "He's better at fighting with pure strength than I thought. I thought he only relied on the constellation's power." Beckcom was still cursing under his breath. "These bastards are too strong. I almost managed to attack them, but they retreated to defense just in time. Besides, if my absolute defense isn't working now, I have nothing to deal with them. Don't you think I've persevered to this extent?" "What? I don't know exactly why you're targeting us, but isn't this enough? You've massacred too many. Additionally, all 100 members of the White Syndicate have perished. If you're dissatisfied with me becoming a villain, then I'll stop. I have nothing left now. What do you think? Perhaps you're misunderstanding something, but whether you become a villain or not doesn't matter. We're here because you targeted the very person you weren't supposed to." Beckcom gnashed his teeth in anger. The latest assassination plot was to assassinate Kim Yu-hyuk today. So they're here because I dared to touch him? Just because of a high school kid? The worst criminal organization came all the way here? It's useless. They're not the type to be swayed by words. This is the only way to survive. What kind of monstrous magical power is this? Perhaps it's an emergency prayer. An immutable alchemist has answered your prayer. Using a large amount of magical power to create a sanctuary and summon a constellation is the only idea I can think of and do right now. There's no other way. The immutable alchemist will permanently take your magical power and vitality to be summoned. Even if it means sacrificing my life and magical power now, I must summon the constellation right here if I want a chance to win." The skull mask calmly responded, "I apologize for disturbing you while you're busy, Master Alchemist. There's a message from our constellation, the Sacred Body. Return. This alchemist, that bastard tried to harm that person." The alchemist nearly disconnected upon hearing this, immediately turning around. The immutable alchemist is asking, "Is this true?" "No, Lord Sacred Body Constellation. I only plan to assassinate a Valhalla Academy student named Kim Yu-hyuk. This is truly unfair." This idiot. The alchemist finished cursing and instantly vanished. He also canceled the contract with Beckcom, taking back all the abilities he had given him. "Congratulations, Alchemist John. Just now, this constellation of divine body declared that they would deal with you personally. It is Turi, none other than." "What?" Kim Yu-hyuk seemed to not believe what he had just heard. "As I said before, there's no way to meet the constellations when they're in their own domain." Yu-hyuk held his head. "So, in summary, The only way to meet all the constellations at once is through sanctification? That is the widely known method. However, mere sanctification doesn't solve everything. That's because the contractors of each constellation are required to perform the sanctification themselves without any assistance. This consumes a lot of the practitioner's magic power. Of course, there's still a way for a contractor with a true holy contract to summon a constellation by sacrificing their own spiritual power. But that method isn't orthodox and is rarely used. Is that so? Then what if I hold two artifacts at once? Wouldn't that help me meet both constellations at the same time? Adelia was concerned. That might be a bit difficult. First, holding an artifact and meeting a constellation implies that your mind will be transferred to the constellation's realm of thought. That realm of thought refers to a sacred space within the artifact, which is the constellation's unique sanctuary. Therefore, the spaces of two holy relics cannot overlap. Furthermore, while constellations possess immense power and can bestow it upon their followers, however, somehow, fundamentally, they are still limited to their vessel, the artifact, and its power. So, as long as the constellation inside the artifact doesn't disappear, it cannot transfer to another artifact. Finally, even if you hold two artifacts at once, Kim Yu Hyok's soul is only one, so it can only go to one realm of thought within the constellation's domain. Yu Hyok heard this for the first time, and the more he heard, the more confused he became. Bather also appeared to give his opinion. Yes, I thought you already knew, since it's part of the curriculum. Yu Hyok was furious. Then you should have told me before I came here. You should prepare yourself to be beaten up in the spiritual world. Bather complained, but it had no effect. Yu Hyok turned to ask again. Anyway, if meeting both of them is impossible, I can still have a conversation with both of them, right? Adelia and Black Cat spoke in unison. To be honest, many notifications have popped up since you arrived. Next to the two of them were long announcement boards. Black Cat relayed Luminous' message. Long time no see, kid. Adelia also helped Moron reply. It's been a long time since I last saw you. You crazy girl. After that, Black Cat and Adelia relayed their respective constellations' arguments to each other. Yu-Hook got a headache remembering these two girls didn't get along well. He thought he had educated them properly, but it turned out he hadn't. Stop bickering and listen to me for a moment. All right, you both have a basic understanding of Mojiri and Bangwang, but the one who made everyone like this is trying to manipulate this world. I've already discussed this with everyone before. Those recent disasters were also caused by that bastard. Now, something even worse than before could happen. So far, it's just been the prelude. He hasn't actually started causing chaos yet. So, until I regain my original power, I'll temporarily borrow everyone's power. Would that be all right? Adelia immediately responded. Our sacred constellation. Of course, Master, she said. My sacred constellation also said. Of course, Master. This humble disciple will always be ready to help, they said. All right. It's only at times like these that these two girls get along. Now, Yu-Hook is still separated from three more disciples. Before the Lord of the Labyrinth attacks again, I'll have to find the remaining disciples. Break, you've connected the academy and this place with a spatial pathway, haven't you? I might have to come here often later. All right. The pathway we used to get here is still active, right? Yes, it's still connected to the entrance gate. Then I'll return to Valhalla first. You two can get acquainted in the meantime, okay? You two are the contractors of my disciples, so you'll be meeting frequently. All right, I understand. Adelia spoke first, asking if Black Cat was the owner of the market. Yes, but in the current situation, I'm the director of the Valhalla Academy Center. I heard about that from my secretary. But why are you the director of Valhalla? Probably for the same reason a member of the Vench family is serving Sir Kim Yu Hyok. I see. That's a convincing reason, basically. It's for the constellations I'm in charge of. Thank you for understanding. Later that night, the four great Suyin gathered in a house, looking at the pile of magic stones on the table. I suppose most of the enemies have been dealt with now. Yes, sir. Beck Gang has also completely disappeared. Then this is the next command. You must protect him. This is an order. So the order is that we must protect the target while staying close to him. It's quite difficult for us to reveal ourselves like that without him suspecting anything. It's not necessary. Just act when protection is needed. So we just continue to conceal our presence and follow him? Is that all we have to do? You can reveal your identities if he says one word. Ooh, are you sure about that word? Because none of us here understand it. But Tuji was very resolute that it was that word. The next day, Van holla Jim. What the hell? Oh, Hyosuk. Don't worry about that. Instead, please accept me as your disciple. What? At this moment, Hyosuk, with a bruised face, was asking Yu Hyok to accept him as a disciple. Huh. I don't want to. You don't want to. Yes, just as I thought, the rumor is true. What rumor? There's a rumor that you're trying to create a harem by only taking female disciples. Huh. Which bastard spread that ridiculous rumor? Infuriated, Yu Hyok explained. From the start, these two came to ask me to teach them. Yen Lang is the only one I accepted as a disciple. That's why. If you don't want to die, don't say I'm creating a harem. I just heard it. Besides, I'm busy enough taking care of these three. Do you think I have enough time to take care of you too? Is that so? But Yu Hyok felt a pang of regret. You're only refusing because you have to prioritize these three. It would be good to have more people to fight against the monsters, because our side would become stronger. Suddenly, Yu Hyok had an idea. Yen Lang, you teach him. Me. Using your whole body. Synergistic combat is good. So you need more practical experience. Yes, I know that. Now I'll practice first. You two can discuss what needs to be said. All right, Hyosuk happily said. Let's get acquainted. Then practice will be effective. Hyosuk and Yen Lang faced each other tensely. What? What do you want to say? You stomped on my face while I was unconscious. You probably did it out of embarrassment. Were you embarrassed about wiping away sweat? If so, I'll be more careful from now on. Yen Lang realized she had wrongly beaten him, but was only relieved that her dark history wasn't exposed. She equivocated. Yes, remember to be careful from now on. Just talk, don't hit, okay? Changing the subject, Yen Lang eagerly led Hyosuk away to train. Yu Hyok also felt relieved. Just as he thought he could breathe, Aaron beside him wondered. Next week is a holiday. Are you planning to go anywhere? It's already a holiday. We haven't had our final exams yet, have we? I think we only did multiple choice or something, right? That was the final exam. Usually, final exams focus on practical skills. So the written test was a bit too simple. Besides, we're not in a practical combat period. Yu Hyok also didn't expect that to be the final exam. Additionally, they didn't have to do a practical exam because they had already cleared the dungeon. But then what's changed? I'll still come here and train. I want to train a bit more. Hearing that, Aaron insisted on doing the same. Yu Hyok told her to stop sticking to him and do something else instead. But Aaron said she wanted to, so she did it. I want to train and get stronger like you. That's all. Besides, she still had to go home because there was a class for heirs. CO also insisted on staying to train. 1 week later, Hero Academy in America. Beck, the Academy president, gazed thoughtfully at the glowing red sword on the table. Not long before that, the destroyer Logan had arrived here. Beck thought he came to see his son, but no. He came to announce that he had dealt with everyone who had bothered his son. Beck had already heard about that. Logan judged them to be nothing special. The leader was even torn apart before he arrived. Beck assumed they had an internal conflict, but Logan didn't know the real reason either. He regretted not dealing with him personally, but there was something else. I attacked to see if I could find any clues about the Blood Envoy, but there was nothing. The Blood Envoy, a mysterious villainous organization that ended Logan's father's life. But what about that sword? I brought it because I like the look of it. It's called the Berserk Blade. The sword that made its user slaughter the entire Blood Moon Guild? I thought it had disappeared. For some reason, it reappeared in the place of those bastards. Anyway, it seems this sword has been spiritually linking with me a lot lately. Don't tell me you've been enchanted by it. If that were the case, the school would have already been destroyed. I'm still lucid, even. It's just that it keeps talking, which is a bit annoying. TCH, that's why I came here, to ask if I can store it in this Academy's relic vault. Of course. But I have a question. What did that sword say to you? Logan said right away, "Find my master." And now Beck was gazing at it because the constellations within the relics reacted violently. The sword couldn't be kept inside. Now Beck was thinking about that message. Find its master. So, does that mean the constellation inside the mad sword has a master? Just then, an explosion occurred in the classroom near the garden. Beck was stunned, wondering if it was an accident, but it was currently a holiday and there were no students there. A white-haired, red-skinned youth smashed onto Beck's desk, or rather, he looked like a demon. Seeing the blood-red, fierce demon before him, Beck panicked. "Who are you?" "Are you the leader of the group that attacked this academy?" The demon stuck out its tongue and asked back blankly. "Humph, what group? I came alone." Beck understood it as, this demon attacked the Hero Academy alone, getting past the guards and all the protective magic circles? Furthermore, his appearance isn't human. "What are you?" "Me. You're asking my name? Well, usually I would have dealt with you just for asking that question. But since I'm in a good mood today because I just got my name back, should I tell it to you?" Beck wondered. Got his name back. The demon continued. "This body is the reincarnation of Lester." Beck was astonished. Reincarnation? I've heard of that group of demons before. My true name is Red Demon. You said Red Demon? That's not a common name around here. If so, allow me to introduce myself. Beck straightened his clothes, and to Red Demon's questioning face, he said, "I am Beck, the president of the Hero Academy." And in my prime, it felt like I was almost losing my mind. As soon as Beck finished speaking, he instantly moved close to Red Demon, punching through him with his fist of alienation. "That's surprising. You've contracted with a constellation capable of explosive power?" Beck was shocked when he heard Red Demon say that. "You know my ability to?" Red Demon sneered at Beck as if looking at a fly. Beck was still in shock that he was unharmed, while the previous blow had been a blazing strike, not some petty trick. Truly an extraordinary foe. While he was lost in thought, Red Demon had already warmed up his arm and struck Beck back. Red Demon's hand touched his skin, making it burn. A resounding explosion, shattering the academy walls. Beck was hit so hard he froze rigid, truly enjoying the feeling of losing his mind like when he was young. Red Demon forced Beck all the way outside, then kicked him straight down, embedding him into the ground. "Damn, I just want to burrow straight into the ground and die." Beck struggled to his feet, thinking, this guy is really strong. What kind of demonic power is this? "Huh, you're not dead yet? You're quite resilient. You're different from the trash lying over there." Beck looked to the side. Could it be that no one came here despite such a huge incident because they were all killed by him? Beck gritted his teeth in anger, his body radiating green demonic power. This bastard. Beck clenched both fists together, channeled his power, then punched straight down at the ground. Seeing the sharp green rays pointing towards him, Red Demon just sneered again. A terrifying explosion occurred. Beck believed that he would still be unharmed after that blow, but his goal was to block his vision. After that, Beck quickly launched another attack. This was the real blow. The punch unleashed a rain of shockwaves. After throwing that punch, Beck was panting. Not bad. But if you want to satisfy me, you'll need a much stronger explosion than that. Red Demon swung his hand, intending to smack Beck's head, but he couldn't. Beck quickly raised his arm to block, but the skin that came into contact with Red Demon's hand quickly erupted in blisters. Next, his arm exploded. This arm wants to retire. Beck wanted to retire to his garden, no longer caring about being a principal or anything. But luckily, he only fell down, not died. "You're still alive?" "Even when I was a constellation of rebirth, I've never met such a strong contractor." "How interesting." "What? You're a constellation?" "Yes, I am a constellation under the name Tyrant King." A notification window appeared before Beck. The passionate art enthusiast is shocked. The passionate art enthusiast is shocked. Important matters are repeated multiple times. Beck wondered what kind of reaction this was from the constellation. "Don't tell me. He's actually a constellation, is he?" Red Demon laughed gleefully. "Since I have nothing to play with now, Die." He reached out to grab Beck's head. Just then, Hey, you horn guy. Stop bullying him and play with me. Du Huck appeared out of nowhere. He was seen with a sword on his shoulder, hands in his pockets, smiling provocatively. Du Huck's sudden appearance left both Red Demon and Beck stunned. Beck tried to get up, squinting at the young man in front of him. Who is that young man? He looks familiar. Suddenly a name flashed in his mind. Wait, don't tell me. When he clearly saw Du Huck's face, Beck couldn't hide his surprise. He silently uttered a name, Du Huck of Valhalla Academy. In contrast to Beck's astonishment, Red Demon slightly smirked, casting a disdainful look at him and asking, Who are you? Are you here to surrender your life too? Du Huck calmly retorted, his tone full of provocation. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to defeat you. He confidently looked Red Demon straight in the eyes, then exclaimed, By the way, I think I know who you are. Red Demon was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brows in confusion and saying, Huh. Du Huck looked towards those horns and said, Those overgrown horns. He continued to observe, his gaze passing over every detail. Then he smirked and said, Those jagged teeth and that red skin. Du Huck confidently declared, You are Red Demon, the loser on the second floor of the Tower of Destruction, aren't you? Upon hearing the words loser, Red Demon angrily yelled, Loser? Who the hell are you? He burst out laughing, his eyes full of provocation, saying, You fool. A source of blue magic power appeared, enveloping Du Huck's body. He arrogantly declared, Just take my blow, and you'll soon remember who I am. Upon seeing that blue magic power, Red Demon instinctively furrowed his brows and said, That magic power feels strangely familiar. But anger quickly made Red Demon rush to attack him, yelling, I don't care, die. Facing his attack, Du Huck calmly raised his sword to counter. Red Demon was surprised that his powerful punch was blocked by a weak sword, and he exclaimed in astonishment. But then, Du Huck suddenly charged forward excitedly to attack. Du Huck swung his sword, striking Red Demon's arm. After this blow, Red Demon clutched his arm in pain. It was then that he suddenly realized and said, This feeling. Now I remember. The oppressive feeling from him made Red Demon realize, and he spoke. You're the god of war. He looked at Du Huck in astonishment and said, I never thought you'd be reborn in a new body. Du Huck casually met his gaze with cold eyes and replied, Oh really? I never thought those defeated by me would run around pretending to be constellations. But Red Demon recovered and retorted, The pretending to be constellations part is your own words. After we lost our names and bodies, people just called us that and worshipped us. At this moment, Red Demon suddenly smiled confidently and said, But now that I have both, things aren't like they used to be. He pointed directly at Du Huck and said, After taking your blow, I've realized. Red Demon scoffed, Compared to back then, you've become weaker now, god of war. Facing his words, Du Huck calmly replied, Do you really need to state the obvious? I'm still a high school student, didn't you know? Red Demon smirked and quietly said, So that's it. In an instant, he used magic on his hand and said, If that's the case. Red Demon quickly lunged, yelling, This is my chance to take your life. Du Huck immediately used his sword to block the attack. After observing this punch, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Countless sparks appeared in Red Demon's hand. A loud explosion rang out, its destructive force sending smoke swirling everywhere. Du Huck quickly retreated to evade. At this very moment, Red Demon seized the opportunity to rush forward. Yet Du Huck met him with a calm expression. Red Demon advanced and attacked, the power of the blow cracking the ground everywhere. After this attack, Red Demon thought he had hit him and chuckled loudly. He approached and asked Du Huck, Are you going to keep running away? At his provocation, Du Huck frowned and thought, It'll be a long time before I'm as strong as before. He subtly recalled earlier, then muttered, When fighting the Snow family's constellation in the mental realm, I could fight because I had almost all of my past strength within it. But fighting a constellation that has fully manifested in reality is a bit difficult. He couldn't help but ponder as he watched Red Demon attack frantically, leaving aside everything else. If a loser from the second floor can make things this difficult for me, dealing with the rest must be even more troublesome. His quiet demeanor made Red Demon think he was scared. He burst out laughing and yelled, "Running away is useless." The distance between the attack and Du Huck rapidly narrowed. Red Demon fiercely said, "I'm putting my full power into this." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive explosion rang out, filling the air with thick smoke. Its destructive force astonished Beck, who secretly murmured, "How big was that explosion? He wasn't fighting with all his might against me earlier, was he?" He secretly felt worried for Du Huck. He's managed to dodge until now, but that blow will be hard to avoid. At this very moment, a powerful voice declared, "Perhaps I should stop being stubborn and rely on my disciple a bit." A powerful sword strike was unleashed, and in astonishment, it slashed directly into Red Demon's arm. In just a flash, his arm was severed and fell straight to the ground. Red Demon let out a painful groan, immediately collapsing to the ground in agony. Following that, a series of pained sounds emerged, and Du Huck stood there nonchalantly, raising his sword, still stained with a bit of blood. Red Demon painfully clutched his arm and asked, "How did you not get caught in that explosion? You shouldn't have been able to avoid it, should you?" Du Huck smiled and replied, "Well, I didn't dodge it just now." He continued, "I just sliced it away." His calm voice made Red Demon extremely startled. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Suddenly, I can feel another magical power. Is he borrowing someone else's power?" Red Demon began to look at Du Huck warily. As soon as he realized he couldn't win, he immediately turned around and fled. Red Demon silently decided, "I must run. It took me a while to regain my title. I can't die before I've accomplished anything yet." He's making a grim face, trying to motivate himself. Better to live in shame than die in glory. Where there's life, there's hope. Seeing Red Demon fleeing in fear, Du Huck irritably spoke, "Honestly, what a strange jerk. After destroying the school and killing almost everyone, you run away just because you feel like you're about to die." Du Huck channeled his magical power into his sword and continued, "That's why you're a loser." His bloodshot eyes stared at the demon as he cursed, "You damn Red Demon." Du Huck excitedly swung his sword at him. Red Demon hadn't run far before he was struck by Du Huck's attack. His face was split in half by the slash. Red Demon furiously cursed, "Damn it!" In an instant, Red Demon's body was split in two, while Du Huck nonchalantly turned his head and walked away. After a fatal blow, Red Demon was completely defeated. Du Huck happily approached and held out the ring in his hand. In just an instant, Red Demon was absorbed by his ring. A moment later, Red Demon's entire massive body had completely vanished. Du Huck looked curiously into the ring and silently asked, "It can absorb even him?" Suddenly, a painful groan was heard. Du Huck was startled. He then remembered Bach and quickly ran over to ask, "I was so focused on that guy that I couldn't protect you. Are you all right?" Bach groaned in pain and replied, "I'm still alive." Du Huck took out his phone and said, "Because my healing ability is still weak, let me call emergency services, okay?" Bach gratefully replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, Bach curiously asked, "You're Du Huck from Van Holler Academy, aren't you?" Hearing that, he moved his phone away a bit and replied, "That's right. Even the teachers at this school know my name." Bach struggled to sit up and said, "You're that famous." Du Huck worriedly suggested, "It'll take a while for the paramedics to arrive, so please lie down, okay?" Bach looked at him and gently introduced himself. "It's all right. Although my introduction is a bit delayed due to the chaos, my name is Bach, the chairman of the council of this Hero Academy." He bowed slightly, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "And I should have said this sooner. Thank you for dealing with that guy." Du Huck shook his head and replied, "No, it's more like I arrived a bit late." Suddenly, Du Huck stood up, looked at his phone, and said, "They said help will arrive soon, so don't worry." Bach smiled and replied, "Thank you." Seeing that he seemed okay, Du-Huck quickly bid farewell. Well then, I'll take my leave. Bach was utterly bewildered. Huh. Du-Huck quickly opened a teleportation gate. Before leaving, he left a message. I have no further business here, so goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and stepped into the teleportation gate, vanishing, leaving Bach with a thoughtful gaze, as if contemplating something. A voice suddenly called out, Bach! The person who spoke was Rogan. He rushed over frantically and asked, What on earth happened here? Seeing Bach sitting on the ground, he was startled and had to step closer to ask. I rushed here as soon as I heard Hero Academy was attacked. Are you all right? Bach suddenly called out, Rogan. Bach looked at the ambulance that had just arrived and hesitantly said, Since the ambulance has arrived, I'll tell you the details later, okay? That afternoon, at the hospital, the severely injured members of Hero Academy had to undergo lengthy treatment. Compared to them, Bach couldn't help but feel fortunate. Everyone was severely injured, but thankfully, most survived. It's all thanks to Du-Huck for handling that guy quickly and calling for help in time. Rogan walked to his hospital bed, crossed his arms, and commanded, All right, tell me what happened. Bach quickly recounted the entire incident. After a long while, Rogan exclaimed in astonishment. Du-Huck from Manhua Academy appeared and took care of an official constellation? Bach nodded in affirmation. That's right. I don't know if he's a true constellation, but he possesses exceptional intelligence and abundant magical power. Suddenly, Rogan hesitated, looking at him, and said, Well, it's true that powerful contractors can deal with low-level official constellations. But isn't he only 17? Bach replied, That's right. Do you know him? Rogan recalled Du-Huck's face and replied, He's the one who defeated my kid in the fight, isn't he? What else? He also captured many villains. Perhaps all top contractors know his name. Suddenly Rogan remembered something, so he asked, Also, the difference between a villain and a constellation is like heaven and earth. So what happened? Bach casually hummed and replied, About that. A few seconds later, Bach slowly spoke with an unsure tone. I could sense a very strange magical energy from that boy right before he finished off that constellation. I think it might belong to the constellation he contracted with. Rogan said doubtfully, A 17-year-old student can already contract with a constellation? Isn't that a bit too young? But Bach answered with certainty, That's right, and that powerful magic felt quite familiar. Rogan asked curiously, Familiar? Suddenly, Bach sighed before slowly saying, If I'm not mistaken. He remembered the scene back then and said, It's exactly like the magic I sensed at the market. Hearing about the market, Rogan said, I heard the constellation who created that place is called Leader My Dan. Does that mean he contracted with her? Bach shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but that's definitely the source of magic I sensed. Rogan pondered for a while before asking, Where's he now? Bach replied with an unsure tone, He must have returned to Manhua Academy. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Returned? He continued to ask in shock, Isn't Manhua Academy located in Korea? How could he come and go so quickly? Bach hesitated and stammered. After a moment he said, I think he used teleportation. Hearing that, Rogan was even more stunned. Teleportation. Beck quietly nodded. Yes, the moment Du-Huck returned, a linear space opened and he stepped into it. He looked up slightly and said, Perhaps he can teleport space thanks to the constellation's ability. Suddenly, the murderous intent emanating from Rogan astonished Beck. He called out, Rogan. Rogan then startled and retracted his murderous intent, saying, Very few contractors can use teleportation. Beck replied, I know, because not many constellations possess this ability. Rogan's hand clenched tighter and tighter, his deep voice resounding. Don't tell me. He said angrily, Du-Huck is involved with the organization I'm looking for, isn't he? I have to go investigate right away. That evening, at Manhua Academy, in a certain room, Beck stood formally as if waiting for something. Suddenly, at this moment, a spatial gate opened. Du-Huk sighed as he stepped out of the space-time gate. Seeing Beck there, he was surprised and asked, "What the hell? Are you waiting for me?" Beck replied formally, "Yes, sir." He stared at Du-Huk and said, "Your constellation ordered me to assist you in every way possible, so I watched your battle in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Beck's words surprised Du-Huk greatly. He stepped closer and asked, "You watched my battle?" Beck replied, "Yes, I created a linked spatial hole and watched you fight through it." Hearing that, Du-Huk clicked his tongue and said, "Damn it, to think you can do something like that, it's terrifying." He immediately stammered in panic, clarifying, "We can quickly detect attacks from other constellations on this market or academy, thanks to that ability." Du-Huk recalled the guide's words and nodded in agreement. Well, that's true. He suddenly remembered that moment again. The guide had said, "Next week, someone with a title will appear there." Du-Huk heard that and asked, "Someone with a title? Do you mean those from the Tower of Destruction?" But the guide ambiguously replied, "Yes, that's also possible." Her answer made him ask curiously, "Also possible? Compared to last time, your answer is a bit more ambiguous." The guide smiled, admitting her fault. "I apologize. The Lord of the Labyrinth surveillance has become stricter." She continued, "Although his lordship hasn't detected my existence, it seems he's been very careful about probing for information recently." This serious matter made Du-Huk exclaim in alarm, "Really?" Next, the guide hesitantly gave the next hint. "That person will appear at the Hero Academy in America. Do you know that place?" He replied, "I've heard of that place, but I can't look up the location once I leave here." The guide reminded him, "Just keep an eye on that place, and if a constellation appears, quickly take him down like last time." Du-Huk replied enthusiastically, "Understood." At this moment, the guide suddenly said cautiously, "And after today, it will be a bit difficult for us to meet." He asked, "Because of the surveillance you mentioned?" She smiled and hummed softly, then said, "We must hide ourselves well so we can continue to scheme next time when needed." She said, "In return, I will teach you how to use the ring I gave you last time. Can you take it out?" Du-Huk quickly took out the ring and gave it to her. The instructor sternly began to teach. "The ring has two uses," she said. "First is to convert the constellation title into a stream of energy and turn it into your own power. Second is to utilize the transformation skills from that title." After explaining the ring's uses, the instructor added, "Each method has its limitations. With the first method, you cannot make the entire power from the title your own. Because we are not labyrinth lords who can fully absorb the title, we can only obtain residual power from those titles when we defeat the villainous constellations." She raised her second finger and said, "The limitation of the second method is that you cannot improve the skills you already have." Hearing this, Du-Huk curiously asked, "Not even you can do it?" She replied, "That's right. For example, if you absorb the title of a constellation with hydro shot ability, when you use that constellation's ability, no matter how strong you are or what your ability is, currently, the power and pressure from the shot will still be equivalent to when the constellation uses it." The instructor sternly said, "It all depends on how effectively you use this ring. Perhaps later you will be able to break that limit." Returning to reality, Du-Huk suddenly stared at the ring on his hand. His eyes sharpened. "My goal is to quickly achieve ultimate power." Du-Huk secretly made up his mind. "That's why I will absorb all the power from the constellation's title and make it my own." Just then, the ring on Du-Huk's hand suddenly emitted a surge of energy. But in just a moment, the energy vanished as if it had never existed. Du-Huk frowned, curiously observing the ring, then secretly asked, "That's it?" He silently felt his own strength, and a thought flashed through his mind. "Have I really gotten stronger? Nothing has changed." Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Excuse me, Mr. Du-Huk." Only then did he realize Beckett was still in the room, saying, "Sorry, I was lost in thought and wasn't paying attention." Beckett politely said, It's all right. After a moment of silence, Du-Huk spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. So, why did you call me? He quickly got straight to the point. You defeated the Red Demon at the Hero Academy, didn't you? Beckett recalled his every attack and said, the technique you used to defeat the Red Demon was the spatial slash, right? Du-Huk admitted without hesitation. Yes, that's it. Beckett secretly thought, just as expected. Suddenly, he made a request. Could you demonstrate it for me? The sudden request made Du-Huk pause for a few seconds. Huh. He felt it was strange and asked, you also signed a contract with the same constellation. Why can't you do it? Beckett hesitated before replying. Yes, that's right, but... Beckett awkwardly said, it's shameful, but honestly, I'm not as good at using the spatial slash as you are. If it's not too much trouble, could you teach me that technique? Du-Huk scratched his head blankly and said, you should ask the constellation instead, but never mind. I hear you've accepted my offer. He respectfully bowed. Thank you. That night, Du-Huk and Beckett were crossing the mountain to find a suitable place to unleash the spatial slash. Suddenly, he stopped in a secluded spot and said, this place is good. A small clearing was found deep inside the forest. Du-Huk drew his sword and said, spatial slash, His silence left Beckett bewildered. Du-Huk channeled his magic into the sword and seriously instructed. First, focus your magic into the sword. Once enough magic was accumulated, he swung his sword and said, then swing the sword and simultaneously release the slashing energy. A massive slash appeared, tearing through the quiet space. Wherever the slash passed, the wind howled. The ancient tree opposite bore the full brunt of the slash. Its trunk was severed in an instant. After unleashing the attack, Du-Huk lowered his sword and nonchalantly said, well, that's roughly how it works. Du-Huk turned back, smiling faintly as he asked, easy, right? Behind him, trees had fallen, and the traces of the terrifying destructive power were still etched into the ground. Beckett was stunned for a few seconds. He faintly recalled the constellation's robotic voice. When the constellation taught me the spatial slash, it was vague, disjointed, without any specific instructions, like, the ruler of the underworld said, turn your hip a little. The ruler of the underworld said, why can't you do it? That's why I asked Du-Huk, the master of my constellation, to teach me. But his unbelievably concise and simple teaching method made Beckett couldn't help but wonder. But I guess a teacher is like their student. His silent demeanor made Du-Huk frown and curiously ask, what's wrong? Do you need me to demonstrate again? Beckett quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, attracting Du-Huk's attention. Huh. In the distance, the mountain range suddenly shook violently. His slash had severed that mountain. In the next moment, the entire mountaintop split in two, collapsing with a rumble. Seeing this scene, Du-Huk froze, unable to utter a word. Beck turned in a panic and asked, did you slash the space behind the mountain too? He nodded absently. Yes, but... An unbelievable thought couldn't help but cross his mind. I only intended to slash across the forest, and I even adjusted my magic power. Yet the mountain was still split in two. He looked suspiciously at the ring. Is it because I absorbed the title from the ring? This thought made Du-Huk uncontrollably excited. Just absorbing the residual power made me this strong. He turned and said, that's enough for today. Next time, I'll definitely teach you the stance. Beck nodded in agreement. All right, let's go back. As he cleared the branches in front of them, he complained, next time, I'll definitely clear these bushes. But at this moment, Du-Huk was immersed in his thoughts. Although I was skeptical at first, I'm definitely a lot stronger now, aren't I? Excellent. His eyes sharpened. You bastards from the Tower of Destruction, I'll absorb all of you if you dare show yourselves down here. At the same time, in a desolate forest, under a giant ancient tree, an old house was hidden amidst a hazy mist. A white-haired man was staring at a strange object, called the Gear of Transference. This subordinate of the maze lord looked at the Gear of Transference with a pensive expression. Tiny specks of light continuously emanated from the gear of transference. His face grew increasingly colder. Just then, a low voice broke the silence. "Spurlet." From the shadows, a hooded man approached. It seemed to be their signal. The subordinate of the maze lord replied, "Bladelot." The red-haired man opposite lowered his cloak and asked, "Have you finished arranging the titles?" The white-haired man indifferently replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the red-haired man stepped closer, looked at the gear of transference, and said, "You've distributed the second-tier ones quite evenly, haven't you?" He suddenly noticed the spear in the white-haired man's hand. The red-haired man asked, "Is that why you keep clinging to that spear?" After receiving no response, he angrily yelled, "No answer?" At this, the white-haired man slowly spoke, "You don't need to know the reason. You have a weapon too." The red-haired man touched the sword at his hip and retorted, "Carrying another weapon, but holding that one tightly in your hand." The white-haired man defiantly said, "To me, they're both the same." His cold reply infuriated the red-haired man. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, anger surging in his mind. He was only chosen by the maze lord 300 years ago, and he dares to speak to me as an equal just because we share the same position? This insolent bastard! The red-haired man's eyes blazed ferociously. "If it weren't for the maze lord's favor, I would have killed you long ago." But just then, a ray of light suddenly appeared from the gear of transference, catching the red-haired man's attention. The red-haired man exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, a title suddenly disappeared." The white-haired man slowly nodded. "Yes, it seems to be from the American side." The red-haired man angrily shouted, "Are you sure you arranged the titles correctly?" But the white-haired man maintained his calm expression and replied, "I followed the maze lord's instructions exactly." The red-haired man frowned, confused. "Although some might disappear, isn't this a bit too soon?" The red-haired man pulled his cloak tighter, turned his back, and left, his voice full of annoyance. "I have to report this to the maze lord first." "I'll deal with you later." The white-haired man nodded, his voice still calm. "You may go." With that, the red-haired man left without another word, leaving the white-haired man lost in thought, looking at the gear of transference. In the darkness, the hand gripping the weapon suddenly tightened. That evening, after returning from the forest, Beck tiredly slumped down at the spot where the president usually speaks. He looked at Rogan and said, "How can I help you?" In the chairman's office, the atmosphere was tense. Rogan stood there, his face stern, staring at Black Cat. Black Cat felt the weight of that gaze, and not wanting to prolong the silence, he proactively spoke up. "What brings you here?" "The only one, Rogan." A few seconds later, Rogan maintained his stern expression and said, "I'm here because I have a question for a student at this school." With just that statement, Black Cat vaguely guessed who Rogan was looking for. Was he here because Du Huck had previously defeated that constellation at the Academy of Heroes? I thought I had, more or less, controlled that information before, but it seems Rogan has heard about it. Black Cat stood up and politely said, "Our conversation will likely be long, so why don't we sit down first?" Rogan readily agreed. "All right." So both of them sat down, facing each other seriously. Without beating around the bush, Rogan spoke in a low voice. "Let me get straight to the point. Is it true that a student named Du Huck, who attends this school, went to the Academy of Heroes before?" He said with a confident tone, "And he defeated the constellation that once attacked that place." Black Cat hesitated before replying, "Yes." Upon hearing the answer, Rogan's face grew colder. He said, "I have many things I want to ask, but there are two main things I want to know." Seemingly with Black Cat's approval, Rogan asked, "First, how did Du Huck know about that constellation, and how did he deal with its attack?" On this matter, Black Cat seemed unable to answer. Rogan then asked loudly, "Second, how was he able to go directly from here to America before?" As if fearing Black Cat would evade the question, Rogan preemptively said, "Don't even think about changing the subject. I heard Beck say before that he sensed the black market's magic power at that time. Answer me, Black Cat. master of the black market. Finally, Black Cat had no choice but to respond. I understand. Since Mr. Beck sensed the magic power before and told you, I'm sure you've already vaguely guessed it. Indeed, the Constellation Lord used her power at that time. Hearing this, Rogan narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone full of suspicion. Is it the Master of Schemes? Black Cat nodded in confirmation. Yes. Rogan continued to press. So, did the Master of Schemes and the student Du Huck ever sign a contract with each other? He calmly replied, not exactly, because that contract was only a temporary one. Black Cat skillfully added, I can't tell you the details due to personal circumstances, but I know what you're most curious about, Rogan. At this point, he slowly spoke, his eyes fixed on the other party. You must be wondering if Du Huck is a member of the Blood Messengers? Black Cat's words seemed to hit Rogan's core concern. He paused for a few seconds, then let out a soft and said, if you understand that much, our conversation will be easier. Black Cat continued, I've also investigated information about the Blood Messengers in the past because it's related to the market's business. Before, I thought they were just another group of villains like any other, but it turns out they're indirectly related to you. Hearing this, Rogan excitedly said, That's right, those bastards killed my father. Rogan recounted, Before, after I gained some power, I tried my best to eliminate all villains to find them, but I couldn't find any ringleaders, as if they had vanished overnight. He said helplessly, The only thing I found was... But immediately after, Rogan's eyes suddenly became sharper, and he said in a cold tone, All members of the Blood Messengers are contractors who can use teleportation. Black Cat agreed. That's what I found out too. I'm just like you. I couldn't find any trace of them either. Then he affirmed, But Du Huck is not a member of the Blood Messengers. It's true that he could travel to America quickly and return, but that's merely the power of the Constellation Lord whom I serve. Hearing this, Rogan asked with surprise, Is it the power of the Master of Schemes? Black Cat nodded. Yes. He calmly explained. Specifically, it's a part of her ability. One of her abilities is the capacity to detect a constellation's attack faster than anyone else. Rogan relaxed with a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Black Cat obediently replied, Yes. Suddenly, he said sharply, Do you think I'll let you off if you say that? Rogan pointed at Black Cat and questioned, It's also possible that your black market is part of the Blood Messengers, isn't it? Black Cat immediately retorted, his tone much firmer. That assumption is a bit much. Even though we run a black market, we're still different from those murderous villains who live by killing. Rogan raised an eyebrow, unyielding. An assumption is a reasonable suspicion, isn't it? Then, Rogan picked up his glass of water and continued. I'm sure you understand that, in this world, contractors who can do things like teleport are very rare. Black Cat replied, Yes. Rogan casually took a sip of water, his voice calm. So it's natural for me to be suspicious. Suddenly, he slammed the glass down on the table and said, Furthermore. He pointed directly at Black Cat, his voice stern. It seems you, the master of the black market, are backing one of your students. I can't think of any more plausible reason for you to help him than that you're both members of the Blood Messengers. Black Cat maintained his composure and responded, If that's what you suspect, you can hire a private detective agency to investigate. It's true our relationship is special, but as I said before, we are not the Blood Messengers. His eyes grew sharper, and he warned, Besides, I think you're overstepping your bounds. Rogan frowned, annoyed, clicking his tongue. What? Black Cat said coldly, every word serious. I'm trying to answer your questions politely, Mr. Rogan, and I've even explained the Constellation Lord's abilities in detail. But if you only rely on your suspicions and push us into a corner, things will get troublesome. Black Cat bowed slightly, his tone calm, but with an underlying implication of dismissal. I would appreciate it if we stopped here today. Let's talk again next time when all your suspicions have vanished. Black Cat stood up and said, And I would also appreciate it if you didn't mention the information I disclosed here today, especially the information related to the Constellation Lord's abilities." Rogan angrily gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Suspicious bastard. I tried so hard to get here. Is he just going to leave like that? He stubbornly asked again, his voice full of challenge. What if I don't want to? Black Cat tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting away, his voice casual yet terrifyingly cold. Then, of course, we'll have no other choice but to kill you. His answer was like fuel to Rogan's anger, successfully agitating him. He burst out laughing and abruptly stood up. With challenging eyes, he said, "You want to kill me? I like your audacity. Well, if you can, try it." Black Cat calmly replied, "Of course, I can't kill you, because you are the only one, the strongest contractor among all contractors." He paused for a moment, then continued, "However, if you continue to overstep your bounds, the Constellation Lord will personally kill you." Rogan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the space. "If you have your answer, then leave." The atmosphere grew heavier. Luminous angrily threatened, "If you cause any more trouble, I won't let you off the hook. Control your contractor better, you damned bastard." Black Cat said softly, "That's what she said." Rogan angrily cursed, "What kind of nonsense?" But before he could finish his sentence, the system made an announcement. The system said, "The destroyer of all things says, go home and don't cause trouble." He froze. At that moment, he knew he couldn't continue recklessly. Finally, Rogan had no choice but to wave his hand and annoyedly say, "Fine, I'll go home today." He swore, "Next time, I won't go home empty-handed like this." After Rogan left, Black Cat quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a pang of alarm. Next time, I'll definitely have to control the information better. Just in case, I should tell Adelia Venchek about what happened today. As evening came, a cool atmosphere permeated every corner of the city. In a quiet apartment complex, Du Huck was sitting cross-legged in his room, focusing on readjusting his magic power. After finishing his practice, he let out a sigh of relief. Du Huck observed the flow of energy in his hands with interest. After using cultivation techniques to regulate the flow of magic, I can realize how much stronger I've become. Just by properly cultivating my magic power, I immediately gained 30 days more experience than before. He gently moved his shoulders a few times, but his physical strength was only slightly stronger than his magic power, so he barely felt any change in his body. The will to train flared up again, and he resolutely muttered, "I need to focus on training my physical strength again to balance my magic and physical power in the best state. If only one aspect becomes stronger, I'll have a harder time fighting difficult opponents." Suddenly, Duha called out, "Ema Bache, did you feel anything special when you met that red ghost last time?" Bache helplessly replied, "No. Are you still suspicious, master?" Duhak closed his eyes and explained, I'm just asking in case the Labyrinth Lord's brainwashing magic suddenly resurfaces, and you might become the Tower Master again." Bache immediately countered, "I have no power now, so I don't feel anything." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Anyway, when you were at the Hero Academy, did you feel anything?" Duhak hummed and then frowned, asking, "Besides the red ghost, was there something else?" Bache nodded and replied, "Yes, I felt a very familiar scent of magic power inside that school." Duhak became much more serious, his sharp eyes asking, "Familiar?" Bache affirmed, "I share some senses with you, so I'm quite sure about it." Suddenly, Duhak revealed a wicked smile, his eyes glinting with interest. "Well, in that case." He relaxed his body and continued, "It won't be long until we have to go back to those hero academies." On a full moon night, on a mountain situated amidst a swift current, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Inside an old building, darkness enveloped everything, with only moonlight filtering through broken windows. The constellations had all gathered. Catfish swept his gaze around, then asked in a deep voice, "Are all of you present? Those who have names?" Hookroop responded heavily. It seems everyone is here, except for a few. Catfish frowned, then asked, How many are missing? Vampire chuckled faintly, slowly replying, Red Ghost is absent, the one who caused chaos recently. At the mention of Red Ghost, Catfish's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, angrily cursing. That idiotic bastard, after being silent for 300 years, why did he suddenly cause trouble like that? Catfish's eyes full of anger, he continued to ask, And then he died? Vampire curled his lips, his voice contemptuous. He must have underestimated his opponent and let his guard down. How pathetic. Hookroop crossed his arms, coldly pointing upwards and saying with a meaningful tone, If we die here, we'll return up there, then have to wander for another 300 years like a mere name. Vampire was unconvinced, refuting with a growl. Of course we were sent to wreak havoc. We can do it easily, but that fool went too far. Catfish narrowed his eyes, asking again, Besides him, is there anyone else with special circumstances who can't be contacted? The air suddenly froze. Hookroop slowly uttered a name. Watcha. Catfish raised an eyebrow, asking, That corpse-loving guy? Nodded in confirmation, yes. Catfish sneered, his voice full of derision, saying, I hope he doesn't die early from showing off like that Red Ghost. But right then, he suddenly put on a serious expression and said, We just received news from. Catfish immediately turned, hastily asking, What did he say? S voice resounded. He confidently stated, The global competition. I will cause chaos there. The next morning, at the Valhalla gym, the atmosphere was full of energy. Du-Hugh persistently lifted weights, training, trying to improve his physical strength. Drops of sweat rolled down his forehead. While training, he secretly opened his eyes to look at the others in the gym. All three, Choi Aaron, O.C. Huck, Joe Sowen, were already present. Du-Hugh looked around and murmured, Everyone's here except Yen Lang. Earlier, Yen Lang had messaged him that, Du-Hugh, I'll go visit my family. I'll stay there for a few days. And he had happily agreed. But he couldn't help but wonder, wasn't her relationship with her family not good? Well, if she wants to, she'll just go back on her own. After a while of training, Du-Hugh spoke up and said, Everyone, it's time for a break. The three of them simultaneously stopped and looked at him, replying, Okay, Amham. Du-Hugh quickly grabbed a towel to wipe off his sweat. Just as he was about to rest, someone suddenly approached and called out, Du-Hugh. He turned to look at Choi Aaron, who curiously asked, Where did Yen Lang go? He simply replied, She went home for a few days to take care of some personal matters. Hearing that, Choi Aaron sadly said, We promised to train together, but she just ditched me. Shouldn't she have told me beforehand? Du-Hugh chuckled, speaking up to defend Yen Lang. Didn't you do the same thing once? Skip training to visit home for a few days? Choi Aaron hesitated, fumbling for a reply. Well, not wanting to prolong the conversation, Du-Hugh said, We're going to spar, so go get ready. She immediately agreed. Okay. Choi Aaron quickly went to inform the other two. At this moment, Bache suddenly asked, Teacher, you suddenly look so proud. He smiled delightedly, thinking, Isn't this quite amusing? Du-Hugh joyfully looked at the three of them. Even after reincarnation, I continue to teach my disciples. Bache nodded slightly, replying, Yes. But right after that, the smile on Du-Hugh's lips faded. His eyes showed a hint of regret as he said, However, I'm still a little disappointed. Bache asked curiously, What do you mean, teacher? He replied in a low voice, I wish my former disciples could gather and chat freely like this. But unfortunately, the constellations can't meet each other. After a few moments of thought, Bache suddenly spoke up. Actually, in the past, the constellations were once able to gather together. Du was stunned and let out a huh. Bache recounted in a deep voice. It happened a very long time ago. A door suddenly opened in the illusionary realm. His distant gaze was as if remembering a long-buried memory. Back then, when I was trapped in despair, I wondered what that door was. Bache's voice was a bit subdued, so I was curious and opened it. Du listened attentively and then asked, Were all the constellations there? Bache replied, yes. He continued, I quickly left because I was afraid someone would recognize me as the previous owner of the tower. It seems the constellations there had all passed through the door that appeared in their illusionary realms. Not just me, but everyone there also wore expressions of surprise. Do you ponder deeply? His eyes gradually becoming profound. But what happened to that door? Bache shook his head and said, it disappeared after about 2 days. Perhaps that space also disappeared with it. You suddenly spoke up. That's quite useful information. Thank you. Bache blinked in bewilderment and asked again, what did you say? You chuckled, thinking to himself, a door, huh? It seems I'll have to investigate this further. That afternoon, at the Chinese White Lotus Society, the atmosphere in the main hall was filled with leisure and elegance. Shuel Yen, the president of the White Lotus Society, couldn't hide her joy upon seeing Yen Lang and said, what a surprise. She looked at Yen Lang and said, Yen Lang, I didn't expect you to contact me proactively to meet. Yen Lang hesitated slightly as he greeted her. Shuel Yen, no, Auntie. I want to see the holy relic of the Shui family. Shuel Yen gently replied, it's simple. Let's go back to the Shui family. With that, both of them quickly set off for the Shui family. A moment later, on the way, Yen Lang suddenly frowned and asked, what happened to Shui Ranhua? Shuel Yen calmly replied, I'm sure you know. She was forced to step down as family head because the contract between her and the constellation was annulled. She paused for a moment and then continued, and she was expelled from the Shui family. Yen Lang's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, she was expelled? Shuel Yen nodded gently. Her eyes showed a hint of discomfort as she said, Shui Ranhua became the family head by deceiving the constellation and depressing others with force. And everyone in the Shui family found out about it. She smiled faintly, then continued, thanks to you, a student who met the constellation directly, revealing that Shui Ranhua had manipulated the constellation. Thanks to him, the elders of the Shui family agreed to expel Shui Ranhua. Upon hearing his name, Yen Lang's face flushed. I see you. Shuel Yen continued in a low voice. Since that incident, the position of Shui Ranhua's family head has remained vacant. Yen Lang asked curiously. Still, she tilted her head slightly and asked, Auntie, aren't you taking that position? Shuel Yen laughed, shaking her head as she replied, oh dear, in the Shui family, if one is already the head of the White Lotus Society, they are not allowed to be the family head. She slowly continued, her voice gradually becoming serious. Anyway, we need to quickly find a new family head. If we delay any further, suddenly an earthquake appeared, shaking the ground. Yen Lang flinched, pointed ahead, and anxiously said, Auntie, over there. The Shui family mansion is. A massive fire was engulfing the entire Shui family mansion. Without hesitation, Shuel Yen, startled, ran towards it. Her face tense, she said, it seems my worries have come true. Let's go. Yen Lang said yes and followed. Yen Lang asked as she ran, what happened? It seems Zaddy knows something. Shuel Yen remained silent for a while before replying. I'm sure you know our family is the largest family in China. Right, she explained. However, because Shui Ranhua once oppressed other families when she was still the family head. So when they heard Shui Yun was expelled, I heard some families have begun to act to seize the #1 position in China. Shuel Yen lightly gritted her teeth. Her voice coldly spoke. What? Do they just think they'll attack our family members the way Shui Ranhua once did? Yen Lang angrily snapped. So that's how it is, damn it. When the two of them arrived in front of the building, the gate was locked. The two immediately burst through the door without hesitation. But as soon as they were inside, Yen Lang's eyes widened in horror. Dead bodies lay scattered everywhere. Blood splattered all over the ground. Masked figures stood scattered among the corpses, their swords still stained with blood. As soon as they heard the sound, they immediately turned around, their sharp, cold eyes fixed on Shuel Yen and Yen Lang. Both Shuel Yen and Yen Lang seemed terrified by the horrifying sight before them. The masked figures, weapons in hand still covered in blood, stared intently at the two of them. On the ground, countless bodies lay scattered, blood staining an entire area crimson. The masked men quickly aimed their weapons at the two of them. Yen Lang was stunned speechless. Shuel Yen exclaimed in fear. Evil thugs. Seeing the two of them appear, the masked man sneered. Still a few left, huh? Suddenly he froze and began to observe them carefully, saying, "Wait, that hairstyle." The person behind him suddenly spoke up. "It's from the main branch of the Shui family." The leader asked in a deep voice. "Main branch? That means they're connected to Shui Ran Hoa, the one who ruined us." Upon receiving a reply from his accomplice, the masked man excitedly said, "Good, kill them just like these guys." At this moment, Yen Lang suddenly spoke softly. "Hey, did the Shui family force other families to surrender by killing their people?" Shuel Yen shook her head and replied with certainty, "No, she attacked alone and defeated some people from those families with her bare hands, forcing them to surrender, but no one died." Hearing that, Yen Lang's hands clenched. His voice trembled as if suppressing rage. "Honestly, I thought I wouldn't care about these family members anymore, since I don't like them, but this is absolutely outrageous." As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Lang lunged forward like a whirlwind. Tuet Lin frantically called out, "Yen Lang!" The moment he saw her rushing forward, the masked man was utterly panicked. But immediately after that, he quickly regained his composure, then stealthily swung his sword up and struck her, and angrily shouted, "You bitch!" The sword tore through the air and came down. Yet Yen Lang used her fist to block that sharp sword. The masked man was utterly terrified. She blocked the blade with her bare hands. Yen Lang seemed provoked, her eyes burning with furious anger. She frantically charged to attack. The masked man hadn't fully recovered from the shock when Yen Lang punched him. The punch was so powerful that it sent him flying backward, dragging the person behind him to the ground. The long-haired man and the bald man standing nearby exclaimed in fear, "What? She took down two of us with one hit." But before he could even react, a chilling gust of wind swept by. Yen Lang had already appeared behind him. She powerfully jumped up in one swift motion, followed by a powerful kick for the two of them. They were painfully sent flying, writhing in agony before collapsing. Tuet Lin stood still, watching the scene before her with astonishment. The girl has become much stronger, compared to when she was here before. Tuet Lin kept wondering to herself, what kind of training did she do with Du Hu? Yen Lang. Tuet Lin was still lost in thought. I don't know why the girl suddenly came back to check on her achievements, but she completely failed to notice the man next to her swinging his sword towards her. It seemed Tuet Lin couldn't avoid it, but in the very next second, she gently swung her hand, sending him flying in pain. Once she had dealt with that guy, Tuet Lin told herself, "Once this matter is resolved, I'll immediately appoint her as the family head according to the original plan." At the same time, inside the building, the battle was still raging fiercely. Tuet Ti Lam, the second daughter of the Tuet family, was beginning to tire from facing countless masked men. Tuet Boi Ni, the second daughter of the Tuet family, was no different. She was clutching the wound on her shoulder and panting continuously. Tuet Ti Lam subtly observed these people, her mind filled with thoughts. Because they attacked by surprise, we had no time to prepare at all. At first glance, it seems like they are from different families. Did they know we don't have a leader and came to attack us? Her gaze anxiously turned towards Tuet Boi Ni. Although the elders can escape to safety while we buy time, it seems Boi Ni is exhausted. Tuet Ti Lam bit her teeth in annoyance. Her eyes showed a mix of helplessness and anger. Damn it, I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, a sound nearby drew her attention. On that side was Yen Lang, powerfully swinging her fists, attacking each masked assailant. Along with Yen Lang, Tuet Lin was no less formidable. Her ice magic attacks were extremely sharp. The incessant screams of the masked figures stunned Tuet Ti Lam and Tuet Boi Ni. When they saw Yen Lang and Tuet Lin, Tuet Boi Ni couldn't help but burst into tears. She tearfully called out, "What in Yen Lang?" Yen Lang quickly scanned the battlefield, then sternly said, I'm sure you have a lot to say, but save it until we've thoroughly beaten these bastards." Tuet Boigny immediately nodded a few times and quickly wiped away the tears streaming down her face. Tuet Lam, standing beside her, happily joked, "Who would have thought the two strongest members of the Tuet family would come to our rescue? What a relief, seeing the two of them arrive." Tuet Lam felt a surge of strength. She excitedly rushed forward and said, "Let's fight with all our might too." The sudden outburst of strength made the masked assailant unable to dodge, taking the full punch. Tuet Boigny agreed, saying, "That's right." She coldly swung her sword, attacking. Two masked assailants were cut by the sword, screaming in pain. Tuet Boigny attacked relentlessly, her sword swift and cold, determined not to give them a chance to counterattack. But at that moment, an assailant suddenly appeared behind her, viciously raising his sword. Before he could swing the sword down, a foot appeared and kicked him square in the face. In midair, Yen Lang valiantly flew up and delivered a blow to his face. She then quickly landed behind Tuet Boigny, standing firm like a protective shield. Yen Lang was embarrassed and dared not face Tuet Boigny. She stammered, asking, "Are you okay? Boigny, are you okay?" Tuet Boigny was so moved she shed tears. Wiping her tears, she replied, "I'm fine, thank you." The remaining masked assailants began to panic at the Tuet family's strength. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, "What are you doing? Are you scared?" A rough hand appeared, clamping tightly around a masked assailant's head. The bald man looked at him with sharp eyes and asked, "Instead of fighting, are you just going to stand there and watch?" The masked assailant turned pale with fright, trembling all over, and shouted, "Your subordinate apologizes." The bald man said in a low voice, each word a reminder to those around him, "Those wretched women are running wild because you're not putting any strength into your actions." He brutally clenched his hand, pulling forcefully as if gripping a useless item, cursing, "You pathetic bastard." He crushed the masked assailant's head with his bare hands. In that instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the four members of the Tuet family couldn't hide their astonishment. The scene before them was too brutal. At this moment, Tuet Lean suddenly spoke. "Although he's masked, considering his size and strength, I think I know who he is." Tuet Lean looked at the bald man and said, "He is the patriarch of the Chien family, Chien Hong Hao." After being discovered, Chien Hong Hao immediately took off his mask. He laughed and cursed. "Damn it! So wearing a mask is useless now, isn't it?" The Chien family, patriarch Chien Hong Hao, frankly admitted, "That's right. I am the patriarch of the Chien family." "Perhaps you've already noticed," he confidently said. "All these people are from our Chien family. We gather here today to reclaim our position as the sole dominant family in China." Immediately, Yen Lang retorted, "But you didn't just gather here. You caused chaos and slaughtered people everywhere." Chien Hong Hao smirked, casually saying, "We're just doing what your patriarch did to us. Don't you like it?" He raised his bloodstained hands, his voice calm, "And because I admire your fighting spirit, I'll give you for a proposal." He looked at them with contempt and said, "If you become slaves of our family, then we'll stop and withdraw." His proposal infuriated Yen Lang. She immediately objected. "After our patriarch scared the living daylights out of you, unable to even lift a finger, now you come back to do this? Aren't you ashamed? Get lost, you bald freak." Chien Hong Hao laughed and cursed, "You arrogant bitch, you're right. Your patriarch certainly made me suffer greatly." His sharp eyes looked at Yen Lang, his voice full of contempt. "But now, without your patriarch—" His eyes filled with brutality. He screamed, "The Tuet family is nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, he ferociously swung his fist at Yen Lang. But Yen Lang didn't back down. She quickly countered his attack. Tuet Lean, from behind, suddenly sneered, "How foolish." She softly uttered a sentence. "Tell him, that girl is much stronger than the previous patriarch of the Tuet family." Chien Hong, how powerfully swung his fiery fist towards Yen Lang. Yen Lang was equally formidable and met his attack with a counter, just when they thought the two would clash. Suddenly, Yen Lang involuntarily gasped. In her eyes, Qian Honghao's body suddenly became motionless. She asked blankly to herself, "What's going on?" He's standing still like a statue. But then, Yan Lang immediately realized something. No, it's just that the opponent is moving super slowly in my eyes. I can perceive the opponent's movements to some extent, but not to this super slow degree. She suddenly remembered Yusu and secretly smiled eerily. Is this the result of training with Yusu? Amazing. Yan Lang immediately took advantage, both dodging the attack and swinging her fist in retaliation. After attacking, Yan Lang coldly turned her face away, her eyes showing contempt, not even bothering to look at him. Qian Hongha took the hit. His body staggered, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face momentarily showing a look of astonishment, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Just a second later, Qian Hongha immediately fell to the ground. The subordinates behind him widened their eyes in fear, asking, "She defeated the patriarch?" Then, they immediately ran in all directions. "Everyone run quick!" Yan Lang was so angry she trembled. She furiously cursed, "You trash! Are you running away because you can't defeat me?" When the Qian family members had all fled, Yan Lang turned back and said, "Eldest sister, second sister, let's go help those who have fallen." Tuet T. Lam replied unconsciously, "MHM." She smiled and said to Tuet Lean, "Auntie, now I understand why you nominated Yan Lang to be our family's patriarch." Tuet T. Lam looked at Tuet Lean and said in agreement, "And I agree with it." She gently pointed to Tuet Boy Ni and asked, "You must think so too, right, Boy Ni?" Tuet Boy Ni unhesitatingly affirmed with a. Tuet Lean was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I understand." Her eyes suddenly became more serious. At this moment, Yan Lang was diligently helping the injured. After the fierce battle at the Tuet family, Tuet Lean suddenly led Yan Lang to a frosty and cold place. Yan Lang looked around in confusion and asked, "Where is this? Didn't we just go inside the house?" Tuet Lean softly replied, "This must be your first time here, Yan Lang." Tuet Lean stopped and introduced, "This is the Star Constellation Chamber, where our Tuet family's sacred artifacts are kept. This snow plane is a unique barrier to protect those sacred artifacts." Yan Lang seriously acknowledged, "I understand." Tuet Lean looked slightly ahead and said, "Anyway, it seems we've arrived." Suddenly, she forcefully plunged her hand into the snow in front of them. The pristine white snow seemed to be hiding something beneath, and a treasure box was unexpectedly pulled out. Tuet Lean opened the box and said, "This is the sacred artifact of the Star Lord, Profound Snow King." Yan Lang stepped forward in surprise to observe. She absent-mindedly said, "Is this it? It looks no different from a normal glove." Yan Lang looked at the glove and couldn't help but wonder, if I had this sacred artifact, would I be able to become stronger faster, like Choi Aaron? Suddenly, she blushed in embarrassment as she thought, and once I get stronger, Du Hook will watch me train more. He and I would be able to be together in the special training class, right? Looking at Yan Lang's face, Tuet Lean suddenly gave a faint smile. Suddenly, Tuet Lean asked, "Yan Lang, you like this sacred artifact, don't you?" Yan Lang unconsciously replied with a yes. Tuet Lean slowly said, "I know you contacted me not just because you wanted to see the sacred artifact, but surely because you needed it, which is why you sought it out." Yan Lang was embarrassed and didn't reply. A few seconds later, she shook her head in denial. "No, really, I just wanted to see it. Now I'll go back to Korea." Suddenly, Tuet Lean interrupted her. "Yan Lang." She smiled faintly, her eyes gently looking at Yan Lang as she said, "Your face has already said what you want to say, so you don't need to lie to me. Anyway, I have no intention of scolding you." Tuet Lean frankly asked, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Yan Lang had no choice but to admit, "Auntie, you're right." A tremendously powerful energy emanated from the gloves. Yan Lang said, "It might sound abrupt, but I want to make a contract with the constellation inside this sacred artifact. I don't know the details, but I know it's the only way for me to become stronger." Hearing that, Tuet Lean asked curiously, Haven't you become strong enough while training with Du Hook? Yan Lang replied, That's right, but I'm talking about a different kind of strength. And that's all I can tell you, Auntie. Tuet Lean was silent for a moment, then softly called out, Yan Lang, I have a suggestion for you. Would you like to try it? Would you become the clan head of the Tuet family? Yan Lang was completely startled, her eyes wide as she yelled, What? As soon as this offer was made, Yan Lang quickly replied, What are you suddenly saying, Auntie? I've never even thought about becoming the clan head. Tuet Lean calmly asked, Yan Lang, do you know what kind of promises you can make with a constellation? Yan Lang seriously answered, Blessings and contracts, right? Tuet Lean nodded in agreement. That's right. She continued softly, But there are two types of contracts, common contracts and true contracts. Actually, three. Yan Lang gasped, then said, I've heard about that at Valhalla. Unlike common contracts that can be made with many people, a true contract can only be made by one person, right? Tuet Lean nodded. Correct. She looked at Yan Lang and continued, And you can wield an unparalleled power that no common contract can match. This new information made Yan Lang suspicious. Really? Tuet Lean asked solemnly. So if a family has a guardian constellation, that guardian constellation will typically contract with the head of the family. You said you want to become stronger, right? She advised. Then becoming the clan head and making a contract with the Star Lord is the fastest way to become stronger. Although the offer made Yan Lang waver, but she spoke evasively. But it's still too early, isn't it? I'm only 17. Tuet Lean quietly replied, Perhaps you think so. She sadly thought about the earlier battle and said, But the Tuet family is currently facing several threats, with the clan head position vacant. Today's attack was one of them. Tuet Lean gently advised, As a member of the Tuet family, I cannot stand by and watch the situation continue. That's why I wish to nominate you as the clan head, Yan Lang. She suddenly mentioned Tuet T. Lam and Tuet Boy Ni. Also, your sisters have all agreed with me. Yan Lang asked, bewildered, My sisters? Tuet Lean reassured her, If you're worried about the family's important matters, you don't need to. A 17-year-old child should enjoy the joys of youth and not necessarily bear all the family's responsibilities. I will help you with that, she seriously said. However, I hope you will achieve the qualities and strength to become a clan head. That's why I suggested you become the clan head. Immediately, Yan Lang fell silent in thought. After a moment, she quickly made a decision. I'll do it. Yan Lang confidently pointed to herself and said, I will become the clan head of the Tuet family. Having achieved her wish, Tuet Lean happily smiled and said, What could be better? She reverently held out the sacred relic in her hand and said, Please take this sacred relic, go to the wisdom realm, and receive the acknowledgement of the constellation lord. Yan Lang took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. All right. She quickly stepped forward and reached out to touch the glove. The moment she touched it, a surge of power suddenly appeared, transporting Yan Lang to an unfamiliar place. Surrounding Yan Lang was an endless icy space, and the chaotic snow god sat proudly on an ice bench, looking down. Upon seeing him, Yan Lang was a little startled and took a step back. Suddenly, the chaotic snow god broke into a strange smile. Outside that space, Tuet Lean was intently watching Yan Lang, not taking her eyes off her for even a second, her heart filled with worry. Finally, she opened her eyes wide, her lips curved slightly into a happy smile. At that moment, Yan Lang slowly emerged from that space and picked up the glove. Yan Lang turned back and gently nodded at Tuet Lean. Seeing this, Tuet Lean breathed a sigh of relief, letting go of her anxious heart. A few weeks later, in the United States, at the tall building of Hero Academy, Du Hui and Choi Aaron appeared before the Hero Academy. Inside the auditorium of Hero Academy, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly vibrant. Everyone cheered excitedly without pause. Everyone wore an eager expression, waiting for the upcoming match. Below the arena, countless students from various schools gathered, creating a truly bustling scene. Although Hugh you see observed everything quietly, a flicker of boredom appeared in his eyes as he looked at them, secretly complaining to himself. How troublesome. Who would have thought that they would organize a world championship? He mused indifferently. Right at the start of the school year? A few days prior, Black Cat suddenly arranged a private meeting with Du Hugh in the president's office. He frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What's going on, Black Cat?" "It's the break now, and I'm still busy training. Why did you summon me?" Black Cat earnestly apologized. "I apologize for calling you when you're busy, but I have something I need your help with." Hearing that, Du Hugh asked in surprise, "Asking for my help?" He nodded. "That's right." Black Cat inquired, "Do you know that the school year will start next week?" Du Hugh rubbed his head, perplexed. "Really? I forgot to check the date, so." Black Cat leaned back in his chair and continued, "Actually, the World Championship will also be held that week." At this moment, Du Hugh grew more serious, saying, "The World Championship. I think I've heard about it before," Black Cat explained. "It's similar to the competition you participated in before I took this position." He looked at him with serious eyes and said, "But because it's the World Championship, in addition to the three major academies worldwide will also select students to participate." As if afraid Du Hugh wouldn't understand, Black Cat gave an example. "It's quite similar to the academy competition to select representatives." "Among the first-year students?" he asked curiously. "First-year students, not second or third year?" Black Cat replied helplessly. "I only found out about this after becoming director. But it seems they decided not to choose second and third-year students because those students usually go to guilds for hunter training." Du Hugh suddenly realized, "That's right, this place is also an academy for training hunters." Black Cat gently propped his hand on the table and nodded. "Indeed, the academy's purpose is for students to become hunters and graduate. So, if they are chosen as representatives too often, it would cause distractions. However, first-year students can participate in many competitions to attract hunter recruiters from guilds or companies." Finally, Black Cat made an offer. "So, will you participate in the World Championship I just mentioned, as Valhalla's representative?" Du Hugh asked coldly, "Is that what you wanted to ask me?" After a moment of thought, Du Hugh asked, "Where's this tournament held?" When he received the question, Black Cat happily replied, "At the Hero Academy in America." Du Hugh was greatly astonished upon hearing this. "Is it there? Wasn't that place attacked and completely destroyed a while ago?" Black Cat looked at him and said, "I heard that thanks to you, there wasn't much damage, and the academy has since been rebuilt." Next, Black Cat shifted to the competition. It seems they will hold the World Championship on a fixed date in America. This has been a long-standing tradition, even if it meant they had to race against time. Du Hugh slowly said, "Is that so?" His indifferent attitude made Black Cat dejectedly say, "All right then, if you don't want to be the representative, I'll ask another student from the special class." But before he could finish, he interrupted, "I'll participate." Black Cat looked stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Du Hugh calmly said, "I agree to participate because I also want to visit the Hero Academy." At this moment, suddenly the three-faced entity appeared and asked, "Is it because of the familiar magic you sensed before?" He nodded and replied, "That's right. It might also be related to my disciple." Just then, Black Cat suddenly asked, "I understand. So, do you want to bring another student along?" Du Hugh became thoughtful. "Another student?" Black Cat nodded and explained, "In the World Championship, each academy sends 2 representatives. If you weren't going, I plan to choose a student from a special class. Will you consider it?" Du Hugh considered carefully and said, "In that case, can Yen Lang go? Besides me, she's probably the strongest person." Black Cat reminded him, "Although she studies in the special class, she's not a student of our Valhalla." It was then that he suddenly remembered. "Oh, right." After some thought, Do Hugh you see made his final decision. Then I'll go with Choi Aaron. She's been performing very well in battles these past few days. He nodded and said, I understand. Suddenly, he remembered the guide's words and pondered. Also, I'm still a bit worried about some things, so I might bring Moji's abilities with me. Do you see recalled earlier, when the guide suddenly appeared and hastily said, We're in trouble. At that moment, he was sitting in his room, deep in thought. When he saw her appear and say that, he asked in shock, What? Why are you suddenly calling me like this? Du you see walked over and asked, Didn't you say we'd barely be able to meet for a while? Were you wrong? The guide quickly replied, This is urgent, so there's no other way. I'm sorry for showing up so abruptly. She said, panting. Red Demon wasn't the only one who appeared last time. She uttered coldly, All the names on the second floor of the Tower of Destruction have appeared. Hearing that, Du you see's expression became serious. He slightly stretched his neck and shoulders and said, Before my reincarnation, those bastards showing up wouldn't have been a big deal, but now it's a bit tricky. The guide said worriedly, They probably won't cause trouble all at once. The Lord of the Labyrinth must have ordered them not to, because randomly killing people would only tarnish their reputation. The guide cowered in fear, then nervously said, But they've all come here, so I can't predict what they'll do next. It'll be hard for me to warn you like before, so be careful. Du you see curled his lips confidently and said, Be careful? I don't think you should be saying those words to me. He seriously reminded her, You're the one who should be careful, guide. Don't overexert yourself and get caught by the Lord of the Labyrinth. The guide chuckled softly and said, It's been a long time since anyone cared about me like this. She smiled, accepting his reminder. All right, I'll be careful. See you later. Back in reality, Du you see stood in the middle of the arena, feeling uneasy. After all, I quickly made a temporary contract with Moji and gained a few more abilities before coming here. But have I been worrying too much? Suddenly, a voice called out, Du you see. He turned to look at Choi Aaron and asked, What is it? Choi Aaron shifted her gaze and said, I heard the director said that you recommended me to be Manhua Academy's representative with you. She smiled and said, Thank you, Du you see. I'll do my best not to be a burden to you. Du you see softly hummed in response, It's nothing difficult, so just relax. We'll win anyway. Choi Aaron smiled and hummed. At this moment, two people were intently watching Du you see. The brown-haired man among them was Logan Jr., a first-year Hero Academy student. He looked at him and thought, Du you see, just as I suspected, he's here. Seeing the two of them whispering happily, Logan Jr. secretly thought, If he's here, then Van Hala will be a strong contender for the championship. He suddenly spoke up. We still have unsettled business with him. The blonde girl next to him nodded in agreement. That's right. The blonde girl was Melissa, a first-year Hero Academy student. She looked at Du you see and said, I'm just grateful that he rescued us in the Great Forest Eye. Otherwise, we would have died at the hands of those villains. Hearing that, Logan Jr. uncomfortably adjusted his clothes a few times and said, Actually, me too. I just want to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him. He asked curiously, I want to know how he can be so strong. Just then, a solemn voice suddenly spoke. Hello. Beth stood on the podium, looking at everyone, and introduced. It's a pleasure to meet all the students and spectators who have come to attend the World Championship. I am Beth, the Council President of Hero Academy. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Beth said, Before this tournament, our academy was attacked. So I understand that many people are feeling anxious. Of course, my current appearance is also a result of this attack. He spoke to reassure everyone. However, the main culprit of the recent incident has been dealt with, and the damaged buildings have been rebuilt. Furthermore, during the tournament, we've prioritized security, so the number of security personnel has been increased to over 200 people. Beth confidently assured, Therefore, please rest assured. After briefly talking about the situation of Hero Academy, Beth began to talk about the competition. Now, I would like to explain the details of this tournament. He began to introduce. The World Championship will take place over 2 days and one night, and the mission on the first day will be to solve the labyrinth. At this moment, Logan was intently watching the screen from afar. Logan stared sternly at the projection screen. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. "Hey, Logan." The white-haired woman who just walked in was Lenia, the third-ranked member of the Contractor Association. She gently asked, "Why are you here?" Logan sternly turned to question her. "I should be the one asking that. What are you doing here, Lenia?" Lenia frowned and retorted, "I'm working, obviously." Lenia calmed down and said, "I heard the Hero Academy was attacked by a suspicious individual a few days ago. Of course, they couldn't let something similar happen with so many students gathered here, so they hired security companies. We won that contract, so that's why we're here." Logan asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" Hearing her words, Logan also explained his reason for being there. "I came here because among the participants, there's someone I need to keep an eye on." Lenia asked curiously, "Is it your son?" Logan shook his head, denying it. "No, the person I'm interested in." Logan slowly uttered a name, "Is Kim." But just then, a strange noise echoed, interrupting all activity. Logan asked, stunned, "What was that sound?" Lenia quickly rushed out. "It's coming from outside the stadium." The two immediately rushed out to see. As soon as she stepped outside, she was stunned by the sight before her. "What is this?" Countless zombies were surging forward. Suddenly, the zombies appeared and roared as if they wanted to attack Lenia and her group. Lenia's eyes widened in horror as she asked, "What the hell are they?" Just then, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. Captain." Lenia quickly pulled out her walkie-talkie and angrily shouted, "Hey, didn't I tell you to keep watch? You should have reported this earlier." The person on the other end stammered, "Well." The blonde-haired man looked at the zombies in front of him and hesitantly said, "These things." He suddenly saw a zombie burst out and screamed in terror. "They're suddenly emerging from the ground." Hearing that, Lenia's face went pale as she yelled, "What?" The next second, Lenia suddenly jumped over the railing and said, "Logan, I'll deal with these zombies." Logan nodded in response, understood. With that, Lenia quickly jumped down, facing the horde of zombies. She unleashed her aura and ordered, "Don't panic, everyone. We must stop these monsters at all costs so they can't harm the students." Everyone responded with a resounding yes. It seemed the zombies sensed the danger from Lenia, and they roared, attacking immediately. Lenia was just as quick, striking back without hesitation. After observing them, Lenia reassured her team, "These monsters have extremely low endurance, so don't be afraid." The people behind her replied, "Understood." Looking at the endless stream of zombies emerging, Lenia thought irritably, "Even if their endurance is low, this isn't ending. Has a catastrophe already occurred?" As the two sides clashed, Lenia suddenly turned to ask the girl with glasses and her team, "Do you see anything that looks like a labyrinth around here?" She replied while fighting, "No." "Ma'am," Lenia muttered in disbelief, "no way. This many monsters appearing without any catastrophe." She couldn't help but worry about the students inside the stadium. They're coming from underground, so the situation inside the stadium must be very dangerous. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, a faint smoke gently appeared amidst the blood-red sky. The students in the stadium, upon seeing the zombies, panicked and ran in disarray. Du frowned, looked at them, and asked himself, "What the hell?" He calmly looked at the zombies continuously emerging and asked, "What's with these monsters?" Just then, the announcement bell rang out an alarm again. "The competition is canceled. All students and spectators, please evacuate quickly." Bach stood on the podium and shouted, "Hero Academy instructors will lead you to the emergency exits. Please evacuate quickly." Bach couldn't help but feel stunned. What's going on? Last time it was a constellation attack. This time it's a disaster? seeing everything happening before his eyes. He couldn't help but feel guilty. I stubbornly pushed for this competition that should have been postponed initially. This happening is my fault. Just then, an instructor from the Hero Academy, Rover Jack, looked worriedly at Bach and said, "Chairman, you need to leave here. Please come down." Suddenly, Bach gently spoke again. "Go to the entrance and help the students evacuate." Rover Jack, was dumbfounded, unconsciously uttering an unclear yes. Bach rolled up his sleeves, stared sternly at the zombies, and said, "I will eliminate these monsters until all students and spectators have evacuated." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently punched, creating a powerful blue energy source, then shot forward. The zombie cried out in surprise, seeing Bach appear and furiously raise his fist at it. Bach threw a punch forward. An explosion occurred, sending 3 zombies flying away. Du Yu stood beside him, silently observing. Explosive power. I understand why he could fight the red demon now. He sternly glanced at the zombies behind him and pondered. Anyway, this seems very familiar. It feels like we can't stop them by dealing with them this way. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I remember now. On this side, the zombies were screaming and advancing to attack. Choi Erin was ready, raising her weapon to confront them. She quickly drew her sword. With one slash, she cleared the zombies in front of her. The immense power made the zombies scream in disarray. The zombies were cut into pieces by Choi Erin's slash. The spectators quickly seized the opportunity to flee. Seeing the zombies charging in groups, Choi Erin thought in amazement, "I've dealt with quite a few, but there are still so many." Suddenly, Du Yu appeared and said, "Don't waste your strength for nothing. These bastards will just keep appearing endlessly anyway." Choi Erin softly called out, "Du Yu." He smirked and coldly said as he took out his weapon, "All the corpses buried in this land will be returned to where they belong." Du Yu suddenly plunged his energy-filled sword into the ground and flashed a devilish smile. Facing them, he suddenly remembered Murin and whispered, "What an idiot's power! This is the best way to deal with these guys." At this moment on Bach's side, he was diligently dealing with these zombies, with his powerful punches. Suddenly, the scene before him made Bach's eyes widen in astonishment. The zombies in front of him were suddenly melting. Bach retracted his fist and looked at them in bewilderment. "What is it?" "The monsters are melting." Looking at this immense power, he frantically searched around. No instructor has this kind of power. Who did it? Suddenly, he saw Du Yu with a weapon in his hand again. Bach secretly wondered, "Don't tell me, it's Du Yu again?" After dealing with this wave of zombies, Du Yu turned to Choi Erin and said, "This is actually just a temporary measure. They'll reappear soon, so don't overuse it and deal with them moderately." Choi Erin softly hummed in response. She wondered aloud, "What about you? What are you going to do next?" Du Yu let out a sigh. He excitedly touched his ring and said, "Shouldn't I catch the bastard who caused this incident?" At this moment, in a pitch-black room, a cloaked figure was intently watching everything that was happening. Watches suddenly felt a chill down his spine, slowly uttering a few words. "Oh, that's strange." He nervously placed his hand on the table and stammered, "No way. I can sense the demons inside the stadium. We already have enough materials, so there's no shortage of offerings." Watcher restlessly wondered, "Is there a powerful contractor there?" But still, dealing with that many is very difficult. He slowly spoke. "He dies." Suddenly, Watcher excitedly laughed and said, "Before he becomes the named one, I'll make him incredibly beautiful and adorable." Just then, a powerful voice rang out, "You perverted dog. You've been hiding here all this time, haven't you?" Du Yu casually broke through the wall, from behind Watcha. Hearing the strange noise, Watcha fearfully turned to look at him, with eyes full of surprise. Seeing him, Du Yu joyfully flashed a wicked smile. Du Yu's sudden appearance left Watcha utterly bewildered. He was so terrified he couldn't speak properly. "What? How did you get here?" Du Yu, weapon in hand, began to raise his knee and asked him back, "Is there any other way?" He kicked forcefully and replied, "Your disgusting magic led me here." Watcha took a kick from him, making him clutch himself in pain, retreat, and scream in agony. Watcha looked up at him and cursed. "Bastard!" He placed his hand on the ground, summoning the zombies, and yelled loudly, "This arrogance!" Facing this formidable army, Du Hu chuckled, raised his sword, and softly cursed, "You cheating bastard!" With just one swing of his sword, countless zombies were struck down. He spoke scornfully, "You're trying to overwhelm me with numbers because you can't defeat me yourself, right?" Seeing his formidable army annihilated in an instant left Watcha utterly stunned. Before he could recover, a sword was pointed directly at his face. Watcha fearfully retreated, but instead of attacking him, he turned to attack the fortress Watcha was building. Du Hu rested his sword on his shoulder and smiled. "Still good at dodging, as always, huh?" He coldly called out, "Watcha." Just that one name was enough to make him turn pale with fear. Watcha frantically asked, "A constellation's nickname?" "No. How do you know my real name? Don't tell me." He trembled, pointing at Du Hu, and said, "Now I remember. That way of speaking, that magic." Finally, Watcha recognized who the person in front of him was. "It's the god of war." Du Hu smiled. "Exactly, you necrophile." He excitedly rushed forward, raised his sword, and swung it at his neck, saying, "It took you a while to realize, huh?" Luckily, Watcha quickly parried the sword. Suddenly, his eyes became sharper than ever. However, those hands were coldly severed by the sword. A flash of light, blood splattered. Watcha screamed in pain, looking at his half-severed hand. Immediately after, before he could recover from the first shock, he was startled by his next action. Du Hu quickly advanced, pointing the sword straight at Watcha's face. The distance was so close you could almost feel the sword's breath. Then a slash came down. The precise slash landed right on Watcha's shoulder. He painfully gave up one shoulder to save his life. After avoiding that blow, Watcha tiredly clutched his wound, gasping for breath. Du Hu angrily cursed, "Damn it! How long are you going to keep dodging like that?" He stared at him with cold, sharp eyes, warning, "If you stubbornly keep dodging, your arm will be severed like that red demon's." Watcha gasped. Only then did he suddenly realize, Red Demon. Could it be? The reason we couldn't contact the Red Demon, the one who came down here first, is because you defeated him. Du Hu cheerfully admitted, "That's right. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started causing trouble, so I killed him." Hearing that, Watcha clenched his teeth in anger. He cried out in agony and summoned another large zombie. This time, the zombie was twice or thrice Du Hu's size. Watcha hid behind the zombie, his voice faltering as he said, "We came down here by order." The zombie was now ready, raising its fist for a fatal blow. He sneered and proudly declared, "Kill us." Watcha yelled, "It's just a waste of effort." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie brought its fist down onto Du Hu's face. He lightly stepped aside, and the punch grazed him, hitting the wall behind instead. Du Hu once again used magic on his sword and asked, "A waste of effort?" He casually plunged his sword straight into the zombie's heart, which screamed in pain. At this moment, the magic power suddenly turned green. Watcha whispered in astonishment, "What? A magic power, completely different from the god of wars, is overflowing and being absorbed back." Watcha grunted and stared blankly as the zombie melted in front of him. At this point, seeing the zombie completely melt away, he was so terrified that he slumped to the ground. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. What? My adorable ghouls are dead. Could it be that the others also died this way? Watcha was still in shock and didn't realize that Du Hu was pointing his sword at him. With just one slash, Watcha's head was severed and rolled away. He cried out in pain, "As I thought, you're very strong. However, not as strong as before." Du Hu squatted down in front of Watcha's head with amusement, saying, "Still so resilient, huh? In the past, every time I cut you, you'd make a huge fuss, still the same now. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "But there's a limit to how much I can endure. This body will soon disappear." Watcha calmly said, "But it's also not a problem. My title will once again come back out." Suddenly, he excitedly yelled, "And then one day I'll return, along with the red devil you first killed when you came here." Suddenly, Yu-Hook made a sound of realization and slowly stood up. "Is that why you said what I did was a waste of effort?" Killing intent enveloped Yu-Hook's body, and he asked curiously, "So, what do you think the red devil is now?" Though a bit surprised, Watcha still honestly replied, "What? It must have gone up already." He raised the ring in his hand and coldly uttered two words, "Here." In an instant, Watcha's eyes filled with horror. His voice stammered, "What do you mean? Don't tell me," he frantically exclaimed. "You've absorbed the title." Yu-Hook smiled, looking at the ring, and said, "I heard this thing mimics the absorption method the Labyrinth Lord often uses. But I honestly don't know how it works, and who cares anyway?" He cruelly uttered, "Your fate will be the same as that red devil." Watcha screamed in fear. "What?" When he saw him hold out the ring, he frantically pleaded, "No, please don't absorb me." The plea was useless. Watcha was completely absorbed by the ring. After absorbing Watcha, Yu-Hook admiringly gazed at the ring on his hand. But at that moment, Black Cat and Adelia Venchik were attentively watching his every move through the screen in front of them. Black Cat gently turned and asked, "What do you think?" Adelia Venchik exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly." With eyes full of admiration, she looked at Yu-Hook and said, "Unbelievable." Adelia Venchik exclaimed in astonishment, "Unbelievable." Black Cat turned to her and asked, "Which part are you referring to, Miss Venchik?" Adelia Venchik looked at him and said, "Just call me Adelia." More importantly, Black Cat remained still, listening to her words. Adelia Venchik then voiced her question. "Did you see Yu-Hook use our star skill earlier?" "You mean how the monsters melted away?" Adelia Venchik continued. "Normally, a constellation's abilities aren't revealed to outsiders, but since we're allies, I'll tell you. Our constellation's power is poison." Black Cat's tone was a bit surprised. He turned to her and asked, "You said poison?" Adelia Venchik immediately replied, "That's right." The golden sword was ablaze. She immediately explained to Black Cat, "Actually, it converts mana into poison and can be used directly or by coating objects with it. The range of the poison's power varies, depending on the contractor." Black Cat asked her with a puzzled expression, "What happens if a normal contractor uses that ability?" Adelia Venchik explained, "Their opponents would be poisoned and collapse, or experience extreme pain, but wouldn't die instantly. It's usually used as a secondary attack." Adelia Venchik continued with a worried expression, "Even I, who directly signed the contract, have to hit them directly to make them melt from the inside." Black Cat replied, "I understand." Yu-Hook was still within the spatial circle. Adelia Venchik said, "That's why completely melting monsters with poison is an entirely different level." Break Cat asked in surprise, "Is that so?" The image of Yu-Hook fighting the monsters alone reappeared in Adelia Venchik's mind. With a hint of sadness in her eyes, she continued, "What's more, he only signed a temporary contract, yet he could still melt all his enemies without even touching them." Adelia Venchik continued with a satisfied expression, "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen Yu-Hook in action, and I'm very impressed." Break Cat, standing nearby, replied, "Me too." The screen in front displayed a question. The constellation asked, "Is it still not clear?" Adelia Venchek's expression was slightly surprised after reading it. She said, puzzled, "The constellation." A mysterious person wearing a crow-beak mask said, "Although poison is my specialty, it was my master who helped me improve it. In terms of application, he's definitely on a different level." Adelia Venchek looked at the screen, smiling and saying to herself, "You're right. I guess I'm the one who didn't understand." She said to Break Cat, "If Yu-Hook returns, I want to ask him for a favor." He turned his head in surprise, looking at Adelia Venchek and asking, "A favor?" Adelia Venchek smiled and said to Braycat, "I want to ask you Hook to be my teacher." A desolate and ruined scene somewhere. The city was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Linnea sat silently, with two soldiers supporting each other behind her. She loudly ordered, "Those who are not injured, take care of the others and make a preliminary assessment of the damage." The man wearing glasses immediately replied, "Understood." Linnea wiped a wound on her face, thinking confusedly, "What just happened?" She observed the distance, frowning and thinking, "There haven't been any labyrinths nearby lately, yet undead still swarmed in. Then suddenly, they stopped." She recalled Yu-Hook's triumphant smile, realizing that after Yu-Hook appeared. She remembered that moment again, the terrifying monsters with grotesque teeth lunging to attack her. She bravely charged forward to fight them off. One by one, Linnea struck them down with her powerful punches. The monsters fell to the ground, one after another. A hand reached out to caress the eyes of those monsters. The monsters, seeing their kin fall, became even more frenzied, charging forward more fiercely. She kept panting, softly cursing under her breath. "Damn it." Linnea frowned, gritting her teeth, looking at the monsters and thinking, "No matter how many we deal with, they're still so numerous." She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. What's worse is that the swift punch skill isn't suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies, as it consumes too much magic power with each use. Linnea frowned angrily, thinking, "These creatures must have originated from somewhere, but where exactly?" Her eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, a student in a uniform appeared in front of Linnea. She thought to herself, "What the hell? Where'd he come from? A school uniform? No way, a student." Seeing the monsters rushing towards the student, Linnea anxiously yelled, "Hey, student, run from there." Contrary to her worry, Yu-Hook smirked and pulled out his sharp knife. He smiled delightedly. Yu-Hook forcefully plunged the knife into the ground. A strange green light emanated from the ground. The earth shattered, and all the monsters surrounding him froze. The body of one monster was slowly melting. Other monsters also showed similar signs. The girl standing behind, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. She rested her hand on her chin, frowning and assessing. At first, I was confused, not knowing who it was. Turns out it's Yu-Hook, the one who's been famous lately. He solved everything in one blow. Linnea couldn't believe her eyes. She wondered, is this real? The swarming monsters disappeared right after Yu-Hook intervened. Rogan loudly said, "Linnea, are you okay?" Linnea flinched, turning back and saying, "Rogan." She asked him, "Is everything okay inside?" He immediately replied, "Yeah." Rogan said to her, "When I went inside, the Valhalla and Beck students had already taken care of everything." Linnea frowned, looking at him and asking, "You mentioned you were interested in a member, right?" Rogan immediately replied, "That's right." Linnea looked at Rogan and asked, "Is that Yu-Hook?" He was a little surprised and replied, "You're right." She continued, "If I told you that he was the one who ended this mess, would you believe me?" He asked in surprise, "What?" She frowned and said loudly, "He charged alone into the middle of the undead horde, plunged his sword into the ground, and then made all the monsters melt." After that, the undead completely stopped attacking. Rogan rubbed his chin, thinking, melted? The ruler of the underworld, who is said to have made a contract with Yu-Hook, doesn't have that ability. He recalled Braycat's warning at the time. "I hope you won't reveal this information to anyone. Please be especially careful with our constellation ability." Rogan asked Linnea, "Where did Yu-Hook go after that?" Linnea replied, "I don't know." Rogan crossed his arms and said, "There's no other way. I wanted to take this opportunity to ask him a few things, but I guess I'll have to wait for another time. I'm going in. Remember to tell Beck, and then go home." Linnea was incredibly surprised to hear that. She shouted, "Where are you going? Aren't you looking for Yu-Hook?" Rogan explained, "I'm curious about how this incident was resolved." but I don't intend to investigate further. That's not what I want to know. Linnea immediately said, No, isn't it still unclear? We need to investigate his connection to the undead. Rogan reminded her in a serious tone, Linnea, I usually don't interfere in other people's affairs. However, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he spoke each word coldly. Don't try to go any further. You'll lose your life. Linnea was extremely surprised to hear him say that. She asked in astonishment, What? Rogan left, and Linnea chased after him, loudly questioning, What are you talking about? Explain it clearly, Rogan. At night on an island, Hughcrock exclaimed in surprise, This is... He told Catfish and Vampire, Watcha has been captured. Catfish asked in surprise, Captured? Isn't that too fast? Just like how Hong Wai failed. Vampire spoke up. Perhaps he was too overconfident, relying only on the undead. Catfish said, I don't care if that pervert dies or not, but both Hong Wai and Watcha failed too quickly. At this rate, the purpose of our descent will become meaningless. Big Y and Hook Y said, Everything's gotten messy because we keep acting separately. That's right. Big Y suggested, Let's act together. Hook Y continued, We'll make sure those bastards are defeated. Yu Hook was walking on the street with Choi Aaron at this moment. She said to him, In the end, the tournament was canceled due to the monster attack. It's a shame to return without doing anything, after coming all the way to America. Yu Hook said to her, Well, there's nothing here that helps us anyway, so it's lucky to be returning so quickly. Right. Was there anything unusual at the stadium? Choi Aaron replied, Monsters appeared a bit later, but we dealt with them without any serious damage. They also stopped appearing right after that. Yu Hook said, Really? That's a relief. Choi Aaron asked him in surprise, Yu Hook, did you stop them? He replied indifferently, You could say that. When I saw that monster, it looked quite familiar, so I thought it might be what I was looking for, and I went and caught it. Choi Aaron asked him in surprise, Familiar? Yu Hook replied, It's nothing important. Don't worry about it. He thought to himself, I told him everything so casually yet. Choi Aaron asked Yu Hook, Where are we going? Yu Hook, if we're going to the airport, we need to wait for the bus right out front. Yu Hook immediately explained, They said that because the tournament was suddenly canceled today, it's very difficult to find a direct flight back. So they said we'll take more time to return to Korea compared to when we came here. Hearing that, Choi Aaron's face showed a bit of embarrassment. She thought to herself, I think this is actually better. Yu Hook pointed to another path and said, I know a faster way to get back, so follow me. I've received permission from the chairman to share this information with the special class students. Yu Hook walked while looking around and said, I think it's around here. Finally, they arrived in front of a door, and he joyfully exclaimed, Found it. Yu Hook reached out and grabbed the doorknob. Yu Hook opened the door and walked in, with Choi Aaron following behind, pulling her suitcase. Choi Aaron looked around and asked Yu Hook, An old warehouse? He immediately replied, This warehouse isn't the important thing. Yu Hook recalled his conversation with Break Cat. We can get to the market from any country, right? Break Cat replied, That's right, there are market entrances all over the world. Yu Hook asked Break Cat, So we can use these entrances as teleportation gates? He replied, You can, but the distance between the gates is quite far, so it's hard to go directly to another country. Break Cat then suggested a solution to him. The method I propose is to enter the market and go to the central tower in Sector 7. From there, you can go to the gate connected to another country through the tower once again. Break Cat continued, If we use that method, there won't be any problem for special class students to use it. We'll use a secret passage to enter and exit the tower, so that regular market users don't feel uneasy seeing school uniforms. Yu Hook immediately replied, I understand. Break Cat reminded him, If you want to return here, you can do that directly from the tower. Chairman Breakcat, he said, you connected the tower and Anha last time, didn't you? Then I understand. Inside the warehouse, Yu-hook noticed something. He pointed to a door and said to Choi Aaron, "This way." She exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Yu-hook slowly opened the door, and light shone on Choi Aaron's face. As Yu-hook and she stepped out of the door, they found themselves in an unfamiliar city. At this moment, in some building, the iron door was tightly shut. Yu-hook opened the door and walked in, followed by Choi Aaron. He turned back and said to her, "You did well today. You can go in first. I'll go report on the special class activities to the director." Choi Aaron immediately replied, "Understood." She smiled awkwardly and said to him, "You worked hard too, Yu-hook. See you tomorrow." Yu-hook smiled happily, watching her walk away. He glanced at his pants pocket. From his pants pocket, Yu-hook took out a ring. He held the ring in his hand, smiling as he thought, "With this is the third time, including the owner of the first labyrinth. Things at that level feel distinctly stronger each time I absorb them, so I'm also a little excited." He put the ring back in his pocket, thinking, "Well, I'll check it later. Now I should go see Breakcat, since I said I'd wait for the report without sleeping." Breakcat's room door was tightly shut. Yu-hook walked up, pushed the door open, and called out loudly, "Breakcat!" Breakcat looked at him and said joyfully, "Ah, Ju-hyuk, welcome. Thank you for your hard work." Adelia Venchik bowed 90 degrees to him. Ju-hyuk was utterly surprised by this sight and snorted. When he recognized her, he asked in surprise, "Isn't that Adelia Venchik? What are you doing here?" Adelia Venchik replied, "Just call me Adelia. I bowed to ask you a favor." Ju-hyuk, a bit confused, said to Adelia Venchik, First, please raise your head. What's your request?" She replied, "It's like this." Adelia Venchik smiled and expressed her request to him. "Could I ask you for guidance?" Ju-hyuk was utterly surprised to hear her say that. He asked Adelia Venchik, "Huh, out of the blue? What made you want that?" Adelia Venchik then explained, "Actually, we've been tracking Ju-hyuk's achievements." He heard that and replied, "You're saying you've been tracking me? That sounds creepy." Ju-hyuk shouted angrily, "Is this your idea again, Brackett?" Brackett, whose name was called, quickly explained, "Oh no, last time we saw it was a constellation." Brackett recalled what he had seen on the computer screen. The screen displayed, "The master of the underworld will rise and kill you without a trace if you speak of it." Ju-hyuk, confused, asked Brackett, "What is it?" Adelia Venchik then signaled him to be quiet. Brackett then replied, "It's nothing." Adelia Venchik spoke, "Anyway, I saw Ju-hyuk use the constellation's poison skill to catch monsters, and I was really impressed." She bowed again in request to him, "Could you teach me too?" Ju-hyuk scratched his head, perplexed, and said, "First it was Brackett, now it's you. Can't you learn from Luminous and Bangwang? My teaching wouldn't be any different." Brackett and Adelia Venchik stood still, listening to him. "Both you and Brackett learned how to use your abilities when you contracted with constellations, and the way to draw energy is the same as mine." Ju-hyuk continued to explain, "The only difference is that I don't rely too much on borrowed mana. I enhance my abilities by adding my own magic when activating them." He continued, "But these days, kids only focus on increasing their own mana, so their mana control is very poor. Therefore, no matter what method I teach, your low mana capacity will only make you tire more easily." Adelia Venchik heard that and thought to herself, "Kids these days." She then asked, "Even with low mana, would you still guide me?" Brackett also added, "I also hope for your help." Ju-hyuk scratched his head and replied, I've been busy lately and haven't been able to take care of the kids I'm teaching. You two have contracted with my disciples, so out of responsibility, I should consider helping a little." He continued, "First, the most urgent thing is physical training, so if you two have time, come to the gym tomorrow." Hearing him say that, they both said in unison, "Thank you." Ju Hyuk pointed at Brackett and said, "Ah, Brackett, after today, let's discuss approaching the constellation again." He then replied, "Oh, okay." Ba Che asked Ju Hyuk, "Is it because of the familiar magic power you sensed from the building you mentioned?" Ju Hyuk suddenly remembered. "That's right. This time everything got messed up because of the fire truck, so I just caught that guy and left. I didn't even get to enter the school building yet." He frowned and smirked, thinking to himself, "Next time, I'll definitely find it, no matter what." Night enveloped the space, with only the bright moonlight illuminating the way. At night in America, the large building still had many floors lit up. This was the Contractors Association. A figure stood on one of the highest floors of the building. This person was Rogan. He was looking at a tablet. Rogan looked at the tablet, deep in thought. On the tablet was Ju Hyuk's profile. He frowned, thinking to himself, "Ju Hyuk, who exactly is that guy?" He sat at a desk with his arms crossed and said to someone on the tablet, "Lord of Constellations, do you know the Master of the Underworld? Because it seems the Master of the Underworld knows you. Lord of Constellations." The screen displayed, "The Destroyer of All, the one who pierces through everything, is here." The screen then displayed, "The Destroyer of All, the one who pierces through everything, warning, be careful of fanatic moon bandits." Rogan was surprised and frowned, exclaiming, "Fanatic moon bandits?" Rogan looked at the tablet in his hand, deep in thought. "After that, I decided to search for these fanatic moon bandits. Just like I did with Ju Hyuk, but I couldn't find any information either." He stood there lost in thought. "The more I investigate Ju Hyuk, the more I feel like I'm falling into a labyrinth. Who exactly is he? If he's not related to the Blood Hunters, there's truly nothing else I can find." Bitch Y's entire body emitted a dark purple aura as he hovered in the sky. Rogan loudly said, "Who are you? Why is a repulsive creature like you following me?" He looked at Rogan, laughing loudly. "Aren't you even surprised?" He gripped the mace in his hand and said, "You really are." Bitch Y swung the mace full of sharp spikes at Rogan, shouting, questioning him, "The top contractor, aren't you?" Rogan, expressionless, easily blocked his attack. Bitch Y swung his mace powerfully, sending Rogan flying backward. Shards of glass flew everywhere. Rogan reached out, grabbing the ground to avoid being propelled further. He looked at Bitch Y, silently assessing. This monster has quite high intelligence. Is he the same type as the monster who attacked the Hero Academy alone last time? Rogan clenched his hand into a fist. At this moment, his hand emitted a mysterious golden aura. Rogan frowned, thinking to himself, "I mustn't underestimate him." Bitch Y looked at Rogan, sneering, "Are you concentrating your magic power?" He lunged at Rogan, yelling, "Then try to block this attack." He swung his mace to attack. On this side, Rogan was not to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist in retaliation. The mace, with its dark purple aura, made contact with Rogan's fist. With a loud boom, Bitch Y was sent flying backward, barely managing to let out a cry of pain. Bitch Y rose from the rubble, laughing loudly. "You're quite strong, aren't you?" Rogan looked at him contemptuously and said, "I don't want praise from a monster like you." He continued to swing his fist towards Bitch Y. With a loud crash, the ground and rocks cracked into many pieces. The outside of the building was also affected by Rogan's punch. At this moment, in the Contractor Association, Lenia's office shook violently. Lenia exclaimed in surprise, "What was that? What was that tremor?" She looked around, thinking to herself, "An earthquake? No, that tremor came from the floor above." Lenia looked up at the floor above, frowning in surprise. "Don't tell me something's happening in Rogan's room." The dust and smoke after the tremor gradually dispersed, and Rogan took a defensive stance. He looked at his fist with an incredulous gaze. Rogan thought to himself, "I clearly hit him with a very powerful punch." He looked at the rubble at his feet, wondering, "But where did he go?" Suddenly, the mace unexpectedly appeared behind Rogan's head. Although he was ambushed by Bitch Y, fortunately, Rogan managed to raise his arm to block in time. He swung his mace, continuing to attack him. With a thud, Rogan fell heavily backward. Rogan coughed angrily. Damn it, he thought to himself. He's too strong. Rogan looked at Bitch Y, assessing. At least I know he's not an ordinary monster. If it were a low-level monster, I would have dealt with him already, even if he were the incarnation of a constellation. Bitch Y looked at Rogan, sneering with a contemptuous tone. What's this? The top contractor can only do this much. He frowned in anger, gritting his teeth. Shut up. I haven't even used half of my power yet. Bitch Y looked at Rogan and smirked. He thought, I have to make direct contact with him to activate it, but I can't even touch him. Suddenly, a voice reached, catching Rogan's attention. Rogan, what's going on? Linnea walked over, asking him worriedly. Are you okay? I heard a loud noise, so I brought the association's guards here. Rogan exclaimed in surprise. Linnea. Linnea looked forward, frowning. Perhaps because it's early morning. I'm the only association member still in the building. That's why I ran over myself. She gasped in surprise when she saw Bitch Y. What the hell is that? He seemed immensely pleased by her expression. Bitch Y said, I originally wanted to toy with him slowly, but now there are pesky bugs crawling everywhere. Well, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, he lunged to attack, taking Linnea's group by surprise. Bitch Y continued, I can take care of all of you with just one move. Linnea loudly ordered everyone, You're no match for him. Step back. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Bitch Y swung his mace, preparing to attack her. Linnea also got ready in a defensive stance to retaliate. She bravely threw a punch, glowing with golden light, towards Bitch Y. Although surrounded by golden power streams, Bitch Y still had a bright smile on his lips. Linnea frowned in surprise, thinking to herself, did he avoid my critical strikes? I aimed directly along his path. She clenched her hand into a fist again, thinking, well then, now neither of us has a way out. Linnea frowned, gritted her teeth, and charged towards Bitch Y. His face took the full force of her punch. Linnea thought to herself, I hit him. In front of Linnea, there was only a cloud of dust. She widened her eyes in shock, asking herself, what is this? How can this be? Bitch Y suddenly ambushed her. He swung his mace up, preparing to attack her. As Linnea prepared to endure his attack, Rogan suddenly burst out and took the hit for her. Linnea exclaimed in surprise, Rogan. Rogan clenched his fist and reminded Linnea, that guy didn't dodge your attack just now. While enduring Bitch Y's attack, he continued. He created an illusion and only revealed himself when attacking. He sneered, thinking, he saw through my illusion eye. Bitch Y retreated, thinking, if that's the case, I'll fall back and use illusions to hide my body, and then I just need to target them again. Suddenly, Bitch Y gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock, as a foot stepped on his neck. Rogan smiled triumphantly, and a mystical golden light emanated from around him. Rogan said, what's wrong? Can't run away anymore. His foot struggled, trying to escape from Rogan's foot. Rogan looked at him with murderous eyes and said, just try to withstand one of my attacks. Then he raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. 1. Rogan punched Bitch Y, shouting, my punch. He showed no reaction after being punched by Rogan. Rogan trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He asked himself, what is this? My body suddenly can't move. At this moment, Hook Y unexpectedly appeared behind Bitch Y, saying, no matter how useless you are, you were too careless this time, Bitch Y. Bitch Y exclaimed in surprise, Hook Y. Hook Y's entire body also emitted a faint purple aura, and he smiled sinisterly, saying, if it weren't for my stone flame eye, your stomach would have a hole in it by now. Bitch Y laughed loudly, saying, it won't be that easy to kill me. Hook Y continued in a condescending tone, you try taking one of his blows and see how it goes. Linnea went to Rogan's side. She said in surprise, another big monster like him? Rogan replied, He's been hiding nearby all along. Hookwai spoke up. So, who should I kill first? Bitchwai immediately replied. Just in case, I've already immobilized the woman standing next to him. You can kill whoever you want. Hearing that, Linia became extremely angry. She gritted her teeth. Clenching her hand into a fist, Linia shouted, Since when? Bitchwai sneered, stroking his chin. Really? Then, he continued, I'll go first. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk appeared from nowhere, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He stabbed his knife, splitting Hookwai in two, and he said in a contemptuous tone, Good idea. Ju Hyuk thrust the knife down forcefully, and a stream of black blood gushed from Hookwai's head. Both Linia and Rogan were incredibly surprised by Ju Hyuk's appearance. Big Gawei was furious when he saw Ju Hyuk kill his comrade. He exclaimed in shock, What the hell? Rogan, in an attacking stance, shouted in surprise, Ju Hyuk. At this moment, his hand subtly twitched. Linia rubbed her shoulder and quietly said to Rogan, Rogan, try to move. He gave a soft hum. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. Back then, you bastards always caused trouble when you were together. Hook always used his killer's eye, and you used your mace to hit me. He turned to look at Big Gawei and quietly continued. That's why I killed Hook first back then. Do you remember Big Gawei? Hearing Ju Hyuk say that, Big Gawei was stunned into silence. Big Gawei looked at him, questioning. What nonsense are you spouting? Wait, how do you know my name? And you said you've killed us before. Rogan approached him from behind and said, Are you Ju Hyuk? I'm Rogan. I don't know how you got here, but thank you. Ju Hyuk immediately recalled Breakcat's warning. Someone's been looking for you lately, Ju Hyuk. It's Rogan. He's the top ranker of the Contractors Association. You might run into him if you barge into the building that was just attacked, so keep an eye out. He frowned at Rogan, thinking, So this is the guy who's been looking for me. I hope I haven't made an enemy of him. Big Gawei angrily swung his mace and yelled, It doesn't matter who you are. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to me? He forcefully slammed his mace where Ju Hyuk and Rogan were standing. Luckily, both of them reacted quickly and dodged Biggie's attack. He yelled, Stop spouting nonsense. Rogan turned to him and asked, From what you said, you know these two monsters. Do you have a strategy to defeat them? Ju Hyuk thought. I spoke without thinking again. He said to Rogan, Did I say that? A strategy. He looked at Big Gawei and thought, I remember that to defeat him, I'd have to react immediately when he attacks and destroy him before he turns into an illusion. If I'm not mistaken, when Hook dies. That guy. Big Gawei looked at him, cursing angrily. You bastard. Could it be? Suddenly, he turned and left. Everyone was surprised, thinking, He's running away. Linia exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? You're running away? Rogan also asked in surprise. Why is he running away when he was overpowering us by himself? Shouldn't we pursue him? Ju Hyuk watched Biggie's retreating figure and said, What's running is just an illusion. His real body will be somewhere near this illusion. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a mystical golden light. He thought, If I just release the light, I can make that illusion disappear. But I can't use my disciple's power right now. I only want to fight with the power absorbed by the ring, so I didn't even make a temporary contract. Ju Hyuk frowned and thought, Well, no choice then. It'll be a bit troublesome, but I'll cut straight through this entire building. Rogan exclaimed in surprise, Constellation? What's going on all of a sudden? His words attracted Ju Hyuk's attention. Rogan exclaimed in surprise, War God? Who's that? The screen displayed. The constellation of destruction exclaimed in surprise, War God! Ju Hyuk sighed and chuckled, saying, I was wondering why I sensed familiar magic power emanating from you, but now I understand. Rogan exclaimed in surprise, Ju Hyuk! Ju Hyuk interrupted, Long time no see, Jong. You're here too. I'm in a hurry, so let's make a temporary contract. Does your contractor have a holy relic? The screen displayed. The constellation of destruction said. Yes, the constellation of destruction urges. Quickly hand over the holy relic. Lenia yelled, hurry up. Rogan said, it must be in here. Lenia frowned and urged loudly, hurry up. It must be in here. Bitgui flew out of the building. Lenia continued, that bastard escaped through the window. Ju Hyuk held out his hand and said, where's the holy relic? Hurry up. Rogan hurriedly placed a string of beads in his hand. Ju Hyuk put on the bracelet and smirked. All right. Bitgui hastily fled. He thought, damn it. Now I know why Wacha and Hong Wai died so quickly. He frowned and continued thinking. The war god has returned. Even if he seems to have reincarnated as a kid, that magic power, it's definitely the war god's. Bitgui ran while thinking. Since I can't transmit messages continuously like Wacha, I must quickly inform them about the war god's resurrection. Ju Hyuk chased right behind Bitgui, his arm radiating a mystical yellow aura. He threw a punch at him. The golden light shone, dazzling Bitgui. He grunted in surprise. With a loud boom, he was sent flying far away. He was covered in wounds. Bitgui cried out in pain. Ju Hyuk looked at him lying on the ground with a triumphant smile. From inside the building, Lenia and Rogan were also extremely surprised witnessing this scene. Lenia asked, Rogan, is that your constellation's power? He replied, do you mean my constellation's power is as destructive as a cannon, making everything in its path vanish? No, it's not. Rogan frowned and continued, but that attack truly had the power of a constellation. Is there anyone in this world who can use their ability to this extent right after forming a contract? He observed Ju Hyuk and said, Ju Hyuk, that guy always surprises and intrigues me. The sun gradually rose in the east, and many ambulances and police cars appeared at the foot of the building. Lenia was being taken to give a statement, while Rogan's wounds were being bandaged by medical staff. Ju Hyuk spoke. Well then, I'll be going now. Rogan turned to look at where the sound came from. He asked in surprise, you're leaving already? Ju Hyuk replied, yes, I've achieved my goal here, and I want to avoid media attention. Rogan asked him in surprise, achieved your goal? Was stopping the monsters your goal? Ju Hyuk scratched his head and replied, what you said isn't wrong. He exclaimed, how troublesome. Ju Hyuk looked at Rogan and thought, if I just leave, will he go ask for Hanla again? But I also want to deal with this quickly and leave. Ju Hyuk's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He thought to himself, wait, according to Breakcat, isn't he the association's top contractor? If I bring him to my side, it'll definitely be useful later. Ju Hyuk spoke, I'm tired today, so let's talk another time. Rogan replied, all right, I'm sorry. Ju Hyuk said to him, when the time comes, I'll come to the Hero Academy to answer your questions. Rogan said in surprise, he's not using honorifics. Ju Hyuk smiled and continued, I'll give you a specific time because you're John's contractor. You should be grateful. Well, I'm off now. With that, he turned and left. Rogan reached out to stop him and yelled, wait. A screen suddenly appeared. It displayed, the Destroyer constellation says, let him go. He wondered, the constellation? The screen displayed again. The constellation continued, you should also use honorifics with him. Rogan stammered loudly, honorifics? Yes. Lenia called loudly from behind, Rogan. She said, I was about to hand this case over to the police, but I can't find the monsters' bodies. Do you know where they are? Rogan immediately replied, didn't you see? They vanished into thin air a moment later. Lenia crossed her arms in front of her chest and grumbled angrily, damn it, all sorts of monsters. It'll be a hassle to prove this to the insurance company. I'll have to find CCTV. She immediately turned to question Rogan. Is Ju Hyuk gone? And who exactly is he? The monsters we encountered today weren't ordinary. They were too strong for a regular contractor. Rogan said with a pensive look, who is he? We'll know soon enough. He quietly watched Ju Hyuk's departing figure. The evening of the next day, in a certain forest, Ju Hyuk wandered alone in the forest. He looked at Ba Che and joyfully called out, Ba Che. Ju Hyuk glanced at him and questioned, Do you think the magic power I sense from Jong is the same as what you sense from the heroes? He immediately replied, No, they're different. Ju Hyuk said joyfully, Really? That's good. I was worried I'd have to go through the trouble of meeting that Rogan guy, but it seems it won't be useless. Ba Che replied, Yes. Ju Hyuk thought to himself, Still, it's a bit disappointing. The John I met today was once taught by me, but he's not my disciple. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk asked, I wonder where Sasami is. Suddenly, the former guard approached and bowed to Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk saw him and asked in surprise, What kind of monster is that? He immediately replied, I am from the Yu-Gi-Oh family. It is an honor to meet the patriarch. Ju Hyuk asked in surprise, What? Me? Are you sure you're not mistaking me for someone else? The former guard confidently said, Absolutely not. He immediately explained, Our esteemed constellation, Tui, gave instructions that if Sir Ju Hyuk mentions that word, then I must reveal myself according to the plan. Ju Hyuk said in surprise, That word? Don't tell me. Elsewhere, a masked girl said, When that person says a specific word, you must reveal yourself and your identity. For people sat at a table with a mystical purple bonfire between them. One person asked, What word is it? The masked person coldly said, Sasami. Ju Hyuk took off his hat and smirked. At this moment, 3 more people appeared beside the former guard. They looked at him, bowed, and simultaneously shouted loudly, We are honored to meet the chieftain. Ju Hyuk immediately asked, Did you bring that sacred relic? The former guard replied, Yes, sir. Ju Hyuk said, Give it to me. He respectfully offered it with both hands. Here it is. Ju Hyuk held the sacred relic and smiled faintly. Night gradually enveloped the area, and Ju Hyuk observed his surroundings. In front were abandoned houses amidst ruins. Everything here looked desolate and ruined. A sign hanging in front of a house read, Divine Martial Gate. Ju Hyuk smirked and said, Divine Martial Gate, huh? It's been a long time since I've seen this sign. He continued, Long time no see, Sosam. Ju Hyuk called out loudly, Sasami, are you here? Stop hiding, come out. Sasami was still shyly hiding behind the door. She shyly stepped out, then knelt and bowed to him. Ju Hyuk immediately stepped forward to help her up and said, You haven't changed at all, have you? Stand up. Sasami politely replied, Yes. Ju Hyuk exclaimed, Even your mental state is like our dojo 300 years ago. His words made Sasami feel incredibly shy. She said, For us, the Divine Martial Gate is not just a dojo, it's also our home. Ju Hyuk scratched his head and smiled. Wow, I didn't know you valued it so much. Ju Hyuk thought to himself, Compared to the current world, the world 300 years ago. Ju Hyuk recalled memories of 300 years ago. He stood proudly on a cliff looking down. He secretly sighed. It was a chaotic place. Below the cliff were 2 groups preparing to clash. On one side were humans with sharp weapons. On the other, a horde of grotesque monsters. One man was so scared he started crying, but still gritted his teeth and plunged into battle. Slash, slash, slash. Ju Hyuk's group jumped down to assist the other group. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered everywhere. Ju Hyuk and his 2 disciples easily defeated the monsters. In such a chaotic world, I, who only knew how to hunt monsters, managed to survive. The villagers were very happy and even gave him gold to thank him. By protecting merchant caravans, they would be paid in return, or they would take on missions as hunters, setting out to hunt monsters or destroy labyrinths. The 3 of them entered a market. The world at that time was filled with suffering, but I lived in it without a single complaint. He smiled as he watched his 2 disciples happily eat skewered meat. Ju Hyuk suddenly saw something, however. A poor family was trying to sell their child to someone else. During that period, people bought and sold others as slaves. The father happily handed over his daughter. The bias seemed very pleased with her. He reached out to brush her hair back. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were filled with tears. Although it was becoming increasingly rare, human trafficking sometimes still occurred. He looked at her and was very satisfied. He then gave the girl's parents a large bag of money, and they were overjoyed at the sight. The cold father pushed his daughter away, and poor parents would sometimes sell their children in the hope of receiving a large sum of money. They happily gazed at the large bag of money in their hands. Ju Hyuk looked at this scene and sighed. I truly hate it. Because when I was little, I suffered as a slave, even though I didn't want to. He looked at them with eyes full of murderous intent. Seeing that, the slaver immediately raised a knife, threatening him. That action only made Ju Hyuk angrier. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist. He rushed forward and gave him a punch to the face. So, I don't just attack slave traders with my disciples. If I catch them, I'll kill them. His actions attracted the attention of many people. Ju Hyuk turned to look at the father who willingly sold his own daughter with eyes full of murderous intent. The man immediately waved his hands in fear and backed away. The girl's parents quickly turned and ran away. Ju Hyuk angrily frowned, watching them go. Then suddenly his gaze shifted to the little girl beside him. The little girl was crying, looking utterly pitiful. She reached out and grabbed his robe, and in the process, I took in a few homeless children as disciples. Ju Hyuk bent down, looked at the little girl, and smiled. That was also when a small problem began to arise in the life I had planned out earlier. He stood with his arms crossed, closing his eyes, thinking. Initially, I intended to diligently work as a hunter while I was young, save enough money, then retire and train only a few disciples to continue fighting slave traders, basically establishing an automated hunting system. However, although being a hunter was enough to sustain me, and my 3 disciples trained diligently, since I started raising disciples, I've barely been able to save any money. And because I had taken in enough disciples, I decided to give them a chance to prove themselves. He rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. At that time, many noble families and martial arts schools vied for power, with clans like Jiajin and Musamin clashing with each other. The abandoned girl spoke loudly. The Divine Martial School. After discussing with my disciples, we decided to first name our martial arts school, and so we founded the Divine Martial School. Ju Hyuk carefully hung up the signboard. His disciples were all overjoyed to see it. He looked up at the sign and exclaimed, and so we founded the Divine Martial School. He looked at the signboard and chuckled to himself. We established the Divine Martial School to properly raise and train all my disciples. And because I wanted to profit from my disciples, his disciples were extremely happy when the signboard was hung up. Although I am very strong, I began my journey and learned skills that weren't suitable for me, and I also lacked natural talent. So I quickly reached my limit. But my disciples were different. Under my guidance, they were able to learn skills suitable for them, and all of them were extremely talented. He looked at the little girl he had just taken in. So I decided to train my disciples to the point where they would no longer need my instruction, so that when they grow up and spread their school, they will be able to take in new disciples. Ju Hyuk secretly delighted, thinking about the money he would earn, and I would take a reasonable portion of the donations and the profits generated from the total donations. At that time, I thought I could just sit back and enjoy my old age. Ju Hyuk looked up in frustration. But no, just as my disciples grew up and were about to expand their influence, the Tower of Destruction appeared. Before him was a massive, colossal tower, and outside, lightning struck continuously. The Tower of Destruction was surrounded by lightning bolts. Ju Hyuk looked at the tower and frowned angrily. His memories stopped there, returning to reality. Ju Hyuk and Sasami both silently looked at the old signboard. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk spoke. I'm sorry for standing there lost in thought. It reminded me of a long time ago. Sasami immediately replied, It's all right, Master. He asked her, What did you do after becoming a constellation, and how did you find me? Sasami replied, I knew Master would be reincarnated. She continued, Shortly after I became a constellation, a notification appeared. Hearing that, he thought to himself, just as I expected, even Sasami. Sasami said, so I chose a human who could become my pawn as my first contractor. After that, I founded Yu-Gi-Oh! And continued to operate with 4 members. I named the organization Yu-Gi-Oh! To signify that Master is the one I acknowledge as the leader. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. What? Sasami continued. So I killed everyone who claimed to be the strongest, except for Master. Ju Hyuk asked her in shock. You killed all of them? Sasami softly replied, yes. She immediately explained, of course, I don't kill indiscriminately. When someone receives the title strongest, we observe them very carefully, and as soon as they reveal that title, we kill them. Ju Hyuk asked Sasami, puzzled, then how did you find me? She replied, we used a similar method. Ju Hyuk rubbed his chin and chuckled to himself. If I had just said one wrong word, I might have been killed by my own disciple, huh? How lucky. Sasami then explained to him. That's why we killed those who claimed to be the strongest swordsmen, like John Sin, and an evil organization called the Blood Hunters, who specifically target strong contractors. Ju Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. You really did kill a lot of people. She said, I believe that thanks to this method, I was able to meet Master again after my reincarnation. Ju Hyuk asked in surprise, what? She shyly explained her reason. Among us, Master is certainly the strongest, but you are also very humble because you never show off your power. Hearing that, Ju Hyuk awkwardly rubbed his head and said, well, I'm not that humble. I just don't like to talk much because the truth will always prevail anyway, so. He continued, currently, we have you, Mozu, and Luminous. Sasami was delighted to hear that and said, oh, you've met the other sisters? Ju Hyuk said in surprise, you didn't know? I thought you already knew, considering how much effort you put into finding me. She replied, I knew that all 4 sisters also became constellations, but we can only see through the eyes of our contractors. Sasami continued, so I knew that Master met people from the Venchik family and the black market, but I didn't know they were the contractors of the other sisters. He replied, that's right. He smiled and said, but you've come at just the right time, Sasami. Soon, I might need your help. She was overjoyed to hear that, and softly agreed. Ju Hyuk said to Sasami, that's enough talk for today. I'll invite your contractor to meet with the other's contractors. So, let's wait for what happens next. With that, he waved his hand, turned, and left. She watched his departing back, blushing, and softly assented. A few days later, at the Hero Academy, a large building located right in the middle of the city. In the meeting room, Rogan was speechless with surprise. Ju Hyuk smiled and said, oh, you've arrived. Rogan looked at him and stammered, no, I just got here. He thought to himself, what's with this group? Rogan looked at Brake. Brake immediately recognized him, the owner of the black market and the director of Van Hala, Brake, whom he had met before. He looked at Adelia Venchik. That must be the head of the Venchik family, Adelia Venchik. Next was the former guard. Rogan quickly recognized him as well, and that mask. Don't tell me, he exclaimed in his mind. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ju Hyuk turned to look at the former guard and said, aren't you going to sit down? He replied, no need, I'll stand at the back. Ju Hyuk then began, so where should I start? He looked at everyone and asked, actually, even you all don't know what I do you? Adelia Venchik and Brake were a little surprised by his question. Adelia Venchik asked in surprise, aren't you the master of the constellations we serve? Rogan thought in shock, master. Ju Hyuk softly replied, that's right. He rested his hand on his chin, subtly glancing at Rogan's reaction, and said, recently, I found out what happened after I died. In short, my story is... It was late at night. Adelia Venchik and Brake were both extremely surprised. So was Rogan. The former guard thought to himself, just like the constellation said. Brake questioned him in surprise. You mean Mr. Ju Hyuk destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago? Ju Hyuk replied awkwardly. It sounds a bit embarrassing to say, but yes, that's right. Adelia Venchik's eyes widened in surprise, and she said, the era of destruction did exist. It was when the tower suddenly appeared and caused the world to decay. Bray continued, but the records only say that the tower collapsed after releasing monsters all over the world, so we didn't know that Mr. Ju Hyuk was the one who destroyed it. Ju Hyuk was very surprised to hear that and said, Mozu and Luminous didn't say anything about this? Adelia Venchik immediately replied, actually, apart from being with Mr. Ju Hyuk, the constellations never communicate with anyone. Brake said, and the world ruler. He recalled that at that time, Luminous said expressionlessly, the Tower of Destruction? I only remember entering it with Master. Bray continued, that's what he said. Ju Hyuk asked in surprise, is that so? He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, it seems even my disciple doesn't remember anything from before becoming a constellation, huh? Well, now that they've met me, they'll gradually regain their memories. Ju Hyuk continued, by the way, everyone who was somewhat famous back then has become a constellation, which is why constellations only started appearing after the Age of Destruction. Hearing that, Adelia Venchik asked in surprise, does that mean all constellations died around that time? Ju Hyuk replied, perhaps not all of them, but most of them were. Brake immediately said, I see. That's why constellations react so strongly to artifacts from the Age of Destruction. Ju Hyuk continued, and I also mentioned this last time. But the one who created the Tower of Destruction is causing countless disasters and sending constellations here. Rogan remained silent throughout. Ju Hyuk said with a confident expression, so the Tower of Destruction will definitely reappear. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, it will reappear? He replied, that's right, but we probably still have 4.5 years. Ju Hyuk immediately stated his plan. I'm gathering my disciples to prevent that, and also increasing my power by dealing with the interfering constellations who come here. He clenched his fists, his voice full of determination. This time, I will definitely eliminate the Tower of Destruction and minimize the damage, so that the name Age of Destruction will never be mentioned again. Rogan spoke up. Actually, I find it quite hard to believe. Ju Hyuk turned to comfort him. I can understand that. He said, my constellation also told me that 300 years ago, you, Ju Hyuk, were known as the martial god. Rogan continued, you also rescued constellations and passed on the first authority. Ju Hyuk scratched his head awkwardly, replying, is that so? I don't remember the details very well. Hearing that, Rogan fell silent in thought. Suddenly he said, Ju Hyuk. He let out a soft hum. Rogan stood up, his eyes full of determination, and asked him, if you truly are the martial god from 300 years ago, would you fight me? Ju Hyuk smiled calmly, replying, of course. Outside, it was already bright. At this moment, Rogan and Ju Hyuk stood facing each other. Adelia Venchik spoke, I don't quite understand the situation right now. Brake immediately replied, Rogan probably finds this absurd. Suddenly discovering that a high school student is a hero from 300 years ago and the master of his own constellation? If there were concrete evidence, logically, this would be understandable, but emotionally, it's very hard to accept. Rogan had taken an offensive stance. He was now surrounded by a flow of powerful golden energy. Adelia Venchik continued to ask, so he wants a direct confrontation. At this moment, Ju Hyuk had also taken an offensive stance, surrounded by a mysterious red energy. Brake exclaimed, to see if Du Hyu was truly not just a strong high school student, but a person of that era. Rogan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. He lunged towards Du Hyu, unleashing his steel fist. Du Hyu also fiercely fought back. When the two attacks collided, they caused a huge explosion. Rogan clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in anger. Du Hyu also clenched his hand, smirking at him. The two fists collided. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, making Adelia Ventrick and Black Cat quickly cover their eyes. The former guard remained silent, quietly observing. At the Hero Academy president's office, the president of the Hero Academy, Bach, widened his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself, that sound came from the stadium behind. Surely we aren't under attack, right? Bach suddenly remembered something. No, wait. He recalled what Rogan had told him. Today, I'll be inviting guests to the Hero Academy. Bach asked in surprise, inviting guests? Who are they? Rogan replied, that's still a secret. He instructed, and also, if you hear any loud noises, it's probably my fault. Bach glanced towards the stadium, thinking, Rogan, I trust you. But who did you bring? At this moment, an incredibly terrifying killing intent emanated from outside the stadium. Du-Yu took a stance, smirking. Their two fists trembled nonstop. Rogan was straining to fight back. He thought to himself, damn it. Seeing Du-Yu looking incredibly effortless at this moment, Rogan exclaimed, I'm being pushed back. This can't be the strength of a high school student. Rogan gritted his teeth, frowned in anger, and thought to himself, he doesn't just borrow the power of constellations to fight monsters, does he? Rogan was quickly pushed back by Du-Yu. Rogan said to him, Mr. Du-Yu. Du-Yu let out a humph. He continued, can I use magic? At this moment, a golden light, like a huge flame, emanated around Rogan. Du-Yu thought, oh ho, he's been fighting without using magic this whole time. He smiled and said, sure, go ahead. He continued, but I'll still fight without using magic. Rogan immediately replied. The golden light around him was like fierce lightning bolts. Rogan punched his hand hard into the ground, and the ground immediately cracked into many pieces. He raised his elbow high. At this moment, Rogan's elbow was emitting light. He immediately used his elbow to push him back. Du-Yu immediately put up his hands to block. He smirked and said, he thought to himself, did I overdo it boasting about not using magic? Actually, I'm feeling a bit of pressure now. He continued to think, if I use magic, I'll be stronger by absorbing the constellations, but my physical strength is still lacking. Because it develops with my body, there's nothing I can do about it. Du-Yu smirked, looking at Rogan, who was charging towards him with all his strength. He thought to himself, but I'm fighting against a top-tier warrior using the power of a constellation, so it's not bad, is it? Du-Yu said to Rogan, this pure strength battle ends here. Rogan stomped his foot hard on the ground, and the ground immediately cracked. He swung his arm, taking a stance to continue attacking him. Du-Yu quickly dodged Rogan's attack, much to his surprise. He looked at him and praised. Did the dojo teach you this? It's not bad. Du-Yu elbowed Rogan, reminding him, but you need to put more power into it. He continued, because it's designed to finish an opponent in one blow. Then Du-Yu turned his back and pushed Rogan hard, sending him flying afar. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. He could only let out a cry of pain. Du-Yu scoffed, seeing him fall to the ground. The afternoon of the next day, Rogan lay on the bed, showing signs of waking up. He let out a few soft groans. Suddenly, Rogan opened his eyes wide. He sat up, exclaiming to everyone's surprise. Du-Yu, sitting next to him, gently asked, oh, you're awake? He continued, I thought you fainted, so I brought you here. But I seriously considered whether I should take you to the infirmary. Rogan rubbed his stomach and replied, I understand, I'm fine, thank you. Suddenly, Rogan fell silent, lost in thought. He struggled to speak. You really are a regressor. Du-Yu heard that and said in surprise, what? Didn't I already tell you? Rogan, still holding his stomach, said to him, sorry, you did say it, but... Du-Yu quickly comforted him. Well, I get it. He continued, I know many people have to experience it themselves to believe it. Du-Yu praised, your auxiliary constellation is very kind. Rogan asked him, you said you're looking for disciples to stop the Tower of Destruction, right? Du-Yu softly replied, yeah. Rogan immediately said, then I will help with that goal of yours, Mr. Du-Yu. He heard that and replied, overjoyed, really? Thank you. The former guard secretly thought, I know I have no right to speak, but this is a rather interesting combination, isn't it? He looked at Adelia Ventrick, the head of the Ventrick family, Adelia Ventrick. He then looked at Black Cat, the black market owner, Hackmew. Next was Rogan, a top-ranked member of the Contract Association Rogan. Next was Du Hugh, and everyone from Yu-Gi-Oh. Suddenly Du Hugh spoke up. Speaking of which, I have a question. Rogan immediately replied, Oh, okay. He continued, Do you see anything resembling my disciple here? Rogan said in surprise, Resembling your disciple? Du Hugh immediately replied, like a holy relic or something like that. He continued, The reason I wanted to meet today is that last time I felt a familiar magical energy, but when I came here, there was too much magic, so it's hard for me to pinpoint the location. He rested his chin and continued, Because this school produces many hunters, there are many holy relics here, making it difficult to identify. Rogan immediately fell into deep thought. A voice came, Please find my master. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, There's one. Rogan continued, There's a holy relic that told me to find its master. Bach exclaimed in surprise, Rogan. He looked at Rogan and asked, Has your guest left? Rogan replied, No, we're still meeting. Bach asked anxiously, Who exactly is that guest? Rogan replied, It's Du Hugh. Bach continued, There were loud explosions outside. What on earth are you guys discussing? Rogan immediately replied, Sorry, but I can't tell you the details. You can ask them later. Rogan made a request to Bach. Can you give me the Starfall sword I entrusted to you earlier? Bach scratched his head and said, that sword. He continued, Honestly, it's been a real headache for me. Rogan asked in surprise, It's giving you a headache? Bach immediately pressed the control button. The sound of the cabinet moving open. The display cabinet slowly opened. Rogan and Bach entered inside. Bach, with a serious expression, said, The Starfall sword cannot be kept here. Inside was a sword emitting a terrifying red aura of murderous intent. On the wall, clear traces of destruction were visible, caused by something truly terrifying. A sword appeared, emitting evil energy all around it. Looking at the sword, he was utterly astonished. What the hell? Did the Starfall sword cause this? Bach, with a similarly shocked expression, replied, It seems so. The two began to argue, but both had worried expressions on their faces. Rogan asked, his face sweating, Didn't you say you'd store it with the other relics? That place should have been safe enough to block magical power. Bach explained, Of course I intended to store it there, but... He recounted the time. He went to store the sword in the dark corridor. Reaching the locked room, he pressed the fingerprint scanner to store the sword, but when it opened, something surprising appeared inside. He said, I couldn't. Rogan asked, Why not? Bach replied, The Relic Guardian had released magic to block the entrance. A lot of magic appeared in that room, an immensely powerful force blocking his steps. He radiated a terrifying magical power and continued, and the Starfall sword also started emitting unstable magic, as if reacting to that magical power. He continued to explain, a helpless look on his face. So I had no choice but to bring it here. His eyes grew stern. His eyes filled with fear as he continued, But even this place can't withstand the Starfall sword's magical power, or rather, its dark energy. The sword, hanging in front, looked even more evil through Bach's words, as dark energies converged increasingly around it. The energy emanating from the sword was even causing the storage room to gradually collapse, despite being enveloped by an array of magical sealing spells. He continued to explain, So I wanted to discuss with you how to deal with it, and you arrived just in time. Rogan, meanwhile, fell into thought, seemingly pondering something. He suddenly turned his head and asked, Have you ever heard the phrase, find my master, that I mentioned before? Bach said in confusion, I haven't heard anything like that since the Starfall sword became like this. Rogan furrowed his brows deeply, falling into contemplation. He said, Is that so? His hands reached towards the sword. Bach raised his hand, wanting to stop his action. Rogan. The sword seemed to sense someone wanted to take it, and it emitted terrifying dark aura. Rogan's hand touched the hilt of the sword. A tremendous power enveloped his hand. He picked up the sword, feeling every immense magical power of the sword. The blade was blood red. The power around the sword is diminishing. Bach watched the scene in surprise, his pupils narrowing. The light sword's magic is running out. He thought, then asked, Rogan, what's going on? He's holding the sword, almost all its power gone. Rogan pondered something, then said, I don't know. With the sword at his hip, he turned to talk to Bach. So, I'll take it then. He wondered, right now? I thought you still had a meeting. Rogan said seriously, That's right, I'll bring it to the meeting. Bach was startled by those words. What? He asked with uncertainty. What meeting are you having? He smiled, his face carrying a calculating expression. Pushing the door open, he walked out of the ruined room. Rogan's face no longer showed fear. Instead, it was calm as he said, Sorry, Bach, you'll understand everything soon. Behind him, Bach's face was still frozen, unable to compose himself. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, he smiled faintly and said, Playing games? He's still acting alone as always, but he always keeps his promises. I trust you, Rogan. Turning around, he handed the sword to Du Hugh and said, I've brought it. He took the sword with both hands, sensing the power within it. His face was extremely serious as he said, There's something very strange. He held the sword and spoke before the meeting room. I can't feel any magic from the sword, he explained. When I held it, it became like this. Rogan continued, Actually, when I brought it back to the academy, it was exactly the same. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Really? He put on a thoughtful expression, placing a hand on his chin, and said, That's right, but... Rogan continued, I often hear a voice saying, Find an owner for me. He pondered, looking back at the sword in his hand. His eyes were tightly shut, trying to concentrate and sense. He gripped the sword tightly. His eyes snapped open. He frowned deeply, thinking, What is this? Then he spoke up, I can't enter the illusionary realm. Adelia exclaimed in surprise. What? He wondered. I don't quite understand this. Is this normal? She stammered. That's right. Entering the illusionary realm requires the constellation's consent. She continued. So if the constellation refuses, you won't be able to enter. He stared at the sword, pondering. Refuses. He connected with his sword through thought and asked, Beck, do you feel the magical power you mentioned from the sword? Beck replied, Although it's a bit faint, I can definitely feel it. He continued to ask, So there's no other way to deal with this? Beck stroked his chin thoughtfully. Actually, he said. Hanokim, do you remember what I said last time? He was confused by his words and asked again, What do you mean? Beck crossed his arms and continued. A door once appeared in the illusionary realm. He suddenly remembered. Oh, you mean that? It was an image of Beck standing in front of a large door with intricate patterns. He asked again, You said behind that door is where the constellations gather, right? Beck recalled when he opened that door. He replied, That's right. Remembering the image he encountered, he continued, Now that I think about it, there wasn't just one door in there. With different doors and different types of people he saw all around, he continued to describe what he saw. After the constellations were many doors leading to the illusionary realms where they lived. He saw flashes of power in the people who appeared behind those doors. Beck stated his speculation. If I'm not mistaken, when I stepped through that door to enter that place, I could also enter the illusionary realms of other constellations by using their doors. Du Hugh said, That makes sense. But suddenly he thought of something. But there's a problem. Beck asked again, What problem? He looked intently at the two people in front of him and told him what he knew. After learning about the door, I tried to gather information from those people, but... The two people in the meeting room seemed to sense something and looked back at him with confusion. He continued, They don't know anything. Hearing that, Back thoughtfully said, "That's understandable. It's understandable because it happened a long time ago. The short duration might mean some constellations don't know about it. Besides, no one in modern times has experienced this." He looked intently at the sword in his hand and asked again, "So, is there anyone who might know about this?" Du Hu's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, there's one person." In front of everyone, Du Hu smiled and said, "Since there's nothing to do today, let's go home." All three people in the meeting room said in unison, "Okay." Du Hu pointed at a person wearing a skull mask and a full-length black cloak and asked, You over there, what's your name?" The person in the black cloak said, "We are merely the Master's nameless guards. The Master can call me anything they wish." He suddenly remembered something, stroking his chin. No, wait. An image flashed in his mind. For people in black cloaks, with four arrows pointing in four different directions, saying in unison, "Greetings, Master." Du Yu pointed at him and said, "Then, from now on, you are the ancient guard." He stood at attention and replied, "I understand." Du Yu smiled and spoke, "You should go talk to Adelia and Black Cat today. I'm sure Soshimi also wants to talk to her sisters." Adelia and Black Cat both looked towards the masked person, who replied, "Yes." Outside, it was twilight, and the last rays of sunlight flickered through the building's glass. Du Hu's voice echoed, "Well, let's go home." Everyone in unison, "Okay." A few days later, a simple house in a dense forest. The female guide was laughing and saying, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Du Hu and she talked under the flickering candlelight. He said, "Forget about that. I know the second-tier constellations have set traps, so I'm a bit worried. I'm trying to absorb all the things I find." Du Hu still smiled, looking intently at the small object in his hand. "But because of that, I've become stronger. I'm very grateful." Du Hu calmly said, "We met at the right time." She said in surprise, "Me?" His eyes firmly met the guide's, a slight smile on his lips as he asked, "Do you know about the door where the constellations gather?" In a blink of an eye, the candlelight flickered. The guide, resting her chin on her hands, smiled and said, "Ah, you mean the arena, right?" He wondered, "The arena?" The guide explained with confident eyes. Immediately after creating the constellations, the Lord of the Labyrinth created a special space. The guide continued to elaborate. One can enter that space through doors that appear in the illusionary realms of those constellations. That is the arena. His hands on the table, he frowned slightly. Why create such a space? She explained. It was created for constellations to fight each other. Even if they've lost their original names, epithets are still given to the constellations. He asked, "Like the Lord of the Underworld, something like that, right?" The guide replied, "That's right. Epithets are like that." Her voice seemed to blend into the room space as she continued to share what she knew. They eventually become part of their names, and thus carry power, depending on the constellation, and the Lord of the Labyrinth opened the arena to amplify the powers within those epithets. Yu asked again, "But it seems the arena disappeared very quickly, didn't it?" Propping her index finger on her cheek, the guide recalled and said, "That's right. It seems the arena didn't turn out as the Lord of the Labyrinth had planned, but I still don't know the exact reason why." Yu crossed his arms over his chest, frowning as he asked, "If the Lord of the Labyrinth created the arena and then personally closed it, there's a problem. I was even going to ask if there's a way to reopen the arena, but it seems doing so would mean we'd have to deal with the Lord of the Labyrinth, wouldn't we?" The guide smiled, raising her index finger. "Ah, that's not a problem, because the arena was opened by a constellation receiving orders from the Lord of the Labyrinth by using that person's power." Yu exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The guide continued, then an aura emanated from her. "Furthermore, the reason I called you today is because I found that constellation along with all the other second-tier constellations." Yu excitedly said, "It's true. Everything's happening at just the right time today. I want to hear everything." Scene change. A desolate, Ruined school appeared after nightfall. A young boy appeared with saw-like teeth and a large lock on his chest. He cursed loudly, "You stupid bastards!" Known as the Keykeeper constellation, with a small body and a giant key on his back. He clenched his hands on his lap. "Why are you just standing there doing nothing? At this rate, we'll all disappear." He mumbled to himself in fear. "Even if I die, I'll come back with the name I got from above. So will it be okay?" He recalled the monsters that had appeared, then continued, "That's because sometimes they come down here." The more he thought, the more scared he became. He trembled, biting his nails, and softly said, "If you only have your own name left and have to wander for hundreds of years, that would be truly terrifying. Don't they know that?" A long time ago, in the dark sky, only lights flickered within tree trunks. He reminisced, "Because we don't have bodies, we don't feel anything but the hopelessness of drifting and having to circle around some tree while only our minds are conscious. And sometimes, for some reason, we see a floating fruit suddenly become a constellation fruit. This process repeats daily." Memories flooded back. He frowned uncomfortably. "Around that time, I wasn't a fruit, and right after becoming a constellation, my body was taken away, leaving me to just drift around. After manifesting, I could finally come down here. But will I have to disappear?" The Keykeeper frowned unhappily. If those two had succeeded, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Night turns to day. A few days later, on an independent island, the group of monsters gathered, hesitantly saying, "This is trouble." He then continued, "And is dead." The catfish and the vampire exclaimed in shock. "What?" The catfish softly said, "Those two are dead." Then his voice became sharp. But they weren't weak at all. With a serious expression, crossed his arms and said, It seems there are still people in this modern era who can defeat us. Furthermore, with those two dead, things just got even harder." The vampire asked, puzzled, "Why?" Sternly asked them, "Do you know how we managed to exist?" The catfish pondered. The vampire replied, "Isn't it because of the name we received that we can manifest?" He answered, "That's right. But what I want to ask is how we maintain our existence." The catfish calmly said, "By using magic power to fill our fragile and delicate bodies, of course." Replied, "That's true." Continued, "If we are alone and don't do anything, we can maintain our existence through the magic power we absorb. But because of our plan, we've gathered like this. So naturally, we won't have enough magic power anymore. That's why the Lord told us to gather on this island." Then he seriously stated the reason, because a large floating magic stone is buried here. Hearing that, they were astonished. The demon in the green hood said, "No wonder I could feel a huge amount of magic power." His comrade next to him added, "So this is the reason." Behind that demon was the key holder, who looked at them in surprise. Another monster repeated, "A large floating magic stone?" The vampire frowned. "But what's the problem with that?" Replied, "The problem is that magic stone itself." Catfish exclaimed, "What?" Calmly explained, "That magic stone would naturally run out of magic power in 2 months at the earliest. If magic power is infused into it, or if it's just left alone, it can absorb magic power from nature, and its magic power will increase again, based on the Lord's commands to us. 2 months is an extremely short amount of time." Continued, "So our plan is to get another magic stone and place both stones on this island to circulate magic power, and that role will be handled by and." Recalling the excited faces of those two monsters, mumbled, "They were entrusted with such an important task?" The vampire replied, "That's right. I used telekinesis to find out." The vampire asked again, "Do you know where they went?" Softly said, "I don't know." Catfish said, "They went to the Covenant Association." Slowly said, "Tracking human information isn't pleasant, but recently." After a slight pause, he continued, "A company said to be cooperating with the association discovered a large floating magic stone, causing a stir in the media." Then he continued, So they went to kill the association members there and steal the magic stone, but they failed. Hearing that, the key holder's eyes widened in astonishment. Through a gap, he saw Catfish ask, "So what should we do now?" Replied, "For now, we'll have to halt all activities until we find out where the new magic stone is." Hearing that, the key holder pondered. Suddenly, the key holder turned and rushed out. Looked back in surprise. As he ran, he cursed, "Idiots! All of you are a bunch of idiots." He didn't know how long he ran, but the sky seemed to be getting brighter. Sitting down in a desolate room, the key holder mumbled, "The magic stone is one thing. The real problem here is what happened to, and they're that strong, yet they were killed. How can we not be in danger?" The key holder frowned and thought, his hand still clutching the strap, muttering, "If we stay put, we'll run out of magic power and disappear. Good thing I left." Suddenly, a powerful source of magic power appeared right beside him. The key holder looked warily in that direction. It was none other than Du Hugh, with a slight smile and a sword in his hand, emanating a powerful surge of magic. Du Hugh looked excitedly at the key holder. Facing him, he gritted his teeth, looking back warily, stammering, "What is this? Who are you?" Du Hugh calmly asked, "You're the key holder, aren't you?" He flinched, his face pale. Suddenly, the key holder turned and ran swiftly in the opposite direction. Du Hugh stood still, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes like he was watching a weak prey. The key holder panicked, thinking, "It's that bastard. He's the one who defeated and otherwise, how could he have found me?" Thinking that, he was terrified to tears, resolutely deciding, "I must run away." A voice right by his ear, Du Hugh softly said, "I've only said one sentence. Why are you trying to run already?" With a hand blocking his face, the key holder screamed in horror, "Spare me. I haven't killed anyone since becoming a constellation." The sword flashed right by the key holder's ear. He squeezed his eyes shut, awaiting death. Du Hugh calmly looked at the key holder. He thought, "What is this? He's even more boring than I imagined. I only scared him a little. I haven't even put on my ring to check what kind of constellation he is yet." Du Hugh thought. He had only placed the sword behind his neck, and his body was already trembling, tears streaming down. Du Hugh lost interest in thought. But like this, he probably doesn't need to absorb him. Du Hugh retracted the sword and asked, "Are you saying you've never killed anyone?" Not feeling the cold object near his neck anymore, he slowly opened his eyes and stammered, "That's right." Then he continued, "Since becoming a constellation, I've only used my power once to open a door to a spiritual space." He was surprised. Du Hugh gently said, "All right, I won't kill you. So please do me a favor." Wiping the corners of his eyes, the key guardian asked, "What is it?" Du Hugh directly said, "The door you created led to the arena, didn't it?" The key guardian's eyes widened in surprise. Du Hugh smiled and asked in a threatening tone, "Can you open it again?" The dark clouds in the sky gradually receded, below the ruins. The two were discussing. Du Hugh concluded, "So, in short, you can't open it yourself, can you?" The key guardian hesitantly replied, then gently said, "You've probably noticed, but I don't have enough magic power right now." He replied, "Yeah, it seems so." He stared at the ground beneath his feet and said, "With my meager magic power, there's no way I can open the spiritual space doors of all constellations and connect those virtual spaces." The key guardian continued to explain, "It was thanks to the artifact that I had the magic power of my true form to expand my abilities and amplify my essence to complete it." Du Hugh repeated, "Artifact?" He asked, "So that means you can't do it right now, right?" The key guardian replied, um. Du Hugh stroked his head, frowning in thought. Damn it, if that's the case, even if I absorb him and use his ability along with the ring, I still can't do it, because the ring can only help me use the constellation's inherent ability. The key guardian bit his hand, furrowing his brows in thought, then his eyes suddenly lit up with realization. He immediately asked, We've never met before, so I don't know much. But you must be very strong, aren't you? Du Yu turned and replied, um. The key guardian smiled and continued, then please help me retrieve something. Once everything is ready, I can open the arena door. Du Yu immediately asked, retrieve what? He smiled brightly and said, the artifact. It fell down here with me. Scene shift to China, on a cliff, at an ancient manor asai. Yen Lang rubbed her biceps and smiled brightly, saying, it's been a long time since I've gotten this much exercise, hasn't it? Facing her were skeletal soldiers, holding shields and blades in their hands. Yen Lang flashed a murderous smile and raised a powerful fist. She punched the skull of the skeletal soldier in front of her, and its face immediately shattered. Then its entire body exploded, causing the others to shatter along with it. Standing on the bone fragments, Yen Lang grinned, thinking, what is this? With eyes full of excitement, she looked at her fist and thought, so making a contract with a constellation brings so much power. Turning to look at the skeletal remains on the ground, Yen Lang excitedly said, I only used a little strength, and they shattered. I can't believe it. She smiled and thought, it's just as Du Yu said. Suddenly her face flushed. If he were here, it would be great. The clouds shifted, gradually revealing the dazzling sun. Valhalla training room, surrounded by mountains and forests. In the training room, Yen Lang smiled radiantly and shouted, I'm back. As soon as she finished speaking, both sides turned to look at her. On one side were Du Yu, Choi Aaron, Jo Soyan, and Oh Si Hyuk. On the other side were Adelia, Hak Mu, and Rogan. Yen Lang was surprised. Huh. She looked at Du Yu and asked, what's going on? Why are there so many people? And what's with this weird atmosphere? Did I come at a bad time? He chuckled and said, no, you came at just the right time. But what took you so long? Yen Lang stammered, oh, I had some family matters to attend to. Du Yu calmly said, right, I remember. You've become the head of the Teet family, haven't you? Yen Lang was surprised. How did you know? He slowly said, I never miss any important information. She gave a slight smile, scratched her head shyly, and said, it's a long story. Yen Lang explained, my aunt told me to become the family head. Du Yu asked with an indifferent expression, oh, the White Lotus Guild leader? She replied, that's right. He then asked, but I'm curious, I thought you said you weren't interested in becoming the family head. Yen Lang squirmed and stammered, well, it's normal for people to change, isn't it? Suddenly, Yen Lang's gaze sharpened. She turned to look intently at a thoughtful Choi Aaron, who looked back with an indifferent gaze. Choi Aaron said, what is it? Curling the corner of her mouth. Want to fight? Yen Lang thought deeply. Honestly, I became the family head partly because of her. I never thought signing a contract with the family's constellation would make me this strong. Powerful magic surged from Yen Lang's entire body, her eyes gleaming. Even if I haven't been able to use the constellation's power yet, I still believe I can defeat her. Clenching her fist, she retorted, all right, looks like you're really asking for a beating, aren't you? Du Yu interjected, both of you stop right now. This isn't the time to fight. Yen Lang stammered, sorry. Choi Aaron replied, all right. Du Yu looked at Yen Lang and asked, by the way, aren't you busy with anything? Yen Lang said, no, I'm not. She continued, because I just took over as family head. My aunt handles everything. I usually just focus on hunting monsters to raise the family's prestige. Du Yu smiled lightly, hands in his pockets, and said, is that so? Yen Lang explained further, hands on her hips. As for documents and paperwork, she'll manage those for me too. He said softly, she's really good. Suddenly, Yen Lang turned to Choi Aaron and asked, hey, are you worried about something? Aaron sharply turned away and said, it's nothing. He looked intently at Yen Lang and said, by the way, it's a good thing you're here. We need your help with something. Yen Lang repeated, her ears flushed. It's a good thing I'm here. Du Yu said seriously. We're planning to conquer the labyrinths. With one hand in his pocket, he asked, have you tried using your skills after signing the contract with the constellation? Yen Lang replied seriously, her hands hanging loosely. Not yet. Du Yu gently stroked his chin and laid out his plan. I plan to divide into two-person teams because there are too many labyrinths to handle. But with your current strength, you might be able to handle a labyrinth on your own. He looked at the power emanating around Yen Lang and said, after signing the contract with the constellation, your magic power has increased significantly. Yen Lang wondered, my magic power has increased? Looking intently at her hands, she said, I didn't pay much attention, so I don't know. He added, the weakness of the monsters inside the labyrinths are attacks containing magic power, and magic power is your strength. Besides, I'm having a headache because of the labyrinths in China. That's the most suitable place for you. Du Yu pointed at Yen Lang and said, just use a lot of magic power during combat to get used to it. She immediately replied, all right. Crossing his arms, Du Yu said seriously, there won't be any bosses in the labyrinths, only labyrinth crystals, and there might even be relics in them. Yen Lang wondered, relics? He smiled and said, that's right. Just get those relics and bring them back here. Her eyes filled with fighting spirit, a determined look on her face. Yen Lang stared at her hands, lost in thought. A fleeting thought suddenly crossed her mind. If it's two-person teams, who will Kim Du-Yu be paired with? Her face flushed with the thought. Following that, images of Choi Aaron, Jo Soyeon, and Adelia appeared in her head. Yen Lang shouted awkwardly, what the hell am I thinking? A burst of power emanated, and sharp spikes appeared on her fist. Yen Lang lunged rapidly at the nearest skeleton. The punch collided with its face, shattering it. A large surge of power sent the other skeletons flying backward. With an excited face, Yen Lang panted, her hands trembling, and said, all right then. She continued, today I'll crush all of you. The skeletons were terrified. Then ear-splitting noises rang out. In the United States, in a rocky outcrop, Du Yu walked calmly, with a serious expression, along with O.C. Hyuk, panting beside him, and Rogan, removing his sunglasses, looking at an old yellow paper, followed along. Du Yu asked Rogan, are we there yet? Rogan replied, not yet. Du Yu calmly said, even though we have coordinates, satellite images, and maps, it's still not as effective as light ability, is it? Rogan wondered, light? You mean the Underworld Master's ability? He continued, only a few special organizations know exactly where that place is, so the detailed location isn't recorded. Rogan looked at him and said, currently, the public believes that the Association is the only force that knows where that gigantic magic stone is, so this place is absolutely a secret location. Du Yu smiled and said, I feel sorry for them. They just abandoned it and pushed this difficult task onto me. Rogan countered, they don't feel that bad. After all, it's just a reserve source of magic power. With today's technology, they can create it themselves. O.C. Hyuk listened to them in silence. Du Yu just smiled and replied, I understand. Thanks for explaining. He recalled the words of the Star Keykeeper. Please find the artifacts that fell with me. At that time, Du Yu had asked, where is it now? The Star Keykeeper replied, it's probably scattered throughout the mazes. The Star Keykeeper continued, unlike me, the artifacts emit a very strong magic scent, so you can easily find them. Du Yu had agreed. All right. The Star Keykeeper frowned hesitantly. One more thing. Please also find the gigantic magic stone for me. He asked, isn't it just a larger version of an ordinary flowing stone? When it's filled with magic power, it'll float in the air and explode if handled improperly. The Star Keykeeper softly replied, you're right. The Star Keykeeper chuckled and said, to create a gate in the illusionary realm requires a huge amount of magic power. His eyes hesitated for a moment, then he continued, so huge that it could make me vanish if I tried. The Star Keykeeper sadly said, "I'm scared." Du Yu looked at him thoughtfully. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Don't worry." Du Yu recalled what he had said then. "I'll find both of them for you." The Star Keykeeper looked back at him in surprise and stammered, "Really? Now that I think about it, it's confusing. Why did I say that? Even finding one is so difficult." Rogan stopped and said, "We're here." Du Yu snapped out of his thoughts and looked ahead. Rogan hesitated and said, "We've arrived." All three of them looked ahead in astonishment. Rogan said, "What the hell is that?" Before their eyes was a giant rock monster moving. The giant monster's red eyes glanced backward. The three men stood frozen, looking back at it. The rock monster slowly stood upright, fine dust falling from its body and scattering everywhere. Rogan watched it and couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that?" "A golem." O.C. Hyuk suspiciously asked the other two, "But this golem seems bigger than usual, and why is it here?" Before the question could be answered, the monster called Golem began to swing its fist. The powerful punch landed on the ground, and all three quickly jumped to dodge it. The three jumped to a nearby safe spot with worried expressions. O.C. Hyuk suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. The golem missed its punch and was pulling its hand out of the ground. The spot on the ground that had just taken its punch was deeply indented with a hole. O.C. Hyuk quietly said, "It seems size isn't the only thing that golem has." Rogan, next to him, put his glasses back into his pocket and agreed, "Yeah, it definitely looks that way." The golem pulled its arm back, looking thoughtfully at its fist. The next second, its fist swung out again, this time targeting the person standing closest to it, Rogan. Facing it, Rogan's entire body glowed with a powerful yellow light. He frowned deeply and said, "You foolish monster." He charged forward to confront the golem, shouting a very childish phrase, "Do you know who your daddy is?" The fists of a human and a golem directly collided, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Du Yu raised his hand to block the dust in front of him, secretly thinking, "What? Is that one punch?" The stone hand, which had met Rogan's small fist, gradually began to show cracks. The very next second, the golem's left arm began to explode into many small pieces. Its right arm destroyed, the giant monster fell heavily backward, to the astonishment of the other two. O.C. Hyuk secretly exclaimed in surprise, "Insane." The stone monster lay motionless in front of him, making the young man involuntarily think to himself. He punched the golem once, and its left arm shattered into pieces. Is this the power of destruction? Looking at the middle-aged man, O.C. Hyuk muttered to himself, just as expected from a contractor of that self-proclaimed unrivaled Rogan. He softly turned his head to reassure himself. Thankfully, he's on my side. But what's even more surprising is, even Rogan mentioned Du Yu with such respect. What exactly is their relationship? O.C. Hyuk thought, glancing at Du Yu, remembering the moment they divided into groups to enter the dungeon. A drop of sweat ran down his face. O.C. Hyuk thought, "I thought it would be sent to America, but it actually succeeded. Thanks to this, I can now witness the power of these living legends." O.C. Hyuk exclaimed nonstop. Rogan suddenly spoke up. "Something feels a bit off." The golem lying motionless before him couldn't help but make him suspicious. With the impact from that blow, I should have shattered it by now, but it still looks pretty intact. Du Hyuk spoke up to reassure him. "Perhaps it's too big, so the force and shockwave from that blow weren't enough to destroy its core, huh?" Rogan replied, "Yeah, that's highly likely." At this moment, Du Hyuk suddenly crouched down into a stance. He sprung up, swinging his sword directly at the golem's body. Bang! The sword struck hard against the golem's chest. This surprised Du Hyuk greatly. Seeing his sword stuck fast, he wondered, even the lazo can't pierce through it? The unconscious golem suddenly opened its eyes wide. It raised its head and stared at the person disturbing it. Du Hyuk gasped in surprise. The empty space on its right side began to flare up with yellow streaks of light. The shattered stone pieces were now reassembling themselves. This sight made Du Huck's eyes widen. He watched as the gigantic punch was thrown once more, but this time its target was himself. Du Huck quickly brought his lazo sword up to block in front of him. The immense force of the punch directly impacted the sword, sending him flying backward. Du Huck thrust his sword into the ground to stop himself from being propelled further back. When he came to a complete halt, he said, "Ah, I understand now." Watching the golem erupt with a powerful surge of light, Du Huck calmly analyzed. That walking rock must have absorbed the massive magic stone floating there. The other two heard this and looked confused. "What? Ah!" Du Huck stood in front of the two and asked, "You need to cast an anti-magic spell to block the existence of that stone pillar, right?" Rogan replied, "Yes, we have a contracted mage casting spells on it." Du Huck continued, "But honestly, it will be extremely difficult to completely block the existence of that magic stone. The amount of magic it possesses makes it almost impossible." Hearing this, Rogan was very doubtful and retorted, "But I don't feel any magic power at all." Du Huck replied, "That's because the contracted mages tried their best to make it undetectable to humans." This statement directly silenced Rogan. He lowered his eyes and continued, "But it's different from creatures formed from magic." Looking at the aggressive monster before him, Du Huck asserted, "It could get here because it can sense even the faintest remnants of magic." O.C. Huck nervously glanced at the golem and said, "So when we found it digging before?" Du Huck finished his sentence. "It was actually trying to absorb the excess magic and redirect it to the magic stone. That's also why the number of other monsters around here has sharply decreased. It must have killed them all." After speaking, Du Huck thought to himself, "Still, it's surprising. It grew so large just by absorbing faint magic remnants. Then that massive floating stone must contain an incredibly powerful amount of magic." Next, the young man looked at the golem with annoyance. "If I had known I'd end up in a situation like this, I would have brought my disciple's skill." Immediately after, he held out his hand to Rogan. "Hey, Rogan, lend me that holy relic for a bit." The man quickly fumbled in his coat pocket to hand it to him. Du Huck smirked, saying, "I'll show you a real one-punch." Meanwhile, in the English labyrinth, a massive stone cave dimly glowed from within. A tired breath echoed, and Brake asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The pale blonde girl hesitantly replied with ragged breaths, "Yes, I'm fine. It's just been a long time since I used all my strength like this." The blonde girl, Adelia Vensick, leaned on her knees, trying to control her breathing as she continued, "Usually, the family servants handle monsters like these. So I'm a bit tired." Brake replied, "I understand. After all, you are the head of a major family." He touched his black cat mask and said, "I've also broken a slight sweat. It's been a while since I fought monsters." "Excuse me," he said, then asked for permission. The black cat mask was removed from Brake's face. His handsome face was revealed when the pitch-black mask was no longer covering it. This action directly made Adelia Vensick so stunned that her face turned red. Brake let out a sigh of relief after taking off the mask. He was just about to relax a bit, but the commotion next to him made him curiously look over. Adelia Vensick's dazed, speechless face made Brake suspicious. Thinking she was uncomfortable with him taking off his mask without permission, he proactively spoke up. "Ah, sorry. I'm a bit hot. I'll put the mask back on." Hearing that, the girl immediately stopped him. No, wait," she asked, her face flushed. "Is it okay to take off the mask?" Brake, though still confused, replied, "It's fine. I'm responsible for hiding my face as the master of the black market, but today, I'm not the master here." He gripped his magic staff tightly and continued, "Furthermore, somehow, we're fellow disciples, aren't we? Right? I think it's okay for fellow disciples." Adelia Vensick stammered in response, I understand." She recalled the moment Du Huck assigned her the task and secretly thought, "Actually, I felt conflicted when Du Huck told me to enter the labyrinth." He called it an extension of practical combat training, but this moment has cleared all of that away. Thinking that, she shyly touched her face and said to Break, "So, from now on, can you show your face more often?" The hand that was about to put the mask back on paused at her words. With slightly flushed cheeks, Break replied, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." At this moment, a yellow panel appeared, saying, "Can't you two hurry up a bit?" Another dark blue panel, not to be outdone, furiously said, "Shouldn't we execute our master's orders first, instead of flirting?" Adelia Vincic flinched, heart pounding, looking at the content on the yellow screen. Break also saw the angry message sent to him and hesitantly retorted, "When did I do that? All right." He shyly turned to his teammate and said, "It seems we've been on a break for a bit too long." Adelia Vincic also blushed and replied, "That's right." He put on his mask and said, "Then let's go." Adelia Vincic agreed, and the two continued to dash forward. Meanwhile, on the giant monster's side, the golem bent its arm, its whole body radiating murderous intent. Another punch swung down, hitting the ground, but Duhok managed to jump and dodge it in time. He jumped back to his two teammates with a serious expression. "Pay attention, Rogan." Duhok's call made him raise his spirits and look over. With a string of beads in his ear, Duhok smirked and said, "This is how you use one punch." The golem's powerful punches slowed slightly as it sensed movement on their side. The stone monster frowned and turned to look at them. It swung its arm again, punching rapidly towards Duhok. A resounding clang echoed. Duhok was stunned, and Rogan was no calmer. Duhok's swing directly blasted the stone monster away and created a dent in the space behind it. He retracted his arm, exclaiming in amazement to the man behind him, "As expected, the power of this technique is truly immense. It's been a long time since I've thrown real punches." Rogan was astonished by this result. He couldn't help but think, was that one punch? He completely destroyed the golem and the mountain behind it too. Is this truly the power of destruction? Duhok didn't let Rogan think any longer and placed a string of beads in his hand, saying, "Here, it's quite useful." Rogan quickly took them and said, "My pleasure." Looking at the string of beads in his hand, Rogan was lost in thought. Could it be that I haven't fully utilized my inherent power yet? He quickly called out to the boy who looked even younger than himself, "Mr. Duhok." Duhok replied with a huh. Rogan straightened his back and said in a serious tone, "If you're going back, would you mind teaching me that one punch?" Duhok turned and stared at him for a moment. Then, as if he had found a kindred spirit, he smiled brightly and promised, "No problem. If we find another, even larger giant stone, I'll teach you," Duhok said, pointing forward. Rogan rubbed his chin and thought, "Another one, huh? Of course, the Alliance on the Association side also has one, so we just need to get that one." Duhok quickly replied, "That's good. If things go smoothly, I'll return one." Rogan hesitantly repeated, If things go smoothly?" Without stopping for too long, Rogan continued, "I understand. As I said before, I think we can replace it with an artificial storage system." Duhok smiled, pointed behind him, and said, "All right, let's continue digging the hole the golem dug earlier and find the magic stone. I had a feeling this would happen, so I brought people who can sweat." Rogan and Duhok replied in turn, "Understood. All right." A few days later, at a ruined house, streams of purple light continuously emanated. A voice suddenly rang out, "Hey!" The constellation Keykeeper couldn't help but gape at the scene before him. In front of him were 3 magic stones and Duhok, who was smirking and saying, "I brought the treasures and the giant floating magic stone." The constellation Keykeeper couldn't help but ask again, "You really brought all of them, and all 3 stones?" Duhok calmly stated, "I brought 3 in case." Recalling the former guard handing over his stone, Duhok thought to himself, 2 are Rogan's, and 1 is thanks to Sasami. They said that stone was used to receive orders from Sasami or something. Next, he said, handing the bag he'd been carrying on his shoulder to the young boy opposite him, "Here, these treasures." The constellation Keykeeper hesitantly replied, "Ah, that's right. Opening the bag and glancing inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Everything's here. I really didn't expect you to collect everything so quickly." "All right, this is enough to open the arena." Hearing the boy's confirmation, Du Huck happily asked again, "Really?" The Constellation Key Keeper clenched the cloth bag in his hand and continued, "To be precise, the term. Actually, it's just a large tomb. I'll prepare to open the gate connecting the illusions." Looking at the three magic stones again, the boy was a bit speechless and said, "And thank you for bringing the spare stones. But looking at the amount of magic power each stone contains, I think one is enough." However, Du Huck refuted the boy's words. "Don't worry about them. They have their own uses." The key keeper suspiciously uttered, "Huh." Suddenly, he turned to ask another question. "Huh. Other constellations have already descended to conquer on the Lord's command, right?" That question startled the key keeper. He silently bowed his head without answering. Seeing this, Du Huck casually continued, "If you're keeping silent to show loyalty or something, don't bother. Do you think all I know is your location?" The key keeper's entire body began to waver. He stammered, "Oh well." Du Huck cut him off. "I'll use that to deal with them." Looking at the magic stone that continuously emitted purple light, the Constellation Key Keeper whispered, "The giant floating magic stone?" "Next," Du Huck commanded. "Then hurry up and connect the arena to the illusion." The key keeper immediately complied. "Ah, all right." Hearing the compliance, Du Huck turned to call his man, former guardian. The black-robed former guardian immediately spoke up. "Yes." Du Huck began to assign tasks. "Order the other guardians to guard him until the gate is opened, and prepare Sasami for me to make a preliminary contract." The former guardian listened in silence and replied, "Understood." Du Huck continued, but in a softer tone, "If there's any sign of him contacting other constellations, deal with him immediately." The former guardian continued to reply to him, "Understood." The sky shifted to another dark area. A hand slammed down on the table, angrily saying, "Damn it." The owner of the hand was Carp. The table he'd just slammed shattered in half, startling those around him. Carp asked in a deep voice, "When are we getting out of this place? If this continues, we'll die without accomplishing anything." "Here." He turned to Hurok and asked, "No news from the Lord of the Labyrinth?" Hurok replied, crossing his arms, "No, there's been no news since we came down here." Carp was so angry that veins popped on his head. He continued, "Everyone else has died in vain. We can't let that happen to us." At this moment, Vampire also spoke up, saying, "I agree with him. We can't just stand here waiting to die, right?" Receiving agreement, Carp continued to express his opinion. "I think we should go out and kill a bunch of them right now. What do you think?" Hurok remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, "I think your idea is too stupid." Carp jumped and turned. The vampire also looked back in surprise. Standing beside them was a boy who appeared out of nowhere. Du Huck rested his staff on his shoulder, watching them all look bewildered. He lowered his eyes and slowly said, "I've been standing here for 10 minutes, but you haven't noticed and just kept babbling." Du Huck raised his eyes and said in a low voice, "Don't worry about disappearing naturally, because I will personally make you disappear quickly." Carp frowned, looking at the person who had just appeared. He asked irritably. The vampire next to him also spoke up in wonder. Seeing the person in front of him remained unfazed, the vampire continued to question him. "Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Do you want to die before we deal with you?" At this moment, Du Huck suddenly made an abrupt, disconnected remark. "Soshimi's ability is excellent, but there's a problem." Faint streams of light began to appear around him. Du Huck said arrogantly, "When I conceal myself, you can't sense any magic power. That's why you keep babbling without knowing who you're talking to." The sword carried on his shoulder was now in a ready-to-strike position. Du Huck said, "You'll know when you're defeated." "You lowly bastards!" This statement instantly stunned the three creatures, Carp, Vampire, and Hurok. Suddenly, Hurok screamed in panic, "Duck!" A blinding stream of power shot straight out. That stream of power came from Du Huck's blade. One swing of his sword decapitated several people standing nearby. Karp was also standing nearby, but because he ducked in time, he didn't die. After witnessing the brutal power of the other person, Hurok panted and affirmed, "This person, even with a changed appearance, I still recognize him." A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He continued without hesitation, "This is the god of war." The space suddenly became quiet, and everyone startled, looking around together. The vampire said blankly, "Where did he go? I can't sense him anymore." Hurok immediately replied, "That god of war said he had concealed himself. Then he must be somewhere in this building." After erasing his presence, these words stunned the other creatures. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, cutting a deep line across the neck of the unfortunate person. The light from the swiftly moving blade quickly decapitated a few more people. Fear spread. Hurok couldn't hold back anymore. His body began to emit magic power. He said, "Damn it, that bastard is toying with us." Hurok slammed his hand onto the ground, creating a purple glowing Bagua circle. Next, a square box was formed. Karp asked in alarm, "Where did you go just now?" He bowed his head and replied to him, "I used my special ability to create a shield around this building." Upon hearing this, the vampire immediately retorted, "What good is a shield against the god of war? Doing that is no different than trapping ourselves." Hurok rubbed his wrist and replied, "It must have an effect." Looking at the two helpless corpses over there, he casually said, "You still don't understand why these two died. It was the god of war who killed them." Hurok continued to ramble, "Of course, even if we die, it's fine because only our physical bodies die. We will still be reborn, but I won't be able to carry out the labyrinth plan anymore." The next second, a sharp blade suddenly appeared, pointing directly at Hurok's face. A hand quickly swung out and punched, breaking the blade while he was still bewildered. The vampire pulled back his fist and asked, "Are you okay, Hurok?" He jumped to a safe spot and replied, "I'm fine. It seems he hasn't gone anywhere. It's just a form of invisibility." Hurok continued to voice his suspicions with a slight smile. "So even if he's concealed, the shield will still have an effect. You all can feel it, right? The god of war is weaker now." This unexpected conclusion startled the creatures standing nearby. Karp then spoke up in agreement with Hurok. "That's right. He's no longer in his original form, but in a new body. He must have been reborn or something. He hasn't regained his full strength yet." The vampire next to him also added, "Besides, if he were as strong as before, I wouldn't even have the chance to talk like this. I would have been decapitated already." While the vampire was talking, a blurry figure silently shot forward. The razor-sharp blade slashed powerfully down on the vampire's head, sending blood splattering. Following the momentum of the sword swing, Du Huck's blurry figure suddenly frowned. The sword swung with full force. A pile of black and red liquid splattered everywhere. The vampire who was just slashed, seemingly dead, reappeared and mocked him. "You've manifested again because of my clone, god of war." The creatures who were previously submerged in anxiety were now floating above Du Huck, laughing triumphantly. Hurok reached out, calling to his companions, "It's time. Quickly concentrate all forces on the exploding clone." The group focused their power in one direction, believing Hurok's words, "He's weakened, so we'll be able to stop him." A large explosion erupted. Hurok reassured everyone, "I've created a shield, so let the ground explode." The firelight gradually faded, and smoke billowed endlessly. The ruins in front of them made Hurok relieved. He dropped his hands and gasped, "Well said, you horned bastard." This sound echoed like a messenger from hell, leaving Hurok petrified. One of his horns was grabbed by Du Huck, who had jumped up from behind him. This time he didn't rush to defeat him, but happily asked, "You said stop, not kill, right? I'm very impressed with your stupid little brains. You still know you can't kill me even if I'm weakened." Hurok was extremely uncomfortable with his horn being tightly gripped. He gritted his teeth, letting out an angry sound. At this point, Du Huck wasn't joking anymore. He began to raise his sword high and said, "As a reward, I will free you." The sword blade thrust powerfully forward. A brutal scene appeared with a blurry shadow. Hurok's scream was caught in his throat as a powerful surge of energy struck down, shattering the solid brick floor. Hurok's companions hovered in the air, staring blankly at the scene before them. A moment later, the catfish hesitantly spoke. "Hurok, he's dead." The vampire said doubtfully, "He was clearly weaker, wasn't he? Or was it just an illusion?" Duhok pulled out his sword and stood upright. He let out a sigh and said, "Actually, I really am weaker. In the past, one blow from me could annihilate all four of you." As if sensing danger approaching, none of the others dared to speak. Duhok played with his sword and said casually, "Besides, dealing with each of you one by one is troublesome, so." He snapped his fingers loudly. "I've prepared a gift for you all." As soon as these words ended, a crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling above. The vampire vaguely turned his back to examine it. He muttered, "What the hell is that? Why is it suddenly glowing up there?" And when he clearly saw what the light trail was, the vampire's eyes widened in disbelief. Two magic stones slowly moved downwards from the crack. Duhok stood below and called up to the creatures. "Amazing, isn't it? Floating giant magic stones." He continued as the two magic stones slowly emitted surging magic power. In the past, they were very common because mana could be easily transferred through them, but I hear they're no longer used these days. Well, of course, seeing the group above silent and daring not to move, Duhok spoke again in a teasing tone. "When it gathers enough magic power and the internal flaw is triggered, it will explode." The catfish couldn't help but ask, "War God, could it be that you—" Duhok did not directly answer the question but said, "It's been a long time since I met you bastards. What a nuisance. See you never." With that, he clenched his hand into a fist. The magic stones, as if receiving a command, began to accelerate downwards. When they approached where the group was standing, they bypassed them directly and continued to plunge downwards. The magic stones forcefully hit the ground, and in the very next second, the entire area erupted in a massive explosion that shook the space. Scene change. A huge ancient tree, perhaps over 1,000 years old, had a wooden door at its base. Inside was a globe emitting a dazzling, flickering red light. A figure was furtively peeking from behind the door frame. It was the red-haired female guide. She hesitantly observed the scene inside. The slightly reddish light gradually turned pitch black. Memories of the wooden house in the forest. The hesitant voices of the guide and Duhok sounded one after another. "So, in summary?" "That's right, except for the key holder. Everyone else is gathered on the island." The guide finally concluded, "From what I know, that's correct." She rested her hands on the table, saying thoughtfully, "I can't assess the situation down there in real time, but the location probably hasn't changed much." Hearing this, Duhok stood up and said, "All right, I'll go." The moment Duhok turned around, the guide reached out and called him back. "I'll wait." She asked, "Can I borrow the names you've absorbed?" Duhok asked, puzzled. "Borrow the names I've absorbed? I absorbed them immediately to become stronger, so I'm not sure if there are any left." As he spoke, he looked for the ring containing the item. "Here." Duhok handed the ring to the guide. She held out her palm to receive it and said, "Thank you. I believe there are still some left." Duhok responded with a sound and then wondered, "Good, but what are you going to do?" The girl opposite him took the ring he had just given her, and her entire body emitted a faint blue light. The light disappeared, and the guide opened her eyes and said to Duhok, "You're going to face all the constellations, right?" Duhok replied, "Yes." The guide continued, "It would be very troublesome if too many constellations suddenly disappeared." She dropped the ring back into Duhok's hand. Raising a slender finger to her lips, the guide smiled faintly and explained, "I'll use the absorbed names to deceive the Lord of the Labyrinth." Time and space shifted again, returning to the dazzling red globe in the present. The guide gently stepped closer to the red globe. Then she raised her hand and blew a breath, and a thick black mist flew forward. The black mist blown by the guide grew thicker and thicker. Finally, those mists swirled around, enveloping the red globe. The guide looked at the result and whispered a sigh of relief, thinking, "Good, with this, we can avoid being monitored for a while. although there will be signs after that constellation is caught. Suddenly someone shouted, startling the guide. "Who are you?" The sharp spearhead of the newcomer was thrust straight at her throat. This young man was a subordinate of the Labyrinth Lord. He maintained his spear-wielding stance and began to address her. "I've never met you. What are you doing?" The guide froze, thinking worriedly. No way. I can't believe I was caught. But being quite seasoned, the guide raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Calm down. I'm not doing anything." "Look, nothing's changed, has it?" The seemingly weak voice of the girl in front of him made him hesitate. This subordinate still didn't retract his spear, but began to speak to the guide in a softer tone. "I don't know how you got here, but this isn't a place just anyone can enter. First, I'll take you to the Labyrinth Lord." His hand holding the weapon wavered slightly, and he continued, "Go and explain your identity and purpose to him. The Lord will decide your fate." The guide put her hand up to block the spear, thinking anxiously, "This is bad. My actions will be restricted if I go see the Lord now." She glanced at the young man, then decided she had to escape this situation. The guide turned to face him directly and began to plead. "Can't you pretend you never saw me? I'm just an unknown constellation who accidentally strayed here." However, no matter what she said, the young man maintained his original stance. "My duty is to guard this place and report any anomalies. Stop pretending and follow me." The guide smiled faintly in a conciliatory way, then negotiated. "All right, your loyalty is truly admirable. Why don't you put down your spear first?" Hearing those words, the Labyrinth Lord's subordinate suddenly frowned, asking irritably, "Loyalty? I don't have such a thing," he said angrily, slamming the butt of his spear hard onto the ground. Clutching the weapon tightly, he furrowed his brows and said to the guide, "Don't make assumptions about me. I'm not doing this willingly. This is just a duty ever since I was granted this title 300 years ago, without any memories." The guide silently listened to him, thinking, 300 years ago. The Labyrinth Lord's subordinate looked at the spearhead in his hand and continued, "But the reality is, I'm not strong enough to refuse this duty. So, I'm just holding on to it." But, at this point, he didn't continue speaking, silently contradicting himself. Holding onto the weapon. That phrase kept haunting his memory. Then the Labyrinth Lord's subordinate dismissed his thoughts and ordered the girl in front of him, "Never mind. Forget what I just said. Follow me." At this, the guide spoke blandly. "You're confused about yourself, aren't you?" The young man asked her back in surprise. "You just read me?" The guide calmly replied, "Yes, I have that talent." She reached out her hand and said enticingly, "Don't you want to know who you really are?" The young man opposite also hesitated before asking, "Who am I?" The guide pressed her advantage, continuing, "You said you suddenly received this duty 300 years ago, didn't you? I can introduce you to someone who might know your identity." Hearing this, the Labyrinth Lord's subordinate bowed his head in thought for a moment. He silently looked at the guide, who was discussing the conditions. "But in return, you mustn't tell the Lord about what happened today." The guide asked him, "What do you think?" The young man remained silent, no longer responding, his own calculations quietly appearing in his mind. A few days later, at the old warehouse from before, UUAO break it, and Adelia Venk's eyes widened as they heard the keymaster's voice. Finally, it's done. A brand new door appeared before them. The keymaster pointed at the door and said, "The door to the arena." UUAO then replied to him with a somewhat disbelieving tone, "It just looks like a normal door. Will opening it really lead to the arena?" The keymaster answered him, "No, not exactly." He reached out and touched the door, saying, "This door leads to another door that can open to the arena." UUAO asked suspiciously, "That's a pathway?" The constellation keymaster nodded. He said, "I discovered while doing research that there's no direct link to the arena." Upon hearing this, UUAO and the others felt an invisible surge of anger. UUAO raised his fist threateningly and asked again, "Hey, Does that mean everything we did was useless? The Keymaster immediately waved his hand in protest. No, let me finish. He raised his hand, looking serious, and said, There's still a space the Labyrinth Lord calls the arena that hasn't disappeared yet. However, its location isn't here, but above. Uyuao wondered. Above? The Keymaster explained to him. Simply put, it's where the Lord resides. Thinking of the patterns he had studied, the Keymaster said, Remember when I told you the arena only communicates with the Phantasmagoria and the constellations? I believe I am also up there, and the Phantasmagoria of the constellations is also up there. This makes direct connection possible, but after descending, the constellations and I need to use a passage to reach the Grand Hall. He gripped the large key tightly in his hand and said, But thanks to the items and the gigantic magic stone, I've enhanced my abilities. When we open the door to the passage, a door to the Grand Hall will also open in the Phantasmagoria of the constellations. Hearing this, Uyuao swung his hand casually and said, Is that so? Good, let's go then. But the Keymaster hesitated at this moment. About that. He suppressed his hesitation and said, That's a twisted time and space passage, so there are a lot of scattered monsters along the way. So, what I'm trying to say is, Uyuao pressed his lips together, waiting for him to finish his sentence. But after those few disjointed words, he chuckled softly and told him, All right, I get it. You want me to escort you, don't you? I'll do it, so open the door. Hearing what he wanted to hear, the Keymaster immediately returned to an excited state and replied, Thank you. Uyuao began to turn and call out to the two people standing behind him. Adelia, break it. Both replied in unison, yes. He instructed, if a door opens in the Phantasmagoria, tell your constellations not to enter. Adelia and Break It quickly bowed and replied, understood. Uyuao continued, turning to the former guardian. Tell Soshimi too. Former guardian. The masked man immediately knelt to receive the order, understood. Once everything was settled, Uyuao turned and said, Keymaster, open the door. He raised the large key, nearly as big as his body, and replied yes. The key rotated. The large door opened, and the air inside rushed out. Uyuao observed the situation and exclaimed, It's really empty inside. Then Uyuao called out again, Keymaster. He replied with a bored tone, yes. Uyuao's handsome face tilted up, and he said, If you don't want to die, stay close to me. He was startled and replied, Okay. With that, Uyuao began, Let's go. Both of them simultaneously ran forward quickly. As soon as they stepped into the gate, two ferocious monsters charged at them. The large, furry hand of one creature slammed down in front of Uyuao and the Keymaster, shattering the ground. Uyuao showed no fear. He smirked and picked up his sword. The sword sliced through easily, cutting the first two monsters in half. The two monster heads simultaneously fell at his feet, leaving the Keymaster too stunned to speak. At this moment, Uyuao called out from ahead, Don't just stand there. Follow me if you don't want to die. The Keymaster snapped back to reality and replied, Uyuao rested his sword on his shoulder and continued the journey. A swarm of monsters appeared one after another, always dealt with by a few light sword strokes from him. The severed fragments fell away, clearing a path for Uyuao. He smirked and said to the person behind him, Done, let's run. The Keymaster quickly replied, Okay. Suddenly, Uyuao's eyes widened in surprise. A new door had appeared, with several motionless, inactive gears attached to it. Uyuao hesitated, saying that door. The Keymaster immediately explained to him, Yes, that's the door leading to the Grand Hall. The very next second, the constellation Keymaster looked up in surprise. A hairy body was falling. It was a giant creature, its form a combination of many animals, standing between that door and these two new guests. Its mouth, full of sharp fangs, opened wide, growling incessantly. Du Yuc frowned, wondering, What is this? I've never seen a monster like this. The constellation Keymaster hugged the large key tightly to his chest. He said in a scared voice, It's because this tunnel distorted space-time, so it mutated along with it. In contrast to the other's timidity, Du Yuc scoffed and replied, I was worried my disciple's power would collapse this tunnel, so I didn't prepare anything, but it seems destroying it would be interesting. Step back. The monster didn't let him say any more, but began swinging its arm to attack. Its giant, veiny hand punched down forcefully. Du Hu you see successfully jumped up, dodging the deadly punch. Raising his sword, he smirked slightly. The sharp blade once again slashed forward. The monster's left arm immediately spurted black blood, making it roar loudly. Its recently severed arm quickly regenerated and struck at Du Hu you see. The young man lightly dodged to the side, playfully teasing it. Your regeneration ability is quite good. I thought a few slashes would be enough to chop you into 100 pieces. At this moment, Du Hu you see sword erupted with a dark red aura. He said, "No more playing around." He suddenly became serious. The sword swung over his head once more, aiming straight for the monster's arm. Several blinding flashes of light erupted. This time, the monster's arm was severed into multiple pieces in one go. Its mouth opened wide, and it began to shriek. Du Hu you see took the opportunity to leap high into the air. The sword's path became a dazzling streak of light. That light sliced through the hairy monster's mouth. With a slash sound, as Du Hu you see landed, the monster's body was simultaneously cut into two halves. The gigantic corpse crashed down, shaking the ground. The Constellation Key Master, standing behind Du Hu you see, gritted his teeth cautiously. He easily defeated it. It looked even stronger than the ones I've destroyed. Looking at the other straight back, he secretly wondered, is this guy even stronger than the Constellations? At this, Du Hu you see turned to call him. Hey, Keymaster, it's your turn. Open it. Receiving the command, the Keymaster unconsciously became serious again. He softly hummed in response. He held the large key and walked step by step towards that gate. As magic was channeled into it, the key glowed with a green flame. The key was inserted into the lock. The Keymaster turned it horizontally. He pursed his lips, feeling the slow change in the door. And then he said, "It's open." At Moron's residence, also known as the ruling constellation Moji, the bird-masked figure sensed the movement and looked up. A door suddenly descended before that person's eyes. Another door also appeared similarly at the realm of the underworld's master constellation, Luminous. Yet another door abruptly fell from mid-air at the realm of the warrior soul constellation, Sosin. And at this very moment, at the place of the 3T constellation, he quickly walked towards the newly appeared gate with a joyful mood. It's finally open. The scene then shifted to another space-time. Du Hu you see's thoughts began to appear along with sensational newspaper headlines. After returning from a tunnel, the world has fallen into chaos. My disciples and acquaintances all knew about the door opening, so they weren't too surprised. But the other constellations were astonished because the main hall suddenly opened, as if to prove it. A scene appeared where the constellations gathered with bewildered expressions. Du Hu you see tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The train of thought in his head continued. I tried to enter the illusion with my light sword afterward. But I failed. For some reason, even when I entered the illusion, the door vanished as soon as I stepped inside. Du Hu you see's face looked around distractedly. He thought of his disciple. While my disciples used the door to enter the main hall and gathered in a single illusion, I couldn't even enter the illusion, let alone the main hall. I even asked the Keymaster. Du Hu you see recalled that short person cautiously answering him. The main hall probably didn't accept you, because it was created by the Labyrinth Lord. Then he quickly decided, but to find out more, he'd probably have to ask for guidance. Looking at the red sword in his hand, Du Hu you see inwardly cursed. Thanks to that damned Labyrinth Lord, the biggest obstacle of my life. I can't even gather with my disciples, and I don't even know who's inside the Sword of Light. Du Hu you see stood still, lost in thought. Even someone as emotionless as him couldn't meet all his disciples. The dark red sword began to emit billowing fumes of the same color, and he continued to tell himself, furthermore, I originally intended to enter the main hall, find the door leading to the constellation's illusion inside the sword, to see if he was my disciple or not. Suddenly, an idea flashed. making Du Huyu's eyes widen. Wait, my disciples can all enter the main hall, right? Then I'll try taking a detour, Du Huyu thought, curving the corners of his lips into a cunning smile. In the main hall, a few constellations were busy moving about. A teleportation gate opened, and Moron, with his cold mask, stepped in. A questioning voice rang out, catching her attention. "You're late, kid." The owner of the voice was luminous. She continued, "We're all here." Beside her, Soshimi timidly spoke up. "Hello, Senior." At this point, Moron and Luminous started arguing nonstop. "You, kid, is that how you talk to your senior? Are you crazy?" "Senior, my ass. You only became a disciple a few weeks before me. Is that so? Do you want to taste the skills of the first disciple, who only came a few weeks before you? I dare you. I'll slash through space and make your height a bit more modest." Sasami stood awkwardly on one side, not knowing what to do. Watching the two of them endlessly trying to determine a winner, she said with difficulty, "Stop it. This isn't the time to argue. We must complete the Master's command." At the mention of the Master, both Moron and Luminous simultaneously froze. Moron spoke first, saying yes, though timid. Her words were reasonable. The other constellations hesitantly looked over, drawn by the sound of the argument. Luminous smiled and replied to Moron, "I think so too." One of Yu's disciples added, "According to the Master's command." The sneakers advanced a step with this statement. Moron casually continued, "Should I tear all these guys apart?" Luminous, no longer arguing with her, agreed with satisfaction. "That's a good idea." A few days earlier, Yu, with a serious face and crossed arms, asked, "How are things? Sasami, is everything all right over there?" Moron, on the other side, looked towards the teleportation gate. The gate opened, and blinding light spread everywhere. Suddenly, the gate slammed shut. Then a voice rang out, "I think it's fine, but—" Moron was a bit surprised and didn't reply. Sasami's image gradually became clearer behind the ethereal bones. She let out a long, tired sigh. Sasami bowed her head and clasped her hands in a salute. "Senior, long time no see." Moron replied, "Indeed, it has been a long time." On the male lead side, Adelia received a notification. "Birdface, she's here." She spoke to him. "It seems she has arrived." He replied, I know." Moron was a bit puzzled. "But how did you find your way here?" "It would be very difficult to get here relying solely on teleportation gates." Sasami explained, "Well, it wasn't that difficult. I concealed my presence, so I could easily move around the Great Hall. Furthermore, I know everyone's magic scent." Moron exclaimed incredulously, "Huh." Sasami continued, "Once the command reached a certain state, I had a feeling that all four siblings would turn into constellations, so I used other members to search for them. I couldn't find them all, but I could still find the senior's sacred object." As she spoke, a sword and a staff appeared one after another. From then on, I memorized the magic scent and searched throughout the Great Hall. That magic scent led me here. Moron, having understood the situation, replied, "I see." You asked, "So, Sasami is in the illusory realm with Moron, right?" "Adelia, lend me your holy artifact." Adelia replied, "All right." She drew her sword and handed it to him. You took it and began to use his power, his magic enveloping the entire sword. A moment later, everything around remained the same. No changes occurred. He looked at the sword in front of him and thought, "What's wrong? Why can't I enter the illusory realm?" He asked, "Moron, are you refusing my request?" Moron replied, flustered, "Huh? No, I would never." A screen next to Adelia displayed a notification. "Birdface, even if I wanted to do that, I couldn't." Moron continued, "There's something strange here, like something is preventing me from summoning you. There wasn't any problem last time." The screen displayed, "Birdface, it seems there's a powerful force preventing it." He wondered, "A powerful force is trying to stop me?" You said to Sasami, "Sasami, you said you don't know the scent of other people, right?" She denied, "Ah, no." I believe they will become constellations, but I can't find them myself. If they were active and influential constellations, I would definitely find them. But they're not. It's like they're hiding. So I don't know anything. I searched for holy artifacts similar to their weapons, but there were no results. He asked, "So, have you checked my light sword?" A notification appeared. War Devil, the light sword used to be a very influential holy artifact. But no one uses a long sword, so I couldn't find anything. Even if I wanted to check now, I couldn't, because I can't sense the magic of the light sword. He replied, "I see." You said, "Even though I don't know who is hiding in the light sword, but if there's a chance to find something new, we should check again. Perhaps it will be useful." Sasami replied hesitantly, "But Master, the Great Hall has countless constellation gates leading to the illusory realm. How can we find the light sword's gate when we can't even sense its magic?" You smiled confidently and said, "There's a way." His determined eyes looked straight ahead, his voice full of power. "Defeat all the constellations in the Great Hall. Then we can enter the doors we want. You all can do it, right?" Moron, Sasami, and Luminous received the command and replied in unison, "Understood." The three of them appeared in the Great Hall, the gathering place of constellations. Moron said, "Let's take them all down." Luminous, standing next to him, replied excitedly, "Sounds great." As the two moved forward, a voice rang out, making them stop. Sasami said, "Wait, seniors. First, we need to let them know whose disciples we are." She raised her hand, and the ground shook violently. From beneath the rocks and soil, a building slowly emerged. The building had a large sign hanging in front of it, Divine Martial Sect. Luminous eyes were filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh my, you can do that even in the Great Hall. Ah, our memories with Master are flooding back into my mind." Sasami said, "Once when I came to the Great Hall, I tried to create a dominion like when I was in the illusory realm. I used my magic in the same way, and it succeeded. That sign made me feel nostalgic. So, the first constellation we have to deal with is..." The low, slow voice with a powerful tone made Luminous and Moron curious. Sasami said coldly, "Ever since I became a constellation, I've recorded all the constellations who dared to badmouth Master, whether through a contract, face-to-face, or secretly in the Great Hall. Even after the constellation's contract expired, I still couldn't obtain that very constellation." The other two silently watched her. Moron chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. "That's right. She's very shy, but she's the only one who pays attention to everything around her." Luminous, with a deadly gaze, said, "Well then, shall we destroy the first constellation?" The constellations, bewildered by the scene before them, began to murmur. "Wait, do you see something over there?" The constellation next to him hesitated. "Yes, that is Manhua, isn't it?" When did that building appear?" One of them burst out laughing. "The martial god died 300 years ago. Why would they still build something for him? I really don't understand." No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a devastating kick to the face. Moron pressed him hard into the ground with her foot, with Luminous and Sasami behind her. The three and the constellations faced each other. The battle officially began. One of them frowned and said, "What is it? Why are you? Wait, I know you. You fanatics of Manhua." Luminous, full of murderous intent, retorted, "Come on, what fanatics? That sounds terrible. We're just his best disciples." A source of power from her palm pierced through the heads of each of them. They screamed, and some died before they even understood what was happening. Sasami praised, "That's a variation of spatial cutting magic, isn't it?" "It's amazing." Luminous smiled, "Thanks." Sasami flew straight forward, creating a perfect zigzag path that left cuts on the necks of each constellation, so fast that they couldn't react in time. Moron mumbled to herself, "I can't let them get ahead of me." She knelt down, a sword in her hand. Clutching the sword tightly, she plunged it hard into the ground. Luminous asked, "Is that poison? Are you trying to kill us all too?" Moron said, "Just watch." At that moment, the constellations before them were in pain, some standing, some kneeling, the entire scene chaotic. Luminous said, "So you can choose targets for the poison attack, too?" Moron replied, "That's right, but it's a bit difficult. Also, look at the one you just took down." Luminous looked. Moron continued, "Their wounds are healing. It seems constellations can't kill each other." Indeed, the wounds of the one from earlier gradually healed. Luminous said, "It seems so." Moron suggested, well, that's fine too. We can still break their spirits and make them afraid." Luminous smiled. "That works." A continuous assault took place, accompanied by countless screams. A young man stared blankly at the scene before him. He wondered, what the hell is going on? They're Hanno's disciples, aren't they? Are they attacking other constellations? The one who spoke was the Chojin family's guardian constellation, Blade King. A hand was placed on his shoulder, and a voice said, "Probably." Blade King looked to the side in surprise. Oh, that person was the OSA family's guardian constellation, Fist King. He said, "It's been a long time since I've seen your true form, Blade King." Blade King replied, "Yeah, long time no see. You calling me Blade King feels a bit weird." Fist King looked helpless. "TSK, what can we do? We've forgotten our names and only have these titles." Blade King said, "But it's a bit backward." Fist King looked at the battle before him and wondered, "So, who are those constellations making such a ruckus over there?" Blade King answered, They are Hanno's disciples." "You don't know them, do you?" "Probably not. You've never met them before. Have you heard of the Martial God sect?" Fist King replied, "Yes, I have." "Isn't that the sect founded by the Martial God?" Blade King explained, "The Martial God you're talking about is Hanno, and they are his disciples." Fist King replied, "Ah, I see." He rubbed his chin and said, "I've definitely heard stories about the Martial God. They say he's the strongest person of our time, right? I heard he handled most of the disasters by himself, and all of his disciples are very strong too. But this is the first time I've seen them in person." Blade King realized something and said, "Oh, that's right. You were stuck in the countryside back then, so it makes sense." Blade King looked at the sword in his hand, recalling a bit, a joyful expression clearly visible on his face. The one who taught me basic swordsmanship was none other than the martial god himself. Thanks to him, I created my own techniques and traveled everywhere to prove myself. And that's how I met the idiot who uses fists in the countryside. As he spoke, he glanced to the side. Fist King replied, annoyed, "I don't want to hear that from someone who only knows how to use a sword." Blade King continued, "I was truly surprised, though. While I was traveling, teaching people how to protect themselves from monsters, you established a dojo and taught martial artists. And on top of that, you even taught them unarmed self-defense techniques, didn't you?" Fist King, receiving unexpected praise, felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and said, "Stop it. That's truly embarrassing to hear." Suddenly, Fist King frowned, his voice cold. "Thinking back, we failed. When the cataclysm appeared, monsters poured out everywhere like crazy. All we could do was evacuate the people under our protection. Images of them fighting fiercely were brought back." Fist King's voice was filled with anger. "Somehow, we managed to contend with the endless wave. But in the end, we ran out of strength and died." Blade King listened in silence. Fist King continued, "The martial arts we were taught were to help people fight against monsters and protect their lives. But since both of us died, didn't we fail?" Blade King nodded. "I agree. That's why, even as a constellation, I still dedicate myself to training, to create perfect swordsmanship." Fist King replied, "Me too. I discovered that after becoming constellations, we can grow stronger." What's more, as he said this, his eyes changed and he smiled, gazing at the martial god's disciples fighting before him. He uttered, "I'm interested in them." Blade King was surprised. "You're interested in them? Are you crazy?" Fist King growled, "Not in that way, you idiot. I want to fight them. Blade King understood. Ah, I misunderstood for a moment. Blade King warned. Even so, it's better not to get involved with them. They're completely insane. Fist King didn't listen. Leaving with, "I'm going now," and jumping up, he landed heavily on the ground, attracting the attention of the three people. His voice, full of excitement, rang out. "I've heard about it. You're the martial god's disciples, right?" He said loudly. "Let's fight." Luminous said indifferently, "What's with that hot-blooded idiot?" Moron replied, "I don't know." Sasami spoke from behind. "He's Fist King, one of the protective constellations of Korea's 5 families." Luminous said, "So what?" Sasami explained, "We've never clashed because he wasn't involved with us. But after becoming a constellation, he grew stronger and became the protector of the Ozan family, helping them secure their position as one of the 5 great families." Luminous was suspicious. "We plan to suppress all constellations anyway. But why did he come here himself?" Fist King pointed and said, "As disciples of the martial god, I heard you're very strong. Even after becoming constellations, I haven't had many opportunities to fight strong opponents. So I thought this might be my chance." Luminous said, "Compared to Master, our skills aren't even a speck of dust on his fingernail." Sasami's eyes filled with killing intent as she replied, "Exactly. The word strong can only be bestowed upon and reserved for our master." Fist King was surprised. "Oh, this is the first time I've seen someone get mad for being praised as strong. So, will you ladies fight me? Show me what kind of skills martial god's disciples have." His challenging demeanor angered Luminous. She frowned. "How arrogant. We should split him in half." Before she could finish, Moron said, "Wait, I'll handle him." A sword appeared in her palm. Luminous was surprised. "What?" Moron calmly said. "He's not one of those martial god sect fanatics. He clearly knows we are Master's disciples. If we avoid him or deal with him half-heartedly, it will tarnish Master's reputation. Of course, with Master's teachings, I'll win, but I'll show him something. Because I am his disciple." Her entire body exuded an incredibly fierce power, the martial god style. Fist King also took a stance. He replied, "Good. That's more like it." They stared at each other. Luminous sighed. "Against such a brute, we could just hit him from afar with poison and win without lifting a finger. She's too kind." Taking this seriously, Sasami nervously said, "Honestly, I'm a bit worried. I don't doubt her ability, but we can't ignore the weight difference. Since I'm used to fighting without weapons, it would have been better if I had stepped up." Luminous crossed her arms and replied, "Don't worry. I might not like her. But, no, that girl, even without weapons, she's still strong." Moron in a ready stance. "This time she won't use weapons. She'll fight barehanded." Her feet stomped hard on the ground, sending stones flying. Moron opened a match, throwing a punch towards the boxing king. He thought, a punch after a guard is a breaking punch? But with her small physique, even if she uses a guard, her punch won't be strong enough. Moron looked straight ahead. The boxing king thought. Additionally, almost no magic was infused into this technique. I should try to receive it directly. He used both hands to block his chest, ready to receive Moron's punch. Her punch had touched his hands. The boxing king smirked, thinking, "What's this? This muches." Suddenly, his hand slammed into his face. He yelled. Moron's attack was truly powerful. Looking closely, that punch caused an explosion. The boxing king was sent flying. He thought to himself, "I was careless. It was clearly a breaking punch. But the moment it touched me, it turned into a powerful punch." Instead of using the foot that stepped forward for the breaking punch, she shifted the power to her other foot. She not only used her own weight, but also the ground to enhance her power. Her intuition in applying martial arts is truly insane. Moron stood firm like a mountain. The boxing king smiled. "Good. That's how it should be. I've grasped your strength. I will also give my all." He gathered his strength, aiming precisely at her position. A blow came down. "Watch this." below, it exploded. The entire scene was covered in a thick layer of dust. Sasami and Luminous, standing nearby, had to cover their faces. Sasami carefully analyzed. I think he's really the guardian constellation of one of the 5 great families. Even just one of his punches caused such an explosion. Luminous said. However, Master once said this. The grander the technique, the bigger the opening left behind. On the opposite side, Moron had long been behind the Boxing King. She raised her leg high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to him. A powerful blow came down. The Boxing King, before he could even react, could only scream in pain. Before his vision completely plunged into darkness, he thought, damn it, at the back of the neck. Size difference doesn't matter. With a small body, all she had to do was aim for the vital points. Moron's strength was truly terrifying. This kick sent the entire Boxing King slamming down. Rocks and dirt flew out from the impact. The Boxing King was knocked unconscious, his entire body covered in wounds. Sprawled on the ground, Luminous crossed his arms and said coldly, just as expected, he's nothing special. Moron, who had just landed, also agreed. That's right. Moron continued. Now that the nuisance is gone, let's move. Luminous replied. Sounds good. Behind a teleportation gate, a shadowy figure silently observed everything. That person was Ba Che. Witnessing everything, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Ba Che fearfully closed the teleportation gate. He hesitated, wondering whether to open it again. Suddenly, Du Hyuk's voice rang out. Ba Che, how are my disciples? He was startled and stammered. I haven't checked yet. Du Hyuk said angrily. I had to ask you because I couldn't watch over them myself. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ba's face darkened. Remaining silent, he hesitated, reaching out to open the gate. Perhaps he also sensed the immense power emanating from behind him, his arm trembling, thinking to himself, it's terrifying. Master Huano's disciples have already started causing a commotion in the hall. They won't see me as an enemy, will they? Their images appeared, unsettling Ba Che's mind. He reconsidered. Everything he did as the supervisor of the destruction tower was all under coercion, but it was still a crime, and unlike before, now I have no strength at all. Du Hyuk's voice rang out again. Aren't you going to check yet? Ba Che quickly replied. I'm doing it now. He gripped the gate handle, slowly pushing the large gate open, peeking his head out to observe everything. The fierce battle greatly astonished Ba Che. Du Hyuk asked, well, how are they? Ba Che replied, they're as strong as ever. I can barely make out the battle. It seems most of the constellations have been defeated. Du Hyuk replied, oh, then they're doing quite well, aren't they? Ba Che thought, and if I'm not mistaken, they've gotten even stronger. Although constellations can grow stronger through training, those are rare cases. It's truly astonishing. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Oh, that's Luminous' voice. She looked at Ba Che with a terrifying face and said, long time no see. You piece of trash. Sasami worried. It looks like second senior sister has. Moron said, oh no. She's found Ba Che already. Moron thought. Master specifically instructed not to touch Ba Che right now. Does she know? Ba Che feigned surprise and asked, you know me? I've never met you before. Luminous, full of killing intent, replied, is that so? Sir Ba Che, the supervisor of the Tower of Destruction. I, however, remember very clearly how you looked down on us from the top of the tower, as if we were mere ants. Didn't you? Ba Che recalled that moment, his mouth stammering. Did I do that? Luminous approached threateningly. I really want to deal with you just like those constellations behind me, but Master asked us to hold back. So, just hide in your little room. With that, she kicked Ba Che hard. He was kicked back through the gate. His body hit the floor hard, making him cry out. Luminous warned, we'll remember this door well, and we certainly won't step inside. But if you dare to come out, even if I can't kill you, I'll make you wish you were dead. After speaking, she closed the teleportation gate. Ba Che hadn't regained his composure, sitting still on the floor. On a gloomy island, The surroundings were extremely desolate. Du Hyuk used his subconscious to contact Ba Che. He called out, Ba Che, Ba Che, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Have you met my disciples yet? Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, Yanlang asked, why did you call us specifically to this island? Behind her were Choi Aaron and Breakcat. Yanlang looked around and asked, Also, what happened here? The structures are destroyed. The ground is shattered. Was there a war here or something? He looked at the ruins in front of them and replied, Well, something like that. Du Hyuk said seriously, The reason I called you is to teach you the next step. Aaron replied, The next step. He pointed and commanded, Breakcat, I called you here for a different reason. So just watch. Breakcat acknowledged the command. Understood. He turned to the other two and continued, You both have one thing in common. You've both made a sacred pact. And now, you're both keeping up with my training regimen. At this level, I think it's time to better utilize the power of the constellations. So, I'm going to set a goal. Choi Aaron, you're carrying a sword. Right? Let me see it. She replied, Okay. Aaron handed her sword to Du Hyuk. Here. He took it and said, All right. Du Hyuk took the sword and walked straight ahead. He led them to a spacious area with fewer trees. Du Hyuk closed his eyes, sensing, and said, Being serious isn't my style when swinging a sword, but a demonstration must be serious. Finishing his sentence, he opened his eyes and took a ready stance. Power from his hand flowed into the sword, emitting a powerful light. Aaron was dazzled by the light. She squinted and thought, This is my family's attribute. Lightning. I guess Du Hyuk can do that with just one contract. He quickly drew his sword from its sheath and decisively swung it towards the mountain in front. The mountain was split in two. Its peak plummeted down. When the peak fell, it directly caused the seawater below to splash everywhere. Du Hyuk chuckled softly. It's a bit different from Luminous' ability, so it wasn't very smooth. But you should take that as your goal. The three people who witnessed the scene were stunned. Breakcat thought, the entire mountain peak just collapsed. Has he gotten stronger since performing the spatial slash? Du Hyuk instructed. All right. Calculate the necessary mana amount along with the perfect timing with your constellation and practice in that forest. Aaron replied, Okay. He turned to Yen Lang and said, Yen Lang, you also have a relic, right? Show me. She replied, Okay. She handed him the ice glove. Here. He reached out and said, Thanks. He put on the glove and asked, Your constellation uses ice. It's a bit troublesome to use, isn't it? Come to this building. Yen Lang replied, Okay. The two of them arrived at the foot of an abandoned house. Yen Lang wondered, The ground here is so messy. Is this the scene of an explosion? He replied, Well, don't mind that. Watch closely, he said, raising his fist. A powerful punch landed straight down. Ice shards, like 1,000 sharp spears, jutted out. Yen Lang was speechless. There were icicles here, and icicles there too. In an instant, the entire large building was covered in a thick layer of ice. Du Hyuk said, This was her goal. Yen Lang stared intently. It seemed she hadn't heard his voice. She thought, Forget about making a few ice chunks. He'd covered the whole building with snow and ice. There was even falling snow. Just like winter. A moment later, she finally exclaimed, This is amazing. Du Hyuk. He took off his gloves and returned them to her. What are you so surprised about? This is your constellation power. If you practice enough, you'll be able to do this soon enough. She happily asked back, Really? He replied, It's fine if you set your standards a bit higher. Du Hyuk thought, All right, it's time to ask Breakcat about that. Time passed. In another place, So Shimi looked up and noticed something. She said, Senior, I think I found it. The wizard's illusionary space. Before her eyes was a horrifying scene. Ruined buildings, bloodstains reddening a vast area. Everything before them was like ruins, not a soul around, looking utterly desolate. Luminous asked, Has that guy found the illusionary realm? Moron also wondered, Really? The three of them thoughtfully looked at the building. Luminous spoke up, Yeah, He likes things that are red and black. Moron said, even the scent of this illusionary realm is very familiar, but we still need to confirm it for sure. Then we'll have to go through this wall. I guess that's fine. Let's go. They crouched low and entered deeper one by one. Luminous was a bit exhausted, his breathing quickening. Even though he was tired, Luminous still idly remarked, "If I'd known we had to crouch like this, I would have just made a hole in the first place." But it seemed someone wasn't bothered at all. Moron glanced and said, "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, Moron, who was in front, discovered something. They had passed through the narrow path to a room. Around them were piles of scrap metal forming big and small mountains. A muscular man was sitting right in the middle. An immense killing aura emanated from his entire body. So Shimi softly said, "Senior sister, that red outfit." Moron replied, "Yes, it's junior brother." He turned around and said, "What's this?" Master Du Huck's disciples have gathered. Luminous spoke up, "Long time no see, junior brother. What's with this illusion realm? It's all red and black." He replied, "Someone like you shouldn't be saying that, second senior sister." With that, he stood up. Luminous angrily shouted, "What did you just say?" The junior brother's gaze slowly grew serious. He said, "How did you all get here? Aren't you all constellations now?" Moron replied, "The Great Hall has opened. We passed through it." He scratched his head in thought, and then said, "The Great Hall, huh? The arena. It's been a very long time. I don't want to meet anyone." Moron was surprised. He said, "I fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but after learning that Master was reborn, I was overjoyed. But I couldn't find Master for 300 years. Saying this, he angrily gritted his teeth, because it was very difficult to search for Master in the real world as a constellation. I tried to find a way through the relic, where I reside. I ordered those who held me, find my Master, but instead of listening, they became infatuated with my power." Moron said, "That's probably because your will and power are too strong. You should have remained silent for a while." He continued, "But just as I started to hope because someone appeared who could withstand this power, he abandoned me in a basement. So I gave up and decided to rot in silence. Just go back." Moron calmly said, "Well then, you'll be surprised if you know why we came here." He looked at her, confused. Moron took off her mask. She smiled softly. "We came because Master ordered us to find you. The relic is already in Master's hands." He froze and uttered just one sentence. "What?" His body began to tremble. "So, Master has returned?" Moron replied, That's right." Luminous said with concern, "Calm down." He knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, "Master." Then he began to bow, slamming his head hard against the floor. So Shimi was puzzled. So he's that type, huh?" Moron replied, "Yes." She continued, "So that's why Master gave him that nickname." Strange. He lifted his head. There was a large wound on his forehead, blood flowing downwards. But this guy wasn't in pain. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Moron looked at Luminous and sniped, "I still don't understand why Master didn't give you that nickname, junior sister." Luminous said, "Be quiet. What does that have to do with me?" Time slowly passed. He finally stopped, blood dripping drop by drop, breathing heavily. Moron asked, "Are you done?" He replied, I feel great." "Thank you, senior sister. I'll clean up and get ready to meet Master." He raised his hand to his forehead, holding the wound. Moron said goodbye. "All right, we're leaving now. See you, junior brother." The three of them turned their backs and left. Elsewhere, the high blue sky with white clouds drifted gently. At the Contractor Association, inside the room, Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. This is..." Du Huck spoke. "I told you, if it goes smoothly, I'll return it." Behind him were Brackett and the giant magic stone. He handed the stone back to Rogan. "Here." Rogan was impressed by the stone. He stared at it, wondering. "Thank you, but it's twice as big as the one you received." He replied, "Well, What's done is done. I advise you to just take it. Du Huck smiled meaningfully, thinking, just as I thought. Back on the island from earlier, Brackett asked, Du Huck, have you called yet? He replied, come with me. Du Huck thought, if I'm guessing correctly, this island has a giant magic stone buried. Considering the characteristics of the constellations that have descended upon the real world, it's obvious. All of them are full of magic power. If physical entities continuously emitted magic power like that, they should have vanished by now. The forms of vampires, carp, and some other creatures raised his suspicion, yet all of them gathered here, without vanishing. He extended his hand, using magic. There's only one reason. Somewhere on this island, there must be a giant magic stone floating. The thing that provides a stable flow of magic power to the constellations is here. An image of the magic-shrouded stone appeared. He was surprised. It's here. Du Huck ordered. Brackett, move this chunk of earth that's emitting magic. Brackett replied. Understood. He didn't forget to remind him. Oh, be careful. You know what happens to a magic stone that's treated poorly, right? Brackett remembered. That's right, it could explode. Returning to the present, Rogan looked at the stone in front of him, thinking. It was moved safely and intact. How did he bring it here? The system appeared. Brackett quickly read the notification. Brackett called. Du Huck. He turned. It seems the constellations have found your disciple. He smiled. Just as I thought. So, is it the one from Quang Kim? Brackett replied. That's right, it's your disciple. Du Huck said, all right, don't tell me who it is yet. Since there are no other disciples using a sword, I want to confirm it myself. Brackett replied, understood. Shall we go back? Du Huck told Rogan, Rogan, we're leaving. Visit Manhua if you want to learn a punch, all right? He replied, yes, thank you. Du Huck and Brackett stepped into the spatial gate. Then both disappeared. A flash of light appeared in a room. At Manhua Academy. In the middle of the room was Brackett's nameplate. The spatial gate appeared, and two people stepped out. Du Huck sighed tiredly. Brackett noticed something strange and spoke. Who are you? The man in front remained silent, his face grim, his sharp eyes staring directly at the two. Du Huck and Brackett stared at the strange man in front of them. Brackett asked, who are you? Strangers are not welcome here. He replied, my apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. At that moment, he continued, my name is Franz Rodmuller, the Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization. His information was updated. Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization, 5th-tier contractor, Franz Rodmuller. He continued, even European contractors are awaiting directives from the constellations. Unlike the Academy, in England, the great families hold the most power. The movements of those families' guardian constellations. According to my information, 9 major European families have contacted and allied with each other. They have also organized a very large number of personnel, enough to compete with both the United States and our association. The leader of that alliance is my Rodmuller family, serving the Night King constellation. Therefore, we established the organization. The Ventric Knight family in England refused to join the organization. Du Huck and Brackett listened patiently. Brackett said, I understand the origin of that alliance, but I don't understand why you're here. The man replied, yes, actually, I came here not just because of the alliance's matter. I came here to find a holy sword by the constellation's command. Brackett wondered, a holy sword? Franz explained, as I said, most members of my family work for the Night King constellation. Therefore, we're all accustomed to offering a good sword as a tribute to him. With that duty, we have collected holy swords from all over the world. Previously, I received some intelligence. It said there was a sword. At this point, his expression gradually became serious. It can make its wielder obsessed with killing, which is something no one wants. The two of them seemed to realize. He continued, and that sword is in the hands of the sole sovereign, Rogan. He recalled the past. We trusted the American Contractor Association, and we trusted that first-tier contractor. However, He disappointed us by carelessly handing the sword to someone else later. It has been passed to the chairman of Manhua Academy, the owner of the black market, which is you. Bracket. Franz pointed towards Bracket and said loudly. His eyes emitted killing intent, his voice showing no regard. I can't stand idly by when that sword is in the hands of someone like you. So I suggest you hand the sword over to us, the Knights organization. How about it? Bracket's indignation was evident even through his mask. He said, I've tried to show everyone respect, but it seems you've gone too far. Duhok next to him stopped him. Don't. Brackett surprisingly turned. Mr. Duhok. He stepped closer to Franz, directly facing him, emitting no less killing intent. He sneered. Hey, old man, you found the wrong person. I'm the one holding that sword. Franz said, So you're Duhok. I've heard a lot about you. Your achievements are admirable. You've caught several criminals, prevented disasters. You also played an important role in stopping the monster invasion. He put his hands in his pockets and replied, You know a lot. Are you following me? Franz's voice suddenly changed. He stammered. It's just that. Is Korea that short on personnel? He looked at him, puzzled. Franz burst into angry tears. He said loudly, Why would they let a boy do so much? What a tragedy for a nation. I understand why you had to use that cursed sword. He put a comforting hand on Duhok's shoulder sympathetically. Don't be afraid, boy. From now on, I'll help you. Duhok was so angry that the muscles on his face all tensed up. He thought, I've met many idiots, but he's a bit. He gritted his teeth, looking at the man in front of him, thinking, Do I really want to cut him down? What should I do now? Should I keep my distance? Yes. Meanwhile, Franz sorrowfully wiped away his tears. Duhok pushed Franz's hand away, saying bluntly, Hey, old man, are you trying to change the subject? I haven't had time to sign any contract with the sword, but it's mine. If you want it, you'll have to defeat me first. Franz pondered. As a knight, I can't lay a hand on a mere boy. Outside the building, night enveloped the space, and silence reigned all around. Inside, Duhok and Franz prepared to enter the fight. Franz proposed, Student Duhok, I will restrain myself and not use a sword. How about that? His words clearly showed he didn't take him seriously. Duhok said confidently, Don't regret it. I won't hold back. Before that, he called, Bracket. Bracket replied, What is it, Duhok? His voice and face gradually became terrifying. Bring a few disciples and teach that Night King a lesson for me. Bracket, seeing that expression, sweated and quickly replied, Understood, sir. Franz was the first to start. He walked forward holding the sword at his hip. I'll go easy on you. Don't lose too quickly. Duhok held the sword in his hand and replied, I'll go easy too. Then, after the break, carry out the task assigned earlier. Du gripped the sword and said coldly, Because I won't forgive those who bother me. He swung his sword. He didn't draw his sword, but directly used the sheath to strike French's sword hard. He exclaimed, So strong. French thought. He only used a wando that wasn't even drawn from its sheath, yet he's this strong. Du held the sword with one hand and said, You blocked it. As expected of the commander-in-chief, French evaluated, This kid is really arrogant. He angrily slashed down and shouted, I am the commander-in-chief of the Knights organization, French Rod Muller. The ground where the sword slashed cracked. He said, Do you think the vanguard of a family would be that weak? Realizing his formidable ability, he began to use magic power. French swiftly gripped his sword and charged, delivering continuous blows towards him. He thought to himself, Sword intent. So much mana, truly. With that thought, he showed a disdainful smile. Du, holding the unsheathed sword, jumped up and said, Of all the people I've ever met. The sword slash created a white streak of light. A charismatic Du appeared, and behind him, successive explosions occurred. He continued, You are the most disgusting person. He moved quickly towards French's position. Du looked at him with contempt. You talk too much about chivalry or saving the world, But when you're about to lose, you unleash a blow full of mana at a mere kid. With that, he swung his sword powerfully at French. Du smiled delightedly, his entire body radiating mana. With just a little strength, he sent French flying, and his sword was knocked away. French crashed into the wall behind him, grimacing and saying, "Damn it, his mana sent me flying." He knelt down, his expression one of disbelief at encountering such a young man with extraordinary power. He thought to himself, "What? How surprising. It's very difficult to retrieve my sword now. I need to contact the constellation." French's screen appeared. He looked at it in confusion as the words, "The King of Nice," appeared. Then it quickly disappeared. "You crazy bastard." The screen malfunctioned. French couldn't contact the constellation King of Knights. He gasped, his pupils wide, speechless in astonishment. The constellation sent a message to French Rodmuller. This useless fellow. As soon as he saw those words, he was stunned, gaping speechlessly. French Rodmuller cautiously inquired, "Respected constellation, what do you mean?" Before he could get an answer, a voice unexpectedly interrupted. "Looks like you found him, Uncle." French Rodmuller looked up, just in time to see Du rushing towards him with a knee strike. A powerful blow grazed French Rodmuller's shoulder, making him let out a small cry. Du leisurely retracted his leg. Where his knee stopped, a deep, cracked indentation appeared. He chuckled. "Don't bother dodging. It's only a matter of time." French Rodmuller was completely stunned, his face aghast as he looked at the unfortunate wall next to him. He thought to himself, he crushed the wall with just one kick. If that had hit, it would have been bad, but French Rodmuller suddenly looked doubtful. What does "found him" mean? Du casually slung his weapon over his shoulder and scoffed. Who knows? Usually, I'd explain everything in detail. The next moment, he directly swung his arm to strike. But for someone like you, I have nothing to say. Du's attack was too sudden. French Rodmuller couldn't react in time and could only brace himself to defend. His entire body was thrown backward, his heavy feet scraping a long mark on the ground. A sense of danger welled up in French Rodmuller's heart. Not only was it incredibly difficult to block that attack, but I can't even hit him. If only I could borrow the power of the constellation. His expression gradually became solemn. But since that message, the constellation has stopped responding. What's going on? I don't understand. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Night King constellation's entire body was trembling uncontrollably, his lips quivering as he moaned. Dan held his head tightly to the ground, straining with all his muscular strength. Going back in time, Luminous stood to one side, biting her finger, pacing anxiously in the room. She fell into contemplation. Master ordered us to beat up the Night King constellation. Could he be one of the guys who got beaten up? Moron heard this and looked doubtful. Night King. The other person confirmed. Yes. Moron stated. He wasn't among the bunch we dealt with earlier. Luminous crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow slightly. You know that constellation? The person opposite nodded. He's the guardian constellation of the German Rodmuller family. According to what Moron knew about the Night King constellation, the one who possesses a sword-shaped artifact containing loyal knights who have transformed into his constellations and commands them like subordinates. Hearing this, Luminous gasped in surprise. It seems you know him quite well. Moron stated, although not directly involved, I've always kept an eye on all the famous European constellations. She mumbled, come to think of it, someone named French, under that constellation, visited recently. He talked about forming an alliance led by his constellation and told me to join. Moron suddenly became curious. But why are you talking about him? Luminous simply replied with a short sentence, Master's orders. She recounted, beat the Night King constellation to a pulp after gathering all the disciples. Moron didn't ask further. She urged, all right, let's go to the illusion realm. Not long after, the two quickly met Soshimi and once again summarized the situation. After listening for a while, she generally understood, nodding slightly. I understand. The three quickly gathered and set off to find the next person. This time it was K-Dan. After listening for a while, he was a little stunned, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What?" Time continued to pass, shifting to the great void, the sanctuary of the knights. In a certain room, an angry shout rang out. "I told you. I don't want to join this guy's group." The bald man opposite him also strained his neck, expressing dissatisfaction. "Me neither. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." He was met with harsh criticism. "If you had handed over the weapon on time, my family would still be alive." The bald man roared, "Get lost, Iste. If you hadn't betrayed us, the weapon would have been delivered on time." Iste jumped up. "Stop talking nonsense. Why are you joining the Alliance?" The bald man slammed the table, refuting, "Because I didn't know you'd be here." Another person unexpectedly spoke up, stopping their argument. "Silence. You are standing before the king." Estate replied disrespectfully, "King, my ass. Do you think we came here to play knight like you guys?" The bald man agreed, "Exactly. We came here to form an alliance, not to be your subordinates." Both suddenly fell silent. They felt the oppressive aura emanating from the one seated at the head of the table. The Night King Constellation's eye sparked, and he spoke coldly, "You are too noisy." Just then, a massive crash suddenly echoed, and the ceiling behind him collapsed. The Night King Constellation stared blankly, turning his head to see a muscular figure slamming into his face. K-Dan lowered his head, his entire body radiating intense, killing intent, slowly uttering. His face was filled with madness, gritting his teeth as he hissed each word. "You, trash, dared to defy master." Those present jumped up, tightening their grip on their sword hilts. "Who are you?" "Wait, that aura and attire." Thinking of a possibility, the person felt terrified and disbelief. "No, it can't be." Looking at the person in front of them, she gasped out a name in horror. Berserker Martial God Sect, the Butcher. No sooner had she spoken than a large hand suddenly clamped around her face. K-Dan lost his composure. His body shot forward, growling loudly. He pressed the head of the girl, who had just spoken, against the nearby wall, his terrifying strength causing the concrete to shatter. K-Dan showed no mercy, pinning his opponent down forcefully, making her only able to struggle and groan in agony. An inexplicable rage flared up within K-Dan, and he savagely swung his arm violently. The next moment, those present could only watch helplessly as the girl's body flew into the air. K-Dan turned around, swung his arm, and flung his opponent into a corner. The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground echoed clearly. Once done, he stood panting heavily. The King of Night's constellation witnessed firsthand the opponent's insane outburst and could only stand there in silence. K-Dan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, then sharply turned his head and asked, "You are the King of Knights?" The person opposite remained silent for a long time, then stammered, "It's me, but—" Without letting the King of Knights constellation finish, K-Dan lunged behind his head. He struck down with an extremely powerful blow, shouting, "Don't you know how to manage your contractors?" The King of Night's constellation couldn't react in time and was pressed headfirst onto the table by K-Dan. His terrifying strength quickly destroyed the table, shattering it into pieces. K-Dan ferociously charged towards the King of Night's constellation. He forcefully unleashed an attack, growling loudly. Doesn't the master teach the dog not to bite indiscriminately? The sudden attack caught the King of Night's constellation off guard. K-Dan gripped his head tightly, pushing his entire body hard against the table. He completely controlled his opponent. The King of Night's constellation could only lie flat, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, the three of them, Luminous, Moron, and Soshimi, stood outside the Great Void, the sanctuary of knights, silently observing the situation. She uttered a sigh of wonder. "That's incredible. Is such a structure really situated right in the middle of this vast space?" Moron pondered for a moment and then speculated. "When we came here to negotiate with other constellations, this thing wasn't here yet. The one residing inside must have already recruited and formed an entire alliance. Soshimi, standing nearby, added, I guess this building seems to be constructed in a similar way to how I created the martial god sect, judging by its size. It must have taken a lot of people to build something like this. She was a bit impatient. So, when are we going in? Currently, it's possible that only our junior brother is inside. Luminous indifferently spoke. He's probably still very agitated. It's best to wait until things calm down before going in. At this, she suddenly felt aggrieved, biting her nails and muttering, I didn't do anything to Master, yet I'm called a mad dog. How annoying. That guy is even more twisted than me. Moron found it amusing. No kidding. She suddenly paused, concentrating on the movements around them. It seems quieter now. Let's go in. With that, Moron led the group of three, quickly landing in the target room. K-Dan noticed their arrival and said, Oh, you're here. Senior sister, he's almost finished confessing. He put more force into his arm, coldly questioning the king of Knight's constellation. Why did you order the seizure of the great sword? The knights standing nearby were confused. One of them mumbled, Is it true that someone has formed an entire alliance, all with the martial god sect? These words reached Moron's ears, and she instantly rushed forward. There are still a few of these little rats left. The next second, before the knight could react, a sharp blade was already at his throat. The knight next to him fared no better. Both were simultaneously subdued. Soshimi instantly appeared behind the two nearby individuals, startling them and making their hair stand on end. She warned, I know you two aren't knights, but if you dare to meddle in our affairs, I'm not sure you'll remain alive. The bald man and the one next to him, their faces pale, mumbled in response, Understood. In a nearby corner, the king of Knight's constellation looked bewildered and pressed. Wait, what do you mean by seizure? Aren't you here to crush our alliance? Luminous didn't deny it. That's partly true, but you're the one who ordered your contractor to find the sword, right? The opponent stammered in response. Yes. Cape Dan frowned deeply. And currently, that guy is trying to steal my red fawn. How ridiculous. Why do you make it seem like it's really yours? The king of Knight's constellation was astonished. Red fawn. So that's the name of that great sword? But you said, order of seizure. I never issued such an order. Dan leaned his head close to his opponent, his face grim as he questioned. So what exactly is that contractor planning to do? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His tone held an implied threat. That guy is provoking the martial god sect, just for that great sword. The scene shifts to Du Hayusi's side. The corner of his lips slightly curved, his whole body in an attacking stance. Immediately after, Du Hayusi launched a powerful kick straight at Frank Rodmiller's stomach. He couldn't dodge, taking a painfully severe blow. Du Hayusi watched with amusement as his opponent fell backward, his heavy body crashing onto the cold ground. Frank Rodmiller gasped in pain, his heart starting to panic. Damn it, the king's constellation isn't responding. The unusual signs made him secretly worried. Moreover, it suddenly cursed right before the response was cut off. How could a dignified entity utter such vulgar words? Just then, the semi-transparent screen unexpectedly reappeared. Frank Rodmiller secretly cheered. Oh, Your Majesty! It displayed. The Night King is furious, and declared, When did I order to confiscate it? I wanted both sides to sit down and negotiate. A line of text slammed directly into Frank Rodmiller's eyes. Give up the sword and surrender. He couldn't believe his eyes. What about our knight's pride then? On the other side, Dan continued to forcefully press the knight's, king's constellations, head onto the table as a threat. He quickly shouted an order. Shut up. Apologize to us and surrender. Frank Rodmiller couldn't resist, slammed his head hard onto the ground and yelled, I'm sorry. Du Hayusi saw this scene and scoffed. What's this? Is that an order from your constellation? His opponent remained with his head to the ground, helplessly admitting, That's right. Du Hayusi squatted, watching Frank Rodmiller intently, and mocked. How humiliating. Surrender, and he surrenders immediately. He slowly stood up. Oh, forget it. I originally wanted to fight, but it's no fun anymore. Get up. Frank Rod Miller scrambled to his feet, stammering, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, his opponent suddenly uttered, "But first, you have to take a hit." He was startled. "What?" Du Haiyu murmured with a smirk. "If people like you keep causing trouble like this, it'll be incredibly annoying." Immediately after, streams of surging energy swirled around his fist. Du Haiyu chuckled. "So, you'll just have to take one strike for now." He kindly added, "After this, remember to deal with those guys on your side who intend to pick a fight with me." Frank Rod Miller retreated in fear, quickly waving his hands. "About that, I can talk some sense into them." Du Haiyu fundamentally ignored his excuses, speaking directly with his fist. "I've had enough." The next second, he lunged forward and delivered Frank Rod Miller an unforgettable punch. Pain shot down his spine. Frank Rod Miller's mouth fell open, his face pale. His whole body lost all strength, falling with a thud, his head once again hitting the ground. Du Haiyu retracted his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Hack Munan." His opponent immediately replied, "I'm here, sir." He commanded, "Send that scoundrel back to where he belongs. I'll go inspect the great sword." Black respectfully obeyed. "As you command." Time continued to pass. Night fell in some deserted forest. A sword was carefully displayed in the middle of the room, powerful energy surging around it. Du Haiyu silently examined it, the corner of his lips slightly curved. "The magical flow has recovered. Now I know what it is." He slowly touched the hilt of the sword, the thing residing within this sword. Very quickly after, Du Haiyu gave a faint smile, softly saying, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Dan knelt before him, bowing deeply in reverence. When he looked up, his forehead was bleeding, but Dan's face was extremely excited. Master, it's been so long since I've seen you." Du Haiyu laughed. "You still have the habit of banging your head on the ground like before, huh? You're bleeding, wipe it off." His opponent obediently complied. There. A moment later, Du Haiyu looked down at him, hesitating, unsure where to start. Well. He secretly sighed. "This is bad, big trouble. It seems this guy doesn't remember his real name after becoming a constellation." Du Haiyu hesitated slightly. "Calling him by his nickname feels a bit awkward, but why did I nickname this guy Blockhead anyway? I mean, he really is a blockhead, but—" Dan noticed the awkwardness in his eyes. "Are you bothered because you don't want to use my nickname? It's fine to just call me Blockhead like before." He enthusiastically suggested, "Or you can call me by my constellation name, Butcher, for example." Du Haiyu sighed. "I'll call you Blockhead. Get up." He suddenly became curious. "Why did you suddenly choose a sword as a holy relic? Haven't you always fought barehanded before?" Dan smiled. "Ah, are you talking about the red phone?" He enthusiastically explained the reason. Du Haiyu hadn't expected this. He was silent for a few seconds, then curved his lips into a slight smile. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Du Haiyu softly uttered. The large man just buried his face, sobbing, his strong back trembling slightly. Recalling the time over 300 years ago, Dan had also bowed his head before the previous Du Haiyu just like this. At that time, he had spoken words of concern. Dan used to be very thin, his bangs covering his face. He meekly opened his mouth. Luminous, Du poked her head out the door. Her words caught in her throat. She frowned slightly at the scene before her. Dan loudly pleaded with Du Haiyu. Moron and Soshimi walked out and, seeing Luminous standing there dumbfounded, curiously asked what was happening. "Junior sister, what are you doing? We're ready to eat. Why haven't you called Master yet?" The other person stammered. Moron looked doubtful. Before them, Du Haiyu stood with his arms crossed, sternly refusing. Dan pointed behind him, pressing. Du Haiyu sighed helplessly. He added. Dan lowered his eyes, his face full of disappointment. His hands trembled, and he muttered softly. Dan unconsciously shouted loudly. Du Haiyu scratched his head awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, The child in front of him knelt down, pleading. Dan shut his eyes tightly, tilted his head skyward, his voice almost choked. He gathered momentum and hit his head hard on the ground. Dan continuously kowtowed and pleaded urgently. He finally surrendered. Luminous chewed on her finger, muttering. Moron frowned at her. Helplessly ran his hands through his hair. He lowered his eyes and softly said. Suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, immediately rotated his shoulders, a slight smirk on his lips. Not long after, the scene shifted to a secluded alley where several individuals gathered, carrying a bag and chatting. The man with the buzz cut lowered his eyes, carefully trying to open the bag in his hand. Next, a pile of glittering gold coins caught his eye. His companions peered in, and the bald man exclaimed. The man with the buzz cut chuckled gleefully. The bald man recalled, unable to help but sigh. If he has so much money, shouldn't he share it with people who can't afford to live lavishly like us? The man with the buzz cut laughed. The long-haired man smirked, agreeing. Asked. The person next to him seemed doubtful. Their movement quickly caught the attention of the three men. The buzzcut man was surprised. Is he bringing another adult because he's angry about losing his money? Dan angrily pointed and shouted at the group. The buzzcut man frowned in annoyance. He felt a little uneasy. In just a few seconds, the long-haired man's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed in a panic. I remember now. He pointed at stating, he's the sectmaster of Vothan Mon. The bald man's lips moved as he added, I've heard of it too. Isn't it around here? Listened silently to their comments, veins pulsing on his forehead. The sign is still there, but they don't accept disciples, and the few disciples they do have are all female. Plus, they all look very strange and are very young. The bald man sneered. They say they're strong, but it's all just rumors. The buzzcut man got into a fighting stance, raised an eyebrow mockingly. So, he's not that special then, huh? He bantered with Hey kid, you can tell by our clothes how miserable we are, right? We have to mug people to survive. There was no hint of remorse in his voice. So please, go easy on us growing kids. That's what adults are supposed to do. Curled his lips into a smile and replied, That's only if you're truly a good kid. He calmly recounted. When I was little, I was very, very poor, completely broke. Even so, I managed to survive by doing all sorts of odd jobs, whether it was running errands, farming, chopping wood, or even hunting. As he spoke further, Hayusi's eyes grew colder. But I never took advantage of anyone. He continued, Of course, I also wanted to earn money easily once. I wanted to take from others. But at that moment, I was afraid that all the time I had struggled would become meaningless. Hayusi left a cryptic remark. If what I just said makes you leave the money and go. He warned one last time. Otherwise, I'll teach each and every one of you a lesson. The long-haired man backed away in fear, stammering, I want to retreat. The buzzcut man frowned and pressed. What did you say? Before the other two could understand what was happening, their comrade had already bolted and disappeared. Huck stretched his muscles, a faint smile playing on his lips. That kid catches on fast. Dan stared at him blankly. Huck reminded him, Hey kid, watch closely. He said, clenching his hand into a fist, powerful streams of energy unleashed. This is martial arts. The buzzcut man was still stubborn, swinging his fist to strike first. Stop showing off. His punch was easily blocked by a mere touch from Huck. The buzzcut man was momentarily stunned, looking bewildered at the person in front of him. Huck casually flicked his hand, and the man somersaulted, spinning in a circle. Not stopping there, he pulled back his arm, clenching his fist, preparing for the next blow. A punch aimed directly at the buzzcut man's stomach made him scream in pain. The bald man froze as he watched his comrade's body get thrown backward, slamming hard into the wall. Before he could worry about his friend, Huck instantly appeared behind him, flashing a smile that sent shivers down the bald man's spine. Where are you looking? Without giving him a chance to react, Du Huck unleashed a powerful direct punch. He stomped his foot firmly, causing the ground beneath to instantly crumble. Du Huck's punch delivered a searing pain to the bald man's waist. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring out, and the bald man gasped in agony, howling. Du Huck delivered a perfect finishing move. The bald man was flung far away, his body colliding violently with the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. As the thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated, only the bald man lay sprawled amidst the rubble. Not far away, the buzzcut man suffered a similar fate, unconscious. Du Huck smiled at Dan. That was just a little demonstration, but this is martial arts, the way to effectively defeat opponents with minimal effort. He widened his eyes in awe, exclaiming, "Amazing! So this is martial arts." Dan muttered softly, "And you use it so easily, sir." His next action stunned Du Huck. Dan knelt prostrate, saying, "I no longer need revenge, but please, I beg you, sir." He strongly bowed his head, pleading, "Please teach me martial arts. No, please accept me as your disciple." Du Huck sighed helplessly, finally giving in. "I haven't even properly taught you yet, and you're already calling me master? All right." At that very moment, he declared to Dan, "From now on, you are my disciple." Back in the present, Du Huck closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath to enter a state of high concentration. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze intensely fixed on the item below. The flow of magic from the sword enveloped Du Huck's palm. He suddenly thought, "What a funny kid." Thinking about what had just happened, Du Huck's lips curved slightly. "I can't believe he chose a sacred artifact as a sword just because I'm using a sword." He told himself, "I don't have a problem, since I already have the swallowing sword, but I'll make good use of it." Just then, Breakket suddenly appeared, surrounded by a faint aura of energy. He reported the situation. "Mr. Du Huck, I've returned after taking French back to Germany." The other person immediately asked, "Good, any problems?" Breakket honestly recounted. Not on the way, however, after arriving, it seems the guardian constellation stripped him of his power. Du Huck didn't seem too surprised, asking further, "What about the hostile knights he commanded?" Breakket speculated, "They'll probably stay put." To Du Huck's doubt, the other person explained, "Because the king of the knights, their master, obeys your disciples." He affirmed, "Even if you told them to work for you now, it wouldn't be a problem." Du Huck smiled with satisfaction. "All right." He quietly calculated, "In that case, there's only one disciple left." The scene shifts to somewhere else, where the subordinate of the labyrinth master gently closed his eyes. Not long after, he opened his eyes, looking seriously at the person opposite him. Another subordinate was present in the room. Both respectfully bowed to the labyrinth master behind the curtain. He inquired, "How are those we sent down doing?" The redhead immediately reported, "Half remain, but the number is steadily decreasing." According to his assessment, it seems their rank has indeed increased, but the designations we sent are second tier. When speaking the latter sentence, the redhead hesitated. However, the worrying thing is that those who returned, their designations are. The white-haired person standing next to him remained silent. He suddenly recalled the guide once saying, "Since we've agreed, I'll tell you a little something. I'm the one who's blinding the labyrinth lord." At that time, the white-haired person was utterly surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. "What?" The other person casually stated, "Currently, the labyrinth lord can't see the labyrinth clearly, right?" She particularly emphasized, "I'm sure you must have glanced at that object, or heard about it from your mouth." The white-haired person was silent for a moment, then continued, "Because there was originally a constellation that delivered news about the labyrinth, but not anymore." The guide shrugged, gently adding the latter half of the sentence. "That's because the name of the constellation sent down was a mediator of disaster, wasn't it?" The white-haired person was stunned. "How do you know that?" The other person didn't answer clearly, only replying vaguely, "I'll tell you later." "Well, the reason I'm blinding him is simple." According to what she knew, The second-tier designations of the Tower of Destruction that appear will be eliminated simultaneously. The white-haired person frowned slightly. Eliminate them all at once? Will you send an elite team of contractors to do that? His reaction made the guide laugh. What's this? Did you misunderstand? Her lips curved slightly. She raised a finger and softly said, There's only one person. Upon hearing this, the white-haired person's pupils contracted. He mumbled, What? The guide slowly continued. In short, that's why I don't want it to be revealed that the designations will disappear at the same time, because if all of them disappear at once without a clear reason, he'll immediately send down a bunch of higher-tier constellations. She concluded, So I'll make those marks disappear slowly. The other person nodded, indicating understanding. I see. He couldn't help but wonder, Why are you telling me all these details? The guide looked at him, gave a soft laugh, then leisurely revealed, There are two reasons. The very first sentence startled the white-haired person. Firstly, because you also have an aversion to the Labyrinth Lord. She continued, And the other reason is, the person who knows your identity is someone I just mentioned. The guide candidly stated, I'm telling you early, so you can continue to help with what he does in the future, because I have a feeling that we've become comrades. Upon hearing this, the white-haired person frowned, clearly annoyed, and decisively thrust his spear forward. Don't play games with me. This is different from what you said before, when you said you would blind him. With the spear pointed directly at the guide, she waved her hand and forced a smile. All right, I won't bother you anymore. The guide quickly adjusted her expression and softly said, However, I want to ask you for one last favor. The flashback ended, returning to the present moment. The Labyrinth Master looked suspicious. Strange. He muttered, If the constellations sent down are destroyed, they should return as designations, but I don't sense them. The redhead responded blankly, Yes. The white-haired person next to him cast down his eyes, recalling the guide's words. The Labyrinth Lord must be confused because the designations can't be retrieved, as we are currently absorbing the constellation designations ourselves. She had asked the white-haired person, So please, help us cover it up. He was silent for a long time, finally making a decision, and immediately spoke. I think they might be lost. The Labyrinth Lord listened silently to the white-haired person's explanation. Hasn't this happened a few times before? There are times when it takes a while to return after getting lost on the way from the labyrinth back here. Finally, he seemed convinced, nodding in agreement. You're right. Although if I were to search personally, I'd find them immediately, but eventually they will surely return here. I worried for nothing. Immediately after, the Labyrinth Master commanded, All right, I'll postpone the deployment of Tier 3. Retreat. Both subordinates bowed, responding in unison. Understood. Leaving the room, they walked side by side down the corridor, both silent. The redhead spoke first, his face full of disbelief. What a surprise. I never thought you'd suddenly have an opinion, especially when you're usually so reserved. The person next to him replied indifferently. What's so surprising? I was just answering the Labyrinth Lord's question. He further explained, Moreover, managing the designations is my job, so I just gave him information he didn't know based on my experience. The redhead frowned, pressing. So you're going to interfere this way, aren't you? He replied with a sarcastic answer. Don't worry, I won't lose my title like you did. The redhead was bitter but couldn't refute, gritting his teeth, drawing his sword, and preparing to act. You bastard. The other person directly walked past him and casually walked straight ahead. I'll stop by the resurrected residential area to check for errors. You should also stop being so agitated and focus on your work. The redhead furiously yelled. Stop right there. Not long after, the white-haired man shook off his companions, cautiously looked around, and stealthily entered a room. He slowly walked in, approaching the blazing red orb placed in the center of the room. The white-haired man silently observed the glowing points on the orb for a long time. He reached out, and performed a series of operations on the ancient scripted keyboard next to it. The next second, the entire orb suddenly shook, and red light continuously flickered. In just a few seconds, the red light died down, and the orb suddenly disappeared, making way for the appearance of another. Immediately after, a large tree rose majestically before the white-haired man's eyes. The branches were heavy with fruit, names carved into each one, and a faint green light flickered. The white-haired man's gaze intently fixed on one of the fruits hanging on the tree. He pursed his lips, slightly narrowed his eyes, and observed very carefully, lost in thought. Throughout the process, the white-haired man tightly clutched the spear in his hand. Time continued to pass, shifting scenes to a few days later, at Valhalla Rim. We looked at the scene before him, ruffling his hair in exasperation. Although I said I'd help, I didn't think everyone would come at once. Break Ket and the two people next to him remained silent, their intense gazes at him speaking louder than words. We faced the burning gazes of the three, including Break Ket, and silence hung between them for a moment. The first to break the silence was the monopolistic contractor, Rogan, who seriously stated, "You promised to teach me unrivaled fist, so I've come." Standing beside him was the owner of the black market, Valhalla Academy President Breakket, who explained, "I remember you once said you'd look at my space/stance, so I came." The other person was Adelia Venchik, the vice matriarch of the Venchik family. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, "I also came for a similar reason. I once saw Mr. Yu use the poisoning ability of his guardian constellation during the World Championship, so I came here to seek guidance." We had no choice but to accept all three, curving his lips into a slight smile. "All right, I'm free today. Follow me to the training room." He led the way, with the other three following closely behind, and the people present curiously watched them go. Co Jian grumbled, hands on his hips, a puzzled look on his face. "What's with Kim Yu-hui anyway? Those three always speak so politely to him." "It was like this last time too." Co Hyok sighed, expressing, "I don't even want to try to understand anymore." His gaze was fixed on Yu-hui, muttering in a low voice, "But one thing is for sure, he's overwhelmingly strong, stronger than everyone here," Co Hyok asserted confidently. Not long after, Yu-hui led the three into the training room. They lined up neatly in front of him. Yu-hui got straight to the point. "I can't talk much today, so I'll focus only on the essentials. But first," he pointed at the person opposite him, "Break Ket, wouldn't it be easier if you took off your mask? You'll sweat all over under that mask." The other person was slightly surprised but obediently agreed. "All right." He raised his hand and removed the mask from his face. The two people next to him curiously watched Break Ket's every move. A super handsome face was revealed, and he asked with a smile, "Is this okay?" Du-Huk nodded slightly, sighing. "And just as I thought, annoyingly handsome." Adelia stood next to him, mesmerized by Break Ket. Rogan wondered, "Is it okay to show your face to us?" The other party calmly replied, "We're not in a market, so it's fine. Besides, Ms. Adelia has seen my face before." Du-Huk looked puzzled by Adelia's actions. "What's wrong, Adelia?" She blushed, constantly glancing to the side, and stammered, "It's nothing." In her heart, she joyfully exclaimed, "Good thing I came." Du-Huk proceeded with the preliminary assessment. "First, Break Ket, your physique is quite good." The other party was surprised. "Is that so? But I'm still not as good as you, Mr. Du-Huk." He hadn't even finished his sentence when Du-Huk interrupted him. "I've never directly seen you fight monsters. But we've acted together before, haven't we? I can see your movement qualifications." He commented, "You'll easily keep up with me once you follow my training regimen." Break Ket blurted out, "You're too generous." He thought to himself, "I worked hard to destroy the labyrinth and eliminate potential dangers to help Mr. Du-Huk after his rebirth. It seems all the complaints I had to listen to were actually useful. Huh." Du-Huk crossed his arms and assessed seriously, "Your skills are good, but you just have difficulty applying them, right?" Break Ket couldn't deny it, replying softly, Yes, that's right. Du Huck rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Your constellation, Luminous, is one of the capable constellations, so it must have overlooked a few details. I've done the same, so I really have no excuses for myself. Then he suggested, it's too difficult to use both martial arts and swordsmanship like Luminous. Why don't you just choose one of the two? Breakkit seriously considered Du Huck's suggestion, looking down in thought. If I had to choose one, he quickly made a decision. I'll choose swordsmanship, because I usually turn my holy relic into a sword. Du Huck praised. That's a good choice, more integrated with spatial slashes. Later, we'll spar with wooden swords, and I'll observe you. He turned to the next person, Adelia. The problem you're clearly facing is stamina. The other party became flustered, stammering. I'm too caught up with the duties of a family head. So I'm quite busy. And, Du Huck interrupted. I knew you'd say that. He continuously reminded her. You're Moji's contractor, so you must know that poisoning is very difficult to apply. As Du Huck understood, causing paralysis in a certain range or remote paralysis might be easy, but lethal poisoning usually requires direct contact. Adelia nodded slightly. That's right. The person opposite then asked, have you ever eliminated enemies remotely with poison? Adelia moved her lips and replied, no, never. Du Huck made a decision. Good. Let's make that your goal. Physical training is an essential process to achieve that. So let's start with your physique first. What he said next surprised Adelia. It'll take time, so I want you to follow a specific training regimen. Today, let's check your martial arts abilities. She repeated doubtfully. Martial arts? Du Huck analyzed in detail. Do you think Moji could eliminate enemies immediately upon awakening? Also, you might know its holy relic. After all, it specializes in using flails. He also added, besides, with its small stature, martial arts are an essential element. Moron seemed surprised by this comment. Small stature? Du Huck pressed. Have you ever studied martial arts? Adelia replied truthfully. Yes, I have studied it. She explained. One of the former family heads of the Ventric household also studied the method of using abilities after the Crow-masked Lord became our patron constellation. He entered the constellation's phantom realm and learned martial arts that helped him use poison. According to Adelia, those martial arts became the foundation of our family. I heard that the application nowadays is a bit different from before, but of course, I have also learned them. Hearing this, Du Huck nodded slightly, showing he understood. Understood. I get it now. He suddenly made a request. You two, fight each other. Adelia and Rogan widened their eyes in bewilderment. Huh? Adelia fell into a panic, her face almost tearful, whining. Mr. Du Huck, you know who that is, right? My opponent is Rogan, the #1 ranker. To her surprise, the other person casually replied, I know, don't be scared. Du Huck stated clearly, there's a big difference in physique and stamina between you two. So Rogan, you won't be able to use mana, and Adelia, you can use 20% of your mana. Now fight. Knowing that her protests were useless, Adelia could only swallow her tears. All right. Rogan couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Du Huck, does this fight relate to my one-punch training? Du Huck's lips curled slightly, and he slowly replied, it does. After this fight, you'll also realize your own shortcomings. Du Huck watched them both enter a combat stance, quietly certain of his thought. Breakkit seemed confused, curiously asking the person next to him, Mr. Du Huck, will it really be okay? He was a bit anxious, even with the mana adjusted to suit their physiques. Could Rogan and Adelia truly fight on equal terms? Du Huck suddenly noticed the unusual point. What's this? Are you worried about her? Is there something between you and Adelia? The other person's cheeks flushed, and he stammered a denial. No, I just asked. He didn't intend to press the issue, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. Well, just watch. Rogan clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes focused on the opponent in front of him. Adelia was somewhat more tense. pressing her lips tightly into a thin line. In the very next second, Rogan suddenly lunged forward, intending to deliver a preemptive strike. He swung his arm high, his eyes radiating ferocity, clearly not intending to hold back. Adelia, of course, wouldn't stand still and take it. She reacted very quickly, successfully parrying her opponent's blow. Not stopping there, Adelia resolutely prepared an attack in response. A lightning-fast move was unleashed. Rogan couldn't react in time, and his entire body was pushed backward. Witnessing this scene, Du-Huck's lips curved slightly as he thought. Just as expected. Rogan seemed not to have anticipated this development, and his heart suddenly became flustered. I can't believe it. He looked deeply at Adelia, unable to help but exclaim, "Her martial arts are better than I thought." Rogan calmed down. His body, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly became perfectly stable. His expression grew more serious. He lowered his body, concentrating on planning his counterattack. Rogan stomped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum, and a tremendous pressure suddenly erupted. In just a flash, he had already teleported in front of Adelia. Her mind instantly became chaotic. He's too fast. I can't block this strike. Rogan threw a punch directly at Adelia's stomach. She was on the defensive, able only to exert herself in guarding. However, the blow was too strong, pushing Adelia's body backward, slamming her hard against the wall. She let out a painful shriek. The wall! Adelia hadn't even had time to stabilize herself. As soon as she looked up, her eyes immediately widened in shock and horror. Rogan tracked her movements closely, leaping forward to land directly in front of Adelia. He gritted his teeth, tensing his body and putting all his strength into delivering a powerful punch. Adelia couldn't react in time, her face pale. She could only watch helplessly as the punch rapidly approached her. At the last critical moment, she quickly adjusted her emotions, squinting and taking a deep breath. Rogan, who had thought victory was assured, was now unexpectedly hit squarely by his opponent's counterattack. Adelia swung her leg high, unleashing a powerful kick that sent Rogan flying into the air. Not stopping there, she suddenly spun around, preparing a strike with one hand. Adelia didn't hesitate, delivering a palm strike directly to Rogan's stomach. The heavy impact sound rang out clearly. The sudden pain struck him. His face turned pale. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a groan. Rogan quickly retreated backward, widening the distance from Adelia, clutching his stomach in disbelief. Just as they were fiercely locked in combat, Du-Huck suddenly spoke to stop them. Enough. He smiled at Rogan, uttering a meaningful sentence. Now you've realized it, haven't you? The other person, still bewildered, asked again. What? Du-Huck had no choice but to directly expose. All this time, you were just putting on a show, only relying on your abilities, Rogan. Du-Huck pointed directly at Rogan. You relied on that ability and just showed off with it, Rogan. His frank remarks left the other person speechless. Mana was adjusted to compensate for physical endurance differences, but he was overwhelmed in pure physical combat. Du-Huck smiled slightly. Of course, endurance increases through training, so the condition is a bit unreasonable, but aren't you curious? Why you couldn't gain the upper hand against a weakened Adelia? Du-Huck asked the question. Rogan still couldn't understand, tilting his head in question. Is there another reason? In response to him was a confirming answer from the other person. Yes. He suddenly asked a question. You've cultivated martial arts, haven't you? Rogan nodded slightly. I learned it through communication with constellations. Du-Huck rubbed his chin, pondering. I had a feeling about that after seeing how you move. To be honest. His next half-sentence froze Rogan. You lost because of the martial arts of your constellation master. He exclaimed in shock. Me? Du-Huck closed his eyes and slowly began. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, about 300 years ago, a crowd gathered around a figure. Come on, everyone. This isn't an everyday opportunity. He excitedly pointed behind him. If you look behind me, you'll see a large rock. Cobra Master said and performed a kind of motion with it. You can test it yourselves. It's not fake. It's not hollow inside. So it's a real rock. The commotion in this place quickly attracted the attention of Du Huck and his disciples. He suddenly heard the other person's smug voice chant, "But do you know?" He joyfully held up a round pill. "With just one pill I created by the grace of Buddha." Without hesitation, Cobra Master swallowed the pill. Then, he turned around, staring at the large rock opposite him. Cobra Master slowly closed his eyes, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and murmured, "Amitabha." The next second, he opened his eyes wide, clenching his fists. Cobra Master stood in a stance, swinging his arm to deliver a light punch that barely touched the large rock. Moron's eyes widened in doubt. What was that? It didn't even look like he hit the rock. Du Huck said nothing, just silently observed the situation. His eyes narrowed slightly. That is, in his sight, Cobra Master's punch created a small dent on the surface of the rock. However, just a few seconds later, cracks unexpectedly spread. The entire large rock shattered into fragments. Cobra Master remained casually in his stance. A moment later, he retracted his hand, smiling at the crowd. "What do you think? I just punched it lightly, and this big rock shattered." Cobra Master took the opportunity to advertise. "Now, with these pills, even you can have superhuman strength." He excitedly offered, "This superhuman strength pill, it's only 10 coins." The crowd immediately believed him, clamoring to buy. "Give me one." "Me too." "Me." "One pill." Cobra Master chuckled delightedly. "Yes, thank you." Seeing this scene, Du Huck couldn't help but exclaim, "That guy, his ability shown." Moron repeated in confusion, "Shown?" The other person then explained, "Like your poison or luminous space-cutting power." She thought for a while, finally understanding. "I see." Du Huck stated, "A person's ability can shine depending on whether they have talent or not." He lowered his eyes and murmured, "For someone without talent like me, who only mastered a shitty breathing technique, I would never find the hidden ability within and would die." According to Du's observations, he concluded that some people don't need much effort for their abilities to shine, like that guy. At this point, he suddenly frowned. However, putting aside that talent, using such an ability to deceive people bothers me. Time continued to pass, shifting to some secluded orchard. Cobra Master's eyes lit up as he stared at the money bag in his hand. "Wow, look at this." He joyfully mumbled. He didn't know what was up with everyone today. All the pills sold out, but thanks to that, he earned quite a bit. A figure unexpectedly approached. Cobra Master showed a helpless expression. "Sorry, the pills are all sold out." He continued with a smile. "If you come next time, there'll be some." But the other person silently held out a hand, and Cobra Master looked bewildered. The next second, Yuwa flicked his forehead hard, and Cobra Master's forehead turned red, his head tilting backward. He fell sprawled on the ground, holding his forehead and questioning. "What was that? Why did you hit me?" Yuwa put his hands in his pockets and nonchalantly said, "Hey, why are you going around deceiving common folk like that?" He sneered, "And you're even chanting Amitabha. Don't you feel guilty towards the Buddha, as a monk?" Hearing this, Cobra Master suddenly stood up and retorted, "Not really." His answer made Yuwa a little confused. "What?" Cobra Master's face was serious as he honestly stated, "This is money to rebuild the temple." Time passed, and soon the sun began to set. The scene shifted to somewhere else. The twilight covered the rolling mountains. Cobra Master carried his bundle and walked ahead, leading the way, with Yuwa following closely behind. The one walking ahead suddenly broke the silence, curiously asking, "Are those kids who came with you your disciples?" Yuwa replied indifferently, "Not many people realize that after seeing them." "How do you know?" Cobra Master's steps paused briefly, and he turned his head to look at him. "Then you must be the leader of the Martial God Gate, Kim Hyuno." He said, "I've heard rumors about you. The leader of the Martial God Gate takes and strange children as disciples." Hearing the last few words, Yuwa slightly furrowed his brow. "Strange children." The other person hastily continued, "Sorry for the late introduction. My name is—" Yuwa directly interrupted, "Forget it. Don't bother telling me your name." He smirked. I decided to call you Cobra Master the moment you started tricking people. The other person lowered his eyes, shyly retorting, I told you it was to rebuild the temple. Yuwa shrugged and replied with a smile. Right. That's why I left my disciples behind and came to check if it's true. He shared. Any other time, I would have been too lazy and ignored it, but I haven't had anything to do lately. Yuwa honestly clarified. I'm thinking of returning the money to everyone if it turns out to be a lie. Cobra Master didn't seem to mind. All right, we're almost there. On the continued journey, Yuwa couldn't help but ask curiously, You said rebuild, right? Cobra Master nodded in confirmation. That's right. He suddenly blurted out, Actually, I didn't voluntarily become a monk. Yuwa asked, puzzled, What do you mean? The other person then recounted, When I was little, my parents were so poor they sold me into slavery, but a great abbot master came to recruit monks. He saw me and saved me. Yuwa was surprised. A great master saved you? How? Cobra Master explained. He bowed and pleaded with the slave trader, offering items he had received that day, and earnestly begged. Mentioning this, he still felt grateful. Fortunately, since he was a famous master, the slave trader let me go. Yuwa didn't believe it. He let you go. This is the first time I've heard of those bastards releasing someone so easily. Cobra Master paid little attention, curving his lips into a slight smile. He was an extraordinary person. His name was Master Huyn Duk. According to his story, Master Huyn Duk took him in to live in the temple he presided over. So Cobra Master grew up without lacking anything. He was lost in reminiscence. It was a small temple, so it was just me and Master Huyn Duk. What happened next was deeply etched into Cobra Master's mind. A giant golem unexpectedly attacked the temple. His voice suddenly faded. During that sudden attack, he barely managed to evacuate me, and died from the golem's attack. The temple was ruined, and I escaped after picking up the master's rosary. Cobra Master shared. Only after time passed could I collect his remains and cremate them properly. At this point, he forced a smile. During that process, I discovered the master's Sarira, and an idea came to me. I wanted to rebuild the temple where I lived with him and a stupa to house his Sarira. Cobra Master summarized with a sentence. That's why I've been accumulating funds, even though it's not entirely orthodox. Yuwa listened silently for a while, muttering softly, Is that so? He suddenly became curious. So what about the golem that attacked the temple? Cobra Master gently shook his head. I don't know. It seemed to dig around the temple and then disappeared. I didn't see it after that. Not long after that, he stopped and excitedly said with a smile, All right, we're here. Yuwa's gaze stopped on the sign in front. Stone Submerged Temple? Cobra Master nodded in confirmation. That's right. Yuwa glanced around. What's this? It looks quite big and stable. The person next to him chuckled. I rebuilt the gate with the money I saved, but it's empty inside. He politely offered, You've traveled a long way. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea? Yuwa refused. No need. I think your honesty is enough. I'm heading back now. He kindly added, I understand your situation, but from now on, earn money honestly. I know I'm poking my nose into your business, but Yuwa didn't need to finish his sentence. Cobra Master understood, scratching his head shyly and replying, I'll do my best, thank you. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and Cobra Master's eyes widened in shock. He frantically looked around, stammering, What was that? Yuwa, standing next to him, calmly asked with a smile, Is that the golem that destroyed the temple? Looking up, they immediately saw a massive golem standing tall before them. A huge golem stood majestically before the two, radiating robustness. Cobra Master's eyes widened in terror, while Yuwa, standing next to him, seemed intrigued. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then suddenly chuckled. That's the golem that destroyed the temple, isn't it? Both of them had to look up to observe the golem in its entirety. Cobra Master looked it over, stammering, I think so, but it's much bigger than before. As soon as he finished speaking, The golem suddenly raised its fist and aimed directly at them. A wind-splitting blow swept past, sending rocks and dust flying in a dense cloud. Cobra Master fearfully clutched his head, but the golem's attack was easily blocked by Yuhua with one hand. His other hand quickly clenched into a fist, and he frowned, smiling coldly. "Still trying to destroy the temple, are we?" The very next second, Yuhua didn't hesitate, delivering a powerful punch to the golem and shouting, "You insolent creature!" With just one punch, he directly sent the massive golem falling backward. Its heavy body slammed hard onto the ground, creating a deep indentation. Cobra Master couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in admiration, "Incredible! Is it down?" Yuhua calmly replied, "No way." He explained, "You have to destroy the core inside it. If the core isn't destroyed, you can't finish it off." Cobra Master's mouth hung open in shock, unable to believe it. The person next to him asked, "You said it's much bigger now, right? No wonder it looks so sturdy." Yuhua revealed a bit. It grew larger by absorbing the magic power from the temple's magic stone. Cobra Master fell into confusion. Magic stone? His opponent slowly analyzed. According to the temple's name, I think the abbot must have known that there might be a large magic stone underground. Based on his deductions, ordinary people would hardly know that this is a monster powered by magic. It's highly likely that it smelled a strong, newly emerged source of magic power. Sweeping his gaze over the golem, Yuhua added, "And it might have absorbed tons of magic power during the attack, growing to this size." Cobra Master's whole body trembled. His voice choked. "So if we don't finish it off now, it will come back, right? I worked so hard to restore the temple, and yet—" Yuhua calmly smiled and said, "Then we just need to finish it off right here." Looking at his hand on his shoulder, Cobra Master was stunned. "What?" Yuhua adjusted his posture. "Come on, raise your hand. Get into a stance where you can strike with full power." Cobra Master was utterly bewildered, his lips parting as he uttered, "What is this?" Yuhua's voice entered his ear. "Don't you want to defeat that thing yourself? That monster is the one who killed the monk who raised you." Cobra Master looked at him, hesitating. "I want to, but how?" Yuhua instructed, "Remember the technique you used to smash rocks when selling medicine this morning? Use it." The other person sounded somewhat worried, "But I've never used it on a monster." He decisively grabbed Cobra Master's wrist, adjusting his posture. "Then try it today. Focus." Cobra Master obediently followed Yuhua's instructions step by step, clenching his fist. He slowly taught, and Cobra Master followed each step, spreading his legs wide. "Channel all your magic power into it." As soon as Yuhua finished speaking, a pale yellow energy stream flashed around Cobra Master. The golem before them had successfully gotten back on its feet, glaring fiercely at the two of them. The golem lifted its heavy foot, gathered momentum, and swung its arm down with a terrifying punch. At that critical moment, Yuhua suddenly became excited, urging Cobra Master, "Finish it off." He opened his eyes wide in terror, trying to let out a loud shout to gather more courage. Cobra Master gritted his teeth, tensed his body, and swung his fist powerfully towards the opponent. His fist quickly collided with the golem's solid punch. Pain shot through Cobra Master's knuckles. He gritted his teeth, trying to use all his strength. The golem still stood towering before Cobra Master, glaring and growling. But in the very next second, a crack suddenly appeared and gradually spread. The giant golem was crushed into pieces, heavy rocks tumbled down, and Cobra Master still maintained his initial attacking posture. The solid outer rock layer cracked open, revealing the red core inside. Seeing the debris pouring down before him, Cobra Master was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yuhua praised him without reservation. "You destroyed the core with just one blow. You have talent." The other replied with an embarrassed smile, "Thank you." He clearly realized that he could do that thanks to the magic power Yuhua had transferred to him. Yuhua chuckled, "I like your humility too." Cobra Master looked down at his fist, muttering under his breath, "If I could have done this sooner, perhaps my senior, Snail, would still be alive." These words reached Yu Hua's ears completely. A moment later, he smiled and spoke. Hey, little monk. Do you want to be my disciple? Yu Hua's offer came so unexpectedly that Cobra Master was instantly flustered. Yes, Yu Hua nonchalantly invited. I have many disciples with talent like yours. Join my sect, and I will cultivate your abilities. Cobra Master's eyes lit up with a smile. He clenched his fist, muttering, Disciple, huh? However, Cobra Master's answer was unexpected by everyone. I'm sorry, but may I say no? He glanced back, sincerely expressing, I want to protect this temple. Even after it's restored, I don't want to leave. Yu Hua didn't intend to force him, smiled, and turned to leave. That's admirable. All right. And then time continued to pass, the evening sun dyeing the nearby mountain. Yu Hua reminisced that ever since then, he still occasionally visited Potency Rock Temple to check on the young monk, who was developing his own martial arts based on the punch he used to destroy the golem. In Yu Hua's memory, the young monk tried very hard to develop a type of martial art with the motto, one strike, one kill. One of his disciples was so impressed with this martial art that they continued to exchange ideas, and Yu Hua helped the young monk perfect it. However, there was one problem. The attack was too linear. He originally intended to refine it after the young monk had perfected it, snapping out of his recollection and returning to the present. Yu Hua crossed his arms and sighed. But in the end, I didn't get that chance. Rogan frowned slightly, unable to contain his curiosity, and pressed. Why? No, Yu Hua didn't intend to hide it either. He revealed, it's because of the Tower of Destruction. Black Cat's speculation was confirmed. As expected. Yu Hua smiled and continued. Anyway, this is a good opportunity, isn't it? He rallied his spirits and continued his coaching. I'll point out where everyone needs to make adjustments, so please pay attention. Everyone agreed, responding in unison. Understood. For the next period, Yu Hua diligently coached each person individually, starting with a discussion about swordsmanship with Black Cat. Next, he carefully gave a series of advice to the still-confused Adelia. Yu Hua didn't neglect anyone. Rogan also had his mistakes thoroughly corrected by him. After a struggle in the training room, Rogan stepped forward to express his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Black Cat bowed in thanks next to him. Rogan enthusiastically shared his thoughts. I only came to relearn the first punch, but I didn't expect you to help me look over all my martial arts skills. Yu Hua chuckled softly. I've always regretted not pointing out the flaws in that young monk's martial arts earlier. Start moving more fluidly. Don't just follow a straight line. He kindly offered advice. Black Cat, movement is an essential element for both the first punch and space slash. Therefore, don't just release magic power all around. Release magic power with speed and precision. The other party nodded, indicating understanding. All right. Du Hu looked at the other person, Adelia. As for her, seeing the other party out of breath, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He gave a wry smile. First, let's get her stamina back. Rogan and Black Cat warmly said their goodbyes. All right, we're leaving now. Adelia struggled to utter the words. I'm leaving too. Du Hu smiled in response. Okay. The sky outside had turned to night. Under the bright moonlight, he leisurely walked away. Du Hu thought to himself, this way, they'll be able to cope with future disasters. He suddenly rummaged in his pants pocket, still feeling a bit worried. The problem here is, those third-tier individuals could rush in at any moment. Du Hu stared intently at the ring in his hand, suddenly thinking that. He told himself, just in case the instructor might want new abilities, I didn't absorb the second-tier individuals I caught last time. But, just then, Bachi unexpectedly contacted him. Hano Kim. Du Hu looked doubtful. What is it, Bachi? The other party then rambled on. Just tell your disciples this. If they see me in the Great Void, tell them not to attack me. Du Hu frowned, urging him on. Do you think you're in a position to make demands? What's your reason for suddenly saying this? Speak quickly. He made his point clear. If I see a good reason, I might consider it. Bachi was silent for a while, finally making up his mind. All right, I'll tell you. Then he suddenly uttered a disjointed sentence. "It's them." Bachi's tone was full of urgency. He announced, "The Tower of Destruction, there in the great void." Bachi urgently exclaimed, "The Tower of Destruction, there inside the great hall." Du Yu frowned, looking confused. "What? Explain clearly to me." The other party adjusted his emotions and slowly recounted. "When I went to scout the great hall, at the time your disciples were forcing the constellations to kneel, I was hiding there. Lately, things have been calmer, so I went to check the situation there again. The scene at that time surprised Bachi, but there were almost no constellations inside. I thought they might have returned to their divine realms or gathered somewhere else." Du Yu interrupted. "Repeat that again." "Gathered," the other party confirmed. "Yes, there were several ruined areas and buildings under construction, so they might be gathering there." He had a guess. Perhaps the recent commotion made them act that way. And while I was observing the surroundings, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind Bachi. He was completely stunned. The cloaked figure warmly smiled and greeted Bachi, the tower master. Upon hearing this, Du Yu slightly furrowed his brow. He muttered, "Someone from a fourth floor?" Bachi nodded in confirmation. "Yes, his alias is the anonymous strategist." Du Yu pondered for a while. "I've never heard of him." The other party immediately stated, "It makes sense, just as the name suggests. He always hides in the shadows to plot and act, and your disciple was the one who dealt with him, so you wouldn't know." A hint of tension entered Bachi's voice. "He himself told me that he is currently managing the constellations in the ruined tower." Upon hearing this, Du Yu grew even more suspicious. "But you said he's from the fourth floor, so how can he lead them?" Bachi honestly recounted. "He said this was unavoidable. Do you still remember the tower's characteristics?" Du Yu carefully repeated, "The higher up you go, the stronger the beings that live there." "Right." He was met with the other party's confirmation. "That's right." According to what Bachi knew, the ruined tower has a total of 6 floors. The first floor has very strong monsters, and those on the second floor are strong enough to have names. He explained that. The third floor is for beings with distinct names, and from the fourth floor onwards are those with great names. The fifth floor is home to the 4 heavenly kings, chosen by the Lord of the Labyrinth himself. In the next sentence, Bachi's tone became even more serious. "And the 6th and final floor is where I once resided as the tower master." He recounted his earlier conversation with the strategist. He said that he had become the leader now because neither I nor the heavenly kings were here. Du Yu continued walking, silently conversing with Bachi in his mind. "Is he the only one you've met in the ruined tower?" He immediately emphasized, "So far, yes." Du Yu suddenly blurted out a sentence. "This is bad." His attitude made Bachi anxious. He immediately pressed, "Why is that?" Du Yu offered his analysis. "If they're in the Great Hall, it means they're still performing their constellation duty somewhere." "Right," Bachi admitted. "Yes, that's right." The other party continued to ask questions. "So how many beings is he managing in the ruined tower?" Bachi was speechless, stuttering without a complete answer. Well, he became flustered, finally admitting, "I don't know." Du Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Bachi then recounted, "When that strategist saw me, he immediately said, 'Please lead us again.' At this point, he suddenly fell into a panic. They think I still have my former strength. If they knew I no longer do, who knows what would happen to me?" Bachi paused briefly, swallowed hard, and continued. "So I said." He was immersed in his recollections. "At that time, I struck a cool pose, a little excitedly said, 'The time isn't right yet,' and then ran away." Just recalling that experience, Bachi's breathing became erratic. He anxiously called the other person's name, Kim Hano. The other side still didn't respond. Bachi immediately grew impatient. He connected again. "Teacher Kim Hano." The next second, Yuhu's furious, shouting echoed in his ears. "You useless trash." He continuously criticized him harshly, rendering Bachi speechless. "If you no longer have your strength, you should at least bring me back some news, shouldn't you? Is that how a tower master acts? Truly useless. You know how obsessed I am with that tower. I need to know how many constellations are down there, so I can make a plan. Yuhu obstinately vented for a long time. Annoyed, he threw the bag in his hand to the ground, and his deep voice spoke. Hey, he urged. It's been a long time, so how about we make a trip to the realm of intellect? Bachi was astonished. He stammered, asking again, What? Yua's next words made him turn pale. It's been a long time since someone knocked some sense into you. Bachi frantically tried to stop him. No, teacher. You need the constellation's permission to enter. Yua growled in response. Then I'll just ask my disciple. The other person was immediately speechless. He took a deep breath, trying to regain control of his emotions. Let's think this through first. Except for those on the 5th floor, the other constellations should still be active, right? Bachi obediently replied. That's right. Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The guy didn't say much, but he did mention that those from the Tower of Destruction were descending. He muttered in a low voice, I'll confirm it later. But from the 2nd floor upwards, they've probably already become constellations. He seemed to remember something. He sat up abruptly. Wait, he said those with names were descending. Bachi continued. So that means... Yuhu explained. When those with names descend, they fully reincarnate, no longer bound by the limitations of constellations. They can directly affect the real world. He narrowed his eyes, silently calculating. Wait a minute, can we destroy those constellations before they descend? Thinking this, Yuhu immediately sounded out Bachi for his opinion. Bachi, what happens if we destroy the sacred relic containing the constellation? The other person hesitated before answering. I'm not sure either. I only woke up inside the holy sword, so I don't know anything. Yu then spoke up, his tone subtly threatening. Is that so? Then I'll break that sword and see what happens. I have another spare sword anyway. Bachi flinched. He frantically exclaimed, Teacher, calm down. We just need to ask another constellation. Yuhu irritably ruffled his hair. He clicked his tongue in exasperation. You're both useless and clueless. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Actually, Bachi is very strange. Yu pondered it again. Other constellations have lost their names, so I don't know their names, but I know his name is Bachi very clearly. He also knew that changing one's perception would help a person use their full power in the realm of intellect, but he still had no power at all. He thought of a possibility. What if Bachi was just his personal name, and his weakness was due to being bound by this name? This thought had just sparked before Du Hu himself pushed it aside. Never mind. I shouldn't make guesses. Maybe he's deceiving me. Until the truth is revealed, I can't be sure. After organizing his thoughts, he then spoke. Hey Bachi, I have something for you to do. The other party seemed a bit worried. What is it? Du Hu's lips curved slightly. He calmly stated his request. Pretend to be the tower master again. Stay in the main hall, manage the others, and find out how many people are there. Du Hu carefully instructed. Bachi anxiously asked back, But why? The other party offered no further explanation. He simply instructed, Just pretend you still have your powers, control them, so they don't cause trouble, and inform me of any updates. Du Hu's threatening voice echoed in Bachi's ears, sending shivers down his spine. If you refuse, I'll smash your holy relic, and then I'll let you experience what constellations have to endure. Bachi had no other choice. Ugh. Yes, master. All right, I'll do as you say. Du Hu then gave a perfunctory compliment. That's a smart choice. He thought to himself, I'll leave the main hall to Bachi, and then tomorrow I'll ask my disciple about the holy relic. Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to the next day. Warm sunlight shone down on the massive building. Footsteps approaching the director's office door grew increasingly clear. Du Hu stopped before the door, raising his fist to knock and enter. Black Cat heard the knock and looked out. He quickly reminded, Oh, right, can you wait a moment? The person in front of him stood up, leaving only one sentence. I hope you'll reconsider. Black Cat nodded slightly. All right. The other party quickly walked towards the door, immediately meeting Du Hu's eyes outside. San Chion's gaze intensely fixed on Du Hu. He calmly met the other party's gaze. On Hu politely greeted. Hello, long time no see, coach. San Chion coldly replied. Kim Du Hu, you've become quite famous lately, haven't you? Allow me to reintroduce him. He is the head coach of the combat department, Lai Sang-cheon. He uttered a sarcastic remark, then turned his back and left directly. All right then, I'm going now. Du Hu felt curious. Wasn't that Coach Lai Sang-cheon just now? Do you two have something to discuss? Hearing his question, Break Kid hesitated for a long time, not knowing where to start. Actually, immediately after, he honestly stated, we were talking about him wanting to resign from his position as a coach at Valhalla. Breaket's answer stunned Du Hu. Lecturer Lai Sang-cheon, isn't he a top lecturer? The other party nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. He said he'd only discussed it with me. He hasn't told anyone else. He also mentioned, but he plans to stay until the end of the year and then resign. Du Hu found it hard to believe, frowning and muttering. That's not a discussion. That's an announcement, isn't it? After Breakket finished recounting, he immediately changed the topic. So, what brings you here today, sir? Only then did Du Hu suddenly remember his purpose for coming here. I have a question for Luminous. He wondered, if a holy relic is destroyed, what happens to the constellation inside it? Luminous, from within the space, carefully listened to every word Du Hu uttered. She quickly provided an answer. It's likely the constellation will be fine. In response to Du Hu's skepticism, Luminous explained, the spiritual realm of the holy relic will disappear, and the holy relic will become an ordinary object. As for the constellation, it will simply be expelled and wander. Du Hu sharply picked up on the keyword, wander. The other party confirmed, yes, like a ghost. You could say that. As far as she knew, any item imbued with magic has the potential to become a holy relic. As for wandering constellations, they'll be attracted to familiar magic or items they once used, which then become holy relics. At this point, Luminous exhaled softly. Fortunately, our old weapons were maintained, so we could easily settle within them. Du Hu crossed his arms, bowed his head, and fell into thought. So that's how it works. I never would have thought. Luminous looked puzzled. What didn't you expect? The other party chuckled softly, responding, I didn't expect you'd know. I just asked on a whim. Hearing that, she giggled gleefully. Oh, I see. Luminous recounted. The first thing I did after becoming a constellation was recreate the environment I lived in with my master. Her voice was filled with excitement, dark, purple-tinged, gloomy, as if a monster could appear at any moment. The desolate scene was exactly as it was in my memories. Du Hu was somewhat speechless, muttering, It feels darker than I remember it. Luminous reminisced about the past. My first contractor saw it and asked, Your constellation, may I make this place meaningful? Information about the other party was still etched in her memory. He was a merchant. He realized I could link spaces from a subspace, so he opened a store there. Over time, he brought people and built a market. As she continued, Luminous' voice revealed more satisfaction, seeing its potential. I turned it into an underground black market. Merchants and customers started wearing masks to hide their identities, and the market was born. When the Constellation era began, the market focused more on holy relics. We tracked constellations attached to artifacts and descended into them. That's how I know about this. Luminous explained thoroughly. The master of the underworld said, That's how I know about this. Du Hu nodded, indicating he understood. I see. Just then, Luminous suddenly covered her face and exclaimed, Master, I'm so touched. Before Du Hu could even understand what was happening, she took on an infatuated look, covering her face and giggling. You came to me first, which means I'm your favorite disciple, right? He directly gave a blunt reply. You're not even the first one. Hearing that, Luminous froze, her lips trembling as she uttered, Huh. Du Hugh then recounted. Ever since I met Sosum, the guardian spirits have been constantly hiding their presence and following me. I asked her first, and she didn't know. He added, since I guessed that Namni would also not know. That's why I came to you. Luminous, hearing this, drooped her face in defeat. I see. She suddenly blurted out a crazy question. Can I kill my junior sister? Du Hugh was speechless. Do you think I'd say yes? Didn't you say constellations can't kill each other? As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned, thinking to himself, so that means we can't kill those bastards from the Tower of Destruction either, as long as they're still constellations. How frustrating. Du Hugh irritably ran his hand through his hair, gritting his teeth and wondering, anyway, should I find out the location of their holy relics? I don't even know what determines where they manifest. Breakkit inquired, do you have any more questions, sir? Du Hugh shook his head slightly. No, that's all. Thank you. He rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering something. Wait, one more thing. Breakkit paused briefly, yes? Du Hugh confirmed again. You said Lecturer Lai wants to resign? The other party nodded. Yes, that's right. The next second, he made a decision that surprised Breakkit. I'll talk to him. Du Hugh frowned with regret. It'd be a huge loss to let him go. Time continued to pass. It quickly turned to afternoon. Sunbeams cast shadows on the building below. A few people walked sparsely in the hallway. Lilia held a stack of documents in her hand, slowly taking each step. Let me introduce again. This is Lilia, a senior lecturer on Valhalla's labyrinth monsters. As soon as she saw something, her steps faltered momentarily. Du Hugh's figure walking ahead quickly entered Lilia's sight. She immediately switched to infatuation mode, her eyes shining brightly. Du Hugh, I haven't seen him since he transferred to the special class. Is this fate? Lilia secretly murmured, and I'm also suffering from writer's block for my monster thesis. Wait. Seeing Du Hugh walk up to Sang-cheon, she froze momentarily. Lilia quickly hid in a corner, peeking out to eavesdrop. What's going on? The lecturer and Du Hugh looked too serious. On the other side, Sang-cheon frowned, his face showing impatience. What is it? Kim Du Hugh, do you also need to see me? Du Hugh calmly replied, yes, if possible. I want to talk to you privately. The other party tiredly closed his eyes, finally agreeing. A consultation, huh? Fine. He suggested. My time's up. Let's go to a cafe instead of the office. Du Hugh naturally accepted, okay. Lilia, hidden behind the wall, thought, normally I wouldn't snoop, but because it's Du Hugh, I'm too curious. Watching the backs of the two not far away, she secretly made up her mind. I have to follow them. The scene shifted to a nearby cafe, its decor a blend of classic and modern. Du Hugh and Sang-cheon casually found an empty table and sat across from each other. Sang-cheon wasn't in a hurry, slowly picked up his cup, and leisurely took a sip of coffee. In the seat directly behind him, a figure wearing a hat and glasses to obscure their face was silently watching. Lilia pretended to drink coffee, extremely nervous. Is this close enough to eavesdrop? On the other side, Sang-cheon put down his cup and got straight to the point. So, what do you want to talk about? Du Hugh looked him directly in the eyes and slowly spoke. I'm curious about something. His next words caused Lilia, who was eavesdropping, to choke and spit out all her coffee. I heard you're resigning soon. Her commotion attracted too much attention. Both Du Hugh and Sang-cheon turned their heads to look. Lilia avoided their gaze, feeling flustered. No way. Lecturer Sang-cheon is quitting? Sang-cheon looked away from the back seat, frowned and sighed. It seems the new chairman can't keep his mouth shut. Yes, that's right. He didn't hide it, expressing directly, for the first time. I feel helpless as a lecturer, and it's because of you. Hearing this, Du Hugh was surprised. The other party slowly explained. I was proud of teaching at Valhalla. He recounted. I used to be a hunter, the strongest in Korea, too. I turned our silver guild into a top guild. Speaking of what came next, Sang-cheon's voice softened. But no matter how strong we were, the monsters didn't decrease. Too few contractors, even fewer hunters. Then, Chairman Simdo, okay, you invited me to join the academy. as a lecturer to train hunters. He said, I asked him what his plans were for the void of the constellations when the contractors had an advantage. He said there would be no problem because he had collected many holy relics when he was a hunter. Sang Cheon continued to take another sip of coffee, sighing softly. So, I accepted the offer to become a lecturer. He fell into a reverie. Over time, my students became hunters, clearing labyrinths and monsters all over the world. With each success, I felt I was on the right path. At this point, Sang Cheon suddenly slammed his coffee cup on the table, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. But now, not anymore. He looked seriously into the eyes of the person opposite him. Do you know what the trend is now? Sang Cheon asked and answered himself. Simply put, it's shadowing Kim Do-hyu to get into the special class. Do-hyu himself didn't expect this, his face full of shock. What? The other party lowered his eyes and continued. The special class has benefits like skipping regular classes. Kids who used to aim to become hunters became lazy. He affirmed, the special class is now full of kids who follow you. Even the heir to the Seal family is there. Do-hyu couldn't deny this, quietly replying, That's right. Sang Cheon muttered, Yes. They must have put in effort, but every single one of them comes from top families, with protective constellations. He also stated, Now, students are obsessed with S-rank contracts, and are trying to find a way to get into the special class by sticking close to you. A clear look of dissatisfaction appeared on Sang Cheon's face. He expressed, It makes me feel like my role as a lecturer is no longer necessary. Ever since you arrived, it feels like the academy revolves around you. Sang Cheon paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes at Do-hyu with suspicion. I can't even find out your background. Who are you? His eyes flashed with a cold glint. He questioned in a deep voice. Did you secretly make a contract with an S-rank constellation, Kim Do-hyu? Do-hyu shrugged, calmly saying, Lecturer, if you're that curious. He paused for a moment, looked directly into the other's eyes, and made a suggestion. Why don't you try a spar with me? At Do-hyu's sudden suggestion, Sang Cheon was slightly startled. What? Do-hyu's lips curled up. He gave a playful smile. You'll know if I'm a fake contractor or not. His attitude made Sang Cheon extremely uncomfortable. He coldly questioned, Are you provoking an instructor? Kim Do-hyu. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Normally, I wouldn't bother with this kind of provocation. But I accept your challenge. Sang Cheon's answer froze Lilia, who was sitting nearby. Sang Cheon made his stance clear. I want to know exactly what kind of person you are before I leave. Do-hyu seemed to be waiting for his words, curling his lips into a smile. Great, then let's go to the sparring room now. With that, the two quickly strode away. Lilia remained seated, watching their retreating backs. She couldn't believe her ears. The instructor and Do-hyu were about to duel. The scene shifted back to the academy, the sun slowly setting behind the classroom buildings. Under the late afternoon sun, Breakket stood silently by the window, hands clasped behind his back. He looked outside, silent for a long time, lost in thought. Rewinding to Breakket and Do-hyu's previous conversation, he was surprised by the other's suggestion. I'll talk to him. Do-hyu lowered his face and muttered, If I lose to him, it would be so embarrassing. He suddenly blurted out, Actually, I was planning to drop out too. Breakket was startled and exclaimed, Huh, really? Do-hyu honestly shared. The reason I enrolled was because I received a notification about the revival of the Tower of Destruction. For some reason, it accurately indicated the location of my celestial sword. He even added, the location was the constellation's Valhalla room. After that, it led me to Lam Nan. Breakket fell into contemplation. Valhalla manages its labyrinth. The person opposite nodded slightly. Yes, after that. But notifications related to Valhalla no longer appeared, which means I have no more business here. Do-hyu, you see, added. Besides, I also have new disciples. I became a director along with Luminous. Life and training have been easy lately, so I stayed. Break nodded, showing he understood. I see. Do-hyu, you see, revealed. Since I decided to stay here, I've looked into the instructors. Break immediately asked, Why? If you want, I can give you their profiles. The other person gently shook his head. That's just information on paper. I searched through an investigation team that Sosim's former guardian knew. He stated, most are honest and hardworking. A few have complicated pasts. According to Du Hu Yusi's research, among them, instructor Lee Se-in was known to be very strong. Brake agreed. Exactly. He recounted that he single-handedly built the Silver Guild, Korea's lowest-ranked guild, to the top position. Other hunters and contractors call him a legend. Du Hu Yusi quickly added, and this wasn't thanks to a strong constellation. He crossed his arms and muttered, I heard he signed a contract with a constellation below A rank. I'm not sure. Brake hesitated to respond. Is that so? Du Hu Yusi's lips subtly curved upwards. He particularly emphasized, not to mention, he opposes the dependence of today's contractors on their constellations. He's a good person, unlike most contractors nowadays. As he spoke the latter half of the sentence, a hint of regret mixed in Du Hu Yusi's voice, but it seems he has accepted the current selection criteria based on constellation strength, and was forced to comply. Brake listened attentively, nodding in response. I understand. Du Hu Yusi unexpectedly revealed some information. However, recently, he seems to oppose some of Valhalla's activities. Brake paused, startled, and exclaimed, You know about this? Du Hu Yusi calmly replied, I already told you. I dug up some information. I hacked into the Academy's internal private mail system. Brake grasped the main point, startled, and yelled, You hacked into the internal mailbox. The other person didn't flinch, calmly continuing, You'll know if you check the director's inbox first. He sent emails complaining about the Academy's management system. The words caught in Brake's throat. He quietly admitted, I know. According to his investigation, Valhalla operates thanks to donations from aristocratic families. In return, the children of donors are guaranteed admission to better dormitories. Brake added, Instructor Lee Se-in understood and accepted the Academy's situation, but demanded that the teaching process maintain fairness. The previous director agreed and established principles around that. Speaking of recent events, he also felt a headache. Just this year, he sent another angry email about students being admitted through donations. Yu Haiwook speculated, it's probably because of Vok. Se-in knew Zoden was causing trouble. He said, Adelia tried to cover it up by sending money and even arranged a consultation with me. Speaking of this, Yu Haiwook sighed helplessly. While investigating, I also found something else. Roglin, that piece of trash who claimed to be an exchange student admitted to Valhalla. It turned out to be a lie. As far as he knew, he bought direct admission with donations after being expelled from an academy in England. The exchange student story was just a cover-up. Yu Haiwook immediately inferred a possibility. Lee Se-in must have discovered the truth and felt helpless in the face of reality. He must also feel that Valhalla has now become a playground for a single student. So his desire to leave here grew stronger. Yu Haiwook concluded. He paused for a few seconds, then unexpectedly blurted out, and I might just stamp his application. Yu Haiwook analyzed thoroughly. Perhaps after seeing me become director and witnessing the events unfolding around me, even if I don't cause trouble, this situation is all too familiar to him. At this point, he lowered his gaze and expressed, Honestly, I don't care if someone makes a fuss or has to quit because of me, but losing Lee Se-in would be a major disadvantage. Brake hesitated to speak. May I ask why not? The other party calmly replied, Simply put, I just find it a waste. He gazed intently at his palm, muttering softly, After rebirth and learning about the tower's return, I re-evaluated my past mistakes. Immediately after, Yu Haiwook clenched his hand into a fist. Firstly, I lacked power. Secondly, the hunters' ranks were too low. Brake, hearing this, asked doubtfully, Low ranks? Yu Haiwook immediately clarified, A lack of power is unavoidable. I had a terrible start and no talent. Without experiencing a major incident, I couldn't get stronger. His expression serious, he stated, The reason for the second mistake was a lack of time. Yu Hai-wook reminisced about the old days. I built a martial arts school with my disciples. I didn't recruit members, but I intended to take on more once my group of disciples reached a certain level. He concluded with a resolute sentence, but I couldn't do that. Brake hesitated. Because of the Tower of Destruction? The other party slowly recounted. My disciples and I tried to handle the Tower of Destruction, but we couldn't stop the monsters and geniuses from pouring out of it. What happened back then was deeply imprinted in Yu Hai-wook's mind. The surviving hunters sacrificed themselves to prevent chaos, but the devastation was so severe that that period became known as the Age of Destruction. His voice lowered slightly. There weren't enough strong hunters. That's why we couldn't stop that event. Brake tried to change the subject. What about now? Yu Hai-wook fell into contemplation. Now, he frankly stated, the total number of hunters is higher, and hunter academies are located all over the world. Compared to the past, the weakest hunters have become stronger, but the strongest ones have also become less capable. Before, hunters had to train themselves to improve their magic and power, but now it all depends on constellations. Yu Hai-wook pondered for a while, but having more hunters will help us prepare better for the next Tower of Destruction. However, the number of hunters I can support is limited. At this point, his eyes were full of determination. So we must strive to retain good instructors to raise the standard of future hunters. Brake recalled the entire conversation. That voice still echoed in his ears. Just remember, I'll use force if necessary. Brake thought to himself, that last sentence made me a bit nervous, but I'm quite surprised. He couldn't help but feel emotional. I thought he didn't pay attention to what was happening around him, but it turns out he has his own thoughts. Brake concluded, that shows he's truly serious about stopping the Tower of Destruction. The scene shifted to another side, the twilight sun casting shadows over the sturdy building below. In the training room, Saiyan had already chosen a wooden sword, looking sternly at the person opposite him. Yu Hai-wook calmly met the other's gaze, a slight curve even appearing at the corner of his lips. A group of people gathered at the door, jostling to peek into the training room. Soyeon exclaimed in alarm, "What is this? Why is Instructor Lee Saiyan sparring with Kim Yu Hai-wook?" Yen Lang beside him grumbled irritably. "The window's too small. Who's that old man?" Aaron softly introduced. "He's Valhalla's top instructor." Hearing this, the other person was stunned. "You mean he's the strongest professor?" Se-hyuk chuckled in confirmation, yes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the training room began to grow tense. Saiyan squinted slightly and murmured, "It's been a long time since I fought a human." Yu Hai-wook showed no sign of faltering, looking directly into the other's eyes. The next instant, a fleeting shadow swept past, and he quickly caught that movement. Saiyan suddenly lunged forward to deliver a preemptive strike, but Yu Hai-wook was still able to easily block his sword. Saiyan, weapon in hand, glided through the thick smoke before his eyes, standing opposite Yu Hai-wook. Meanwhile, his eyes were intently watching the dark shadow in the distance. Suddenly, as if with a third eye, Yu Hai-wook quickly turned his head to look behind him. Unexpectedly, Saiyan lunged from nowhere, sword in hand, attacking him. Fortunately, Yu Hai-wook used his weapon, raising it high to block, and the sword cracked deeply. Then he quickly pulled back, leaping backward to defend. Saiyan gripped his sword tightly and moved it slightly. Then he lunged forward to attack Yu Hai-wook. Looking at Saiyan, he smirked, thinking for a moment, he's fast. Did he make a contract with the agility constellation? Suddenly, he began to completely disappear from Yu Hai-wook's sight. From behind him, he reappeared, raising his sword high and aiming directly at his nape. Yu Hai-wook, quick-witted, slightly rotated the tip of his sword, thrusting it straight into Saiyan's arm, catching him off guard. Just a few seconds after being injured, Saiyan completely collapsed in front of Yu Hai-wook. From a distance, near the door to the room, the group saw Saiyan through the glass. Everyone in the group showed clear fear mixed with confusion. What just happened? The coach suddenly disappeared. then reappeared collapsing at Kim Yu-Hai-Wook's feet. Yen Lang's face was drenched in sweat. She understood something. It turns out that coach's speed is truly astonishing. The image of Saiyan attacking Yu-Hai-Wook from two directions just now appeared. At that moment, he lunged straight at Kim Yu-Hai-Wook, but changed direction twice by kicking the ground. Standing at the door, Yen Lang explained the reason to everyone beside her. She said, perhaps he did that knowing that a direct attack on Kim Yu-Hai-Wook wouldn't work. Kim Yu-Hai-Wook seemed to anticipate that and swung his sword behind him. From behind, Lia, wearing a hat, stood there. She looked inside, her voice full of certainty. She said, but Coach Lee Saiyan hasn't fought at maximum speed yet. At that time, he intentionally slowed his blade before it hit Kim Yu-Hai-Wook. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes focused on her, making Liao flustered. Huh. The three people stared blankly at each other because of this newcomer. Who is that? One of them said, Coach Lia, you've got the wrong person. Back inside the room, Saiyan, clutching his waist, showed clear admiration for Yu-Hai-Wook's performance. Extraordinary. I can't believe you could react to that speed. Standing opposite him, he held his sword over his shoulder and smiled slightly, speaking respectfully. It's all thanks to you, Coach. You stopped yourself because you were afraid I'd die if you hit my head, right? Yu-Hai-Wook's eyes were serious, and he said firmly to Saiyan, you absolutely don't need to go easy on me. Yu-Hai-Wook's words left him sitting on the ground, listening in silence, unable to respond. Really, just dive in as if you don't care what might happen to me. After a moment of thought, Saiyan had an answer for Yu-Hai-Wook. Are you telling me to ignore my responsibility as a coach to protect my students? Hearing him speak, he raised his head and continued to question Saiyan. You said earlier that you wanted to know what kind of person I am, right? So please consider this a sparring match between two individuals, rather than a coach and student. Yu-Hai-Wook's eyes held a sharp glint, and he slightly furrowed his brow. Then you'll understand what kind of person I am. From the ground, he slowly got up, clutching his body, and hesitantly asked, a sparring match between two individuals? Just a few seconds later, Saiyan pulled his sword back, accepting the offer. All right. Then he powerfully thrust it forward towards Yu-Hai-Wook's chest. He quickly used his sword to block Saiyan's dangerous attack. This strike is a bit too fast for me to parry. I'll focus on blocking it. Without stopping, he pulled his sword back, faster than lightning. Then a series of continuous slashes rained down on Yu-Hai-Wook's sword. Seeing his sword about to break, he began to worry. I thought it was just a single strike, but it's multiple continuous attacks. This isn't good. The large crack on Yu-Hai-Wook's sword became increasingly apparent if he continued to attack like this. As soon as he finished that thought, his weapon completely shattered beyond salvage. Pulling back, Saiyan looked at Yu-Hai-Wook, whose weapon was broken. Now, his sword is shattered. Seizing the rare opportunity, he launched a series of slashes forward, vibrant green slashes. But suddenly, due to his injury, Saiyan paused, clutching his waist and thinking, I can't continue attacking because of the blow he landed on me just now. But if there were more attacks like that... His eyes suddenly widened, as if seeing something quite surprising. In the smoke, a figure was standing opposite Sang-Cheon. It was none other than Yu-Hook. He was still safe and sound. Observing Yu-Hook, he was quite surprised, praising inwardly. There's no wound at all, even for a swordsman. It was filled with sword intent. How? As the smoke cleared, he brought his hand, which had a long scratch, to his mouth and gently blew on it. Did he make a contract with a constellation that deflects attacks? Then Yu-Hook looked at Sang-Cheon and said to him, I really hate explaining things, but I'll tell you this, you can't do it. From a distance, he slowly approached, looked at Sang-Cheon, and said something very few people knew about him. I haven't made a contract with any constellation so far. It was entirely my mana that deflected your sword intent. What? Yu-Hook raised his scratched hand, pointing to it as he said to him, if the sword chi isn't too strong, I can deflect it by concentrating a certain amount of mana into my dagger. Don't you teach your students this?" Hearing him speak, Sang Chion's eyes widened in shock at something no one had ever learned. "I've never taught them that. I've never even heard of it." In a wide open space, they both looked at each other, his voice echoing all around. "Not even the foreign textbooks I studied to teach extra classes contain it." "I see." With his hand clenched, the scratch facing forward, Yu-hook told Sang Chion a few things. Before, people created these kinds of skills with the intention of fighting humans in mind. So it's understandable, but now, learning monster fighting skills is more valuable than learning human fighting skills. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sang Chion retorted angrily. Hands on his hips. "What are you talking about? That's been the standard for hundreds of years now." Sang Chion's eyes were completely fixed on him as he recalled the past. Labyrinths appeared in countries, and monsters operated within them. Countries stopped fighting each other and researched ways to defeat those monsters. Before the era of destruction, it was rumored that monsters appeared everywhere, but now most monsters breed near labyrinths, so countries themselves restrict the labyrinths. Sang Chion's face suddenly furrowed, a few drops of worried sweat beading on his forehead. That's why students in the academy only focus on training to fight monsters. Sparring with each other is for one purpose only: to demonstrate mana application and physical ability. Students don't learn special skills to knock people unconscious. Yu-hook's face was a bit confused at this moment, but he still listened attentively to what the man said. Only the government's executive branches or villains learn those kinds of skills, not to mention the police and military don't know such skills either. Suddenly, due to suppressing his emotions for too long, Sang Chion's expression turned furious, and he roared loudly. "What are you, Kim Yu-hook?" This startled Yu-hook. There's no reason for me to increase the number of people who know my true identity. He regained his composure, looked at the man, smiled, and challenged. "If you want to know, you have to defeat me." His words made the man frown uncomfortably, his eyes full of anger. "All right." Sang Chion gripped his sword tightly. He knelt down into a defensive stance. "As an adult, I feel ashamed, but I'll show you." Behind Sang Chion, a blue smoke emanated, and in an instant he split into three people. "This is my most powerful attack." On this side, Yu-hook raised his hand, his face calm, and without a hint of fear. "Should I be afraid?" This time, he was the one attacking. Yu-hook clenched his hand and flew down toward Sang Chion. The man gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes. A blue light appeared. Just like that, a series of light streams appeared along with the clones of Sang Chion rushing towards him. A moment later, his expression changed dramatically, as if he realized something. "That's strange. I'm constantly attacking him at close range, but I don't feel my attacks landing." As if he had a third sense, Sang Chion quickly turned around and looked back. "Don't tell me. He's behind me." Just as he suspected, no one else but Yu-hook was standing behind him. Looking at Sang Chion, he smiled and complimented him. "You're quick to catch on." Not wanting to waste time, he clenched his hand into a fist, then rushed to attack the dazed Sang Chion in front of him. "It's my turn." Holding his weapon, Sang Chion looked at him and analyzed. "His attack is very slow. If I counterattack now." No sooner had he shifted to the side than a pain in his ribcage spread. It made Sang Chion grit his teeth in agony. The spot he hit earlier. No sooner had his thought finished than Yu-hook stood beside him suddenly. His expression changed dramatically, throwing a powerful punch forward. A punch went straight through Sang Chion, causing his face to change and him to scream in pain. In just a few seconds, Sang Chion fell backward onto the ground, with Yu-hook looking down at him. A moment later, Sang Chion was somewhere else, lying unconscious on a chair. His eyes began to stir slightly, opening slowly. As soon as he woke up, he clutched his stomach and sat up abruptly. Next to him, someone spoke, asking how he was, making Sang Chion quickly glance over. "How are you feeling, sir?" That person was Yu-hook, his face full of concern as he looked at him. "Yu-hook him." Sang Chion quickly looked around the room and asked him, "Where am I?" The waiting room next to the training room. Yu Hook faced him. He candidly looked at the man and recounted. I was going to take you to the hospital if your injury was more serious, but it seems you're fine. I guess you used mana to defend yourself, didn't you? Sang Chion's next words made Yu Hook fall silent without answering. You weren't going all out, were you? I can tell. Sitting on the chair, holding his stomach, his face a little hesitant, he said to him, It seems I caused a bit of a commotion. I didn't expect a trainer like me to lose to a student even when going all out. Sang Chion looked at Yu Hook, talking about his next plan. Perhaps it's time for me to step down from this position. As soon as the words left his mouth, his lips stammered. You. His gaze was directed straight at Sang Chion opposite him. I hope you don't give up, sir. Yu Hook hastily explained to him with a regretful tone. I'm truly sorry for ruining the atmosphere of the school. I didn't expect the existence of the special class to affect other students like that. Sitting on the chair, Yu Hook raised his hand towards Sang Chion to state his opinion. Although I still skip regular classes, I can't be lazy in the special class. The man opposite him nodded in agreement. Those are my thoughts exactly. The image of Yu Hook's friends diligently training flashed into his eyes. On the way to the sparring room, I looked through the training area and saw a special class student. They were doing some extremely rigorous training that hardly any other students do. Looking at him, Sang Chion made a guess. Did you create the training schedule yourself? It seemed each of them was practicing different exercises. Yu Hook opposite him nodded. That's right. Yu Hook told him what they were aiming for. Their physical conditions and fighting styles are different. So, we're just trying to hide weaknesses and strengthen our strong points. Something like that. Listening to him, Sang Chion could only lower his head. He praised him profusely. Oh my, you teach even better than I do. Looking at Yu Hook, Sang Chion uttered the words he was wondering about. So why don't you continue the special class like that? Why don't you want me to resign? He didn't hide anything, looking at him and speaking from the bottom of his heart. Because I'm not good at teaching normal groups of students. And no matter how good I am at teaching, I'm still just a student, not an instructor. The school won't take this seriously. On the contrary, I think it would be a huge loss if you resigned, sir. Yu Hook's words made Sang Chion's voice become hesitant. You're making me shy by saying that. Looking him straight in the face, he bravely said to Sang Chion, If you resign because of me, then I'll also drop out and disband the special class. Seeing the stubborn student, his eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed. Yu Hook Kim, even if the atmosphere in the school changed because of you, it doesn't mean they want you to leave. His gaze remained fixed on Sang Chion, listening to his questioning. And you're even planning to disband the special class? Even though you're the one who created that class, what was your original purpose then? Then Yu Hook bent down, raised his head, and teased Sang Chion. As a loser, you seem to be asking a bit too many questions. Seeing him silent, he closed his eyes, smiling and explaining, I'm just kidding. Since I've also asked you to stay, I'll tell you a little bit of information. Getting back to the main point, Yu Hook said, the special class is a type of special task force. The name made Sang Chion confused. A special task force? Not stopping there, he began to hint at an old story to him. Do you remember the disaster a few months ago? Looking at him, Sang Chion nodded, recalling. Yes, I do. This isn't something that usually happens in Korea, but it was resolved quickly and didn't make any big news. Yu Hook's eyes widened, and he continued telling him. Stranger still, even the few reports afterwards disappeared, and all related information vanished. The special class and I resolved it. On the chair, Sang Chion opposite him looked surprised. What? The special class? Yu Hook immediately nodded in response. Yes. He began to recount how he solved the problem to Sang Chion. We arrived at the scene faster than anyone else and prevented damage, fixing incidents related to monsters. Of course, an official team was involved that time, but ultimately, that will still be the special class's direction. Yu Hook's gaze was mixed with seriousness, and his voice dropped a few tones. I haven't told anyone else about this. Yu Hook's words stunned Sang Cheon, who stared blankly with his mouth agape. You're only telling me, head coach. He frowned, lowered his face, and hesitantly asked him about his guess. Does that mean you're creating your own organization from students? Yu Hook raised his finger, pointing straight at Sang Cheon, agreeing with that point of view. That's right. You could say so. Just hearing Yu Hook explain it like that, he put his hand on his forehead with a resigned expression. A group of students solving monsters and dungeons themselves. As if remembering something, Sang Cheon looked at him and quickly questioned. The hunter guilds and the government handle that. You students don't need to get involved in such matters. He merely smirked in reply, his voice full of sarcasm. Do you know how long it took them to get to the scene? The time Yu Hook stated made Sang Cheon silent for a few seconds due to shock. 30 minutes. He put his hands on his knees, leaning forward to look at him. During that time, the special class had already evacuated civilians, eliminated monsters, and collapsed the dungeon ourselves. By the time they arrived, everything was already resolved. Understanding Sang Cheon's concern, Yu Hook immediately said, Besides, the class members are stronger than adult contractors, so you don't need to worry about them getting hurt. Looking at him, he said in a sincere voice, But if we think further into the future, I believe you will be very helpful. This confused Sang Cheon. Why do you think so? A series of dark figures appeared in Yu Hook's narrative, because there will be more disasters in the future, disasters. It's precisely for that reason that he looked at Sang Cheon, asserting and requesting of him. When that time comes, neither the special class nor I can handle everything alone. We'll need more hunters. Yu Hook's face showed more seriousness than ever before. So I need you to stay. Before major disasters happen, we need more capable hunters. His next words made his face momentarily contort. And in Korea, the one who can guide them, we rely on both you and Van Hella. Having finished speaking, Yu Hook leaned back in his chair and smiled faintly. That's all I can say. Oh, and also, the image of Lydia in tears. Instructor Lydia will also come ask you not to resign, which greatly astonished Sang Cheon. What? How does she know I'm planning to resign? As if remembering something, he crossed his arms and sat in his chair, looking up at him. But it's true. I personally recruited Lydia as an instructor, which made Yu Hook nod. I understand. Looking into the distance with his mouth agape, he decided, All right, I'll stay. Sang Cheon raised his finger, pointing directly at Yu Hook, who sat opposite him, ordering, And you don't need to leave or disband the special class either. He boldly gave his interview about you. I still don't know exactly what kind of person you are, but I can be sure you're preparing for something big. Seeing Yu Hook looking bewildered, Sang Cheon quickly explained further. Even without a constellation, you're still stronger than me. If you're the one who created the special class, I think they'll be very hurt. He also reminded you of something beforehand. But if you have to face something too dangerous, don't fight. You must wait for the contractors to arrive. Yu Hook heard that and bowed his head, replying, I understand. Then he remembered something and quickly turned back to the old man, who was resting his chin on his hand, asking further, But what should we do about the instability caused by the special class? Sang Cheon winked, looking at him suggestively. I have an idea. Then he quickly sat up, holding his still aching wound. It would be great if you could help me put it into practice. Huh, yes. Standing by the window, which was curtained to block the sun, Sang Cheon looked at Yu Hook and said goodbye. Well, I'm leaving now. See you next time. Yes, he smiled, watching the door slam shut. Seeing that Sang Cheon had left, Yu Hook closed his eyes tightly and thought, I never thought there'd be a day I'd bow my head and ask someone for help like this. Just a few seconds later, he opened his gentle eyes wide, looking down at the ground. But he's a kind person. If there had been more people like him 300 years ago, life would have been easier. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hi Yu Hook am. The familiar voice made Yu Hook wonder. What's wrong, Bachi? Did you just get back from the cave? Bachi, trembling all over, called out in response to his question. Yes, I went there as you said and acted as if I was becoming the leader. But Yu Huokei's words made him on this side clench his teeth, his face full of scratches. You didn't tell the disciples that I was just pretending to be the leader of the last tower. Did you forget to tell your disciples? Bachi repeated. So Shimi and another person, Moron, bullied him. Your disciples saw me appointed as the leader of the tower and came to hit me. Unfortunately, one of the disciples used invisibility magic to hit me without anyone in the tower noticing. But when I explained, they stopped hitting me. Hearing this, Yu Huokei smiled reassuringly. Then it's fine. So why are you complaining? As if wondering about something, he immediately asked further. Wait, are the disciples in the cave? Who are they? Bachi leaned against a gate and recounted. They were wearing masks. He quickly guessed. One is quite foolish, and the girl is shy. Returning to his seat, Yu Huokei crossed his arms, his face full of confusion. But why were they in there? I didn't send them. The man on this side held his aching cheek. Really? I thought you secretly ordered them. Bachi's words stunned Yu Huokei. What? The image of Soshimi and Moron standing there. What are they doing? The sunlight shone brightly on the nameplate of the gate. The two masked girls stood in front of that place. They are rebuilding the academy of the gate god in the cave. Opening the gate and stepping out, the strategist looked towards Bachi, bowed, and smiled slightly. Tower Lord, you're back. It must be time. Hearing that, he crossed his arms and replied to him. Ah, of course. I came back because after thinking about it, I realized it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Bachi remembered something, his face dripping with sweat, and he stammered. However, Bachi's eyes looked up at the sign in front of the gate, asking the strategist, What's that? Oh, looking at the words on the sign, Bachi read, God of Martial Arts Gate. This made him hesitate in confusion for a few seconds. Oh, that's... I'll tell you after we go somewhere else. Quickly, both of them walked together through the hanging doors. Following them, observing, was a person completely covered. Moron looked into the distance and wondered, That's Bachi, right? Next to Soshimi. She nodded, placing her hand on her shoulder. That's right. Moron's voice continued, asking further. But who is the constellation next to him? Soshimi bowed her head and explained clearly to her. It seems to be a constellation of the Tower of Destruction. Moron's eyes didn't leave the figures of the two people in the distance. Is that why he looks so familiar? But it's still strange. She recalled the chaotic battle among the constellations earlier. They are not among the constellations that have submitted to us. Soshimi nodded in agreement. That's right. Turning to look at Moron, she speculated. They must have realized the situation beforehand and fled. Yes. Moron's eyes gazed into the distance. She opened her eyes wide and suggested, Let's go invisible and follow them. We'll find their hideout. A ruined city, with smoke and dust rising from all directions. The strategist, standing next to Bachi, happily gestured. This should be good here. A massive rock, with a door in front leading inside. Now let's go inside. Bachi, finding the place strange, wondered, What is this place? Not wanting to drag it out, he urged Bachi, You'll know once you go inside. Okay. Gripping the doorknob tightly, he opened it with him. A vast space appeared before Bachi, as if he saw something. He gaped in astonishment. This is... A colossal purple tower loomed directly before their eyes. Bachi stammered as he asked the strategist next to him about the tower. The Tower of Destruction? He nodded in response. Yes, it is. Looking at the tall tower, the strategist proudly told Bachi, It turns out people can create structures in the Grand Hall, just like in the spirit realm. So, other people and I built the Tower of Destruction and hid it here. This made him understand. I see. Both quickly entered deeper into the Tower of Destruction. The floor isn't as complete as it used to be, but the foundation is still very good. Suddenly remembering something, Bachi turned his head to him and asked, So, what were you going to tell me earlier? His question silenced the strategist, whose face was covered in sweat. Is that place the Gate God Martial School I know? He stammered for a long time. Yes, it is. Looking at the tower, the strategist truthfully told Ba Chi. I realized it right after I became a constellation. The martial god established a sect and recruited disciples. Now those disciples are trying to revive that sect after becoming constellations. His words made him listen in silence. They haven't publicly recruited disciples yet, but they've already started their activities. The strategist's voice suddenly became irritable, and he looked at Ba Chi angrily. For example, they've wiped out the constellations around here recently. This made him fall silent in thought. It must have been the day one of those disciples sealed himself in the spirit realm. Not wanting to waste time, he continued telling him as they walked. That day, everyone in the Tower of Destruction fled. There weren't many people at first, but now the tower is almost empty. Finally, Ba Chi understood the problem. So that's how it is. As if remembering something, he called out his name loudly. Strategist. This made him a little flustered. Yes, sir. Ba Chi looked at the strategist and asked for his help with something. Before I reclaim my position as the leader, I want to know how many people we have. Locate all the constellations of the Tower of Destruction recently and make a list. Start with the constellations in the Grand Hall first. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was covered in worried sweat. As expected of you. Sir, immediately assess the available forces. To avoid delaying the task, the strategist quickly left. Okay, I'll go do it right away. Seeing Ba Chi walk alone, he warned him. Some constellations are in the tower. You can go meet them. He listened and nodded. Oh, all right, I'll keep that in mind. Having given the instructions, the strategist began to use his teleportation ability. Then I'll be going now. In an instant, he disappeared before Ba Chi's eyes, leaving him alone there to observe the Tower of Destruction. Some constellations are still in the tower. Ba Chi raised his hands high, spreading his palms, emitting a purple aura. Fortunately, I can still feel a bit of magic. As if sensing something, Ba Chi lowered his head, his expression changing noticeably. Indeed, almost all of it is dark magic. I sense two familiar sources of magic among them. Then he looked straight at the Tower of Destruction before him and speculated. They're similar to Kim Hino's magic. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Ba Chi. I wonder what you're doing here. Trying to revive the Tower of Destruction, aren't you? Ah! As soon as he turned around, he was punched by Moron. A punch so strong it made Ba Chi's face swell in seconds. Ugh! Dodging beside the door, hand on his cheek, he resentfully recounted the entire incident to Yu Hyak. That's what happened. Sitting on the chair, he wondered and asked further. My disciple didn't tell you anything about the Gate God Martial School? But Ba Chi immediately denied. No, I saw they were busy beating me up, so I didn't ask. Returning to the important matter, Yu Hyak asked again about his perception. Well, I'll ask them later. Did you sense a familiar source of magic in the Tower of Destruction at that time? On this side, Ba Chi stroked his chin with certainty. Yes, at the beginning of this semester, you fought with. The two names whose power Ba Chi sensed were told by him directly to Yu Hyak, Disravek and Choi Aaron's brother, Choi Jin. I sensed their magic at that time. The rather familiar name made him remember immediately. Yeah, I remember. They were absolutely vicious back then. Ba Chi interjected. However, the constellations they formed a contract with are different. The image of the Tower of Destruction with two golden and purple flames near its peak. Their magic currently resides on the 3rd floor. There's a high probability they'll come in the next invasion. Ba Chi's words also aligned with his own thoughts. That's probably it. Seeing he had enough information, Yu Hyak smiled and said to him, Thank you for providing me with the information. Please continue to track their movements. His words made Ba Chi scream loudly again. That afternoon, the sunset sky looked incredibly beautiful. In one place, the spirit world of the war demon Soshimi sat on a chair, hand on her mask. Oh, then, Manhua. Meanwhile, a purple board appeared before Yu Hyuk, making him visibly excited. Yes, it's really you. The ward demon said. Yes, it's me. Is that me? She was trying to remove the heavy mask from her head. Why is that? Hugh, before the gate of Soshimi's dwelling, her voice echoed loudly. When I was dealing with the constellations inside the Great Hall, I got too excited, and then all the older sisters loved it. Hearing her speak, Yu Hyuk's face dripped with sweat. Of course it is. Soshimi, on this side, noticing something, suggested. Who said that? Was it Bachi? Should I kill him? Yu Hyuk quickly stopped her. Forget it, constellations can't kill each other anyway. Realizing her mistake, she clasped her hands, pleading sincerely. Master, I apologize for building it without telling you. I'll go to the Great Hall and destroy it. But Yu Hyuk immediately stopped her. No, don't. Just leave it as it is. Hearing him, Soshimi looked bewildered. She could barely understand his intention. Ah! Yu Hyuk crossed his arms and smiled faintly, standing before the gate with the Manhua sign. I'm thinking the same thing as you are, resurrecting Manhua. That's it. Returning to the morning, at Yu Hyuk's school with his friends, a man ran in from outside the door, asking Sang Cheon, Coach, are you sure about this? Coach Van Hala, head coach of Class 1A, Kim Li-guan. I'm not sure if this will work either. Making him look at the man and sadly continue. I don't think there's a better way. Walking along the hallway, Sang Cheon asked Kim Li-guan, have you ever seen how the special class trains? Making him quite flustered. No, I haven't. Hearing that, he smiled slightly and gestured to him, then quietly observed. What? Gripping the door of a room tightly. Observe carefully the true level of the special class. Sang Cheon turned the doorknob, opening the door wide. Kim Ji-yuke, are you ready? Inside, Yu Hyuk smiled faintly and nodded. Yes. His entire group stood opposite the two, affirming, we are ready. The morning sky was clear, lights shining at the academy's gate. On the sports field, a group of students had gathered. One student looked at someone, confiding, it's been a long time since I've been back to the arena. I haven't visited since the competition. The other student also complained similarly. I feel the same way. Why did the coach tell us to gather here? From inside, Sang Cheon stepped out. He looked at everyone, signaling, attention. Following him was the special group, Yu Hyuk's group. Today there will be a special lecture. He looked up at the regular students on the field. The reason I called you all here is to let you experience the special class. Sang Cheon's face was slightly sad. He looked down at the ground. Most of you here have come to ask me about joining the special class. Then he turned to look at the man standing behind him. Therefore, today I've called the special class students to show you their daily schedule. Sang Cheon's voice and expression changed slightly. He lowered his voice. Those who can keep up today will be transferred to the special class. This caused a commotion among the students in the yard. Seeing that the task was done, Sang Cheon looked at Do-huk and handed over the task. Now, Kim Do-huk, I'm leaving the rest to you. Yes, sir. Looking at the group, he ordered. All right, everyone, change into your training clothes. Everyone there was quite confused. Training clothes. Do-huk's face broke into a scheming smile. His eyes gleamed red, because the first thing we're going to do is run at full speed. His group started warming up with the other students. Seeing that the time had come, Do-huk ordered everyone, warm up is done, let's begin. The group started the training session with a long-distance race, running at full speed for 20 kilometers. After that, each person took a heavy dumbbell and pulled it up and down a dozen times, followed by dumbbell punches, 3 sets of 100 reps each. Then, everyone worked together to push a giant tire forward, flipping tires, 2 sets of 20 reps each. After a long period of training, Do-huk wiped his sweat-soaked face with a towel. Phew, that's enough for a warm-up. He looked at the remaining students and ordered, all right, it's time for martial arts training and sparring. Suddenly, from a distance, Sang Cheon approached and looked at him. Kim Du-huk, you can stop now. His words made Du-huk look startled. We're not finished yet. Sang Cheon's eyes narrowed. He told Du-huk, there's no need to continue. Then Sang Cheon looked ahead. There was not a single student left on the field. Everyone had run away. His face revealed an unspeakable sadness. I guess no one will want to join the special class for a while now. Seeing Du-huk's efforts, Sang Cheon turned to thank him profusely. Thank you, Kim Du-huk. Thanks to you, the tense atmosphere among the students has been diffused. He looked at Sang Cheon and his friends standing behind him and smiled faintly. It's nothing, sir. We just showed them our usual training schedule. That's all. Du-huk also confessed something else to Sang Cheon. Actually, we even went a bit easy because we didn't have time to prepare for the outdoor group activity. His words surprised Sang Cheon slightly. You even went easy. Sang Cheon's eyes narrowed. His voice showed clear praise. You always exceed my expectations. All right. As it was already evening, Sang Cheon prepared to say goodbye and leave. Special class, I will look forward to what you achieve in the future. Looking at him, he offered a suggestion beforehand. If you ever need help, just tell me. I'll do what I can. Thank you, sir. The golden sunlight of dusk illuminated a corner of the academy. I'm leaving now. Don't push yourselves too hard. Yes, sir. Back in another place, smoke billowed. Sasami was standing at the gate of a familiar place, the main hall of the divine martial sect. She stood there looking at the gate in silence for a long time. Suddenly, a cry startled Sasami, making her open her eyes wide. Junior sister. From behind, Moron approached her with her hands clasped behind her back. Why did you call me? You've been unusually active lately, completely unlike your nickname. Looking at her, Sasami was flustered. Oh, senior sister. Overcome with curiosity, Moron bombarded her with questions. But you see, why did you call me here? Did Master tell you to come cause trouble at BRC? Or even demolish the entire Divine Martial Sect building? Another question made Sasami sweat profusely. No, she lowered her face, stammering for a moment, then confessed to Moron. Master told us to restore the Divine Martial Sect. Hearing that, Moron's expression showed clear panic in her eyes. What? As she asked Sasami. She reached up and took off her mask. Why did he tell you that, and not me? Moron's face was tearful with anger as she criticized her. Why did he tell you first, ignoring me? What tricks have you been playing, you wretch? Please calm down, senior sister. Sasami's next words soothed Moron's mood. Master also told me to call you too. Huh. Du-huk's image and words were recounted by Sasami. Master said he wants to restore the Divine Martial Sect, but not as a martial arts school. He said it would play a key role. In front of the Divine Martial Sect's gate, the voices of two girls echoed. A key role in the alliance of the constellations who follow the war god. Hearing this, Moron looked at her, puzzled. An alliance of constellations? Sasami nodded her head. That's right. She lowered her head and told Moron a few more things. You probably already know by now that in the Great Hall there's a destruction tower and constellations residing within it. Facing each other, Sasami reiterated his goal. Master wants to monitor all their future moves, even when they are in the Great Hall. Hearing a summary, Moron guessed. Isn't that why he sent Bachi to monitor them? Sasami nodded at her deduction. Yes, but BRC couldn't investigate everything. As soon as she finished speaking, Moron cursed. That useless bastard. To ensure Moron understood the situation thoroughly, Sasami revealed what Du-huk needed to accomplish. Master wants to know who's on our side and who isn't, so he can prepare by forming an alliance. A knight in shining armor, in her words. It seems he came up with that idea after talking to the Knight King of the Hadama Knights we defeated before. This made Moron a bit flustered. Ah, that guy. Sasami faced her, reminding her amidst wisps of smoke. Next, however, he also warned us of one thing to be cautious about for the alliance. Moron wondered. What is it? An image of Du-huk appeared, accompanied by his past words. Attracting the attention of constellations with strength is fine, but don't build an alliance based on that. We need truly loyal followers. Looking at the silent moron, Sasami continued. That's why Master chose you, senior sister, and me to recruit allies. Images of unstable individuals rushed back into her memory, making Moron lower her head and sigh. It makes sense. Though I shouldn't be the one to say this, the second and fourth ones would jump straight into torture. Not wanting to waste time, she put her mask back on and commanded, "All right, let's go, junior sister." Ah, yes. As they walked, the two chatted lively about the current issue. How should we propose this alliance? Moron suggested, "Let's just rush in and threaten them to make it quicker." But Sasami immediately objected. "No, senior sister, you can't do that." In the evening, a sky full of twinkling stars. Beneath a giant ancient tree, a gate led inside. Behind the red curtain, the labyrinth master was sitting there, his hand on his chin, his eyes glowing. He was constantly thinking, "It's strange. It's been a while since the second floor list was announced. Yet there's still no news." The labyrinth master's eyes were wide open, brighter than a flashlight. The report I received from the sword was also completely silent. Even if it's the second floor, there should be some movement, right? He spread his palm, and a series of red orbs moved. They're a bit late, although it's still a bit early, but the labyrinth master looked at the orbs and suddenly thought of a few ideas. How about I announce a few names for the third floor early? Both Moron and Sasami had moved to a new place, the Great Abyss. Moron's eyes suddenly widened. She saw something and quickly told Sasami to look up with her. "Senior sister, look up at the sky." Yes, above them was a dark red circle moving around like a whirlpool. From above, glowing red orbs appeared. They flew away very quickly under the gaze of both of them. Sasami watched, bewildered. "Senior sister, what is that light?" Moron immediately knew and explained to her. "The source of magic I'm sensing. It's very familiar." Suddenly Moron realized something strange was happening. Wait, that direction is. That dark red mass was moving towards the rock, containing the Tower of Destruction. Its direction stunned Sasami. That's where the end tower was rebuilt. Moron continued, "I have a bad feeling about this. It seems like the third floor entity has found its name." Her words bewildered Sasami. "What?" Looking towards the distant rock ahead, Moron recounted. "The energy I'm sensing is exactly like the magic flow on the third floor of the fake end tower. Moreover, the direction it's emanating from also matches. Although it's not certain, just like the second floor entity, there's a high chance he'll descend into the modern world." Not wanting to waste time, she quickly rushed forward, ordering Sasami, "First, report to Master. I'll pursue them." She immediately obeyed. Yes. Back at the academy, where Du Huck studied. Afternoon. Yen Lang raised her clenched fist, doing something. She punched the person in front of her very hard, a punch that made her sigh from the effort. Phew! The person blocking and training with her was none other than Du Huck. Holding the punching pad, he praised Yen Lang. "Not bad. It's gotten quite a bit heavier." She clenched her fist, her voice tinged with suspicion towards him. "But is it really heavier? You don't look like you took much damage." Du Huck suggested, "Look closely at the floor." Right now, at his feet, his shoe had shifted slightly from its original position. It slid about 3 centimeters, see? His words only angered her more. It barely had any effect at all. Yen Lang turned and left in frustration at Du Huck's attitude. Behind her, he watched her leave, smiling faintly to himself. The training for everyone has finally yielded results. Everyone has clearly gotten stronger. Looking at the group chatting in front of him, especially Choi Aaron and Zen Rang, who were strictly following the magic-focused curriculum he had devised. OCUC and IU Soyan were also making steady progress. Du Huck suddenly smiled shyly, looking very satisfied. Ah, this is the joy of teaching disciples. While he was enjoying himself, the former bodyguard appeared behind him. Cult leader H. Looking at the purple information board in front of him, he informed Du Huck, "Tu is urgently looking for you." The content of the information appeared clearly, word by word. Tu said, "Master, it seems the being from the third floor of the Tower of the End has descended." Scanning the content, Du Huck was quite surprised. "The third floor, they've arrived already?" Sasami nodded and reported via the purple board. Yes, that's right. Duhuk suddenly fell into a state of deep thought. I didn't hear anything from the guide. What's going on? I can handle one third floor entity, but I haven't made any preparations. He wondered aloud. Could it be the entire third floor? Sasami, on his side, explained confusedly. No, that's not it, only about two. I saw a rift appear in the great chasm, and about two streams of essence, like the beings themselves, descended, and those streams of essence headed straight for the false tower of the end. Standing before the information board, he speculated. So they haven't fully arrived yet? Hearing that, she hesitated and echoed him. It seems so. To be safe, the High Priestess has gone to check on the false tower of the end. Duhuk's face was filled with seriousness. If we just knew where they would descend, at least we could prepare a little. All I know is there are two of them, and both haven't fully descended yet. He looked around, searching for something, then realized, wait, the third floor? Hey, Bachi. On this side, Bachi, with his arms crossed, sensed his question and quickly replied, yes, it's definitely the same type of energy I once felt from the third floor. His words made Duhuk look blankly into the distance. If that's true, then they must be the constellations behind Disra Vensic and Choi Jin. The images of those two appeared in Duhuk's mind, making him think with a frown. Even so, but they belong to two different factions. Disra belongs to the first-class faction, while Choi Jin seems to be in the First Faith Society. But if I'm not mistaken, both of those organizations have been completely annihilated. But remembering that, Duhuk crossed his arms and quickly addressed her. Sasami immediately asked, yes, master. His question rang out. Do you know two evil organizations named First Faith Society and First Class Faction? She accessed her memory, then nodded and replied, yes, I know. They were the ones who once tried to harm you. Sasami's voice came from inside that purple info panel. Duhuk and I have completely destroyed them. Duhuk then continued, so it was you in the end? The one descending now seems to be a constellation from one of those groups. Hearing him, Sasami was startled in surprise. What? Her face was drenched in sweat. We should have killed the leader too. I apologize. If someone truly descends, they'll likely possess the leader's body. Duhuk thought about something, resting his chin on his hand. He quickly asked Sasami the next question. Do you know who recently received blessings from them? Standing in a corner, she clasped her hands and replied, yes, we didn't kill all those who were blessed. We just kept them under surveillance. As soon as she finished speaking, Duhuk rested his chin on his hand and looked forward. Excellent. Let's go there. Looking at the special group, he ordered them. Everyone, prepare to move. This is a real battle. Everyone eagerly cheered. All right. Back in a place filled with dust flying everywhere, Moron was sprinting forward like a gust of wind. She sped towards the rock with the tower inside it. Without hesitation, Moron gained momentum and kicked the door, sending it flying far away. Her eyes quickly glanced inside. Appearing before Moron's eyes was the brilliantly glowing purple destruction tower. She looked up at the top of the tower, feeling a bit confused, as two massive energy sources emanated from the third floor. From her hand, Moron summoned a small dagger. As expected, that energy was too intense. It only appeared just before a constellation descended. She quickly plunged the dagger forcefully into the ground. A blue crack appeared on the ground, emanating from the dagger. It extended all the way to the door of the destruction tower before her. That blue aura spread to the edge of the tower's door. Suddenly, the smoke unexpectedly flared up like a huge fire, and rocks flew high. On this side, Moron, holding the dagger, gasped, "Humph, humph." A voice rang out, startling her. "It's useless." A dragon appeared before the destruction tower. "We have received our title and are preparing to descend. We are no longer on the same level as an unknown like you." It bared its sharp teeth and claws at Moron. "Even your full-force poison won't do anything to us. What a pity for you, fanatic of the Serenity Gate." From the ground, she quickly pulled out the dagger and sprang up. "I don't understand what nonsense you're spouting." Moron frowned and said a few things to the dragon. From the start, I was only trying to buy time before you could descend into the modern world. Angering it, it bared its sharp teeth. What? On the tower floor, dark purple smoke had already obscured her vision. Following the smoke, Moron thought to herself, I've bought enough time. The rest, I leave to you, master. Back in another place, a ruined building. From above, purple smoke appeared, accompanied by Rogan. He bared terrifyingly sharp teeth. His hands had sharp claws. Heh! Rogan raised his head, letting out an extremely savage laugh. Ka ha ha ha, finally. I have descended. Rogan opened his mouth wide and shouted his own name, not with the title Dragon God of Annihilation, but simply Dragon Destroyer. A voice rang out, instantly silencing his laughter. Welcome. It was none other than Duhuk, who had been waiting for Rogan for a long time. He bent his leg and lunged forward. Now get out of here again. Delivering a powerful kick towards him before he could prepare, Duhuk, in front of him, lifted his dominant leg high and lunged forward. He kicked Rogan in the face, sending his head flying upwards. Then he lost his balance and flew far away. Ah! Rogan fell backward, his face covered in scratches, sighing in pain. Ugh! Duhuk saw Rogan's state and smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Wow, not bad. I was actually aiming for your neck, but you didn't notice someone behind you. Seeing her, Duhuk immediately shooed her away. What are you doing? Get out of here. Oh, she awkwardly and hastily left. Yes. Looking at Rogan, he wondered, why is she here? From the ground, he strained to explain. The original owner of this body lured her out here to rob her. Looking at Duhuk, Rogan recounted some other things, leaving him bewildered. All he did with my blessing was charm women and steal from them. Truly pathetic. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed a sinister smile. What I, the dragon of destruction, desire is slaughter. Rogan's smile was accompanied by two long, sharp teeth. Of course, he didn't have the guts for that, so he was just a pawn. Looking at his two teeth, Duhuk smiled faintly with interest. Oh, really? His broken tooth grew back. He thought to himself, he's no longer human, but a true embodiment of a constellation. On this side, a purple smoke appeared from Rogan's arm. You surprise me a little. A sharp clawed hand formed by the smoke also appeared. I didn't expect you to fight me with that weak body after reincarnation, war god. He didn't say much and resolutely charged straight towards Duhuk. Seeing that, he smirked and clenched his hand into a fist. What the hell is this nonsense? He threw a punch straight at Rogan's arm. In an instant, his arm was shattered, completely disappearing. Rogan saw the scene and screamed to the heavens. Duhuk quickly pulled back his fist, looked at him and asked, when you entered Choi Jin-jin's body, you saw it, didn't you? Didn't you run away in fear? Rogan, clutching his missing arm, explained uncomfortably. Ugh, it's because this body reacts that way when it receives magic. A new muscular arm reappeared on him. But then, I reconsidered. Your magic power is much less. A strong arm with sharp claws made Rogan smile smugly. Compared to you from 300 years ago. From above, Duhuk bent his leg and lunged at him. Oh, really? He unleashed a powerful kick forward. Ugh. This time, Rogan raised both hands to block Duhuk's kick. The ground beneath his feet began to show signs of cracking. Indeed, after only a few seconds, the earth and rocks around Rogan burst up and collapsed, making him gape in astonishment. No way. He's different from before. From above, large rocks began to fall back to the ground. With hands on hips, Duhuk watched the colliding rocks fall, smoking hot. Once again, Rogan lay defeated on his back on the ground. Your magic is far superior to before. What have you done? Looking at Duhuk, the red smoke around him terrified him. Not to mention the amount of magic power I feel from you. It's even more than what I felt 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction. With a confident expression, he raised his hand to clasp his tightly clenched fist. Of course, hoo-hoo. The image of the Tower of Destruction appeared in his mind. Back then, my magic was restricted. Meaning, my disciples and I never truly displayed the amount of magic power we had before you. From the ground, Rogan clutched his stomach, bewildered. What? That's impossible. Du Huck didn't want to explain much, so he ignored it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Holding a shimmering ring in his hand, he presented it. Anyway, today is the last day. Then he put it on a finger in front of Rogan. You can act. He raised his arm, summoning the purple smoke again. Don't lie anymore. A constellation with a nickname doesn't have a last day. A purple surge of power was unleashed by him like a tornado. It rushed to attack, shattering rocks, but Du Huck still managed to dodge. From his hand, he summoned a small sword. You've lasted quite a while. Is it because you're from the third floor? A single sword strike from Du Huck blasted apart the ground below. His face clearly showed a smug smile. Suddenly, something obscured the light and the smile on Du Huck's face. Rogan raised his head. Behind him, the purple smoke transformed into a dragon. Slightly bowing his head, Rogan opened his mouth and roared loudly. A wave of purple smoke appeared. Sabier. It rushed towards Du Hu like a small whirlwind. In just a few seconds, the entire abandoned house was engulfed in a massive explosion that echoed throughout the area. Rogan knelt on both knees, breathing heavily on the ground. Huff puff. His face showed clear satisfaction with his own power. Amazing! A full power roar from me. The dust from the explosion gradually cleared, and Du Hu stood opposite, sword in hand. You were cut by just a simple swing of your sword. He held the sword on his shoulder and looked at Rogan. A simple sword swing? It was imbued with tons of magic. He lowered his head, panting, cursing him. You madman! But I'm glad. His eyes had turned dark purple, and his voice deepened. I haven't told the Destruction Tower people anything about your regression yet. On this side, Du Hu heard him but was confused. He looked up in question. Huh, what's good about that? A delighted smile suddenly spread across Rogan's face. He said, because they'll be desperate when they see you reappear. Just imagining it is enough to make me laugh like crazy. With the sword on his nape, Du Hu voiced his thoughts. You're a sick bastard. I don't think that'll make them desperate. That confused him. What? He gripped the blue sword tightly, looking straight ahead. If you die by my hand, you won't be able to return to your alias anymore. The sword strike flew straight towards Rogan's face. Liar. It sent him falling backward, and in an instant, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing the task done, Du Hu looked into the distance, pondering. All right, it's done here. How are the others? A sky full of twinkling, mystical stars. A lion looked ahead, wondering. Who are you? Constellation Dark Wave Rearblade. That person smiled smugly. It's none other than Du Hu's remaining friends, standing defiantly against Hack True. We've come to beat you up. The four of them stood confronting Hack True in the deep forest late at night. Hearing the challenge, he chuckled mockingly. You want to fight me? It seems you've forgotten the situation. Hack True raised his arm, and a surge of red energy appeared. I'm much stronger than your constellation contractors. I am Hack True. Then he punched the ground hard, shattering rocks and dirt. Yen Lang watched, confused by Hack True's action. Why is he punching the ground? Is he stupid? Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes widened as she screamed. Everyone run! From the ground, a series of sharp blades shot upwards. Fortunately, they reacted in time, retreating backward. So Ion was dripping with sweat at this terrifying sight. Blades are rising from the ground. Is that his power? Aaron looked, quickly recalling his words. DUIUC told me his alias is the Mastermind Sword. Su Yusi's face was equally worried as he looked down at the ground. His power is exactly like his alias. This is going to be difficult. Yen Lang refused to give up, yelling loudly to boost the group's morale. We just need to smash everything. Then she clenched her fist and destroyed all of Hack True's swords, making him watch without blinking. Hack True observed every move of Yen Lang, thinking, She's smashing the blades with magic combined with shock waves? She's incredibly strong. Feeling that wasn't enough, Haktru stomped his foot hard on the ground. Those puny blades aren't enough. From the ground, a series of swords emerged in a straight line. A sword came close to Yanlang's face. Luckily, you dodged in time. Getting hit would be too dangerous. Haktru raised his hand, twisted it slightly, then flicked his arm back forcefully. Suddenly, the sword began to bend in the direction of his hand. The sharp blade bent, aiming straight at Yanlang. Everyone get back. From behind, Aaron rushed forward with a sword, slashing forcefully at his blades. Then a sword strike across Haktru's chest made him cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Sahuk clenched a golden flame in his hand, and Yanlang a blue flame. Both punched Haktru directly in the face. The two punches completely knocked him to the ground. Haktru lay stretched out on that pile of ruins. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking at something. From above, Soyeon lunged down with a sword. She didn't hesitate, striking down hard towards him. Nice! A single strike split Haktru into two parts, surrounded by purple smoke. Seeing that everything was done, she sighed tiredly. She looked towards the glowing sword in front of the thick smoke. Suddenly, from the smoke, Haktru appeared. Humph, is that all you've got? The sword couldn't be pulled out, making Soyeon confused. Humph, my sword energy combined with magic, and still. The blade on Haktru's side began to bend to his will. Quick as a gust of wind, it grazed her face. A slight scratch was visible on Yu Soyeon's face. Asuka. The bleeding wound made her wince in pain. Se-hyuk saw it and immediately worried. Yu Soyeon. Aaron and two people behind him worried about her. Are you okay? Bubble box. Soyeon wiped away the blood and replied reassuringly. Yeah, it just grazed me. She looked forward, her heart filled with unease. Is a reincarnated constellation really this powerful? Kim Ji-yuk already warned us, but he's still too strong. A spot in the forest was where the four of them were confronting Haktru. Suddenly, from above, someone was observing. Breakcat silently observed from above. From behind, Yu Hyuk appeared. Are they still doing well? Seeing this, he nodded. Ah, Mr. Ji-yuk. Both of them stood together, watching them confront Haktru. Oh, they're doing better than I thought. They're still fine, and he's already injured. That's right, but... Looking at Soyeon's back, Breakcat felt sorry for her. Since the opponent was a constellation, the battle was incredibly intense. Soyeon even got scratched. Yu Hyuk gently reminded him. That's why I told you to observe them, and step in to help if anything happens. He crossed his arms and looked down. But I don't think this is the right time to fight him. Really, Yu Hyuk's eyes were blazing red. If the constellations from the third floor had descended a little later, dealing with them would be easier. Perhaps we have no other choice. The wound on Haktru's body changed. It began to heal, disappearing completely. I've played with you enough. Looking at him, Aaron couldn't help but worry. His wound has healed. Is my one-strike skill too weak? His wound healed, and he smirked triumphantly. You'll make a name for me, even though I don't like killing children. Behind Haktru, a series of swords burst forth. I'll tear you to shreds. He launched the swords forward. On this side, Yanlang raised her hand, forming a fist. She punched the ground hard and decisively. An ice wall appeared, blocking his swords. Seeing this, Haktru sneered, clearly annoyed. You blocked my swords with ice. How annoying! It reminds me of someone. His eyes were filled with hatred. But that guy was tougher. On this side, the ice block seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Behind her, Soyeon gritted her teeth, her face full of worry. Damn it, because it's too weak. This is only a temporary solution. If I knew this would happen, I would have practiced defense too. Looking at everyone behind her, she quickly asked, The ice wall will break soon. Does anyone have a plan? Aaron recalled earlier and informed Soyeon. Bubble box, and I will try to cut down the blades. She continued, Meister and Muskaman will then deliver a powerful blow. Say Hayuk heard that and pointed to his chest. Am I Muskerman now? Yen Lang quickly reminded everyone again. All right. The ice wall will break in 3 seconds. The wall began to show stronger cracks than before. Exactly 3 seconds later, the entire wall shattered before Black Tide's sword. He stood there, a triumphant smile on his face, but unaware of what was beside him. Soyeon held her sword at her left side, and Aaron, holding her sword at her right side, ran towards him. Both simultaneously struck their slashes down onto Black Tide. The sword slashes made him frown in discomfort and pain. Their sword energy is corroding my sword. It would be better to neutralize their sword energy with my sword, and then create even more swords. He quickly turned, and a fresh red smoke appeared around Black Tide. Good. The time has come. Someone's mouth screamed loudly now. Sei Hayuk, clenching his fist, rushed forward with Yen Lang. He threw a powerful punch forward without mercy. Herp! Directly into Black Tide's stomach, without hesitation. Struck with immense pain, he opened his mouth wide, screaming. Ah! Just like that, the punch sent him flying far away, tumbling to the ground. Next was Yen Lang's turn. She gritted her teeth and charged forward. Raising her leg high, she aimed it straight at Black Tide's face, without any hesitation. Her kick brought down a stream of green smoke from above. In just a few seconds, an ice wall formed in front of Yen Lang's feet.